There was something about this planet which was different to the other beast planets that Quinn had been to in the past and the beasts that he had encountered. For one, the strange sludge that he was in was making it difficult for him to use his ears to dictate where the beasts were coming from. At the same time, when he tried to use his key to sense energy, it was as if there was a constant energy running through the sludge itself, but it wasn't enough for Quinn to bother using his gauntlet on either. Now, of all things, the dangerous beast that they were all afraid of, and that he had been warned about, had suddenly appeared in front of them. Out from the strange water, its body had formed in seconds, creating an identical copy of Ronston. What shocked Quinn even more was that it was impossible to tell the difference between the two. It was an identical copy down to the last hair strand, and somehow they were even able to emulate the smell that the vampires emitted. "Inspect. Progressive beast discovered. Your system has made a new discovery. 10,000 EXP points received." Progressive beast? I've never heard of such a thing. What does that even mean? Quinn wondered. The system was breaking down the knowledge that Quinn had obtained in school, the knowledge they had been taught in their military academy. At the end of the day, Quinn realized that the beast planets in this solar system aren't exactly the same as the ones in the beast solar system. At the same time, beast planets were a new discovery, and just like the crystals, beasts themselves seemed to be things they were learning more about every day. The system didn't seem like it was able to answer Quinn's questions, and he had suddenly turned to his gorilla friend, as if he was going to ask it a question, like he would do Ray or Vincent, but he knew there would be no such luck as he slapped his forehead. What am I thinking? While the thought had occurred to him, Quinn was wondering why the others hadn't stepped forward yet, and had decided to stay a few feet back. For now, he decided to do the same as he watched carefully. Ronston decided to strike at the doppelganger, aiming for its throat. It was a deathly blow aimed to kill it in one strike, but it was blocked, and the doppelganger had done the same in return. Blocking the same attack, Ronston this time grabbed it by the wrist and threw the other over its shoulder, only for it to perfectly land in the water, unharmed. The two continued a high-speed battle, just mainly using their fists. No blood attacks or abilities seemed to be used, and both of them were even in battle. So the beast can match up to the Earl's strength and speed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to stop the attacks, but why isn't he using any abilities? Watching carefully, it looked like the two Viscounts were getting ready to make a move. Then, at the same time, they charged in. "Now!" the Earl shouted, as he jumped back and both of them went for the strike. They pierced the doppelganger's chest, and now Ronston went forward, striking its throat once more and killing it this time. There was no blood from its wounds, but it looked like a fatal blow would make the doppelganger look like it was melting as it fell into the water. Ronston looked a bit panicked as he went back to the others. "From here on out, we have to tread carefully, Your Majesty," Ronston explained. "We have found no way to tell where the doppelgangers appear from, and we were very lucky that this time there was only a single one. As we move through the swamp, more will appear. As you can see, fighting one of my own was difficult enough. If I was to come face to face with 2 or 3 of me..." Now Quinn understood why everyone was a little cautious to move forward. It was in case they had entered the nest area. Logan had explained to Quinn that there was a radius the beasts seemed to operate in when protecting the nest. They wouldn't move out from this area, and it looked like they had just crossed the borderline. Stepping in could have summoned more. "But why didn't you use your ability? Is it for the same reason?" Quinn asked. "Not quite. Unfortunately, using blood energy or abilities seems to attract those buggers to us," Norvik answered. "Last time they suddenly surrounded us. They can't copy our abilities, but the second we use them, more and more start to appear. We were lucky to have managed to get out alive." There was another thing that Quinn noticed after the beast had been defeated. It had dropped no crystal. Quinn pondered if those things might actually be something similar to how the demon tier tree had used the marked. Still, if Quinn could grab onto one of these progressive beasts, then maybe a copy of him would have a large amount of energy he could steal from it. The excitement was growing in Quinn already. Worst case, he believed his gauntlet might be the perfect weapon against this type of enemy. He could just share his energy with the others to make it so they could beat their counterparts, as long as the beast's energy didn't increase as well, of course. "We don't know why, but as long as we don't use our abilities, at most a clone is created for each of us who enters," Nian explained. "When we got close, a clone was created of each of us, and we believe the same thing will occur again. It was only after we used our abilities more arrived, so past this point, we should avoid using our abilities and try to work together during our own fights to help each other. The Earl is one of the strongest, so he might need the most help, but we will try to swap opponents midway before the beast can notice and adapt and kill each other's counterparts. Looking at the others, Quinn noticed that none of them were wearing beast gear either. Although the beasts were able to match their strength and speed for some reason, the Vampire King couldn't imagine that they would be able to copy the abilities of beast gear as well. It only reassured him in his belief that he would be able to beat his own counterpart. Yet for some reason, he felt like if he were to use any of these things, he would be cheating himself. The group walked forward, and now the groups were making a little more sense to Quinn. He imagined that many of them had been practicing each other's fighting styles, so they could kill the other clones rather than themselves. That's a problem. If my copy really will be as strong as me, even if it will be just my base stats, I doubt anyone here could beat it, Quinn thought. At the same time, the Earl was staying close to him because he had a similar yet different thought. I don't know how strong His Majesty's clone will be, but if he were to fight mine, he could be in for some trouble. We will have to try to finish him off first, and the others later, if we are to stand a chance of winning this. It wasn't long until the sound of several loud drops was heard again, more than one this time. From the water, more doppelgangers were emerging. Just like what had been explained, a copy of each person had been created. There was even a version of the giant gorilla standing opposite Jesk. The fighting between all of them had begun, yet a clone hadn't reappeared in front of Quinn for some reason. Ronston, noticing this, had no choice but to abort his plan and try to face him for a while for the time being. Huh, I was actually looking forward to fighting myself, Quinn sighed. I wonder what happened. Am I too strong for them to copy? While watching the others fight, Quinn was ready to initiate his plan until he noticed something. He hadn't really been paying attention, but due to how close the doppelgangers copied the originals, Quinn had no idea which one was the real or fake one. Inspect. What? My inspect skill is bringing up the same person for both of them now. Realizing this, Quinn also realized using his shadow lock wouldn't help in this situation either, because he didn't know which one was the fake. Finally, in front of Quinn, he could see himself emerging out of the water, and a smile appeared on the clone's face. The next second, a fist was thrown out so fast, hitting him right in the stomach. He was sent through the air and fell back crashing into the water. What the hell? Mo shouted, noticing who had just flown by. Is he that weak that he can't even beat himself? Ironically, it was quite the opposite. The clone was strong, just as strong as their king. Just like last time, everyone seemed to be having a tough time against their counterpart. Although their plan was to help out each other by switching opponents for a short time, it was almost like their enemies were prepared for this and made it impossible to find an opening. At times, they would even move so they could block their way. Not only were their movesets the same, but so were their thoughts, making them worry that their plan might not work out as they intended. Meanwhile, Jesk and his doppelganger didn't rely on any particular strategy, instead opting to use brute strength. Their fight wasn't too different from when the gorilla had fought the gray member of his species back on the vampire planet, only that he and his counterpart had 3 pairs of hands each. Unable to overwhelm the other, they had entered the dogfight, exchanging fists, and at this rate, both the beasts would end up failing eventually. Quinn, who had been whacked away from where the others had been fighting, quickly got up from the ground, only to find his own doppelganger rushing towards him. Well, at least now I won't have to worry about it going for any of the others, Quinn thought, as he readied himself to do combat. The first thing the doppelganger did, now that it had reached the Vampire King, was a thigh kick. Seeing this, Quinn was in the middle of deciding what to do, whether he should block it or not, but his natural reaction in seeing this was to send out a kick himself. Both of the legs clashed, shin on shin, hitting each other and sending out a shockwave of strength. The sludge that they were standing in had created a small wave that was being sent outward. Damn, the first hit he got on me was because I was distracted, but that kick just now proves it. He didn't just copy my base stats, but seems to have copied my strength with the best gear on, Quinn shockingly realized, as he continued to attack his doppelganger counterpart. Quinn wasn't holding back when using his speed or strength, though he wasn't using his key energy either. He was afraid that this might attract the other beasts towards their location. Their group was having a tough time dealing with one doppelganger each. No need to add to their numbers. At the moment, he hadn't seen the nest crystal yet, and until he did. He doesn't want to risk attracting them all. Besides, let's see if there is a way I can beat myself, Quinn decided. With his palm in a claw-like shape, Quinn was attempting to grab the beast and absorb the energy. He wanted to test his theory to see if the beast also had the same energy as himself. When he threw out his hand, though, the Quinn in front of him had disappeared with a flash step. The next second, the doppelganger reappeared behind him. Quinn quickly turned around and whacked the fists of the opponent away, attempting to kick him in the stomach, but this move was avoided as well. It was going to be a tough fight. Meanwhile, a little away from where Quinn was, the others were struggling, but they needed to initiate their plan soon. "Damn this ugly bastard," Mo cursed. "Have you ever taken a look in a mirror? That's exactly what you look like in real life," Joy shouted back as she backflipped, avoiding a punch, and charged right in, throwing a fury of punches herself. Her doppelganger did the same, and their fists were colliding with each other head-on. "Don't we have to try to see if His Majesty is okay? The fog has gotten thick around here, and it's hard to see. I'm a little worried," Rick voiced his concerns to the others. Unlike the others, he wasn't attacking so much and just avoiding the blow until the order was given. "The king will have to help himself. If we break formation, we'll all die," Norvik shouted in frustration. A few moments later, Earl Ronston finally gave the signal. "Switch!" Norvik shouted. It was time to put the plan into action. Quinn had been fighting his doppelganger only for a short while, but during that time, he had tried out a number of different things to get the advantage: his Mui Baron skills, the vampire fighting skills, and even the military training he had received. Unfortunately, it looked like the doppelganger knew everything that he did, meaning that they clashed without a real winner. The fight felt like it could go on forever, and it didn't look like Quinn could outsmart the beast. "I really wanted to play and try to find some way to beat you fairly, but I'm afraid the others really need my help," Quinn sighed as he charged in once again. However, this time he aimed for the body, the largest part of doppelganger Quinn. When attacking, he didn't slow down, ignoring the possible retaliation. The doppelganger aimed at the same region as the vampire king. It was at that moment that two powerful blows struck their stomachs at the same time. "So this is what it feels like to take a punch from myself," Quinn grunted, with a bit of blood trickling from his mouth. But the doppelganger was clearly hurt as well. Smiling, Quinn threw another punch holding on, and they were both hit once again. "All right, let's back it up a little," Quinn thought, as he stepped back and pulled the flask out from his side. Of all things, he had never imagined that this would come in handy now of all times. If blood skills attracted attention, Quinn was worried about the blood armor as well. But he knew the flask that had nothing but blood in it wouldn't be the same, and there was the one thing that the doppelganger looked like it couldn't do, and that was heal. "All right, time to finish this," Quinn thought. Following the command, just like they had practiced, each one of them broke off and went to attack the doppelganger of another vampire. The two Viscounts were going to help the Earl quickly, helping him face the toughest opponent. Meanwhile, the group went on the defensive, but switched opponents. "Ha ha! I'm so happy I got to smash your ugly face in," Joy shouted, as she continued to punch Mo again and again. Each of the group had revealed their weaknesses to each other. Maybe they couldn't beat themselves in a fight, but their plan seemed to be working. Of course, with the Viscounts gone, they were struggling and unable to deal with them, but defending and just holding on was a different story. In the end, the two Viscounts, along with the Earl, were able to deal with his doppelganger once again, and quickly rushed back to help out the rest. Now, outnumbering the beasts, they were easily able to get rid of the rest of the doppelgangers, including the one Jesk had been fighting to a standstill. Finally, the group had defeated all the beasts, and they just needed a moment to catch their breath. Some of them were hurt, but not nearly as bad as the previous time. "Is everyone okay? Where is His Majesty?" Ronston asked. They all nodded and looked off in the direction Quinn had flown off to. The fog behind them had gotten thick that they were unable to see. Walking through the mist, though, eventually they could see Quinn walking through and waving at them all. He had a little blood on his armor, but mostly looked uninjured. "He must have gotten lucky if he managed to take care of his beast," Mo commented. Meeting up with the others, Quinn was happy to see that their plan worked, but he was wondering how they should progress next. In the middle of his thought, a sound was heard. Plop, plop, plop. Each of them looked at each other in horror, for it sounded like they were about to go for another round against the doppelgangers. "It's okay," Nian shouted. "We went against them once. We can do it again. We have a plan now." A yard away, the beasts started to form in front of them, but this time something was different. As they began to take shape, a lot of them noticed that it no longer looked like them. Instead, they had all taken the form of Earl Ronston. "What is this?" Joy asked, her hand shaking in fear. "This didn't happen before." "They must have taken the form of the strongest one of us? Were they just playing games before? If we all have to fight the Earl, none of us will win against him." Bang! A loud slapping sound was heard, as if someone had smacked into water. When tilting their heads to see what had just happened, they could see the king, Quinn, standing in front of a headless Earl. "This is much easier than fighting myself," Quinn announced with a large grin. The others couldn't believe it, but Rick had seen it. He had been watching the king, and so had the Earl. It was a single punch, faster than the Ronston would be able to move or react, and based on the strength, it had the power to kill him in one hit. "Remind me which one of you said the king was weak again? I think we're about to see a massacre," Rick smiled. Even though the others hadn't seen what Quinn had done, the fact that there was now one less doppelganger of the Earl in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it was their king's doing. At the same time, they had their own fights to worry about. The doppelgangers immediately started to strike at the person in front of them. Those that were less skillful, all they could do was block while making sure to protect their more vulnerable places. They were getting hurt, and if they didn't do something soon, they would be in serious trouble. Some were getting desperate and thinking of attacking, but before they could, the Viscount gave them words of encouragement. "Just keep defending for now," Norvik shouted. "We will find a way to deal with them." It was at that moment, the Viscount splitting his attention off of the Ronston doppelganger, that his opponent had hit him in the stomach. It was a powerful hit that nearly made him kneel to the ground, but tensing his stomach at the last moment, he somewhat managed to lighten the blow. "I guess having a large belly isn't always a bad thing," Norvik commented, as he grabbed the Earl's wrist and twisted the skin together, trying to rip it apart. Although it did some damage in retaliation, it looked like the doppelganger of the Earl was ready to strike the Viscount's head. "If I don't use my abilities, then I'll be dead. We have to use it and refocus." "Not just yet," a voice warned as it grabbed the hand of the doppelganger. Looking at whom it was, Norvik could see that it was His Majesty. Quinn was holding onto it tightly, and it wasn't budging an inch either. With its other hand, it looked like the doppelganger was attempting to hit him again, but it moved ever so slightly before Quinn grabbed hold of that one as well. "Go on, I'm letting you punch this one. It hit you, so give it your best shot," Quinn said. The doppelganger tried to struggle free, but with one kick, his legs were broken. The bodies that they transformed into, although lacking any blood, still behaved like the bodies they copied. Not wasting time and wanting to help the others, Norvik was more than happy to deliver a finishing blow, striking the Earl in the head with both his fists. "You help your group, while I'll go help Nian," Quinn ordered. Heading over that way, Norvik couldn't help but think about what he had just seen, and he smiled to himself. "I was an idiot. I wonder who even spread those rumors in the first place. The king being weak. If that had been true, how would the other leaders have accepted him? I doubt any of it had been borrowed power. He is just that strong." Quinn had landed in the middle of the vampires and Viscount Nian, who had formed a circle. This way they couldn't get attacked from behind. Jumping again, he positioned himself in the middle of the circle in between both sides. He soon left again, jumping the vampires, and kicked off two of the Viscount's heads. The strength of a single attack of his was able to finish them off. Seeing this, the others could finally catch a break and could just see Quinn smiling back at them. They had fought the doppelgangers. They knew that it could replicate their strength, and they had faced the Earl's hits that were anything but weak. They doubted even the leaders, without using their abilities, could deal with an Earl so easily. Then suddenly, the real Earl himself was hurled across the water. Like a thrown stone, he skipped on top of it several times, crashing and causing waves to rise up. It forced many of them to turn and look at what was happening, and they noticed that their own doppelgangers had stopped their advance as well. "The Earl shouldn't be able to do that to himself. I can smell blood as well. I have a feeling that we might just have a serious problem on our hands," Quinn thought. Looking at where Ronston had come from, the vampire king saw what looked like a replica of himself. It had taken a while for Quinn to get a doppelganger to face him, but this just made Quinn worry even more. The other doppelgangers had stopped advancing because once again they were all changing forms, this time into Quinn. Each of them had a slight smirk on their face, as only one side of their mouths would lift slightly. "Mo, I'm a little scared," Joy admitted, as she looked at His Majesty in front of her. Norvik, seeing those under him frightened, didn't know what to do. Now that he knew the king wasn't weak at all, and after seeing what had happened to Earl Ronston, the strongest vampire after Quinn, he was afraid they would all be doomed. At the same time, it looked like every single one of them were ready to strike. They threw their fists fast towards each one, but before their fists could connect, a purple shadow rose in front of them all. "The power of the shadow! This is the Punisher's ability!" Norvik gasped. "No, it's the king's ability," Rick corrected him. Seeing who the Earl had gone up against, Quinn had immediately spread out his shadows towards the others and had blocked the attack. There was no choice, otherwise all of them would have died. "Shadow lock!" A few seconds later, everyone found themselves in a dark space. 1 second they were in the swampy land, but now they were all together. "What is this place?" Mo asked. "Is this also the king's doing?" "It's part of my power," Quinn answered, after being the last one to appear. In his hands he held the Earl and placed him on the ground. The others came rushing forward to help, and could see that there was a giant hole in his stomach where he had been hit. "Was that from His Majesty's doppelganger?" Mo gulped. "Yes, the doppelgangers that have taken my form are too strong for you all. It's too dangerous." Quinn pulled out a flask of blood and poured some into Ronston's mouth and directly on the wound as well. At the same time, Quinn used the gauntlet to give him a bit of the energy he had absorbed from the doppelganger of himself he had fought earlier. He could always get this amount back through a few beasts. Seeing that the Earl was doing better, Quinn stood up and readied himself. "What are you planning to do, Your Majesty? Use the shadow to help us get back?" Norvik asked, now being polite compared to before. "No, you guys stay in here. I will get the nest crystal and will let you out when it is safe," Quinn answered. "That's crazy," Nian shouted. "You used your ability. I'm sure they sensed it. When you return here, will be hundreds of those beasts waiting for you. And they probably will have all copied your strength. We know you're strong, but I doubt you could get through that." Quinn looked at them all for a while. "Thank you for your concern. You are good vampires, but I was the one that asked you to get this crystal. I won't let you guys lose your life over something that I asked for, not when I can get it myself." "Just tell me the general direction of the crystal," Quinn insisted. Nian and Norvik tried their best to describe to him what the area of the nest crystal had looked like, but they had only been able to see it from a distance. They also didn't have as much trouble last time as they did this time. Perhaps because of them attempting to get the crystal already, it had caused it to be more on guard. "Okay, everyone, please look after the Earl for me. Jesk, make sure to get along with them as well. Don't worry, I won't be long. Maybe 2 minutes," Quinn stated. Before they could question what he meant by that, he had already left the shadow space. Landing in the strange sludge, he wasn't alone. Just as he had been warned, there were more than 100 versions of himself. "As much as I would love to try to fight you all, I have other things I need to do," Quinn said. "Nitro Accelerate activated." Running through the crowd of himselfs, none of them could keep up now that he had the active skill. At times, there would be those that would appear and get in his way, but Quinn, with his new speed and strength, not holding back on his ki, was able to beat even himself in a single hit. He hardly had to fight. As he got away from the initial lot as well, it seemed like the beasts couldn't form quick enough for him. Finally, in the distance, Quinn could see the nest crystal placed on a large leaf on a single mound of land. Stepping on the soil with them all behind him, Quinn didn't hesitate as he grabbed the crystal. "Nest crystal has been obtained." Inside the shadow space, everyone was tapping their feet as they were wondering what was going on outside. They had been placed here, and the next second, before they could even question what their king was doing, he was already gone. "You think he's still alive?" Joy asked. "It's only been 1 minute. Do you have that little faith in him?" Rick questioned her. "Besides, I think this space would collapse if he was dead." "It's not a faith thing," Mo snapped back at Rick, who seemed to be quite boastful ever since Quinn had displayed his real strength. It was very annoying for the others. "You saw the damage Earl Ronston sustained from the attack of just one of those things? Since our king used his ability, it means there will be dozens more of them. The beast seems to be able to copy even his strength. It was a mistake to go after the nest crystal when it was protected by those doppelgangers. We should have just gone and searched after another one." "First you complain that he's weak, and now you say he is too strong," Rick mumbled as he shook his head at the same time. Not too far away from the group, it looked like someone was coming too. The Earl was slowly opening his eyes. He felt weak and tired, even with the blood infusion, but he had recovered enough to get up. When opening his eyes, the first thing he could see was a set of large eyes staring right back at him, and white fur, lots of fur. "What in the—" Ronston shouted while quickly crawling backwards. It took him a moment to recognize the familiar-looking gorilla who had been staring at him, and he began to notice the space that he was in. "Looks like you're alive, old friend," Norvik cheerfully greeted the Earl. "His Majesty's beast companion seems to have taken an interest in you and has been protecting you." "And you just left me in the care of a beast?" the Earl complained, but seemingly understanding the words. Jesk snorted in disdain, forcing the vampire lord to clear his throat in embarrassment. "You did a great job, allowing such a handsome beast to protect me. I'm sure it was following His Majesty's order. I shall praise your hard work once he comes back." Hearing these words, Jesk smiled widely and pounded himself on the chest. "For now, all we can do is wait, but I really wonder what exactly this place is," Nian commented. "It looks endless, and I can't see anything else in here with us, but I'm not the only one that can sense that, right?" The younger ones looked at each other strangely, but the other Viscount and Earl knew exactly what Nian was talking about. A dull energy, not quite a life, but a strong one. Outside, Quinn had obtained the nest crystal, which he now held in his hand. It was a fascinating object, and being as big as an ostrich egg, it could barely fit in a single hand. Before he decided what to do with it, he needed to make sure he was safe first. The first thing he attempted to do was either place it in his shadow space or his system, like other crystals he obtained. However, when trying to do so, it seemed like with this particular crystal, none of those options were exactly working. Before retrieving the nest crystal, there were quite a few doppelgangers that had been following him, and more had appeared near the egg. Now there was nothing, and even the strange sludge that they were on had almost lost its color and consistency, as it was slowly turning back into murky-colored water. Those strange beasts, they weren't really beasts in the first place. It must have all been from the power of this nest crystal, Quinn thought. When Logan had obtained his nest crystal, the beasts didn't disappear, but were just no longer interested in protecting it. This is a little different, though. Those beasts seemed to come from that strange sludge itself and were powered by the nest crystal. Just holding it in his hand, he could feel a smidgen of how much power it had. He realized how it was able to do great things, how it was able to create unlimited clones and beasts. What he had right now in his hand was definitely something special. For a moment, he even wondered if it might be possible to weaponize its ability to summon doppelgangers to have them deal with the Dalki. Is it really impossible to turn one of these into a weapon? Seeing that the area was somewhat clear, Quinn was thinking about what to do. He wanted to absorb the crystal now into his system, but was a little worried. When evolving his own body, sometimes he wasn't in the best of shapes or states. He had no idea what a system upgrade would do, so with the little time he had left from his armor's ability before it went on cooldown, Quinn ran and ran until he eventually reached the ship, which was in perfect condition. Opening up his shadow space, all of those that were in it were now released onto the land. The first thing they did was look around them, to see if there were any beasts. Seeing the ship, though, they knew where they were. "You decided to head to the ship, Your Majesty, after all. That was a wise decision," Ronston praised Quinn, unaware of the reality of the situation. To this, Quinn just smiled, before showing the Earl the crystal in his hand. "I managed to obtain what I came here for, so let's get out. I don't know what will happen once I use it, so I'll have to ask you all to please look after me," the Vampire King said. "Would you like to absorb the next crystal and upgrade the system?" He headed on to the ship, and the others were checking a few things before leaving. They all looked at each other, wondering just how he had done it. Quinn had entered the main part of the ship, and finally he was ready. "Yes, nest crystal is now being absorbed into your body." Immediately, Quinn felt a rush of energy course through his body, yet it wasn't a pleasant feeling at all. The energy was far too much for him to handle. It felt like someone was drowning his body in ki. His veins felt like they were bursting. It was so painful that Quinn could only let out a mighty scream. The other rushed into the ship once they heard it. "What is going on, Your Majesty? Are you okay?" Ronston asked. "Don't touch me," Quinn warned. veins bulging up his neck. "Just stay away. That's an order." Hearing this, Jesk was making sure that everyone stayed back, listening to his master's order, but the gorilla couldn't help and stared at the crystal behind him. Eventually, Jesk ran outside, trying to avoid doing something he didn't want to do. The energy felt familiar, yet not at the same time, and using what knowledge he had of Ki, Quinn was trying to get a hold on it, so it wouldn't so vigorously rampage through his body. Unfortunately, no matter what he tried to do, the pain didn't seem to be residing. It was as if he had no other choice but to just accept the large amount of energy and let it run rampant through his body as it wished. "Guys, I think we have a bigger problem. A wave of beasts has started heading our way," Mo exclaimed, staring out the window. The next second and the whole ship shook. "I will look after His Majesty and keep an eye on him, while you get rid of the beasts," Ronston ordered. Heading outside, the group got to work quickly. These were ordinary beasts, not like what they had fought outside, but there were many, and in the distance it looked like more were coming. "Are they attracted to the nest crystal? What should we do?" Joy asked. "Get rid of the beasts, and let's get out of here," Nian ordered. Mo, following orders, blood swiped his way through many of the beasts, and rushed around the back, but he could see that the thrusters to the ship had already been damaged. With the ship incapable of flight, all they could do was communicate back to the others and ask for help. In the meantime, they were stuck here, and they had an army of beasts to deal with. "Defend His Majesty and the ship until he is done with whatever he is doing," Norvik ordered, as he slapped his big belly a couple of times. "That's all we have to do." Back in the ship, Quinn was thinking the same thing. He just had to get through this absorption stage, and then he would be able to deal with whatever was happening outside. Sitting in the same state, Quinn had no idea how much time had passed. The pain was making him lose all of his senses. He was scared that it would never end, but at some point, a message had finally appeared in front of him. "Update. Absorption of the next crystal is now at 1%. The current rush of attack from the human and vampire alliance was in full swing against the Dalki. So far, nearly every planet and group were accomplishing their goals with ease, without having encountered too much trouble. Unfortunately, the Dalki's defense force was nevertheless strong enough to have all factions suffer casualties. At the moment, Sam and his group had just finished taking down the Dalki fortress in front of them. Dealing with the Dalki mothership itself was still a tricky business, but with users of the Shadow and each group having one crystal, each one should be okay. The only worry was that the group that entered had to be strong enough to either open up the ship from the inside to allow the others to come and join the fight, or to take down the system that would create the Dalki shield. For his group, he would be relying on Layla, who held the special storage crystal, along with Dennis, who knew how to use the Shadow well and could also perform the Shadow travel. However, unlike Quinn's version, he could only take a few people with him, since his space was small. This allowed him to take Vincent along with him, who was a strong leader in many senses. Currently, Sam was standing in the destroyed fortress with the rest of the cursed faction and vampires who were in on the attack. He was looking up at the mothership that was a little away. The others had already gone inside, and they were just waiting for them to act. "You look concerned," Logan, who was standing by his side, commented. He wasn't fully involved in the fighting as much as the others, but then again, he and Sam were busy trying to see the bigger picture of the war and react to any sudden changes. "I am," Sam admitted. "We've come far, but everything has been going far too smoothly for my liking. I had planned for so many variables, yet not one of them has occurred yet. It's as if they're just letting us retake our planets one by one." "I would take that as a good thing. Our power has increased, and I think they know it," Logan replied. "So far, the Dalki have always acted based on them being the stronger race, having the stronger forces that are able to overwhelm us. Maybe this time we have managed to overwhelm them." It was then that Logan brought up something, a hologram of the solar system that seemed to somewhat back up what he was saying. There looked to be little counters by each of the planets out in the beast's solar system. "What is that?" Sam asked, intrigued. "Some time ago I went back to my parents' lab and used the knowledge gained from Richard to create something else. After creating the Demon-tier beast finding system, I thought to myself, if it's possible to find those beasts, why can't I create something that would help us get a read on the Dalki energy? The energy reading of a single-spike Dalki shows as 1. I have not enough data on a 2-spike or 3-spike Dalki, but they would certainly produce more energy than a 1-spike, giving out the reading of a higher number. I used my funds to create self-piloted ships that would drop off my devices on the planets. I'm sure it will be a while till they find them, since the Dalki are too busy dealing with other things. Anyway, although we can't use this energy reading to give us an accurate number of how many Dalki are on a single planet, it will at least allow us to see where most of the forces are." Looking at the numbers, they were all quite similar, as if equal forces had been placed on each of them. At the same time, many of the beasts' planets were showing no signal at all. "Are they planning to just defend?" Sam wondered. "It looks like they have set up defenses on 9 different planets, which is also equal to the number of attack groups we have. I was hoping your little energy radar would have picked up where Graham was. For now, all we can do is stick to the plan. The most important thing about this plan is to keep going forward. If one group gets left behind, we can't go back to help them. Otherwise it will leave the Dalki with an opportunity," Sam explained, as he looked back towards one planet that hadn't moved on from their position yet. The planet where Sack and Samantha were on. Unexpectedly, while one group seemed to be moving slowly, there were 2 who were moving faster than any of the others, blitzing their way through planet after planet, reclaiming what was once theirs. Rodero was a desert-like planet that had dark gray skies at all times throughout the day. Its gravity was around 1.5 times stronger than that of Earth. Yet for Peter, who stood on top of a slanted rock, looking outward toward the Dalki fortress that had been set up, this didn't seem to pose any problem. He stood, walked, and even ran as if everything was just fine, and the same was true for the vampires under his commands. Only the humans from the cursed faction were still having a little difficulty adjusting to it. "Don't worry, you guys rest for now," Peter shouted as he looked back at his relatively large army of around 10,000 or so. But at the front were the vampires and one of the vampire leaders, Jake Musket of the 6th family, along with his close family. "He's going to do it again," Jake smiled, understanding the meaning of their commander's words. Peter had shared his strategy of how he was going to help them win, and initially Jake thought him to be slightly mad. The vampire forces numbered only in the hundreds. The Dalki were strong, and they knew that, but he was sure he would see the same spectacle as he did before. "Everyone, get ready to move on to the next planet. Make preparations," Peter shouted to the humans of the group, and they soon got to work. It was then that Peter began to run through the crowd, and in doing so, there were 2 others that were following him. A short while later, Peter started to run across the plain, hard desert, and so did the others, but they were a good distance away from Peter and the other 2. Readying his fist, Peter charged ahead, in front of his 2 lesser whites, and immediately punched down the large gate in the fortress, shaking the whole place. The fortress had dented slightly as the chains had pulled back. Seeing this, Peter punched it again and again, each time pushing the gate bit by bit. The Dalki, seeing this, had decided to stop him by jumping down the walls, but before they could even reach him, 3 of them got sliced in half, their bodies falling to the ground. At the same time, on the other side, they had been struck right in the chest with a palm thrust, and the 2 went flying back. They'd been dealt with by a headless white. This time it looked a bit different, as it had body armor on as well. Through more testing, Peter had learned more about his lesser whites, and he didn't know if it was just something unique to him, but Hilston's body was still able to use the power of beast gear. His body was still as strong as it was before, and there was now this as well. However, during his conquest, there was something else Peter had discovered and learned. Throwing both of his fists back, a strange glow started to appear around them, and throwing them both at the same time, a stronger strike than before blasted the doors, swinging them off their hinges and hitting the Dalki that were standing just behind the door. Peter, who thought he would never learn such a thing, had learned some form of ki. The only strange thing was, he could only coat ki on his fists, and it was quite visible when he did so. It was a strange phenomenon, especially for someone who thought he had none, but Nate told him to just go along with it. Yet there was one more trick up his sleeve, as Peter placed his hand on one of the Dalki that had been killed by the door. "Wake up!" Peter shouted, and the body started to get up by itself. Peter placed his hand on another as well, the 2-spiked Dalki that was on the ground. "Wake up!" And the other Dalki rose. The 2 were lesser whites belonging to Peter. The white was now able to make more lesser whites than before, and had become a strong being that was able to match up to the previous Big Four with his powers and strength. With the large door down, the vampires came rushing in, as it was time for them to start their massacre. The second group that was also making fast progress came as no surprise because this family was the Blade family, and they had just landed on the first Dalki-owned beast planet. "We need to be careful," Forden cautioned those under his command as he flapped his large wings on his back. "I have a feeling it won't be easy from here onwards." The planet that Sam was most concerned about was struggling for a valid reason, because right now they were dealing with one of the most feared Dalki to all mankind, one of their leaders, One-Horn. A few moments ago, Sack, Samantha, Fex, and Linda were frightened about what they're about to face off against. They were worried that they wouldn't be enough to go up against such a titan. However, just as their worries were starting to take over, a ship could be seen in the distance, and crashing down from it were three figures that were there for support. The Headless Knight Oscar, Mona, and by her side a Dalki. With this support, the others were confident, and they were all waiting to see who would be making the first move. "Ha ha! Come on! I heard your name was One-Horn, right? Well, after today, you'll have to rename yourself No-Horn." Fex taunted the Dalki leader as he realized his threads were aimed straight for the crooked horn that was on the Dalki's head. One-Horn didn't regard them as a threat or anything he needed to worry about. He was ready to just break through the strings, but at the same time, everyone else took that as their signal to make a move. Mona had charged in with her Dalki heading in first, and Sack had run around the side and jumped in at the same time as the Dalki did, pincering One-Horn. "Should we move in as well?" Linda wondered. "Not yet. All the 5-spiked Dalki seem to have a special ability, and we still have no idea what his is. The best time to attack is when the opponent is trying to attack you." Samantha shook her head, as she could see something happening soon. Seeing the others move, One-Horn ignored the string, allowing it to be tied around his head, while at the same time he punched Sack's leg, sending the Supreme Commander back through the snow, and punched the Dalki at the same time, able to split his focus. Sack got up quickly from the snow, his leg throbbing and stumbling a little. "Damn, it hurts this much from a single hit, despite my blood aura and hardening ability. Thankfully, my leg isn't broken this time. There needs to be a way to hurt him." However, the other Dalki who had attacked at the same time and was a 3-spike was not in a good condition at all. The right side of its body was missing as green blood dripped from his body. It looked like it was already on its last legs, and the only reason it had survived was because Fex had pulled it slightly to the side. "What a waste," Mona sighed, as she placed her hand on the Demon Tier amulet. Not long after, the Dalki had fallen to the floor, the energy being transferred over to herself. She activated her beast equipment as well, knowing that they would soon be in for a brawl. Samantha, Fex, and Linda hadn't moved in after the pincer attack. They still felt like there was a chance for an opening, but One-Horn's counterattack had been too fast for them to find one. "We have to get close," Linda said, as she inched towards One-Horn, while Mona on the other side charged in fully. "If you're in danger, I'll try to move you out of the way with my strings. From back here, I can see things a little clearer than you two," Fex suggested, as he threw out his needles, piercing the two girls in the back. Agent 11 was still back in camp. The vampire was aware that he would hardly be able to do much to the Dalki leader. As for his blood weapon, unfortunately there wasn't a good target to use it on. When Mona charged in, she had done so quite confidently, feeling stronger than she had ever done before. At the same time, she was making sure she was breathing correctly. One-Horn turned around, throwing out his leg behind to hit her, but she leaned back just in time, avoiding the hit, and moved in quickly, hitting him in the chest with a hook. In retaliation, One-Horn tried to chomp down on her, but by moving slightly and spinning to the side, she punched the Dalki leader twice in the side quickly. The blows didn't look like they had hurt him much, but each time she successfully hit One-Horn, loud bangs could be heard by everyone watching. They all knew each strike had great power in them, and everyone was just amazed at how skillful Mona was. Right now, in a life-and-death situation, she was able to fight so calmly and skillfully. "That is the power of the Big Four, all right," Sack smiled. "We have to wait for the right time." The woman continued to avoid the strikes, but although One-Horn was getting pummeled, he didn't seem to have lost a single drop of blood. Eventually, Mona made a slight mistake as she lost her footing in the snow, slipping slightly. This was the opportunity One-Horn had been waiting for, and his large fist aimed towards her head. Mona barely managed to place both her hands over her head. "Crap, I messed up! A 5-spike Dalki hit will kill me in one blow," Before the first hit Mona, though, the others had taken action. Both Samantha and Linda appeared by her side. With all their strength, they threw their fists towards One Horn's, and at the same time, in the air from above, with his knee forward hitting the fist as well, was Sack. All of their strength striking at once still felt like it wasn't enough, but the two powers colliding had bought Fex enough time to act as well. Piercing her with a needle, he pulled Mona out of danger. The two girls could feel that the bones in their forearms had shattered, including those in their knuckles, but they still pushed forward until they felt the strings pulling them away as well. With only Sack left, One Horn's strength, although not at the power it was before, continued to push forth. It had sent the Supreme Commander flying through the air, once again crashing into the snow. "Your little ants are only delaying the inevitable," One Horn stated coldly. "Why did you guys do that?" Mona asked, now that she was out of harm's way. She then saw that their arms and the bones in their body were healing, recalling that neither one of them was human anymore. "You don't have to worry about us so much," Samantha reassured her. "We know we are not strong like you. You're one of our best chances at beating him, so you keep attacking him, and whenever we can, we will protect you from getting hit." At the same time, seeing that Mona really was their best shot and being the only human there, Fex had a suggestion as he pulled out the black needle from his body. "They should give you a bit of power boost. Don't worry, I won't try to control you. You're a better fighter than me, so I won't interfere." Quickly recovering, Sack stood up, his knees now shaking. "Ha ha ha, you call us ants, but we sure are giving you a hard time," Sack proclaimed. His ability, as well as his new vampire body, was giving him great strength, and he was putting up a much better fight compared to the previous time. "What else should I call you?" One Horn questioned, stomping his foot. "Look at me. Despite all of you teaming up in your feeble attempt of bringing me down, you have yet to injure me to any meaningful degree. Tell me, how do you think you can kill me?" Sack just smiled back at this face. "You're right. We might be unable to. That's why we're counting on him." Sharp bones rose from the ground, piercing through the hard scale of One Horn, going right through his legs. Turning his head, looking behind him, he stared at the armored being who hadn't even moved yet. Then, when looking at the dead Dalki, it no longer had a head on its body. Walking forward, there was a bone sword in Oscar's hand. "Ah!" One Horn shouted, moving forward and breaking the bones that had pierced him. Part of them were still in his leg, but turning around he was now looking at who had done this to him, and he could see a familiar-looking head shoved right in front of his eyes with a strange smile. "What? How is that possible? Didn't I kill you already?" One Horn shouted in confusion, before he even realized that his body was unable to move. The others had seen the Dullahan use his strange power to freeze his opponents once before, when this head made eye contact with one it wished to slay. The only thing was, the others hadn't expected that such a thing could work against the Dalki, especially the five-spiked Dalki leader. Yet they were all witnessing it right now. The muscles on One Horn's body were tensing in an attempt to move. His calf was expanding and bulging, yet nothing was working. "What kind of freakish monster are you?" One Horn shouted at the top of his lungs. A bone from the ground rose and held onto the head, making a hand at the end to grab it, just like it had done the time before. At the same time, gripping onto the bone sword tightly with both hands, it looked like Oscar was ready. He swung it out towards One Horn's neck. It was a clean hit, and at first the sword looked to be going through until it suddenly stopped. The veins on One Horn's neck were showing even through his thick black scales. Green blood could be seen rising up in that area. No matter how much Oscar tried to push the sword through, it wasn't budging, despite his great strength. "Let me give you a hand," Mona shouted, as she came rushing forward. The woman jumped, kicking the back of the sword with her legs. This time Mona had the black needle in her back, and power was surging through her body. She had the power of the amulet, her beast gear, and now a blood weapon. A loud bang was heard, and it pushed a sword around an inch further. More green blood started trickling down One Horn's neck. "I see now," One Horn stated as he grabbed onto the bone sword itself and snapped it with his large fingers. He quickly pulled out the shard of sword that was stuck in his neck and hurled it towards Oscar's head that was still being held up by the bone. Before it reached it, though, Oscar had jumped in the way, anticipating the move, and the shard had gone right through his armor. It had stopped when hitting his flesh, but there was no blood dripping from his body. "I see, you really are a monster." One Horn added, as he closed his eyes and moved his head slightly, looking away from the head. That's not good. It appears as if he figured out that it only works on eye contact. Oscar's trick won't work again, and that might have been our only chance just now. However, if we can hurt him once, we can do it again, Mona thought, pushing off her two legs and going towards One Horn like a rocket. She bashed into his back, pushing him slightly. At the same time, Oscar had retrieved his head, which was now by his side, forming a brand new bone sword in his hand. From the ground rising through the snow, several weapons appeared in the area. They were spears, axes, giant swords, and small ones, but each one of them looked to have been created from bones. One Horn attempted to hit Mona, who was behind him, with a back fist, yet it missed and hit nothing but air. Despite her boost, she wasn't faster than the Dalki leader, just able to predict his moves when needed. It was tiring and wasn't 100% perfect, and with an enemy like him, a single miscalculation could be the end of her. However, seeing One Horn's strength, letting him live might spell the end of the human race. He wasn't feared as humanity's bane after the first war for nothing. Oscar barged into One Horn with the side of his shoulder and tried to knock the Dalki down, who quickly took a swing for his chest. The sword had been grabbed and split apart once again for One Horn to deliver a great punch to Oscar's head. It knocked off the helmet he wore. That went flying and landed far off into the snow. Now, where Oscar's helmet once was, a strange smoke could be seen appearing at the top of it. Grabbing another sword from the ground that he had created, Oscar swung a bone axe, hitting One Horn in the ribs, chucking him back a few steps. Blood was drawn again, but none of the blows were deep enough to be fatal. "You ants are starting to seriously piss me off," One Horn shouted as he punched his two fists together. He then started to claw at his chest, creating two more large scratch marks, allowing his body to bleed more, giving him a boost in power. When the axe had hit One Horn's body, it had broken. Picking up a spear this time, Oscar hurled it towards the Dalki. Seeing this, he hesitated slightly before charging forward. Spinning his body, he avoided the spear and grabbed it. The next second, the Dalki had thrown it back towards his opponent. Mid-air, jumping towards it, was Mona, who attempted to grab onto the handle. It seemed like it did nothing as it took her along with the momentum. A few moments later, though, Sack, Linda, and Samantha were all standing behind, ready to catch her as her body hit theirs. It looked like One Horn was going towards them, but before he could even reach them, Oscar was there, and this time he held up his head in front of him. It stopped One Horn's charge, slowing it down, causing the Dalki to close his eyes. At that moment, a giant hammer made of bones was swung down, hitting the top of his head. It crashed in the snow and against the ground, creating a large crater underneath, and even shook the shelter they were away from. Oscar was proving in this fight that his strength was no less than the 5-spike. "When we all fought One Horn last time, no matter what we used, he was able to overwhelm us," Samantha couldn't help but utter as she saw her father contend with his murderer. "Everything's changed," Sack explained. "None of us are human, for one. Before, a single punch from him would have knocked me out of this fight. This time I've already taken a couple, and I can still keep going. This time there are more of us as well. Your father is a lot stronger." The second the bone hammer had crashed on top of One Horn's head, it broke, but seconds later, Oscar picked up another one. The new weapon also smashed down on the Dalki leader, again with enough force to shake the ground. The crater got deeper underneath the two of them. Another hammer was formed, and it was thrown down again, making it even deeper, and large cracks began to appear. Snow was falling through the fissures that had been created. Not stopping again, a larger hammer was created, and it was thrown into One Horn's head directly again, only this time a hand was lifted above it, grabbing the weapon before it could reach its target. He pushed back against it, and soon another hand appeared to help the first one. Something was strange, though. Grabbing on the large hammer, all of One Horn's fingers could be seen. It was almost as if his hand had gotten bigger. Standing up from the ground, he grabbed the hammer with both hands, and by the second they realized that they weren't just imagining things. One Horn was indeed growing in size. Blood spilled out of his mouth, but his size was getting bigger by the second. He was already a large 7-feet-tall Dalki, yet he seemed to be growing even bigger. "This has to be it," Samantha exclaimed. "The special trait we were warned about." "Dad, get out of there!" Samantha screamed at the top of her lungs. Now, looking at One Horn, He was 30 feet in height and was a colossal giant. Large dalky wings sprouted from his back, and a tail started to grow as well. It wasn't special like Slicer's, but right now they were looking at a giant 5-spiked dalky whose head could even tip over the shelter walls. "Holy crap! It's like what happened on those TV shows," Vex exclaimed. "Power blamers! Wait, why doesn't that sound right?" Looking down, One Horn could see Oscar below him, smaller than his foot. He smiled, before lifting it up and slamming it down on him. "This time I'll make sure you stay dead, Ant." The large foot slammed into the ground and chucked up the snow and pieces of the ground with it. It was clear that not only had One Horn's size changed, but his strength had drastically increased as well. Most of the others stumbled as the strike was unexpected, and as they lifted themselves out of the snow, Samantha looked towards the snow and could see One Horn's smile. "No!" Samantha screamed and squinted her eyes. I... She was scared that she had lost her father once more. It was a pain that had taken a long time to heal, and Samantha wasn't even sure if she was actually over it. Seeing Oscar appear in his new form, how he had been with her, she had felt like a piece of her was slowly coming back. Samantha still felt guilty about the choice she had made at that time, but she couldn't deny that she enjoyed spending time with Oscar even the way he was now. Closing her eyes, there was a striking pain in her heart. Suddenly they heard a loud neighing sound in the distance. Looking up, she could see that Oscar was now on top of his familiar. The large black horse spewed green mist out of its nostrils. "He's still alive," Mona finished the sentence, giving Samantha a hand and bringing her back up to her feet. "But that one needs to be killed." It didn't take a genius to figure out which one Mona was talking about. The Dalki leader that even those inside the shelter could now see. Seeing the large head made those patrolling the walls shake in fear. The battle was taking place around 200 yards away, but those from the Earthborn group were frozen still. "If that Dalki were to jump from there to here, it would destroy the shelter in a couple of hits," one of them uttered on the wall. Fortunately, it seemed that One Horn was far more concerned with the surrounding ants. Seeing Oscar still alive, he thought he must have been imagining things. Lifting his foot up, there was only a large imprint on the ground, with a few crushed bones from the weapons, yet no body, which meant that the figure on top of the horse was indeed the one he had been fighting so far. Angry, One Horn attempted to swat the horse away, yet the familiar jumped over the large hand, moving at a speed that surpassed even most vampire leaders. Its feet hardly touched the ground, as it looked more like it was gliding. However, the power behind One Horn's attack was so powerful that it created a wind force that managed to uproot the trees some distance away. How do we kill something like that?" Vex gulped down hard as he looked up at the Dalki. He took back his black needle. He imagined Mona just had been getting tired of her blood being drained, and now instead he had placed it in himself. The royal knight immediately felt the surge of power, and he started to twiddle his fingers, making his red string go over each other again and again. "What are you planning?" Sack asked as he approached his side. "It's going to take a while, but I believe I can create a string thick enough to at least hold him in place. Honestly, I have no way to kill him. I can only tie him up and make him trip or something, and he might even still break out," Vex replied. "Still, keeping him in place might help the rest of you to somehow deal with him." The others were thinking hard as well, but could think of nothing. Seeing Vex like he was, they all felt like they couldn't just sit back without at least trying to help out. In the meantime, while the others were thinking, Oscar was taking action. He had brought out a bone whip. Galloping on top of his familiar, he had tried to wrap it around One Horn's large leg quickly. Pulling on it, the bones pierced his hard scales, and green blood painted the snow. Unfortunately, it seemed to do nothing, as One Horn simply lifted his foot and stomped down again. The bone whip broke, yet they still weren't getting closer to a solution. Instead, it looked like One Horn was going to act. He pulled back both of his hands, and shortly after, threw them down at the ground one after another. Unlike the stomps with his foot, these blows weren't slow by any means. Each fist hit the ground, creating large craters along with causing a piece of land to be thrown up. It felt like the whole planet was shaking with each hit. Eventually, one of the strikes even caused a pool of water to form in the crater. the others tried to get out of the range of the attack, as One Horn seemed to be solely focused on Oscar. The Dullahan was constantly moving and still avoiding the strikes by One Horn, but then the horse did something different. When avoiding one of the strikes, it looked to have galloped on the air itself. Hitting the air, it created a cloud of green smoke from its hoof. It continued to move upward as if hitting a solid wall this way. The horse was somehow flying, without actually flying. Now getting close, it made One Horn's position slightly awkward. In Oscar's hand, he had formed quite the large bone spear. But something strange happened, and it was as if the bone itself had stopped forming before the spear could be finished. Once again, Oscar could no longer rely on his bone powers, somewhat similar to how ability users would run out of MC cells. Still, he threw the unfinished spear as hard as he could towards One Horn. Bending down slightly, One Horn allowed it to hit his forehead just to the side of where his horn would be. It had pierced its head but stopped short. Still, it looked like it had hurt him more than he had anticipated as he flapped his wings in anger. "Stop delaying the inevitable!" One Horn screamed in frustration. Seeing this, the horse started to neigh in response, like it was scared or trying to say something. Back on the ground, watching everything and not being able to interfere, Fex's earrings started to glow, and a few seconds later the little bull, Ham, appeared. Master, I have an urgent thing to tell you. It's the Horse King who wants to ask you all of a favor," Ham urgently said. "He says to keep the big monster occupied. Give him some time, and he'll be able to defeat it. Find a way to hold it still." Listening to these words, the others looked at each other. It was the only hope they had. Now, covering their faces from the heavy gusts of wind, they could see that One Horn was following the familiar into the air. The horse quickly turned away and started to run through the air, leaving clouds of green smoke behind, yet the Dalky leader One Horn followed. "No!" Sack shouted out. They're heading towards the shelter!" The others quickly started running after, but were far too slow to keep up with the likes of One Horn and the Horse King, even for a group of super beings. A short while later, still on their way, the whole ground shook countless times. They could only imagine what was happening, and when they got closer, they could see what was happening as well. The sound of screams were heard throughout, but it was being drowned out by rumbling and explosions of power. Eventually, the group had arrived, but it was not the same place they had come from. The walls had been destroyed. Dead bodies lay in the snow on the ground, too many to count. It looked as if not a single person had survived. In the middle of the entire shelter. Walking through the walls, none of the structures were what they used to be, and it was hard to imagine that a single person, out of their army of 50,000, had survived the onslaught. In the center, though, were two beings. One Horn was no longer flying, and Oscar was there as well. Why did he come to the shelter? He should have known everyone was here, Sack thought. Listening to this, and the fact that the horse had run in this direction, and what was ordered of them, Mona had some ideas, but she didn't want to say it. She didn't want to say what she thought, in case it wasn't true. "Come on, Sack. You're our supreme commander. We need to kill One Horn once and for all. We can't allow the sacrifice of everyone here to have been for nothing. Pick yourself up, and let's do the job that we came here to do." Mona's pep talk had snapped the rest out of their daze as they realized the real threat that was in front of them. But what could they do? Just how were they meant to hold One Horn down and make him stay still? The horse once again started neighing, and Fex, not having put Ham away, nodded as he began to relay the information to the others. "He's going to start the process now, so you all need to do something. Just keep him in the general area and make sure he can't fly," Ham translated. "I think I can do something," Fex answered. "I kept rethreading my string powers over and over. Honestly, I'm pretty exhausted, but I think this is the strongest string I have ever made in my life." While running, Fex had never stopped making string, even during the attack. He had wrapped it around his arm. It looked like he was carrying multiple thick scarves as the other end of it hung and touched the surface. "To stop him moving, the two main things we need to wrap are his wings and legs. But I don't know how we're going to do that," Fex said, holding on to the string and pulling it a couple of times for good measure. "I have a plan," Mona smiled, while staring at One Horn. A few moments later, everyone was moving into action, heading towards One Horn. Seeing this, It looked like Oscar was putting faith in his colleagues. For one, he jumped off the horse and landed on the ground. He jumped backwards a few times using his powerful legs. He jumped like a grasshopper towards the shelter and quickly got away from One Horn. Then, placing his head on the ground, he was ready to take action, placing both his hands on the floor. He was vulnerable right now, and if One Horn hit him with a single hit, he would be done for. Regardless, he could see a group springing into action. The others were already in front of One Horn before the latter could even react. First, the horse began to glide in the air, and he quickly charged towards One Horn and headed towards its head. Seeing this, One Horn opened its large mouth and just chomped down on the horse. The second he did, the horse turned into green smoke and spread everywhere in the surroundings. "What is this? There's no blood!" One Horn was surprised and a little dizzy, as the green smoke had some kind of woozy effect on him. "This is great! The familiar is helping us out, but with it just having died, it looks like it will no longer be able to help Oscar avoid those blows. This is going to be our only chance," Vex shouted, as he had a fraction of a string in his hand compared to moments ago and was getting ready to do his job. Being somewhat blind and in a daze, One Horn was swinging rapidly, and someone chose to take this opportunity as she leapt upon One Horn's arm. As he swung widely, Mona had to be careful and have a firm grasp of her balance. While he was swinging his arms trying to hit something, she had to hold on to some scales. Then, when it stopped, she ran up the arm as fast as she could. It felt like Mona was playing some kind of game. At the same time, in her hand, she held a spear. Mona had got this from one of the dimensional storage boxes she had around her waist. Rarely did she use weapons, since her fists were always her choice, but once in a while they would come in handy depending on what type of beast she would face. Today seemed like their day. Tied around one of the spears was part of the string Fex had created. She hoped for her plan to work, but it would be tough. Finally, running up, she was on top of One Horn's shoulder. He still seemed to be affected by the smoke, and now that she was also closer to the gas, she also was feeling its effects. Still, she quickly held her breath to not let it affect her any more. Mona looked at the weakest part of the wing where the scales weren't as strong. She thought there was a chance. She wasn't exactly weak, so she hoped this would work. Hurling the spear towards the wing, the spear pierced through, but it was a lot like a dot on One Horn's wing. Anyway, it wasn't exactly meant to hurt him. "One down, more to go. I just hope the others will be okay. I don't know who has the hardest job out of this." It was then that One Horn acted and suddenly began to flap his large wings again. It seemed like he was going to take off, perhaps return later when he was feeling better after healing, but the group had to hold him down at any cost, no matter what. And at this moment, Linda and Samantha came forward. They were the best option right now because of their strength, and their bodies also grew in size as shadows wrapped around them. Seconds later, the two had grown significantly in size and had armor around their bodies. Linda had kept both of their armor sets in her dimensional space for a moment like this. Linda ran to the closest leg of One Horn, while Samantha ran towards the other one. It didn't take long for Samantha to evolve and get stronger with Linda as her teacher. At the same time, Linda, having been turned earlier by Quinn, was far stronger than she had realized. The two of them grabbed onto One Horn's legs and began to pull him down. Their height came just up to his knees. Even though the two girls could be considered giants right now, they looked like dwarfs compared to One Horn. "What is this?" One Horn grumbled. He felt like his wings' coordination was quite off, as they weren't moving in sync with each other. This was because Mona was also busy doing her work, and so were the two boys. Mona tried to get One Horn's wings in a twist using her weapons and the string. At the same time, on the ground below, the boys swiftly ran around him, trying to tie up the legs, especially around the knees, to avoid the girls getting tangled up in the whole thing. "It's working! Our plan is working!" Fex thought, as he continued to run around fast and was creating more red string just in case. He felt as if he was about to faint, as if real blood was leaving his fingertips instead of the blooded strings. Still, they weren't going to give up. It was only because of everyone's effort that they could keep One Horn down, and they felt like if any of them made a mistake, One Horn would escape. "Please, Oscar, finish him," Sack muttered to himself. While the others were busy holding One Horn, Oscar had been doing something that the others, perhaps, never wanted to see. As he put his palms on the ground, flesh began to fade from all the dead bodies around him. Soon, only their bones remained. This process was slow and took a while to complete, so he needed the others to distract One Horn. Now for the next step, their bones sank to the ground as well. They weren't just sinking. The energy from their bones was going to Oscar. From this, something gigantic was forming around Oscar's body. The bones encased around him, and soon it was nearly impossible to see the original Oscar. The bones clad around his head and continued to grow in size, and eventually he matched even One Horn in size. It looked like a giant skull warrior was formed, and it had a single, huge, double-handed bone sword. Inside somewhere around the chest area was Oscar controlling such a creature. "I think this might be enough to finish the job," Fex smiled. Ever since One Horn grew in size, the group was constantly thinking of a way to kill him. His large size wasn't just for show. He had gained great strength, and on top of that, whatever attacks they made on him, it was no different than a mosquito bite to him. In the end, they all had put their trust in the Dullahan, Oscar, who he claimed he, or at least his familiar, had away. It seemed crazy, but what other choice did they have? Now seeing what trick Oscar had up his sleeve, they looked at the giant skeleton warrior and couldn't help but have a sliver of hope that this was enough to deal with One Horn, just because both were similar in size. "Hold him steady!" Mona shouted as she jumped off the back of One Horn. She had used her spears and the string to tangle the wings as much as possible, but they still needed to be somewhat held on with her hands, and it wasn't something she was confident in doing. Luckily, the knots and tangling of the string did most of her work, and she was just relieved the string was somehow holding out. "We need to let that giant skeleton deal with him. Only with him can we win this," Mona cried again. As the effect of the green smoke wore off, One Horn noticed the giant soldier in front of him and began to come to his senses. He tried to move his legs, but Linda and Samantha put all their strength to hold him down. They dug their fingers hard into the scales, pulling downward as much as they could. If they were to break their concentration for an instant, they would take off along with One Horn's legs. The giant soldier moved its sword in front of him. He then took a stance and started running across the shelter floor the next second. The skeleton was very heavy, as with each step, the ground shook and crushed whatever was beneath its feet. It charged forward and thrust the sword right at One Horn's chest, but there was one thing that One Horn could still move quite well and hadn't been tied up, and that was his hands. At the right time, One Horn slammed them both, making a fist punching the sword from both sides. But the momentum of the skeleton prevailed, and the sword continued to push forward, piercing the Dalki's chest. A great amount of green blood was sprayed out, gushed on the surface for the first time. However, One Horn smiled as the sword came to a standstill and no longer went further in his chest. "I think maybe you all forgot something," One Horn shouted. His voice so loud their ears boomed. "Even in this form, the more blood I lose, the stronger I get." One Horn pushed the sword out of his chest with his hands, and just when he was about to make a counterattack, he suddenly felt something strange on his leg. They were stuck in the ground, and he couldn't move them. With the string and the two girls, he could barely move. "Get off me!" One Horn screamed, trying to force his leg upward. The thick strings looked like they were at their max tension, and a few of them began to snap. "My string!" Fex said, collapsing on the ground. He had used his ability far too much and was exhausted from running around the enemy. At the same time, the skeleton soldier took another swing, and the Dalki threw out its fist. It moved its legs slightly to try and give more power into its punches, but the two on the ground continued to hold on tight. Their fingertips were bleeding as they rubbed against the hard scales. "Keep holding on!" Linda shouted. The sword clashed against the Dalki's knuckles, cutting the skin slightly, but couldn't reach the bone before One Horn flung it away again. "We need to get a clean strike somehow," Mona thought, looking up. It was at the moment, though, that for a split second, Samantha's fingers had lost grip. Now moving his legs somewhat more comfortably, more string broke off as One Horn raised his leg. "No!" Samantha shouted. She jumped up, grabbed the leg again, and attempted to pull it down. "Get off my leg!" One Horn shouted, and he immediately stomped onto the ground, shaking the whole area and causing Samantha to lose balance and fall on her back. One Horn realized that he would need full momentum to defeat this skeleton. Intending to get rid of the ones causing him trouble, he lifted his leg and slammed it down on Samantha's body. She lifted her arms and pushed back the foot. She could see the scales, but for some reason, the strength didn't seem to be as much as she had expected. "Get out of here!" Sack shouted. He was now under the foot. Blood hardening was covering his arms as blood dripped out of his mouth. His eyes were almost bloodshot red. His bones and his strength were the only things holding up the body. Such a small figure was doing so much. "I don't understand how I'm able to do this either. Maybe it's similar to one of those situations where the mother lifts a car to save her baby. Anyway, get out of here. That's a direct order from your Supreme Commander," Sack shouted. Samantha didn't want to move, but then she thought that perhaps she could push One Horn's leg from the side if she got out. She quickly rolled her body to the side and stood up, getting ready to push the leg. However, when she saw Sack, she noticed a smile on his face. With her now safe, all his willpower slowly disappeared. Holding up the leg of One Horn for that long was already a miracle in itself. Even with his ability and vampire body, the pressure crushed his bones, and eventually the foot had flattened on the ground, crushing Sack. "No!" Samantha shouted, as she willed up all the strength in her fist and punched One Horn's leg as hard as she could. It caused it to twitch back slightly, and One Horn looked down as he felt the unexpected impact. How strong is she? One Horn thought he needed to get rid of her first, but in that split hesitation of thought, the skeleton had charged forward, looking to produce the same attack once again. The sword was already close to him, and was about to pierce his chest and through his heart. A moment of distraction was going to lead to his downfall, and there was no way to stop it. "If I'm dying here today, then I'm taking you with me," One Horn shouted as he moved forward with all his strength, breaking all the string and pushing away Linda. He had run right through the sword, allowing it to pierce through his chest and heart, but not before using his own hand, aimed straight through the skeleton's chest, and he punched right through it. The bones shattered instantly, and a small figure was chucked out of the back, flying through the shelter. The whole skeleton began to crumble and fall to the ground, and the others felt as if their hope of defeating One Horn was gone at that moment. However, One Horn's body began to sway a few seconds later. The rest of the group moved out of the way as he fell on his back, crashing down in his gigantic size. He took his last few breaths until, eventually, he was no longer breathing. "Is it over?" Fex broke the silence. "I think it is," Mona said. "The question is, at what cost?" The shelter around them had been destroyed. Not a single person from it seemed to be alive. Samantha rushed over to Sack as she wanted to see his state, or whatever was left of him, as tears streamed down her face. "We lost Sack," Fex eventually said in dismay. The two hadn't known each other for long, or had spent a lot of time together, but fighting side by side with someone as brave and strong as him, Fex hated to lose to Sack. But now, he was gone. "I don't think that's the only one," Mona said, looking off in the distance where Oscar's body had landed. The others stepped towards the large crater caused by One Horn's foot. There were many craters in the shelter, but this one in particular was larger than the others, showing how much strength had been used in the attack. They hoped to give Sack the respect he deserved with a proper burial, especially since he sacrificed himself and was the Supreme Commander. It was something that others around the world would like to see. Unlike the others who had been absorbed by the Dullahan, there should have been something left, but when they reached the crater, they were stumped by the scene in front of them. None of them could recognize Sack. A red splat on the floor with the organs and bones completely flattened was in the center, and there was nothing left of him. Witnessing this made them all realize the reality of what they had been through. Samantha was still on her knees sobbing. She still couldn't believe that Sack would sacrifice his life for her. Why me?" Samantha started to cry. "We can't do anything about this one, but we should have at least check if the other one was alive," Mona conveyed as she was already heading to where Oscar was. On the other hand, Linda had decided to stay by Samantha's side. While Fex headed off with Mona, he wanted to stay with Samantha, give her words of comfort, but he didn't know what to say at this moment, and he himself was distressed as well. He felt like perhaps Linda would be adequate to comfort Samantha. Eventually, Mona and Fex came across the Dullahan. His body had crashed into a large pile of rubble. What was once a building was now just rubble with the Dullahan laying on top of it. "Is he alive?" Fex asked. There was never a heartbeat with Oscar in the first place, since he was an undead creature, so it was hard for Fex to tell just by looking at the body. The armor on him was destroyed, and his body seemed quite crushed. Not in the same way as Sack, but it was hard to believe that the Dullahan would be able to walk again. Fex eventually saw a round object not too far, looking around the area. Running towards it, he picked it up off the ground. It was Oscar's head, but it no longer looked like what it had once did, with half of it being crushed from its head and one of its eye sockets. The only thing that was still intact was the creepy smile. He walked back with the head in his hand, returning to Mona. "I think he's dead as well," Fex eventually said. "We lost a lot. The humans lost the Supreme Commander, and now someone who was strong enough to take out One Horn is gone as well. While we were enough," Mona answered. "All of us took part in defeating One Horn, and if he had continued to live, just look at this shelter. It's thoroughly destroyed. One Horn would have gone planet to planet, destroying the shelters with ease, perhaps even halting the human race's progress compared to what it is now. And," Mona clenched her fist in anger, "maybe it's better that he's gone." "What do you mean by that?" They heard a shout from behind. Turning around, the two could see that Samantha and Linda had caught up to them. The former's eyes were glued to the head that Fex was holding. She stomped over, and he immediately handed it over as she snatched it from his hands. Samantha fell to her knees again, holding the head and bringing it into her chest as even more tears rolled over her cheek. She had already cried a lot when she had lost her father once, and now she was going through the same thing again. But soon the tears of sadness were turning to anger. Raising her head, she stared towards Mona, who had said the earlier words. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean it's better that he died? Don't forget that it was because of him that we defeated One Horn." Fex was wondering what to do. The one thing they didn't want now of all times was infighting, but he also couldn't comprehend the reasoning behind Mona's words. "For one, we all took part in taking One Horn down. I believe if any one of us weren't here today, then he would have easily slaughtered the rest. And I don't want to say it, but can't you see what he did? Oscar came this way, and it was because of him everyone at the shelter died, including my people, whom I had brought here. If you haven't figured it out, Oscar uses the dead's bodies to utilize his powers. I understand that it was to take down One Horn, but that doesn't justify what he has done, nor does it help me quell my anger and feel better for the ones I have lost." Honestly, Samantha hadn't actually thought a lot about what Oscar had done. She thought he had just run in this direction, but now looking around, she could see that there were no bodies at all. Where did all the 50,000 corpses in the shelter disappear to? "I'm sorry, but that man wasn't completely your father. I have spent more time with the new Oscar, at least more than you. Yes, a part of him was still in there, but most of him was a monster created by Richard Eno to help us win this war." It took some time for the rest to get a hold of the situation, and it was worse than they had thought. Sack, the Supreme Commander, was dead. The strongest force out of the Earthborn group was annihilated, and Oscar was no longer with them. So what were they supposed to do now? "Without the Supreme Commander, how will the Earthborn group function?" Samantha asked. "Now you are thinking a bit more with your head straight," Mona nodded. "With Sack gone, someone has to take over his role. This war is important. It's still hard to judge whether this is a victory or a loss for us, but we must continue with the plan, and someone has to lead them. Samantha, Oscar, and Sack, the past two Supreme Commanders, risked their life for you. They both deemed you as someone more important than themselves. You need to take up the role. Report to Sam everything that has happened. Plan and lead the Earthborn group further. We need to win this war. We have already lost too much." Samantha thought about Mona's words. She wasn't as strong as Mona. She had kept suffering loss after loss, but she wasn't the only one. Everyone would suffer more losses if this war were to continue. You don't have to do this alone, Vex said, kneeling beside her and offering his hand. I'll be there to help you. Even though I'm not like Sack or your father, I will stand beside you. Nodding to this, Samantha finally stood up and looked around at the entire shelter. It was time for them to make their report. Before leaving, Vex turned his head at the large Dalkey corpse of One Horn. His body was still lying in the shelter, and it hadn't shrunken down in size at all. Linda, who appeared next to him, was also staring at it. At the same time, Mona and Samantha were making the report. It's scary, right? Linda said. All the 5 spiked beings are this strong. Slicer, One Horn, and there's still another one. It just makes me wonder if One Horn was this strong and wasn't the leader, then how much stronger is Graham? We don't know if Graham is stronger than One Horn, and sometimes the leader isn't always the strongest, Vex replied. Also, I think having the large body here in front of us, filled with the blood of a 5-spiked Dalkey, might benefit us a lot. While staring at the corpse, an idea had flashed in his mind. A little while ago, Sam had received news of the loss that the Earthborn group had suffered. Honestly, he hated to say it, but even the loss of Sack and Oscar was within his predictions. If he was being more honest, he had thought there was a good chance that the Earthborn group would fail, and all of them would be lost. If they were really struggling, and if the situation looked completely hopeless, Sam had instructed Linda to contact him. In that scenario, she would contact Quinn, and the latter would be the one to deal with One Horn. Thankfully, it seemed like it was not needed. However, one thing he didn't expect was Samantha's willingness to accept the situation. With her help, if the Earthborn group listened to them during these times, it would be much better, and hopefully, there would be fewer issues. I hate that I think this way, Sam thought, while sitting down in one of the combat ships. They were currently heading to their next destination. Thanks to certain groups in the Cursed Faction army, they had successfully taken back 8 of the 9 planets that the Cursed Faction once owned. He and his group would be heading out to the first planet where the Dalkey had gathered. Now, this was where the real battle would start, as they moved on to the planets that the Dalkey owned. Sam had informed the other groups where the Dalkey were located, since many of the beast planets in the Dalkey side of the solar system were empty. The groups knew where they needed to go, but Sam wondered how to use the advantage they had right now. For one, Vex and the others were quite far from where they were. In the end, Sam had told them to ignore the other groups and come straight to the Dalkey-occupied beast planet of the solar system. He imagined that help that he had suggested would be best used there. Just one more planet for them to take over, and they will be moving out as well, Sam thought, looking at the list. The plan was proceeding quicker than Sam had imagined. The only reason he was entering the Dalkey-occupied part of the solar system, which was left untouched since the treaty, was because the Blade Group successfully dealt with the Dalkey fortresses quicker than expected. They were currently taking on the 9th and last planet that used to be owned by the Cursed Faction. The Blade family were currently on a planet named Urti. It was a planet that mostly had water with one big continent. This made it easy for the Blade Group to find the fortress they were looking for. Upon landing, they could feel the humidity in the air, and getting off the ship a distance away, the Blade family were ready to move. "Is everyone ready?" Vorden called out to the people behind him. He was leading the army for now, and they were only groups with no vampire leaders by their side. It was just a small army compared to others. Honestly, they had hardly lost anyone as well because there wasn't much work for the other ability users to do with Syl and the rest. The 2 now demon-tier beasts were unstoppable forces. Syl had a large pool of abilities to choose from, since he had an army of ability users behind them. Then there was Borden, who had more spikes than most of the Dalkey in the enemy fortress. The others would just stay back for support, and most deal with stray Dalkey who tried to escape. The group began to march off, bringing along some of their equipment, trailers, vehicles, and more that would transport a large number of the group. Currently, the Blade family were riding ahead, leading the charge on a large 4-wheeled vehicle. The land was a bit rough and bumpy as the surface wasn't exactly the smoothest. Still, all of them looked off into the distance carefully with Rayton behind the wheel. Although a demon-tier beast, he could transform himself, and he was getting better and better at controlling his mud powers. He essentially looked identical to a human while controlling things. That was when, up ahead, they could see something. "Is that a Dalki?" Borden asked. "It is, and it looks like it's holding up a white flag. Are they trying to surrender?" Borden thought. For years, a white flag has been a sign of peace and surrender, but this has never happened when fighting against the Dalki. "What do you want to do?" Syl asked, as he was getting his hands ready to deal with the Dalki in front of them. "It could be a trap, but at the same time, if we can solve this without fighting, then it will save more lives. It would be best if we talk to them," Borden replied, as he stood up and placed his hand out, gesturing to the rest of those behind them to stop advancing. In the meantime, the vehicle continued forward, and when they were close to the Dalki, they all got off. Borden was still in his little form, and he would only take injections when needed, so he mostly stayed on top of Borden's shoulder, since that was his favorite brother of the lot. The group looked around to see if they could see any Dalki. They could see the tip of the fortress in the distance, but it was too far away for them to come running towards them suddenly. In the end, Borden was the one who took the lead. Using his new black wings, he flew up and landed directly in front of the Dalki, who had no less than 3 spikes. However, in front of a beast like Borden, the two figures looked equally frightened. Their heads matched in heights, and a human seeing this wouldn't want to run into either of them. "What's with the white flag?" Borden asked. The others didn't get too close, worried that they might make the Dalki feel anxious. "We wish to surrender. We know what has been happening, and you have taken over every fortress so far. We don't wish to fight, but we just want to survive," the Dalki responded. It was strange. Borden didn't understand why now, of all times. "This is not based on our leader's orders, but on us as a fortress. I can see you are confused, but we feel the other Dalki have abandoned us. We have received no help, and communication has completely been cut off from the main base. Please, we Dalki just wish to live." There were concerns with whether they were telling the truth or not. For instance, the Dalki had a nature similar to beasts, to kill those who weren't of the same kind. This nature even caused them to fight amongst each other for power. At the same time, if they were to leave the Dalki, then what if the latter changed their mind and attacked them from behind? There was one more thing as well. "You killed a lot of people in the shelter that was originally here. Some people want you all dead. You have to give me a reason to stop them. Your desire to live means nothing to them," Borden stated. "First, tell me, why would the Dalki even abandon you?" The 3-spiked Dalki looked back for a second at the fortress behind him before turning around to the others. "We have a short lifespan, and there is only one Dalki at the moment with a mind great enough to make it so we can live for a long time, like beasts which live on for thousands of years. However, our lives have been tossed to the side. With what little time we have left, we do not wish to waste it over meaningless conflict. You seem to know about us. You should know that there is a human side to us as well. The human side wishes just to live, and we know fighting against you would be a waste. If you really want, though, we will fight for our lives. As for your other question, the reason why Graham has given up on us is because he has already created something better than us. He calls them the new Gen Dalki. If you continue onward to our part of the solar system, you will come across them. There is no longer a place in this world for us," the Dalki said. At the same time, far away from here, Sam and the others had landed on the first Dalki planet that had condensed forces. Logan looked at the readings and could see the number of enemies was very high. We're close to the finale of this war," Sam smiled. A little while before Sam and his group had landed, they were carefully checking the planets nearby. Using Logan's devices that had been adjusted to track the readings of the Dalki instead of the demon-tier beast, showed that there really were no Dalki on the other planets. Surprisingly as well, they were still working and hadn't been destroyed, including the ones on the planets with Dalki. Condensing their forces, are they really just using the same trick as us when we first attacked? Sam thought. It doesn't seem to quite suit what they have done before. It was then, just before landing, that they had a call. It was from Borden. He updated them on the information they had found out about a specific type of Dalki called the New Gen. The bad feeling that Sam had seemed to be coming true, although there wasn't much information other than the Dalki being slightly different from what they had seen before. It seemed like the Dalki themselves didn't know much about them either. Still, Sam needed to proceed with the plan and chose not to stray from the course. He also updated Vorden on what to do for the time being. He was to keep moving forward. For now, it was fine if they left the Dalki as they were. Even if they attacked them from behind or went forward, it wouldn't disrupt their plan. Sam was interested in talking to them some more if things didn't go exactly the way he wanted as well. A split between the Dalki is a good sign. Maybe I could... No, we stick to the plan. Keep going forward, and we're going to kill the demon-tier beast, Sam thought in his head. The plan to kill the demon-tier beast was Sam's main goal all along. Doing so would ruin the enemy's morale, stop them from creating more Dalki, and also, according to their information, killing one would mean that Quinn would obtain both of them due to the beast's special ability. Killing the current Dalki wasn't going to help, and they needed to get rid of the Dalki's goal. I'm not sure this is the right thing, but if Graham is planning what I think he is, then this will be our only chance. Upon landing on the Dalki planets, they noticed that they were less terraformed than the planets owned by the humans. Humans had tried to change the land somewhat to make it more habitable for every planet that they had. Since the Dalki had low numbers, it made sense that they wouldn't bother trying to change the whole planet and just the areas where they lived. Because of this, though, mostly the Dalki planets followed a similar pattern. The planet was overrun with forest, large lumps of rock that constituted barren lands, and then there were huge ice capes similar to the one they were currently standing on. Although the patterns they produced on the ground were quite interesting, they looked like waves frozen in place all over, some larger than others. Walking through the tearing, they were quite cautious about everything, but they had a strong force with them. Layla, Sam, Logan, and Dennis were from the cursed faction leaders. Then, from the vampire side, there was Vincent on his own, but he did have those in the 10th family as well. For one, Xander had come on the trip while leaving Timmy behind to take care of most things in the family. The vampires in this group weren't many, adding up to 100 or so members at most. But they were vampires that Xander said he trusted within the family. Many of them had even volunteered, saying they wanted to help Quinn. Lastly, from the other humans traveling with them, Peach, Ivy, and Ruby were there. Peach and Ivy were the leaders of the Daisy faction, and there was a large number of those from the Daisy group with them. Ruby was close to Arthur, and the reason why she insisted on coming was that they still hadn't found her daughter. Her daughter wasn't on any of the planets they had reclaimed, and with no one to ask, they could only hope that the Dalki were keeping her somewhere for some reason. Do we really have so little information on this new Gen Dalki? Layla said, as they continued to move on foot rather than use the vehicles. This was because Sam wanted to look at this new gen before facing them. How many spikes they had was his primary concern. I can bet on a few things from the knowledge that is in here, Logan said, tapping his finger on his head a few times. The Dalki were created from a base of different DNA than the vampires had gathered at the time when they were trying to develop human substitutes after all. Slight variations in genes perhaps would create a better substitute or wouldn't come with the defects they were looking for. This is one of the reasons why there is such a difference in strength between different Dalki. If they can condense the information of all the current Dalki and use that information somehow, they can create more useful Dalki. My other guess is using the energy of the other half of the demon-tier beast. They have created a stronger Dalki. Rather than try to create as many of the Dalki as they could, like Jim had originally done, they just focused on creating the strongest. Listening to Logan talk wasn't giving them confidence, especially since the Dalki were a frightening existence to begin with. What's the worst outcome? I mean, out of the two? Layla asked. That would be if they combine both of them, Logan replied. Since it hadn't come up as one of the options, Layla didn't want to think about it. It is troublesome. The Dalki being condensed like this isn't good either. One Horn was incredibly strong. Imagine if they had attacked with Slicer, One Horn, and Graham at the same time, Sam said. My guess was they were being cautious of Richard, which is why he also has defensive measures in place, such as Oscar. If they managed to regain the strength that they had lost and are now fighting together, it would be tough. The group was coming close to the source of readings, so Sam told the others to get some rest, eat up, and re-energize themselves, while the leaders would continue ahead to scout the area. After all, the energy readings didn't tell them the numbers of the Dalki, so they were curious and alert. Eventually, after traveling a good distance away from the others, they came across something. It was the top of the fortress, and this one looked to be a bit wider than the others, but it was still quite similar in size. The group hid behind a giant landmass, and standing behind it, they could see far ahead and observe the fortress carefully. "Remind me, do the Dalki have good eyesight like us?" Dennis asked. "Not as good as vampires," Vincent said. "At least not the old ones." Looking out, they were trying to see if they could catch something important. It would be hard since the fortress itself was a solid wall, and most of the Dalki would be inside, but maybe along the top, they would be able to see something staring out, and to their amazement, they actually did. The only thing was they had to rub their eyes a couple of times to make sure what they were seeing was correct. "That can't be, can it?" Layla asked while glancing at the others around her. Although they couldn't see how many spikes most of the Dalki had, one that stood in the center appeared a bit more human than the others. For one, its skin was mostly white, with scales running up it. It reminded them of Borden when he would change slightly. There was still the tail feature and their gigantic size, but their frame looked different from anything they had seen before. However, that wasn't the shocking thing about them. No, it was because, without a doubt, this Dalki in particular had a resemblance to someone they all knew. Seeing the Dalki, tears ran down Layla's cheek as she remembered what had happened. How could they do this? How could they use her like this? Sam's group wasn't the only one heading into the Dalki part of the solar system. The Earthborn group was still busy reclaiming the lost planets in their section, and they were moving unhurriedly, since many vampire leaders were helping them out. Cooperation wasn't their strongest strength, and at the same time, they were waiting for an update on the situation with Sack. Still, after dealing with One Horn, they would soon start to speed up ahead. The Greylash family, led by Owen and Niku, proceeded remarkably quickly, only a little behind the others. From the Cursed family section, the one leading the charge of the war with the vampire subclasses was Sunny. She was also on her way, heading towards the Dalki part of the solar system. Bonnie and Void were no longer with them, since the task was far too dangerous and sent back to one of the Earthborn groups instead. During her flight through space, Sunny had received an update from Sam. "Sunny, you've done a good job, and the subclasses lost were under our estimations. I must congratulate you on your performance." She heard Sam's voice on the ship intercom. The latter was yet to land on a planet. By her side, Sunny still had Rokeen and another female vampire who was there for support, listening in on everything. Sunny was one of the very few vampires who had left most of her castle vampires and inner castle vampires back in the vampire settlement. "Thank you, but you don't have to flatter me. I know what needs to be done. I assume you didn't call me just to congratulate me?" Sunny asked, wanting to get straight down to business. "You're correct. We have received an update from Vorden regarding something new happening with the Dalki. He was unsure of trusting them, but in the end, I decided to let them live in return for information. There's something that you need to be careful about. There is something called New Gen Dalki, and they might be stronger than what you have faced before. If that is the case, I would suggest, at the worst, abandoning the subclasses and regrouping with another of the cursed faction groups. Let the subclasses do as they wish. But I hope the situation won't come to that, because I have another task for you. When gathering information from the Dalki, I asked where Graham would be and what planet he resided on. The answer was surprising, to say the least. Their base isn't located on any of the planets. Rather, they ride in a ship that's the size of a large moon. Apparently, they had taken large parts of land from the planets, or the moons near them, to create it. I would like you to locate this ship. This is where Graham most likely is, and this is where the beast we are looking for will be." Sunny had no problem with the mission and had accepted it. During her fight on the Dalki fortress, she realized that although the leaders were strong and able to take out the Dalki, what would have happened if they had attacked the vampires? For one, the leaders would have never used beast gear, nor would they have had inner blood weapons. The leaders also didn't have the haste to train and get stronger as Quinn had drilled into them. It was quite possible that the Dalki would have quickly annihilated the whole vampire race as well. "I guess everything that has happened has been for a reason," Sunny smiled. The ship was heading towards one of the beast planets and was close enough to feel its gravitational pull onto the ship when Sunny was about to give instructions to steer away from the planet to search for the main Dalki ship. They suddenly heard a beeping sound in the ship before she could order the move. Rokeen rushed to one of the monitors to have a look at what was going on. "Nina, activate the ship's defensive shields now!" Rokeen shouted. Nina quickly went over to the panel and followed the command. Usually, if an energy blast was detected, the shield would come online on its own. However, the ships the vampires used didn't have as strong shields as the Dalki motherships, but it was enough to survive a couple of attacks. Quickly, Rokeen rushed to the windshield, and he could see a black object heading their way. It wasn't large, but it was coming at a great speed, encased in what looked like flames. As it touched the shield could do nothing to slow it down, as it pierced through it and hit right through one side of the ship. "We've been hit, and it looks like more are coming our way. What do we do?" Rokeen asked. Sunny had to make a quick decision. The planet they were about to land on was one of the beast planets that showed readings of the Dalki, but she had just been tasked with something different. The question was, can they get away? And if they failed and the ship was destroyed in space, they would lose all the subclasses as well. While thinking, another object hit the ship, and the ship automatically sealed off that section to minimize the damage. "Land the ship!" Sunny shouted. Quickly, they activated the thrusters. The ship was large in the first place, since it was a drop ship filled with countless numbers of the subclasses. It started to head towards the planet, and at the same time, the enemy attacks had stopped. "Was it trying to get us to land? And I don't see any of the Dalki fortresses anywhere," Sunny thought. "I guess I will have to deal with the Dalki here and whatever was making that attack, and then head off to search. It will delay the mission, but I think we can deal with this quickly." The ship was slowly approaching the orange-like wasteland of the surface. As they got closer and decided to steer in the direction of the enemy, they spotted someone on the ground. "Is that just one Dalki?" Rokeen asked, doubting her eyes. What they were seeing was indeed just a single Dalki. It stood there surrounded by countless black spears dug into the ground. The black spears didn't actually look like spears, but were just long and pointed at the end. It was a simple object created from the Dalki material. It was then that the Dalki smiled and picked up one of the spears while staring at the ship. "Too slow," it said as it threw the spear, aiming right for the back engine. The spear passed through, and a loud explosion shook the ship as it began to tilt due to the impact. The front of the ship opened up, and the vampires jumped, landing on the ground. At the same time, the ship crashed not far away from them. "Don't worry," Sunny said after getting up. "If there is a Dalki here, there will be another ship, and that won't be enough to kill the subclasses." Sunny was right, as the containers were in good condition, even against the attack. Soon, the doors started to open on the containers, and out came rushing all of the subclasses at once. "Now this is interesting," Dalki said. "This will be a nice test to see if I can take you all on." A single Dalki. Sunny couldn't imagine there was only one Dalki on this planet when she was expecting to face a whole colony. However, something else was distressing her even more. In the description of the Dalki, Sam said they were all to look out for and to report immediately if they saw a Dalki sporting human clothes. On a distant and faraway planet, not in the Beast solar system, there was one person who was going through an immense amount of pain. Not for a second had the pain receded since starting this process, but he couldn't give up. Still, to make him aware of his progress and how long he had to continue suffering like this, the system was there to tell him. "System nest crystal absorption progress, 10%. "How do we know that both fortresses were equal in strength?" Niku slammed his hand on the table in frustration. The Greylash group that Owen was leading was heading off towards the Dalki side of the Beast planet. At the same time, the other group being led by Grimm was about to arrive as well, and was just a short distance away from them. only heading in a different direction. The group was in a garden-like hall, with a stone table set in the middle at the ship's center. There was even a pond nearby with a small flowing waterfall. It certainly gave a calming feeling, but it felt strange to have a place like this in the ship. But that was just how Owen had always done things. He wanted to feel comfortable wherever he was. Lifting his fan over his mouth, Owen let out a chuckle. "What you say is true, but I thought the rules just stated who could clear a fortress quicker. Besides, it wasn't like there was a prize for this event or anything. Let's just say that they were stronger than the one I fought." Nate, who was also at the stone table, felt a little uncomfortable, but he was just thankful that Owen wasn't so childish. He was happy to concede defeat and go with Niku's ways. In fact, he had been doing this the whole time. Niku wanted to make it a competition, and Owen had agreed. Now he was complaining again, and Owen was taking a step back once again. "Pfft," Niku scoffed, crossing his arms. "And unlike us, you had a lot more people on your side." Ahem. Clearing his throat, Nate interrupted to talk about the matter at hand. "We got a report from Sam. We need to be careful of the new Jendalki on these planets. I would suggest we slow down our pace a little and fight together from this point forward. It was good to let the humans and vampires fight separately, but now we might need everyone's strength. After all, I'm sure you all heard what happened with the Earthborn group led by Sack." For the first time in a while, Owen had an expression of sorrow on his face. Although he covered up his face with his steel fan for most of the time, it wasn't hard to judge his emotions from his eyes, and Nate understood him very well. Everything was going well, and all groups were reporting good news, but then the report about Sack's group arrived. In truth, they perhaps should be celebrating that One Horn was dealt with, yet the loss of their comrades was much heavier. "There still has been no report on Graham, so we need to keep an eye on that as well. Is there any update from the vampires about Quinn? Is he on his way back? I've been keeping his shadow active for a while," Nate asked. Niku remained quiet for some time, because he was in contact with the Eighth Family, who had the ability of telepathy. He was communicating with the vampire shelter, who would, in turn, forward the message to Quinn's group. "Yes, they're all right, but Quinn seems to be in the middle of something. Right now, they are protecting him and are fighting. Some reinforcements have also been sent from the settlement to support, so they should be fine," Niku conveyed to the others in the room after disconnecting. "Doing something? What are you up to, Quinn?" Nate wondered. It sounded strange, but knowing Quinn, it had to be important, and he was glad that the vampires were actually trying to protect him earnestly. Eventually, the fleet of ships started to pull in towards their destination, a Dalki planet. However, there was a very serious look on everyone's faces this time, including Niku's. It was a relief for Nate because he was worried that others might continue to see this as a game. It would, of course, be their downfall if they didn't change their attitude. When landing, the group followed Nate's suggestion, and now the vampires were mixed in better among the humans since they will be fighting side by side. There were about 100,000 soldiers in the army, all assigned into platoons, with each platoon having 5 or so vampires. At the front of the army stood a large group of mechs acting as scouts. They soon spread out and began searching for any sign of the Dalki or the fortress. They had purposely landed away from the energy signals to avoid confrontation as soon as they landed. The planet they were currently on had enormous empty craters on the surface. They were quite deep, and some even stretched out more than a mile before returning to the surface, and soon there would be another crater. With their enhanced sensors, the mechs were a big help in this terrain. They knew the enemy wouldn't be on a plain or leveled surface. Rather, they would hide. "See, still nothing up ahead, but we are about to enter a huge crater," one of the mechs reported, coming to a halt and standing just on the edge of a crater. He was about to look down, but all of a sudden, a large hand pierced right through the mech's headpiece. A large arm was seen sticking through the mech, and the next second it was thrown off, falling to the side. "Attack! I repeat, we're under it!" The other one in the mech suit had only said a few words before it had fallen as well. After a few moments, the main force witnessed 2 Dalki slowly stepping out of the crater, and soon there were more. 4 spikes! 3 spikes! These are high-level Dalki? I can't even see a single 1 or 2 spiked Dalki. Nate commented, while summoning his shield with the shadow. Just then, Owen made his move, activating the lighting on his foot. He charged forward. "Mech unit, fall back! Niku, I hate to say this, but it would be a pleasure to have your help in this," Owen shouted. The 4-spike Dalki are immensely strong, and it wasn't too long back when Owen would drastically struggle against one, but he had improved as well. But just because he had made vast improvements and had confidence, he couldn't say the same for the others. If the 4-spike and 3-spike got into the army center, they would cause a rampage. Looking ahead, Owen had a fistful of lighting. The ground was being ripped apart as he ran with his hand down. However, as Owen concentrated on one, he soon saw another 3-spike Dalki leap over his head and head straight at the crowd. "Leave it!" Niku shouted as he jumped up and pulled out his sword. The outside started to glow red, and Niku slashed it several times in midair. The power of the beast equipment, along with his natural talent, gave him more strength and speed than before. The Dalki was cut into pieces when he landed, and Owen was thankful he had a strong partner on his side. He did well against the 3-spikes, but there's a big jump in power whenever we face these guys, Owen said, as he suddenly accelerated and struck the Dalki right in its stomach. Its whole body lit up and blew before being shot back into the large crater. Owen wasn't sure the Dalki was down for the count, so he went to look over and see if there were any more, but he paused for a second as he did. "No! No!" Owen couldn't help but drop his metal fan onto the floor. He found the Dalki fortress in the crater, but there was an army of more than 100 Dalki, and all of them were 3 or 4 spikes, and among them, he could see Dalki that had 4 spikes, but appeared a little more human. Standing in the center, on top of a tower in the fortress, was a male Dalki whose arms were covered in black scales, but his bare body and face remained mostly human. He looked up at Owen, showing its black eyes without a trace of white. A smile formed on his face. "Welcome." At first, when Owen could see the number of 3-spike and 4-spike Dalki, he thought they were in for a serious problem. For a second, he even believed that the new generation of Dalki had to be referring to them. After all, the group had never come across such a large number of high-spike Dalki, and the enemy could have easily used such Dalki in the first war to take over the Earth if they wished. This all changed when Owen's eyes focused on the human-like Dalki standing on top of the fortress in the crater. Although he had the same number of spikes as the others, the level of threat Owen felt from him was very high. Immediately, the Dalki started to run up the crater and charged towards the enemy. The platoons also got into the action and moved forward to take down the enemy once and for all. "What do I do? That Dalki doesn't seem to move anytime soon, so should I stay here and protect the others, or should I be the first to make a move against this new-gen Dalki?" Owen was in a dilemma. That was until he saw the chaos on the battlefield. The Dalki at the front were hit by countless different abilities and even got slashed with beast weapons, but these attacks had a negligible effect. One of the 4-spikes punched the ground, destroying the ground beneath them. At the same time, another Dalki delivered a kick so powerful that it killed a row of men, despite them wearing their gear. At the same time, even those from the Greylash family were struggling. Their lightning powers were effective against the Dalki, but could barely hurt the latter, much less kill them. Owen could see one of his white-robed men jump and then moving like a lightning bolt. He had hit the Dalki straight in the stomach and caused it to bleed on its scales. But before the men could go for another attack, the Dalki placed its hand on Former's head and ripped it apart from his torso. "This is chaos!" Nate shouted as he punched a 3-spike Dalki right below its chin, sending it into the air, but he had no time to finish it off, as another came towards him. He lifted his trusty shield in time, and as the Dalki's fist hit the shield, a smile appeared on Nate's face. It began to glow, and the energy blasted the Dalki into the crater's curved part in the next second, destroying it. For Nate, the shield was great for combat if the enemy was attacking him from all sides. He was faster than most Dalki, and it didn't matter if his own powers weren't enough to kill them. The demon tier shield would do that for him. "You're a troublesome one," a voice asserted. Nate saw a hand in front of him, about to reach his face upon turning around. He looked into the Dalki's eyes for a second, and all he could see was darkness. This was the humanoid Dalki who had left the fortress and joined in on the fight. "He's fast, faster than me. I can't get the shield up in time. I'll have to use the shadow," Nate immediately reacted. Before the hand reached him, though, a strong blood swipe came and slightly changed the hand's trajectory. A red sword came swinging down the next moment, slashing at the Dalki's arm. "Niku!" Nate was surprised. "Our people are dying, and this one is too fast for you," Niku said. "Your shield can deal with most of them. Leave this one to me." For a second, Nate wondered if he should help or not, but the next few actions from the two had proved what Niku said was right. This Dalki was unusually fast. The more spikes they had, the faster their speed and power, but this one could keep up with Niku without getting any injuries on its body. Others around them heard several clashes just in a few seconds as Niku slashed with his sword, and the Dalki tried to counterattack, going for his head. Every single blow from the Dalki had the power to finish off the young leader in one shot, but Niku was somehow able to hold out. Looking around, Nate could tell their army was losing men and losing them incredibly fast. The enemy only numbered around 100 or so and was fighting against an army of close to 100,000 people. Yet it was the army that was being slaughtered. "Right now, I need to do what I can," Nate thought as he went into the fray, hoping to deal with them as instructed. Meanwhile, seeing that Niku was dealing with the strange Dalki, Owen decided to protect his people as much as possible. Eventually, summoning his soul weapon and throwing it up into the sky, he moved to change the tide of the battle. Each lightning strike from above would stun the Dalki for a few seconds, giving him a chance to take them on one at a time. Just as Owen was getting ready to move forward, 3 four-spiked Dalki surrounded him. "Get out of my way!" Owen cried in anger. A single bolt from the sky struck the Dalki, stunning one of them on the spot. Owen quickly hit another in the stomach, but it stood its ground and kicked Owen right in the chest, sending him flying back. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, but he needed to get up and deal with them quickly. "I need to stay calm. I need to think of a way out of this." The fight continued between the humans and the new set of Dalki. Every time Owen would see some type of opening and deal with one of them, stronger ones would charge towards him, and honestly, he was getting quite tired. With Nate, the understanding of what his shield could do started to spread among the enemy Dalki. Even with his vampire and key powers, a force spike was still difficult for him to deal with. Thankfully, the demon tier shield gave him extra stats to help him deal with a few of them. Yet it was clear there was a certain strategy in place. All those that would give the Dalki trouble were targeted and surrounded. At the same time, they weren't necessarily trying to kill them and were slowly being forced down, not allowing them to help the others. Even Niku, who was trying his best to hurt the force spike, had eventually caused some cuts and bruises here and there, but the Dalki hadn't changed its own attack pattern and just continued. It was hard for them to tell how much time had passed, but they had been fighting nonstop, to the point where each of them had to now worry about their MC cells. Niku and Nate were in a better state since drinking some of the Dalki blood of their fallen targets gave them an energy boost. Nate had used his shadow in a dangerous situation, even protecting those around him. On the other hand, Niku was getting frustrated and was making more mistakes and even got hit on his shoulder by the human Dalki, and was now forced to step back. Eventually, Niku, Owen, and Nate had backed themselves up towards each other without realizing it. Around 10 or so vampires were still fighting, and nearly 2/3 of the Dalki were taken out. But out of the 100,000 they had brought with them, these vampires were the only ones left. "Regroup!" Niku shouted, and the vampires soon came towards them, and now huddled up and tired, they all wondered what to do. Owen no longer had his soul weapon out because it was using too much of his energy. "We have to get out of this," Owen said. The human Dalki was smiling at them, and the other Dalki started to walk ahead towards them as well. Around 20 of them were still alive, and only the last few people from the attack group. "Is this how it ends for us?" Nate gritted his teeth. He tried to contact Sam upon seeing the disadvantageous situation during the fight, but there was no response. Honestly, he was worried that everyone at the moment who was in the Dalki solar system was facing a similar problem. "There are not that many left," Owen smiled. "Why don't we have a competition to see how many we can take out?" While saying these words, Owen found it hard even to lift up his arms. The Dalki charged at them, and the group of vampires was ready to protect their leader. But after a few steps, the Dalki noticed something coming from the side. However, it was a little too late for them, as a tunnel of ice enveloped them. The second it touched the Dalki, their bodies began to freeze on the spot. Soon, 3 Dalki were caught, and half their bodies were frozen. Just then, a large blade appeared and sliced one of the Dalki in half. "What is she doing here?" Nate said in disbelief. "I've never been this pleased to see her." A mixed bag of emotions. Honestly, when Erin had decided to leave the others and go on her own, away from her friends, she was heartbroken inside. She had already lost her family once, and because of that, she naturally pushed others away. Yet slowly, some people had managed to move into her heart once again, and Erin became a little soft towards them. She had decided to get stronger because she wanted to protect those around her, but the one thing she never thought she would have to do was to fight those closest to her. It was a thought that she couldn't bear, something that she couldn't imagine, and in the end, she had decided to leave the settlement. The teleporter in the 10th castle had been used to send Erin back to the cursed ship. When Erin reached her destination, she didn't greet the others or inform them of what she was doing. Instead, she had decided to do something else, and that was to get as far away from everyone as possible. There were a few things she had learned about herself, like, similar to a vampire, Erin could also use influence skills on people. Although it seemed like this wasn't as strong as her counterparts, it was enough to convince the person in charge of the teleporter room. "I have to get away from the cursed faction and any of the vampires. Even on this ship I can still feel it," she thought. Eventually, she headed through the teleporter. After going through several steps, she found herself on one of the 3 Earthborn planets that were considered safe. The planet seemed quite peaceful, having hardly suffered from Dalki attacks, and there were plenty of people in the shelter. In fact, there were so many people that Erin felt a little trapped. After all, many of the other shelters had to come to this place, including civilians. In the end, the Earthborn group had to build 2 shelters on the planet to accommodate everyone. One for the general civilians and a group of men to protect the place, while the original was for the bulk of the military. They built the shelters relatively close to each other. If there was any trouble, the military could come and help. In the first place, they only considered this safe to do because the Dalki attacks were so scarce. One day, covering herself in a gray robe, Erin walked down the street and entered a tavern. Unlike vampires, she needed to eat regular food. Eventually, the server came and served a steaming hot meal. Pulling out a money card, she proceeded to pay the man with her credits, but there seemed to be an error when attempting it to go through. "Right. Sorry, but it seems like the payment didn't quite work. Do you have another money card on you, perhaps?" the man politely asked. The money card she was using was her own, and this money was from what she used to get from being a part of the cursed faction. They would hardly ever need to use it, though, for 2 reasons. Being close to the cursed leaders meant it was almost impossible for them to pay for things, and if they did need money, they had a member of the Green family who was happy to top up their cards whenever wished. However, she was no longer on the cursed planets, the vampire settlement, or in contact with Logan to get his help. For now, to escape her predicament, she had no choice but to remove her hood and look the man in the eyes. Seeing her beautiful long blonde hair and pretty face, the man was almost getting red just looking at her. And just as she was about to use her powers, "It's okay, the meal's on the house," the man suddenly smiled and walked away. She was left alone in the corner with her food and dug in quite quickly. "I can't keep using my powers like that. It feels wrong," Erin thought, "but that means I'll have to come up with a way to make some money." After finishing her meal, she eventually saw that everyone's eyes were glued to the screen. As for what they were watching, it was none other than Quinn. He had returned from the vampire world, and right now they were heading to the Daisy faction base. She continued to watch every bit of it, as Quinn was filled with anger and had killed the Dalki with ease. Those in the shop couldn't stop talking about the whole event. When the broadcast ended, they continued to discuss it for hours while Erin was left with her own thoughts. "Quinn, you have gotten so strong. I thought maybe I could get as strong as you, but now I'm a little scared of what will happen if I do." Right now, she couldn't feel the urge, but it was because she could tell that there wasn't a vampire in the shelter they were currently at. Perhaps if she lived a successful life away from vampires, away from them all, she would be all right. Still, there was something at the back of her mind that was itching at her bit by bit, even if there weren't any vampires. Thankfully, due to Leo's training, she could control it at least this much. Putting on her hood, Erin continued to wander for the next couple of days. But that wasn't all she did. At night, she would wander the streets, even though she didn't know why she was doing it, but it was as if she was looking for something. Then one night, while roaming through the streets, it hit her like a wave. An incredible feeling rushed through her mind, and her back was covered in sweat. Like radar, she could quickly pinpoint where this sensation was coming from. Running through the roads of the shelter, she turned down an alleyway and saw two glowing red eyes. Without a second thought, she pulled out her smaller katana-like blade and dashed forward, slashing at the vampire. The attack was swift. The vampire didn't even have time to react and was killed on the spot, sliced in half. A human was trembling and frightened on the street floor down the alleyway. "Thank you. Thank you so much. That man came out of nowhere." Turning around, Erin looked at the person, a young woman. Walking forward, she had the biggest smile on her face. "No worries. I'm glad to see that you're all right." The woman didn't know why, but getting up, she immediately ran away and headed back home. What Erin didn't know was her smile didn't look like one that was happy, but one of someone who was enjoying the moment. Touching her face, she could feel the edge of her smile not going down. Seeing that the person had run away from her at that moment, Erin fell to her knees. "What have I become? What is this? But that feeling, I can't forget that feeling," Erin muttered. She knew that she had enjoyed the sudden feeling of killing the vampire. She was afraid that even if she chose to live a life in seclusion, she would eventually lose out and seek this feeling once again. As she was deciding if she was ready to give up or not, a certain person's smiling face flashed in her head. "Layla, I miss the days when I just talked with you. I miss seeing you drool over that idiot Quinn. I miss the scaredy cat Peter and the charismatic Vorden. I just want to go back to those days. Is that so much to ask?" Erin sighed. Getting up on her feet, she took a deep breath and placed her blade away. "I have to control this urge, and I have to do it if I ever want to return to them one day, and I know I will overcome this." She knew what Quinn's plan was, an alliance between the humans and vampires, and she was an existence that could sink that plan, so no matter what, she needed to control her urges if she wanted to help in this war. Rumors were starting to spread within the Earthborn faction that perhaps soon there would be a fight on their hands. Everyone knew that it would happen at some point, but those that were in the shelter, a little away from the military, were frightened. Of course, they would be, since they had very little defenses. While walking the streets, Erin was listening in on all the surrounding conversations. It was a skill that she had often used when traveling with Leo. Although vampires had great hearing, all the noise at once made it hard to focus on just one, making it a skill she had needed to pick up. "I heard there is a mass recruitment in the other shelters. The Earthborn faction wants to get everyone with some type of useful ability to head towards the front line. I mean, at some point, if the military and the other factions won't win this, then we would have to fight for our lives anyway. They're not doing their job. We should just head to Earth, or try to head to a different solar system where the Dalki can't reach us. That should be possible, right? I don't know about you, but I'm still scared about the vampires. I heard they attacked and sucked someone dry just because they looked at them funny." As expected, Erin could only hear news about the upcoming fight. What she was surprised about, though, was the fact that there was no news about Quinn after he had made that declaration to the world. Based on the way the Dalki had acted in the past, the Dhampir had been sure they would react, yet so far there had been nothing. "I wonder if the Dalki are planning something. Everyone is too scared to act and is just waiting. But if we just sit here and wait while our enemy is preparing to get stronger and improving, it will be our loss," Erin thought as she took a deep breath. Every once in a while, she would get reminders of what had occurred the other day. She had been trying to harness those feelings, but right now, the young woman needed to find a way to make money. "I heard that the new General Longblade has sent over his right-hand man to this shelter, Rafer Lyle. I thought it was to protect us, but I've heard the guy has been looking for people willing to go out on a hunting expedition with them. I mean, we still need crystals and equipment at times like these, and although there are a lot of people here that aren't strong enough to go against the Dalki, we could still do some fighting." This seemed like a good way out of her financial situation. At the same time, it would be a good way to help her with her personal problems. So far, only two things allowed her to keep sane. One of them was meditation, but that severely limited the amount of training time. The other was fighting other things that weren't vampires. After gathering enough information, Aaron discovered the location of the recruitment process for the beast hunting teams. Just like how travelers would be ranked and be allowed to search for beasts, the same would be done here. The Dampier soon arrived at a courtyard of a grand manor that was being used by Rafer and other high-ranking officers during their stay here. All those that wanted to take part had gathered in an open field, and a test was being conducted. The test was simple enough. They were asked to fight against one of the Earthborn soldiers. After a little sparring match, based on their results, they would be put into different groups. Behind the soldiers there were 3 circles that had been drawn on the ground, and each one was being told to go to a different circle. "Next!" Rafer shouted out to all of them, with his hands by his side. He was quite the large and busy man, yet he still had a smile on his face most of the time. He also took his work seriously and knew when to be kind and tough on others. In the middle section there was a red-haired man who looked like a teenager walking forward. "Huh? Isn't that—" For a second, Aaron was sure she had recognized him. As the soldier charged forward to attack, Berg spun around, avoiding the sword. It looked slow at first, but then from one of his elbows emitted fire from behind. Using the power of his flames, he accelerated the spinning of his body and hit the soldier in the side of the head, knocking him down to the floor. It was the first contestant that was able to completely overwhelm the soldiers out of all of the ones who had been taken part so far. "Power of fire? Doesn't that mean he's from the Sunshield family? I guess the red hair makes sense now." There were plenty of whispers after seeing him in action, and Aaron was right. Berg was someone who had also gone to the same academy as them. He was a favorite and a talented student, rising to the top. At one point and time, Aaron had treated Berg as her rival. However, it hadn't taken her long to realize that she needed to worry less about others if she wanted to be the best. A childish dream that seemed so long ago, yet it had been merely a few years. "Third circle," Rafer announced. The third circle had the least amount of people. There were only around 8 in the group in total. Then there was the middle section with around 15 or so, and lastly the end circle that had the most number of people, numbering around 50. It was clear that the circle Berg was in was considered the best. "Next!" Rafer called out, and it was finally time for Aaron to go out. Currently, Aaron had the large sword on her back, not just in its specially made scabbard, but she also had it wrapped in cloth. Not only would it be strange for someone to have their own demon-tier weapon, but since it used to belong to the previous Supreme Commander Oscar, everybody in the military would instantly recognize it. Still, even on her back, she could still activate it and benefit from the additional strength a demon-tier would usually produce. Looking at her opponent in front of her, the soldier wielded a long sword. Aaron pulled out her katana blade. It gathered a lot of attention due to its shape and red color. One could tell it was quite high level, only they didn't know that it wasn't a beast weapon at all. The match began, and the man charged in. The first thing Aaron did was sweep her foot across the ground, chucking some dirt into his eyes. At that moment, she struck to his side, but the soldier was able to block. She went for another attack, which was a little faster, and hit the shoulder guard of the shoulder. This continued, and the soldier was clearly being overwhelmed, but eventually he stomped on the ground, and a pillar rose in front of Aaron, hitting her in the stomach. A second before it reached her, she leapt back and fell on her backside. "A speed user. Although your ability is not great, you knew the right spots to attack. You've earned a place in the second circle," the soldier instructed after giving her a hand. This had, of course, been Aaron's plan all along. The Dampier didn't wish to stand out, though she didn't consider it wise to go in as the first circle either. She had a feeling that something was up anyway. After the testing was complete, Rafer went to the first circle where Berg and the others were. "All of you will head to the other shelter and prepare yourselves." They soon looked at themselves with confused looks. Why were they going to the other shelter if this was meant to be a beast hunting force? But the others soon caught on. "You disappoint your fellow humans. With as much power as you have, you decided to hide it and run away to this shelter. You should be on the front lines fighting with that strength." The others couldn't really argue with this because they knew that they had hid themselves. Perhaps there was even more today that had done the same thing as Erin not showing her full power and had figured out what the army was trying to do before them. For a second, though, Rafer looked towards Berg. "You, kid, how old are you?" 19, sir," Berg replied. "And you, the one on the hood, come forward," Rafer requested. It was clear that he was talking to Erin, and her heart started to thump. Not yet. She wasn't ready to go to the front line just yet. Not when she would be placed among other vampires. Erin did as she had been told and walked out of her circle. The others weren't sure why these two had been called out, though the young woman feared that they might have realized that she had been holding back. Rafer first looked towards Berg before explaining, "You two will be coming with me. We will be making a special beast hunting team. As for those within the second circle, you'll be hunting advanced tier beasts and king tier with the support of some military personnel. The first circle group will be fighting intermediate and basic tier beasts. We'll assign you a captain and you'll listen to their orders. Understand?" The others didn't disagree with this, and the only ones that seemed somewhat upset by their situation were the ones in the third circle that were forced to move to another shelter. "Please, my family lives here. I need to protect them if the Dalki come." An older man ran out, getting on his hands and knees to beg Rafer to be allowed to stay. "I understand that this is a hard time for everyone. I promise that we will ensure that your family will be safe here. However, we need more people who are strong like you to fight the Dalki with everything we have. If you think you alone can make a difference, should the Dalki invade after they have gone through all of us, I'm afraid you're living in a fantasy and not the real world." The man pleaded some more, yet to no avail. His head sulked as he gave up on the idea. It was true he wanted to look after his family, but it was also true that he didn't want to go on the front line against those beasts. Eventually, heading into the manor, there seemed to be some sort of special meeting was happening. For now, Erin had sat down on a sofa, and Berg was sitting opposite her with his arms crossed. He had no beast gear on, and he was in a sleeveless shirt. It looked like he had had a rough time. Perhaps it was due to what had happened to the Sunshield family. With them being disbanded and mostly destroyed, only a few of them were left alive. There were more than a handful of factions and families that held grudges against them because of the Big Four. In the past, two of the families seemed to bully their way through compared to other families the most. One being the Sunshield family. The other one was those under the True Dream flag. Berg started to try to get a peek at the hooded girl's face, when he eventually had caught a good look. "Erin? I can't believe it. What are you doing here?" Berg stood up in shock, before immediately sitting down. Then, a little worried, he whispered, "Aren't you with Pure?" When Erin had left the military academy, there were many that had accused her of being part of Pure, and that they had taken her back. It looked like some still had this impression of her. With no need to hide who she was, and not really caring, she pulled her hood down, revealing her blonde hair. "Calm down. I'm not with Pure. That was all a setup. I was with the Cursed faction for a while, and now I'm on my own, due to none of your business," Erin claimed, crossing her legs and looking away, wondering what was taking the others so long. It was clear that Erin didn't want to talk based on the short interaction the two had had, but Berg couldn't help but stare at her. For more reasons than one, Erin was an Ice Queen beauty at the school. Yet how, in the short time he didn't know her, had she become even more beautiful? On top of that, he knew her ability was ice, so why hadn't she used it? Just as Berg was about to pop the question, the doors opened and Rafer was seen walking through. There was another soldier by his side, and what looked like two other travelers. From what Erin had gathered, they had done similar tests around the shelter beforehand. Of course, one center couldn't just measure everyone that needed to be measured. although she had also heard news that they were forcing some people to take tests as well. Whether it was right or wrong was a different thing. She could tell that fear was running through the military, of experiencing the same thing that they had done once before. Before Rafer spoke, he looked at Aaron for a few seconds. He was surprised to see such a young woman under the hood. He wondered why such a beautiful person would cover their face like so, but he knew it was rude to stare, and went on with the reason they had been gathered. "Sorry for springing such a surprise on all of you," Rafer apologized as he gestured to the other two to sit on the third sofa that was positioned around the square table in the room. Rafer was the only one that was standing while he made his announcement. Aaron glanced at the two others and tried to sense if there was anything strange about them. Neither of them had ki, nor were they vampires. That was for sure, but their beast gear was at a good level. One was a short, white-haired young adult with a crossbow-type beast gear weapon, something that Aaron rarely saw. The range on a crossbow was less than that of a bow, but the advantage was usually the power and speed at which a beast crossbow could be used. "Now that everyone is here, I want to inform you about the task our special team has," Rafer explained. "The white-haired traveler goes by the name of Conan. He used to be a part of an A-rank faction and was an A-rank traveler in the past." This had come as a surprise to Aaron. For one, she thought for sure that if there were any A-rank travelers, they would have been sent to the other shelter. So why was he here? "Then we have another traveler that goes by the name of Brook," Rafer continued. Knowing that the white-haired man was Conan, Brook was clearly the muscular black man who had tribal tattoos going all the way down his forearms. Although his tattoos and muscles seemed intimidating, his smile showed another story. When he looked at everyone, he seemed like the most gentle person in the world. It was such a nice smile that some were even put off by it. His choice of weapon on his back was 2 sickles, something that would have been used as a farming tool in the past, but since they were beast weapons, Aaron was sure they were far more effective. Now, I don't want you guys to be shocked when I say this, but the reason we have gathered you all is that we have discovered the location of a demon-tier beast, one that if turned into another weapon, might help us tip the scales of war into our favor. Everyone in the room was left speechless. A demon-tier beast was such a rare existence, and they, who felt like nobodies, were going to go after it. It felt like an elaborate prank was being set up on them. "I'll explain a little further for you all. All the factions on the other planets are busy, and I'm sure you know that the other planets are now in control of the Dalki. If anything, finding a demon-tier beast on the few planets that we have is a blessing. Also, it's not a humanoid beast, so you don't have to worry too much. No, sorry, please do worry since it's a demon-tier beast, but not too much." Rafer started to chuckle, but no one else felt like laughing at this situation. How are we meant to fight such a thing, with just the 5 of us? I heard all the leaders fought against the last one. How could we defeat such a thing on our own?" Conan immediately questioned this entire idea. "That's because you guys are special. I'm sure you know not every demon-tier beast is the same, and we have it on good terms that we should be able to achieve this task with just us." Hearing this, the others wanted to pull out from the job, but could they? "What about me?" Aaron asked. I am not strong like these guys. Why was I selected?" She wasn't sure if Rafer was able to see through her facade or if it was something else, but she needed to know. Scratching his head, Rafer gave her a surprising reply. "I am actually not too sure about that myself. You see, there is one more person that will be coming on this expedition with us. She was actually the one who gave us information on the demon-tier beast. The only thing she wanted in return was to accompany us as well as for us to recruit a person in a gray hood, no matter what." Just as Aaron was beginning to guess who it could be, someone else stepped into the room, walking in with a staff in her hand. "Well, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" Bliss greeted the Dampier with a smile. It was a silent but bumpy journey so far in the specially made vehicle the group was currently in. A large reinforced vehicle that was used by top travelers to go hunting. It was reinforced on the outside to block most sudden attacks from beasts, but as long as they kept moving, they would be okay and mostly ignored. On the inside, it had everything one could need: food supplies, beds, even a kitchen area to cook in. Travelers needed to go hunting for days on end, and with this task in particular, none of them knew how long it was going to take. The journey so far had been mostly silent. They were a group of strangers, and no one felt like talking, all apart from Rafer, who couldn't stop talking. It was almost as if he didn't want a moment of silence to go by, so whenever no one said anything, which happened a lot, he would start yapping away. There were 6 in total heading towards where the demon-tier beast was located, or where it was hinted to be. Nervous looks all around filled the room, apart from the 2 who were sitting down. Erin had her arms and legs crossed, sitting opposite Bliss. She was scowling towards the other, and made sure to keep her eyebrows furrowed. It was clear she wasn't shy about hiding her dislike from the others. "I think you're going to burn a hole through her body if you keep staring at her like that," Berg commented. "What's wrong? You've been like that ever since she was introduced to the group. Do you know her or something?" "Not that well," Erin replied bluntly, and that was the end of Berg trying to break the ice with the only other person he knew once again. He had tried striking up a conversation with her a few times during the journey, but she had said nothing. The Ice Queen still seemed like an Ice Queen. The thing was, Erin was telling the truth. She really didn't know this person well, but she vividly remembered her. She was one of the few people that had turned her life upside down. In a way, meeting her was the turning point from when she started to focus on her urges. Each time she killed a vampire, the words that the person spoke to her would come to mind, and after all that, suddenly leave without explaining herself. Of course, Erin had a disliking for this person. What was worse was that every time Erin gave her a look, Bliss would just smile back. "Berg, it's now your turn," Rafer claimed, walking over to his side. Not following what was going on, he stood up but remembered what they were meant to do, and started to speak about himself. "Hey, that's the Sunshield kid from the Big Four," Conan nudged the other traveler, Brooke, who was next to him. "I am from the Sunshield family, correct, and I am proud of it, but I'm not proud of myself. I wasn't with the rest of the group when the Blades came and attacked us, but I knew about them and had to keep the whole thing a secret. I didn't want to go into hiding, but the rest of us had to, scared that they could still be out there. I then tried to get stronger every day, vowing to get rid of the blade that made our family this way, and then I saw the broadcast of him getting killed. Now, I honestly don't know what to do, but it has led me to this place." It was an awkward introduction, and the others didn't expect Berg to go into his backstory, but it seemed like some of the comments from the others during this trip had rubbed him the wrong way. "Okay, now, Erin, was it? Would you like to introduce yourself?" Erin said nothing and just looked away. Rafer turned to the others, hoping someone else would speak, but no one did. Since no one had volunteered or was doing so, he decided to talk about everyone's skills and powers for them. He didn't know much about the others other than their name, so it was the only thing he could do. Although Erin's was completely wrong, as it looked like Rafer still believed she had some sort of speed ability. "Okay, everyone, now that I have introduced you all to each other, I guess it's time to let someone else talk," Rafer said, who had been talking this whole time. The next one to stand up was Bliss, who looked strange during these times because of what she was wearing. She was wearing long robes, which looked to have next to no armor on them. They were blue and white in color, bright, which stood out. Then there was her weapon, which was a staff. Still, Erin, of course, wouldn't let this fool her. For one time, she couldn't even move after seeing this person. "The demon-tier beast we are about to face is strong. We are going to its location, and I have no doubt that we will beat it." After saying these words, Bliss just stopped there, smiled, and sat back down. "That's it?" Berg was now shaking even more than before. "Rafer, didn't you say she had details about the demon-tier beast, or would tell us how to beat it? What is this?" Rafer himself looked a little confused, but since he was one that didn't like confrontation much, he wanted to try and let the matter go. "I agree. We are risking our lives here." Conan stood up. "Please tell us you have more. Otherwise, I won't support you." "Fine," Bliss spoke again. "I can see you are all troubled, so I will tell you why the Earthborn group decided to listen to my request, and why I am so confident in us beating the demon-tier beast. Because my ability is to see the future. Not just a few seconds, but accurate representations of the future. I already proved this fact to the leaders of the Earthborn group, so they have come to trust me." Hearing this reminded Erin of the time the two of them met. She had said something similar to her as well. Honestly, this all sounds like monkey balls, and I still think she's talking cow balls right now, Aaron couldn't help but think. An ability to tell the future. I'm not sure I have ever heard of an ability like that, at least not like this. Brooke had his finger on his chin and was tapping away. Just like his smile, his voice was gentle as well, which didn't suit the whole look he had. If you really could tell the future, then you could have stopped several fights and wars by now. I don't believe it for a second. Conan crossed his arms. Hey, why don't you tell me how I'm going to die? Usually I can't tell such specific details like that, but I do have this information, Bliss replied. But do you really wish for me to tell you that? There are many paths to the future, and perhaps me telling you your fate is the reason it is caused in the first place. Since you asked. It looked like Conan was somewhat regretting his actions, and was about to tell her not to say anything. Now that he thought about it, knowing how he would die would be a very scary thing, but perhaps he could prevent it. Your death will be a cold one, a very cold one. That was all that Bliss said, and now Conan was wondering why he was even worried in the first place. The reason why I know we will do well on this task today in hunting the demon-tier beast is because of her. She will be the one that we will rely on to defeat the demon-tier beast. Looking up, Aaron could see that Bliss was pointing her staff right towards her. Right, I really don't like this person, Aaron thought. Come on, do you really expect us to believe that? Conan asked, right after Bliss had revealed the information. This is a demon-tier beast we are talking about, and I've never seen her in my life. What rank are you even? Conan was referring to her traveler rank, the different colored tags that they would have around their neck that would prove to others the rank they had obtained. I don't have a rank. I was in the military academy long before the Civil War broke out, she answered honestly, and thought there was no need to prove herself to some nobody. Still, what exactly did Bliss mean by her statement? Was this a vision that she had actually seen, or did she just want to stir trouble? Does she know that I have the demon-tier weapon on me? There should only be a handful of people who know. I can't imagine that information might have leaked. However, if she does know, then I could see why she would think with me there's a good chance of subduing one. But does that really mean she can see the future? Damn it! Conan sat back down, hearing that as a reply. We're all going to die. Although Conan might have been the only one to audibly complain, deep down, the others that had come along in this journey felt the same way. Since the start it had sounded like a suicide mission, but they had at least hoped the military might have had a secret weapon or something. As it turns out, though, they had apparently chosen to trust a crazy lady. Only a few seconds later, the outside of the vehicle started to rumble, and a loud sound had come from the left side. It was clear that they had been hit by something. Hey bro, did you do that? Brooke asked. Are you a jinx or something? Just when you say we're all going to die, beasts appear? Hey, now's not the time to be pointing fingers. Besides, shouldn't our psychic Bliss over here have seen it coming with her powers? The traveler refused to take the blame for this coincidence. While the two were arguing, Rafer was on the move, heading to the control panel, and pressing a button that would open the vehicle up. The tires stopped in place, and out from the sides of the vehicle anchored itself in the ground, shooting strange devices from under the vehicle itself. After that, a small little energy blast was sent out in all directions, like a bubble around the vehicle. It was a defensive measure that would allow them to get out safely and deal with whatever the problem was. As the back opened up, the group rushed outside to see what was going on. Bliss was the only one who walked out casually, unfazed by that had just happened. The first thing the group noticed as they stepped onto the black, charcoal-like ground was the fact it was hot. They could feel it on their feet, even through their beast gear. It was similar to the feeling of walking on a sandy beach with bare feet, with the sun being out. They needed to move or the pain would get to them. This was because of the type of planet they were on. The two shelters were placed on a leveled black ground, and most of the surrounding space was the same, but the whole planet wasn't like that. There were certain parts that were filled with molten lava from the ground below. Even now, in the distance, they could see mountains of lava flowing down the side of them. The ground itself, although not on the surface, they could see part of the ground cracked with heat waves and little embers coming out as well. Immediately, everyone started to move due to the heat that could be felt on their feet. and they could soon see what had attacked them. They're balls? A floating pair of balls? Conan said as for some reason, when lifting his crossbow, he was hesitant to shoot at it. The beast looked like two giant balls stuck together, floating in the air, and he felt like if he were to hit such a thing, he would begin to feel pain in a certain area. Soon, though, they turned towards him, and a single large eyeball could be seen, one on each of the balls. "Ah, it's hideous!" Conan shouted, and immediately shot out an arrow from his crossbow, hitting it square in the eye. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to kill the beast. The next moment, the strange tentacles that were attached to the balls started to fire out fireballs towards him in a rage. He managed to avoid most of them with ease, but soon more attacks were coming towards him from the others. The beasts had surrounded the vehicle, and there looked to be around 30 or so of them. Conan rolled on the ground and fired at those closest to him. He proved that his crossbow was a mighty weapon. While he didn't manage to hit each beast in their eye, they would still get pushed back a few feet, giving him time and distance to fire at another one. Brooke had taken out the two sickles and hopped from side to side, not allowing any of the flames to touch him. He had attempted to strike the ball from below, but the balls would just spin along with the hit, trying to minimize the damage. So instead, Brooke decided to cut off the tentacles that were firing the balls of fire in the first place. Finally, there were the other three. Berg didn't have any problems. When the flames hit his body, they did next to no harm. If he timed it right, he could even hit the flames back at the beast that would even hurt them while being hit. Then there was Bliss, who, even though stood still, not a single one of the flames were hitting her. Finally, there was Erin, who hadn't used her demon tier blade, though she was showing off with her blood weapon. The Dampier pretended to struggle against one of the beasts at first, before bisecting it so fast that it had no time to react. She had expected to see blood, yet there was something else inside. Its insides were glowing. Not just that, but the energy was getting larger by the second. An explosion went off. The bang was heard and had destroyed part of the ground Erin had stood on, but when the smoke settled, she looked to be fine. Using the second stage of Ki, she had learned she'd managed to shield herself from this explosive attack, but this was certainly a strange thing. And that's when all of them could see, since they were unable to kill the humans in front of them. The floating pair of balls started to shake violently. Then they started to glow, and it looked like all 20 of them had decided to self-destruct. "Everyone, gather around me!" Bliss called out. She had been drawing a large circle with her staff on the ground. The others listened and got inside, including Rafer, who had been observing how well the others were doing, mainly just using a beast shield to stop the flames. When they got inside, explosion after explosion went off, and no one could see anything, but they realized that none of them felt pain. Bliss's staff was lit up, and she had created a barrier that had protected them all from the attack. Now there were no more beasts on sight, and at least the vehicle they had arrived in looked to be okay as well. "Phew, that was a close one. I guess I should be thanking you," Conan said, as he was constantly hopping on the spot to make sure his feet didn't get too hot. Brooke and Rafer were doing the same, but for the others, the same couldn't be said. Conan gave them a look as to wonder why they didn't feel the same way. Berg, he could understand. "It's an active ability of my armor. I knew what type of place we were going to after all," Bliss explained, seemingly having read his mind. Since they were safe, Erin already started to head back to the vehicle to get a move on. In her case, the reason she was fine was due to the demon tier weapon. Just being next to it was giving off this cooling effect on her body. It was the perfect counter to this type of environment. When getting back on the vehicle, Rafer had made the decision that they would camp for the day. The military officer drove the vehicle to a safer area, one that was away from the heated spots of land, and was at the foot of a mountain that wasn't spewing lava. He asked Bliss if it was okay, though she just gave him a smile and nodded. The vehicle had beds on the other end and were stacked on top of each other like a large bunk bed. Erin was sleeping on the bottom bunk, and on the other side was Bliss. However, before both women went to sleep, the Dampier had decided to approach the god. "It's clear you're not normal," Erin said. "I don't understand it, but I can tell you're special. I also have a feeling you're not actually lying, which is why I'm asking you. No, I'm begging you. Tell me, is there a way to stop the future that you saw from happening? Is there a way to stop what is happening to me?" Before asking the question, Aaron made sure that the others were busy. No one seemed to be paying them any attention, and Rafer was the first one on guard duty as he looked outside the vehicle's window while keeping an eye on the radar equipment. The group would take turns during the night, so all of them would get some type of shut-eye. The worst thing that could happen was if a demon-tier beast suddenly attacked them in the middle of the night. Just in case, though, seeing how careful Aaron was being, she stood up and walked towards the back of the vehicle to a small table where the kitchen cooking area would be. Berg noticed this, but decided to ignore it and close his eyes. For two people who don't like each other, they sure do talk a lot. By the next second, he was asleep. It was his talent to sleep within seconds, no matter what time of day it was or worry he had in his mind. "I can't help but notice that you're worried about my earlier words." Bliss started the conversation. "I remember every single word," Aaron replied as she clenched her fist. "Heed my warning. As two sides that didn't know of each other come together to defeat an enemy the other created, the whole world will learn about them. At that moment, something will break the trust and bond between those two, and a new chaos will destroy the other. You will become the chaos. Those were your exact words." Aaron hadn't made a single mistake when repeating back what Bliss had once said before, because, since that day, she had been repeating the phrase over and over again. Two sides that come together to defeat an enemy the other created. It looks like this part has already come true. You must know that the vampires were the ones that created the Dalki, and now the humans and the vampires have come together. Since your first prediction turned out to be true, I'm now worried about the second part. You said I would be the chaos that destroys the other. It's the vampires. I have the urge to kill vampires, and that's what you meant." She stopped there, waiting for Bliss's response. It took a moment before the latter eventually replied. "I don't know if that's the case, Aaron. The future has changed, and I do things to prevent the future. However, don't you think there is a middle section that you have skipped over to some degree? The Dalki have yet to fail. Perhaps you trying to change your fate will even change this part, but who knows? What I can say is this. I don't have an answer for you, but I have knowledge that might help you find your answer. The vampires are being created by a god who resides on the other side. Now you might think I'm crazy saying all of this, but hear me out till the end, and then you can make up your own mind. You yourself were created from a vampire, yet you have the urge to kill those who created you. You can bypass the laws and powers that were set by those beings and gods that created you. Your existence is nothing less than a miracle, and that is why the vampires are so scared of your kind. And because of this, even the god that created vampires will be after you. To God, you're an existence that must be hunted down because you have the power to rise to his position or to even rise above him. You have the potential to go beyond a vampire and reach his level. If you try to fight what you are and what you have become, you will lose your life. But maybe you shouldn't be fighting it. Perhaps to overcome it, you need to accept it. If you don't, then it also means that you will never reach that place, and you will be running for the rest of your life. I would suggest, even though I shouldn't, that you should strive to become a power. I want you at our table, and I assure you, you will be all right." Bliss stood up. There was nothing else to say, but it didn't seem like she was running away this time, and her words had left Aaron with a lot to think about. As time went on, Berg woke up. It was dark outside, and he was rubbing his eyes. He took a peek below him and noticed that Aaron still wasn't in his bed. "Don't tell me she is," Berg thought, looking over in the direction where he had last seen her before she had gone to sleep. There, he could still see her on the sofa, not having moved. "I wonder if she fell asleep. Oh well, not my problem," Berg thought, closing his eyes again, and a few seconds later, loud snores buzzed from him. Sometime later, Berg started to wake up, but it was because he could hear sound creaking from above. He imagined that it was due to another going on watch duty. Turning to his side, he decided to ignore it. As for the person above him, it was none other than Conan. Walking on the floor, he was making his way towards Aaron. "I could feel it from before," Conan thought as he walked towards her. "There's a chill whenever I'm next to her. At first I thought it was coming from her, but then I realized it was from whatever she had wrapped up. The huge sword usually left on Erin's back was currently on the sofa next to her, leaning against the sofa. A weapon that's able to sustain the user in a heat like this. It has to be of a high-tier level, he thought, as his temptation had gotten the better of him. Turning over again, Berg opened his eyes, wondering if Erin was still there, and that's when he saw Conan's hand reaching out, attempting to seize the sword. "What are you doing?" Berg cried. Hearing this, Conan jolted forward and grabbed onto the cloth material. Simultaneously, Erin turned her head. She had fallen asleep at some point. "Ah!" Conan started to scream in shock and confusion upon noticing what was happening to him. The scream had woken up everyone in the vehicle, and when they moved to see what was happening, they saw ice that was slowly spreading up his arm and was freezing his entire body. It took a few seconds, and when the ice encased his whole body, it shattered into hundreds of small pieces. "I told him his death would be cold," Bliss grunted, looking at shattered ice, which was Conan a few seconds ago. "It seems your sword did not find him worthy. Your weapon is a picky one. Take pride in that." "My weapon did that?" Erin was still in a stupor, but what else could it have been? Without a doubt, it was the weapon's potent freezing powers. Erin claimed that she wasn't the one who acted against Conan. Luckily, due to Bliss's prophecy from before, and Berg as a witness, the others didn't need much convincing about the whole thing. It was clear that he was the cause of his own death. However, it also meant that Erin could now no longer hide things. She took off the cloth from the large blade, and now Rafer immediately recognized its shape in its sheath. It was the demon-tier weapon that Oscar had once carried, and now it was in the hands of Erin. "I can assure you, I didn't steal this. It was given to me. You can confirm with Samantha if you want," Erin said. "No worries here. Besides, now I understand why we have a chance of beating this demon-tier beast." With the demon-tier weapon in her hand and the words from Bliss yesterday, the group was now confident to go out and hunt for another demon-tier beast. The situation looked dire for the main Greylash family. From the initial large, strong attack force, only a few were left alive, whereas there was still a third of the enemy side left. However, Owen still did have one trump card up his sleeve. "The humanoid Dalki is strong. Niku might be a loudmouth, but he is not a weak vampire, yet it only has a few scratches of blood. It would be a mistake to regard these new Gen 4 spikes on the same level as the older ones," Owen thought. "I just hope Grandfather and the other groups are okay." Just when they were on their last legs, that was when Nate had noticed a fierce blonde beauty running from the side. Swinging her sword, a tunnel of ice came down. It froze a few of the Dalki, and with large slashes of yellow aura and strength in every swing, she had managed to kill 3 of the humanoid Dalki without breaking a sweat. "Who is that?" one of the surviving vampires of the first family questioned. They could smell that Erin was somewhat similar to a vampire, but didn't recognize her appearance. They also had no idea who it was from the looks. That was until her hair started to change color, turning from a blonde into black, and her eyes began to glow. It was the trait of a Dhampir. When next to other vampires, their hair color changes. Although Erin had learned how to control it, that required concentration, and in the midst of battle, she couldn't afford to lose focus. "Everyone, this is our only chance. Whatever second wind you have in you, we have to attack now," Nate shouted at the top of his lungs, and was ready to with his shield. Nate knew some of the abilities that the demon-tier sword held. He also knew that there was a cooldown after using the first skill. The second one was practically useless in this situation, which was why he had decided they had to act now. Since Erin had made such a grand entrance, the 4 and 3 spikes had turned their head towards her. This gave a chance for the vampires, Nate and Niku, to go out on the attack. 5 vampires, all wielding swords similar to Niku, had charged in together. They were aiming to take out whatever Dalki they faced as quickly as possible. A slash in one stomach, Niku then twisted the hilt of the sword and infused his blood powers, making a large hole. Before the Dalki could act, the other 5 of Niku's men leaped and stabbed it with their swords into the Dalki's arms. Grabbing his hilt, Niku used all his strength and blood aura to pull the sword up, slicing the Dalki's head in half from his stomach and finishing it in one spot. Now, he could see the humanoid Dalki that hadn't gone towards Eren, the one that had given him so much trouble from before. "You!" Niku pointed his sword towards him. The humanoid Dalki looked towards them and smiled, seemingly accepting the challenge to go for another round. As he charged towards the first family leader, its legs grew in size, mainly around the thigh area. They were now larger than his torso, and his former speed seemed as if he had just been warming up. However, before it could reach Niku, a flash of lightning came down, striking directly at the top of the Dalki's head. It hit perfectly just behind his neck, and a metal fan was seen digging deep into the Dalki, crashing it into the ground. Soon, Niku could see Owen standing there. "I have to deal with this. I've failed my family, allowing too many of them to die. This one is mine," Owen declared. He held his metallic fan and pulled it apart with his bare hands, split into around 12 different metallic pieces. His fingers were still electrified, and the current was passed through from one hand, going through each part of the fans to the other, making them stay in place. Swinging his arms downward, the fan pieces split out and hit the ground, making a circle around him and the Dalki. They started to glow blue, and an electric current passed through each of them. Now, around the Dalki was a makeshift arena spread to look like an electric fence. "I know you can probably just storm out of this place, but you Dalki are warriors. You should have some pride, so let's just make this a fight between the two of us." In the meantime, a little away in the massive crater, Eren could see a group of 4 Dalki charging towards her. She gripped into the handle tightly as she thought back to that time. The entire group were sweating and panting after having defeated such a colossal monster. Its body laid there in the ground, ice tunnels everywhere and ice all around. Rafer had been injured quite badly, yet he was still alive, and the others didn't look much better than him. Bliss was currently the only one that wasn't out of breath. She had created a safe area for all of them, so their wounds wouldn't worsen by the surrounding heat. "You want to know where to go next, don't you?" Bliss asked, looking at Eren. "Take the crystal and use it to strengthen your powers. They will need you in this war." Thinking back and seeing the Dalki run towards her, Eren twisted the hilt of her large sword, and something strange happened. The color of her blade started to change slowly, going from a white and blue metallic shine, turning red. The edges of both sides and the inner rings all started to glow red at the same time, and a strong heat was emptying from the sword. Pointing it towards the Dalki in front of her, one of the rings on the sword was activated, showing the first active skill was being used again. The next moment, a large tunnel of fire appeared on the battlefield. It hit the Dalki straight on, and just like with the ice, anything that touched the tunnel of fire would soon be covered in flames. Nate, who was coming in to help, couldn't believe it. The Dalki's strong hide resisted the flames, yet the power of the demon tier weapon was melting them in front of him. Since when could Oscar's weapon do that? Nate wondered. This wasn't an active skill of Oscar's weapon. This was the power of the other demon tier weapon that Eren had gotten her hands on. After being told what planet to go to and what to do, Eren had taken the beast crystal. The others wanted to complain, but they really couldn't. It was undeniable that her contribution had been paramount to obtaining the crystal. Besides, who could stop her in the first place? Searching far and wide, she had eventually found someone who could do something with the demon tier crystal. It wasn't a humanoid one like her current one, so she thought it would be weaker. However, the forger was inexperienced, and the best he could make out of the crystal was an attachment for her sword. It was one that would go onto the hilt for better grip. When she had come to pick up what she had assumed to be another weapon, or at least a piece of armor, only to see that, Eren had almost killed the forger. Fortunately for him, he had been quick enough to tell her to try it out. She had tried to figure out what effects the hilt had. After testing, these were the results. Every single effect that the sword had, and its active skills, had been altered slightly. Instead of ice, she could use the power of flames. The power wasn't lacking either. Twisting the hilt of the sword again, a click would be heard, and the sword would go back to how it once was. The cooldown for the active skills on the weapon were separate as well, allowing her to use 6 different active skills on her sword. Now, she wielded the power of flames and ice on her weapon. She ran forward towards the incoming Dalki and slashed one of its arms. A yellow aura covered the blade, and a trail of flames were left behind as she swung down, cutting the arm. She was fast and slashed again, killing the Dalki in front of her. Soon another one was approaching, and twisting the hilt, the blade changed. She stabbed the ground, and a trail of ice started to leave the ground and had reached the Dalki, freezing its feet. It was strong enough to break free, but it had slowed it down just in time. Not only had Erin gotten strength from the skill, her Dhampir powers had grown. Now, with the stats of 2 demon-tier weapons, she was untouchable. Back in the fight with Owen and the humanoid Dalki, the two looked at each other, and the Greylash family leader was taunting the man, and he gathered a pure lightning bolt of power, holding it in his hand from the center, like it was some spear. The Dalki didn't stop smiling, circling around the arena, and eventually charged forward. It was even faster than before, and rocks were chucked up from the ground itself. It readied its fist. "With this power, I feel like I could destroy the whole planet," the humanoid Dalki said, believing nothing could survive its punch. "Have you tried destroying a shell, though?" Owen smiled. The marking on his hand started to glow. Since Erin could deal with whatever was coming her way, and Niku had his 5 bodyguards fighting alongside him, killing the Dalki relatively quickly, Nate decided to make himself useful in other ways. He ran through the crater and, using his senses, tried to see if anyone was still alive on the battlefield. He was sure that there would be some at least. Although it seemed everyone had fallen after the fight, the Dalki didn't have time to check and make sure each one was dead. As Nate was going through the large crater that had become a battlefield, he saw the devastating aftermath, and his hopes weren't high. There were bodies everywhere, with torn limbs, and most of them were crushed by just a simple step of the Dalki. He could even see armor that Dalki had ripped apart, along with limbs. This wasn't a fight they could have won. The Dalki are too strong for this lot. Although Nate didn't want to admit something, even though the large army of around 100,000 couldn't do much, they were a big distraction for the Dalki, which was one of the reasons they were alive. Nate's demon-tier shield was strong, so strong that he was confident in battling with most Dalki, and even against a 5-spike, he had a chance as long as they didn't know what the shield did, of course. The battle becomes more unpredictable once the enemy learns of the shield's active skill. Still, when fighting multiple, the shield wasn't the best. Nate could make up for this with his shadow powers, but against 4 spikes, his shadow powers were at best able to block a couple of hits. The shadow power appeared strong at first, but that's mainly because people have only seen Quinn use it against overwhelming strength. It just isn't that useful. Finally, Nate detected a heartbeat. He immediately rushed towards the pile of bodies, started to shuffle through them, and pulled bodies off one by one, eventually pulling out someone who mainly looked fine. "What is going on? I couldn't breathe. They were so heavy," the young man said while trying to catch a breath. "What happened?" Nate replied. "The fight is still going on. They're too strong, but we can still do our part. Come on, help me look for other survivors. As many as possible have to come back from this war." Thinking back to what Sam had said, the Dalki had prepared 9 strong forces in their part of the solar system to counter the strong forces that the humans and vampires had in this war. As long as they had won this fight, they would have won one of the grand battles that were to take place. However, there was still the Dalki mothership and the dragon to go after, and on top of that, one of the forces on their side had pretty much already suffered a defeat due to One Horn. Looking towards Owen, Nate was cheering him on inwardly. At that moment, the humanoid Dalki charged forward with its fist clenched. Its super speed amplified his natural strength to the max. There weren't many things that it would be unable to break if this fist hit them. But Owen could perhaps think of one thing. "Don't let me down," Owen muttered as the lightning bolt mark on his hand lit up. The next second, a large shell appeared, only a little bigger than Owen himself. "The legendary Genbu has appeared," the familiar shouted, looking towards Owen while its back faced the Dalki. Not worried, the Dalki slammed whatever was in front of it with its fist. A magnifying bang was heard, and a shockwave was sent outward. The others could feel the air's vibrations from such a mighty clash. Yet when the Dalki looked at the shell, there wasn't a single crack on it. "This thing is a lot stronger than those shells I have already shredded," Genbu claimed. Is this why you needed me? To stop weak attacks like this? I was worried that you might need me to stop others like that other kid." "No," Owen smiled. "That guy is one of a kind, and our current opponent is someone else." Owen leapt onto Genbu's shoulders as the turtle stood upright like a human. Honestly, Owen was surprised that Genbu hadn't even moved an inch, but it meant that what he had claimed was true. While Genbu and Owen had been together, he had asked what exactly he could do, other than having a solid shell and changing his size. The truth was, Genbu was actually a giant in size. His large figure was his true size, but his weight was still the same no matter how small he got. The familiar could use this power to its advantage. With his added strength and ability, one would need the power to move mountains to move him. Owen held the pure lightning bolt as he saw the Dalki's fist was still on the shell, as if he was frozen in disbelief that something was able to block it. Owen aimed to kill, throwing the pure lightning bolt down towards the Dalki's head. But the Dalki snapped out of the daze and moved his head to the side, avoiding the strike, and the lightning bolt hit nothing but the ground. "This shell may stop my attacks, but you still can't kill." Before the Dalki could finish its sentence, he saw the very same pure lightning bolt that Owen had thrown seconds ago in his hands. Around it, there was green blood, which was now slowly evaporating. The Dalki noticed that there was now a hole through its stomach when looking down. The lightning bolt was able to be attracted back to Owen even after hitting the ground. "I can't let you die so easily, and I realized I was wrong in my assessment before," Owen stated, as he gathered all his lightning powers in his other hand. The lightning continued to spread up to his shoulders as it burnt his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms underneath. With both of his hands covered in lightning, Owen shouted, "Genbu, now!" The next second, the turtle grew in size. It was happening quickly, growing so big it was already half the size of the entire crater. It then jumped on its feet, and it looked like it was ready to crush the Dalki. Seeing this, the Dalki was afraid that perhaps Genbu's sheer weight would kill him along with others in the crater. It was madness. Using his legs, the Dalki tried to run out of the crater towards the fortress as fast as he could, but just as quickly as Genbu grew, he suddenly shrank in size and headed right towards the Dalki. "Thank you, I needed you to get away from the others," Owen smirked at the Dalki. Genbu, now as large as a house, landed right on top of the Dalki, flattening it on the spot, and continued to shrink until he suppressed the Dalki lying just on his back legs. Then Owen jumped off Genbu and landed in front of the Dalki. Genbu's weight must have been immense if the four-spiked Dalki could not lift it off its legs, even with its power. In fact, he felt as if his legs were most likely crushed. The Dalki was punching the ground, creating deeper craters underneath it, until the pure lightning bolt stabbed it right through its hand. "Stop this!" Owen shouted, stabbing the Dalki with the bolt again. He didn't do this just once, but several times, stabbing the Dalki's hand again and again, each time creating a hole in his body. Owen wanted the Dalki to be incapable of moving his hands, and the power of Ki strengthened the lightning bolts. "I was wrong about you. You weren't as strong as a five-spike, but those that you brought with yourself were also strong," Owen said, as he finally threw one last lightning spike directly at the humanoid Dalki, finishing it off, and at the same time, he himself fell to his knees. "Genbu, my vision is so blurry. I think this might be it for me," Owen said, collapsing onto the floor. A search through a vast battlefield, through endless corpses, would have perhaps taken weeks, and maybe even longer, with just a single person. But with Nate's vampire senses, he could hear any heartbeat among them. In other words, there wasn't the need for him to check each one individually. Still, the stench of blood was getting to his nose now that he was no longer fighting. He had to make sure to hold himself back. Originally, he had planned to make it so the survivors would help him on his search. After all, there were bound to be a few who would be close to death or need emergency medical care. He had already sent one of the survivors, who was in good condition, to head back to the ship, to grab some medical supplies, and return as soon as possible. But the rest of the survivors he had found were unwilling to leave his side. They were still scared since the fight was ongoing and wanted to stay by Nate's side. He was one of the few people who survived the fight, and they knew he was strong enough to take these monsters on. Eventually, Nate managed to rescue a group of around 15 almost unscathed people. Some of them had even been pretending to have been injured or hurt, hiding amongst the dead. "You bastard! How could you? My friend sacrificed himself while you—" One of the men shouted and grabbed the other by the scruff of his uniform. "Stop!" Nate shouted. "Of all times, now is definitely not the time to fight amongst ourselves." Continuing their search, they even found a few who had a few limbs missing. Still, they did their best to do what they could, and even cleared an area for the injured outside of the large crater, placing them gently on the ground and waiting for help to arrive. Using the strength of the beast shield, Nate still had great strength, along with his vampire powers, to move things quickly, and once in a while, he would consume the blood of the Dalki to re-energize himself. Right now, the group of people had just placed their 10th injured but alive soldier down in a cleared area. "Commander Nate," the first young man Nate had found, named Jerry, spoke. "Do you think we can really win this war? For me right now, it seems somewhat impossible. We aren't even on their main planet or base, and there were only 100 of them. I might look young, but I was also there during the First War, and I believe you were too young to take part. This fight, as to how we were so easily overpowered and could do nothing but watch helplessly as our abilities turned out ineffective against our enemy, felt a lot like the old war." Nate understood what must have been going through his mind, because he also had the same thoughts. "I think the same way," Nate replied honestly. "However, there are times when I see people that make me think the opposite. Look at that." Nate turned back to the fighting field. They were on the rim of the giant crater, and down below they could see that the fight was still going on. It was Erin, who hadn't given up, and just blocked an attack with her long blade, stabbing it into the ground. She soon pulled out her small blood blade and her chains as she continued to go through movements, pulling Dalki and smashing them into each other while slicing them with faster speed. She took out one quickly and hurried back to her large sword in the ground. She kicked the sword handle so hard that it broke out of the ground and flipped into the air. Then, grabbing it midway with both hands and swinging it with such force, the flames cut a Dalki in half. It was like watching a fiercely skillful and mighty warrior take out the Dalki one by one. It wasn't like Quinn, who would overpower them. This fight gave a different feeling, and to the eyes of the humans and the others, what Erin was doing right now seemed achievable. While watching the fight, they suddenly saw a large shadow being cast over the large crater. That was because Genbu had just grown in size, but the shadow quickly went away as he started to shrink. A few minutes after watching everything, the group realized something as they looked below. "The fighting has stopped! There are no more Dalki! We've won! We won!" Jerry was the first to react, and soon the rest of the survivors screamed on top of their lungs and fell to their knees. It was a relief, as they felt something beyond the joy as they realized that they had managed to survive this war. Back on the ground, Genbu was still out in his human-sized form, and Owen was lying there flat on the ground, not moving for a second. "Ha! You're weak. But you are strong enough for me. Don't worry, you are not dead. If you were, then I still wouldn't be here," Genbu muttered. With no danger around, Genbu started to disappear, and the purple bolt tattoo appeared back on Owen's hand. Noticing that the battle had concluded, the group began to run down the crater to check on Owen and the others. Niku moved swiftly. Most of the vampires in the group were now dead, leaving only him with 3 others who were equally as hurt and bleeding with him. "I can't believe those damn lizards were so strong, but it didn't help that everyone else died so quickly," Niku said, still huffing and panting. What he was even more amazed at, though, was Erin. She had come in such a short time and had taken out the majority of the 25 or so Dalki who were left, killing nearly 12 of them. Not only that, she had done it all on her own as well. "Sir, do you wish for us to gather the vampires and make a report back to the settlement?" one of the vampires asked while kneeling on a knee, still in pain. "We should perhaps gather our fallen. They have fought side by side with us. Then we will send them to the settlement for a proper burial. But this is not a loss," Niku said as he looked around, and noticed Owen was on the floor, having defeated the new Gen Dalki. "This is a win for us. No, it is a win for the vampire and human race," Niku exclaimed with a smile. Niku had been stubborn. He had a distaste for humans, but where had that come from? It was mostly from his father's teachings and feelings that had somewhat passed on to him. But that was how he truly felt? From the small interactions with them all, he felt that the humans weren't bad. Seeing Owen defeat an enemy that he could not, Niku had nothing but respect for the former. Perhaps someday the vampires and humans can work together. Turning his head around away from Owen, he soon saw a flash of red blood appear in front of his eyes. It was sudden, and Niku had no clue what was going on. But when the blood fell, he saw that all 3 of his men were dead, and a sword covered in blood. It was the girl from earlier, and her eyes were fierce yellow as she walked over towards him. "A Dhampir!" Niku shouted as he opened his mouth and bared his fangs toward the woman. He tried to get his sword, but could barely move his hand, and before he could do anything, he suddenly lost his vision as his head bounced on the ground. Nate and the others, who were a little away but close enough to witness everything, stood frozen in shock. "Aaron, what the fuck are you doing?" Nate shouted at the top of his lungs and lifted his shield, ready to protect those around him. She then turned around and smiled at them all with a tear running down her face. "I'm sorry. This is just who I am. I have to go." Usually, Owen was a calm leader who could handle nearly any situation. He knew that it was always best to remain level-headed when making decisions and during combat, but lately he had been losing calmness. Right now he could hear his heart thumping as he awaited the news from Sam. It didn't help that Sam had already stated that the news was a bad one. "I suppose Owen is with you. I will inform you about the other Grey Lash group first. 3/4 of their forces were wiped out. They had claimed they went against multiple 3 to 4 spike Dalki, and there were even a couple of ones that appeared to be more human," Sam explained. The situation seemed to be similar to theirs, if not worse. They had only fought against 1 humanoid Dalki. Hearing this, Owen didn't have much hope if it wasn't for what he said initially. 3/4 of their forces were wiped out? Owen repeated, now joining in on the same call as Nate. Yes, although a lot of lives were lost, the second Grey Lash group managed to achieve victory because they had some unexpected help come their way. The second Grey Lash family was on the move. The planet was located somewhat close to the sun, and its ozone was very thin, allowing a lot of the heat to pass through, making the planet quite hot. For a large force that wasn't used to fighting in these types of conditions, they were already struggling. When going up against the new gen, the group faced a mammoth task that was more challenging than they could have ever thought. Thankfully, though, Grim had trusted his gut somewhat. The Grey Lash family's ex-leader had a gut feeling that something terrible was about to happen, and they couldn't take on the enemy as they had done on other planets. He had rearranged the group into separate forces based on the abilities, rather than having small teams like they usually would support each other. Grim had a feeling that individual strength and individual groups wouldn't be able to deal with the threat, and they needed to unite their numbers and powers. On top of this, by noticing the enemy before they reached the place, they had fared quite well against the Dalki, far better than Owen had done, who were unprepared when seeing the fortress in front of them. Still, the strength of the Dalki was tremendous, and while Grim was busy dealing with a humanoid Dalki who looked like it had giant balloons on its shoulders, the other humanoid Dalki was wrecking the remaining force. Hermes, who was also traveling with Grim, had tried to fight off the other humanoid Dalki. This one had longer limbs than usual. Its arms were almost twice the size and had double elbow joints. It allowed the Dalki to kill a massive amount of people at once. Unfortunately, facing a 4-spike creature with such a unique trait was the end of Hermes's life. Old Man Grim was at a loss of what to do. He knew that they would be unable to win, but if they were to retreat, it would do them no better, and they were more likely to lose their own lives. That was until an unexpected ship was seen approaching the battle from a distance. A shiver went down Grim's spine as he noticed the ship's design. Countless ability users dropped from the ship. Honestly, the Grey Lash family thought they were reinforcements from either the cursed faction or that of the Earthborn group, but increasing their numbers wouldn't do much for them with the situation they were in. However, all of them dropped down in the middle of the fight, and the Greylash family couldn't believe their eyes. Some of the ability users in there were somewhat able to deal with the Dalki better than they were. The Dalki that was soon to go up against Grim for another round soon found two blonde figures standing in front of it. Both of them then pressed their hands on the ground, and an invisible force field stopped its advance. "I never once in my whole life thought that I would be happy to see you. I hope you won't chain me up again once this is all over," Grim joked. "We no longer want to live like that. With him gone, we can do as we wish, and we wish to join in this fight and help defend this place," an older middle-aged man answered. Large explosions were going off to the right of Grim, a few hundred meters away. He knew that was where the other humanoid Dalki was there as well, and that's when he noticed a young brother and sister pair. "It looks like nearly the whole family is here." With the arrival of the blades and the chain that they had reclaimed and gathered amongst the solar systems, they were able to overwhelm the new Gen Dalki in the end. However, considering how only a few had survived, they will no longer be taking part in the war and are returning to the Greylash planets, Sam explained. Nate and Owen couldn't quite believe it. Like them, the second group had received help from the most unexpected people they thought of during the time. However, although one could say that they were victorious so far, truthfully, it was more like a draw since the forces couldn't continue. After Sam had finished explaining, Nate and Owen reported everything that had occurred on their end, and even told details of Aaron. Nate thought it would be best to warn him, just in case Aaron appeared in different places after this, and also thought Sam would be the best person to know somewhat what to do with the information. "I see. Right now, I think your suggestion is best, Nate. Owen can no longer fight in his current state, and he will head back to the Greylash faction with the survivors. You take the small combat ship. They are faster for movement if you run into trouble. Search for the main Dalki base. If you find it, inform me, and Logan will send out an energy reading. With how many Dalki they have placed on these patents, I doubt that they will have much left. With each group that wins their remaining battles, I plan for them to go ahead and defeat the Demon-tier beast." Nate nodded along as he got a gist of what Sam was planning, but he realized that the latter hadn't told them about the bad news yet. "The bad news?" Nate asked. For a second, Sam paused. "As you know, we had created 9 forces to take on the Dalki forces. However, we have already lost one of the forces due to the incident with Sack and his Earthborn group. I thought the Dalki might stay still, but instead, the Dalki used this to their advantage. They saw the gap, and there is a Dalki mothership that is heading straight for the Daisy base." "The Daisy base? You mean the vampire settlement?" Nate cried back. If the enemy was as formidable as they had faced here, and with all the vampire leaders away, Nate knew how much trouble the Daisy planet was in. "What about one of the cursed factions group? Can't we send them back?" Nate asked. Sam shook his head. "We just have to hope that the vampire settlement can hold out without their leaders. We can't get distracted. No matter what, many lives will be lost. This is the final battle, Nate. We must locate their base and destroy it before they take down ours. Once we have taken over the main Dalki forces in the Beast Planet solar system, we can turn around and finish them off. Besides, there are no cursed faction forces we can dispatch. The Blade Group has just landed on a Dalki planet, and the bad news I was talking about wasn't even the vampire settlement under attack. I got news from Sunny. She has run into Graham." Nate's eyes winded after hearing that name. Being one of a few that had gone up against Graham, he knew how strong the latter was. Nate believed whoever ran into him, apart from Quinn, had no chance of surviving this fight. "Call Quinn! Tell Quinn immediately! We have to tell him!" Nate cried. "I already tried," Sam replied. "We have even sent out a force from the settlement to the planet where Quinn is at. They are unable to move. All of the beasts on that planet have locked onto something. The vampires are fighting endlessly to protect the ship while Quinn is going through something. I have no idea how long Quinn will take, but we need to try our best to win this war without him. All we can do is wish our allies luck. The best thing we can do for them is to continue winning our battles. We have a tough battle of our own ahead of us, Sam said, ending the call there. Owen was now done with his part, but Nate still had his mission to complete, as he wondered what on earth was Quinn doing. 42% of nest crystal has been absorbed. The first leader's body fell on the surface without a head. The young Niku hadn't been the leader for the first family for long, and he was a youngling compared to the others. In fact, other than ones whom Bryce had turned long ago, Niku was the last child, and end of the first family bloodline from Bryce. The thing was, for the people who had witnessed this sudden turn of events, none of them knew how much of a big deal this truly was. That was because none of them were officially a part of the settlement. Nate, who was also a vampire, wasn't involved in that world. She killed one of the vampire leaders, who was helping us. Is she going to come after us? Jerry said in a worried tone as his sword shook in his hands. Just seconds ago, he was about to praise this woman for her beautiful skills in combat and for helping them defeat the Dalki, and now he was scared by her for his life. After Erin had spoken her words, she had a pained look on her face as she stared at Nate, and after a moment she turned around and ran away. Hey, should we go after her? One of the men asked, unsure if it was a good idea. However, even if they wanted to chase her, she was far too fast and was already too far for them to catch up. No, we can't defeat her anyway, Nate answered, and glanced at the sliced corpses of Dalki not far away from them. Although Nate had initially disliked Niku for his noble attitude and his view that vampires were better than humans, but at the end of the day, not just in vampire terms but even in human years, Niku was just a child. Thus, Nate disregarded the former's thoughts as childish. However, a part of Niku wasn't childish at all, and that was when fighting by their side. Not for a second did he waver, and always went head-on to face whatever was thrown at them. He had done things that other vampires and humans would have hesitated to do. The vehicle from the main ship had returned, and for now, Niku's body and his head were carefully placed in it, and with all of the survivors, they headed back to the ship. They would then bring the ship back and store the dead in a special place. Thankfully, there were mechs on board and special equipment, thus the few survivors could manage all this. In the meantime, Nate stayed at Owen's side, where he had fought the Dalki. He was on the surface, sleeping peacefully, despite it being hard and rough, and Nate just sat there thinking about everything and resting, waiting for Owen to wake up eventually. After some time, Owen slowly opened his eyes. He was half expecting to see clouds, but he could see the same dull ground, and not too far from him was the humanoid Dalki he had defeated. You're finally awake, Nate said. Oh, and the blockhead is still alive, Owen replied, trying to move his muscles, but he could barely move them. No matter how much he tried, it felt like his body was stuck on the ground. He was exhausted and would need some time to recover. Do you remember the mediation technique I showed you? It would be best to work on that and slowly try to recover your ki. You used it all up, nearly surpassed your limits, and were going into your real-life energy. If you meditate for a while, eventually it will speed up your recovery, Nate suggested. Owen followed his advice, and after around 15 minutes of meditation, he had gathered enough energy to slowly move his body and sit up in a better position. Still, he knew that it would take a while for him to get back to fighting condition again. We lost a lot, didn't we? Owen said, while still sitting in a cross-legged position and meditating. We actually lost more than you think. The vamp kid is dead. Nate held his head in shame. Since he had survived, he now felt like he perhaps could have done something, maybe even if he had stayed and helped Niku fight. He was sure that Erin, having at least known her somewhat, wouldn't have attacked him. Honestly, though, Nate still had no clue what happened, why Erin had done such a thing, and if she was killing the vampires, why hadn't she killed him as well? In the end, Nate explained what happened to Owen, how Erin was the one that killed Niku. Perhaps it was something he should have hidden from the Grey Lash leader until the current situation settled down, but he was now frustrated with Erin. Having committed such a war crime, Erin wasn't an ally anymore. That's a crazy story, Owen finally replied. I am just as at a loss as you are. However, although I agree she has done a bad thing, and I would not be kind to her in any way after killing someone I fought side by side with, I wonder if we could have survived if she hadn't interfered at the time. Sure, I was able to defeat the humanoid Dalki, but I collapsed shortly after, and we were truly on our last legs at the time. Still, I was starting to like that young vampire. Owen smiled and started to think back to the little playful competitions the two of them had, during their time in this mission. Eventually, the ship arrived near the crater. It landed at a short distance from the Dalki fortress. Soon the survivors began to gather their fallen comrades and place them inside. "I'm scared," Nate eventually said. "Based on what happened, I should have called Sam and updated him on what is going on, but now I'm scared to hear news of what has happened to the other planets. We had you, a demon-tier weapon, a vampire leader, and even Aaron, who also had a demon-tier weapon, and we barely won this fight. The other groups, some of them don't even have half as much power as we had, and our whole force was wiped out. What if we are the only ones to win the battle? What if everyone is already dead?" Of course, Owen understood Nate's feelings well, especially after looking at the devastation the new Gen Dalki had caused. At the same time, there wasn't even a 5-spike among them, nor was their leader Graham. "I need to know what happened to my grandfather," Owen eventually said. "He is strong, but as you said, even with the leaders helping him, I imagine the forces he has run into are troublesome. If he needs help, I will have to go and support him." Sam had told them not to do this, but even Nate couldn't go against Owen when the latter's family was involved. The plan was to continue from this planet and search for the Dalki home base. Those that succeeded in taking over one of the 9 Dalki planets were tasked with this job. "I will continue to search for the Dalki base," Nate answered. "You should go see your grandfather, but before that, let's make a call." On the receiver, Nate was trying to get through to Sam on the other end, hoping to hear an answer to everything. It rang for a while with no response, but of course, connections across different planets would take a while anyway. Still, it made him more nervous until he had finally heard a voice. "This is Sam. Nate, have you contacted me to make a report?" Sam asked. Hearing his voice was a relief for Nate. "Yeah, we're done on our end. Are you in a suitable position for me to tell you all the details, or would you like me to write a report for you to look at?" There was a pause for a while, until Sam eventually replied again. "It's all right. You can tell me everything that has happened so far. We have landed on the Dalki planet and have discovered the new Gen Dalki. However, we have yet to engage. We were in the middle of deciding what to do as we got the reports of everyone else." "Please," Owen suddenly interrupted. "Can you ask them if they got a report from Grimm?" he asked. Nate relayed the question over, to which Sam replied, "Yes, I have received a report from 2 groups, one of them being from Grimm and the other from Sunny. I have some bad news." A group of vampires had stationed themselves on a swamp-like planet. They put a base on one of the few pieces of land that formed a small island-like structure. The vampires surrounded it to protect the ship from beasts. The beasts had already destroyed the ship's engine, and at the moment, they didn't even have the time to repair it because nearly all of them were busy fighting the endless hordes of beasts that were coming their way. Earl Ronston, who was in charge of the expedition, was currently on top of the ship and staring at the scene. "My word, what is going on with this planet? I can see beasts coming from every direction. Is it because of the nest crystal that we have gathered? But it seems like His Majesty is using it for something. All we have to do is keep defending. But it feels more like a war between our small group and the countless beasts on this planet." It certainly did feel that way to everyone, especially those on the ground floor. The beasts weren't extremely powerful like the doppelgangers they had fought, but they still had some strength with them and numbers on their side. On either side, protecting the north and south sides, were the 2 Viscounts leading 2 groups of vampires. Still, they had been fighting for hours and were now getting tired. "Don't use your blood powers!" Viscount Norvik shouted as he slammed a giant tentacle-like creature on its head, causing black blood to splatter all over him and partly in his mouth. After pushing it back with a few more attacks, he resumed what he was saying. "Using the blood powers will tire us out quicker. Just carry on using your strength." The good news was that the other vampires were already used to this. When fighting against the doppelganger, they hadn't used their blood powers or abilities for fear that perhaps there would be more to come. At the same time, they had done a lot of training and fighting themselves, so they knew what the enemy's weaknesses were. Although fighting against the doppelgangers was frightening, and at the same time incredibly frustrating, each of the vampires had improved their combat skills drastically because of it. "I'm exhausted," Joy complained, her fists obscured in black blood. She was a fighter who mainly just punched her way out of the situation. However, it was using up more energy in this case than in any of her previous fights, since she would just punch the beasts that came towards her rather than dodge obvious attacks. "I have no more blood," Mo replied. "I used up what was in the flask. You will just have to hold out." Unlike when vampires would fight against the Dalki or go against the humans, there was one thing that was different in fighting beasts: blood. They could always re-energize themselves or restore their blood powers and abilities with blood during a fight. It was one of the scary things about vampires, and one of the reasons why they didn't fear the Dalki, even after learning a lot about the latter. However, fighting beasts, they were unable to consume beast blood. "We have reinforcements coming," Rick shouted. The others were finding it hard to split their attention, but they looked up to see just what he was talking about when they could. That's when they saw a ship in the sky, which was quite similar to the vampire ships. Immediately, a group of about 30 or so vampires dropped down from the ship as reinforcements. "They are from the fifth family," Viscount Neon noticed. The fourth and fifth family always had a close relationship. This was mainly due to Jim and Sunny being close to each other as leaders, and now the vampires were happy to see them more than ever. A long, black-braided woman landed in front of one of the groups. "We will take over from here. You guys rest up a bit." With the reinforcements having arrived, Ronston looked at the battlefield, but the number of beasts didn't seem to decrease. Still, the good news was that a mechanic had come with the group, and now they had enough vampires to defend the place while the others could take a break they deserved. The other large ship landed. Only a few yards away from the ship, Quinn and the others had arrived. They had brought supplies with them, including collections of blood, which someone handed out to the others. Of course, when contacting the vampire settlement, Ronston had informed them of what they needed and the situation, which was why they could prepare everything beforehand. At that moment, Ronston had decided to enter the fifth family ship, where he encountered someone, a girl who had a straight-cut bang across her forehead and long hair winding on her back. She wasn't a vampire knight, but Ronston knew her well because she was a descendant from the fifth family, Simmer. "I'm surprised to see you here," Ronston bowed. "It was an important task to do with the king, of course. I would be here, and on that note, I have informed my people not to attack the giant gorilla. I am sorry, we were unaware that it was part of your group." Ronston couldn't help but chuckle. Honestly, he had forgotten that the gorilla named Jesk, as they heard Quinn call him so many times, was still helping them out. However, the gorilla tried its best to stay away from the ship. They imagined the beast had a strong will. Whatever was tempting the other beasts, the gorilla was fighting against it to help his master. "It was a surprise to us as well, and I honestly forgot about it, so my apologies as well." The two of them went to sit down and continued to chat, as Ronston informed her of what was happening with Quinn and the plan. Should they leave the planet and head back to the shelter once the mechanic repairs the ship? Quinn seemed to be unresponsive at the moment, so they were unable to ask him. Whatever the case, staying here was not an option. While asking, though, Ronston noticed that Simmer was often staring into space. "What seems to be the problem?" Ronston couldn't help but ask. She was reluctant to tell him, but she eventually revealed after a few moments of silence. "Before coming here, we had received a report. It was from Sunny herself. She is going up against one of the leaders of the Dalki. I know our leader is strong, but I can't help but worry. I was hoping to speak to Quinn, but it looks like it's currently not possible." Just then, they heard shouts from outside. The two rushed out of the ship, and they noticed that the sky above them had somewhat darkened. That was now because several winged beasts were hovering above them. "This will be troublesome," Ronston frowned. In the meantime, Quinn was inside the ship on his own. Everyone had cleared the area so as not to disturb him. "Finally, I'm getting used to the feeling. The energy doesn't hurt my body anymore, but the energy, it's just swirling around my body. It doesn't feel like I can actually use it. This is a little worrying, but I have to keep absorbing the energy for now. If I do this, that pain will come back, but I need to absorb the energy faster. I have no clue how long I've been doing this, and I have no clue what is happening here. I can tell if I break concentration and the connection to the nest crystal, the energy from it will explode and crack. This is the only time I can do this." Absorbing more of the energy directly from the crystal, Quinn could feel a tremendous pain crawl through his body, but the process had now sped up. Rather than allowing the power to enter him, he was forcefully sucking it. 52% of nest crystal has been absorbed. Flames were erupting from an enormous dropship on the desert-covered barren planet. Countless crates fell from the ship and tumbled in a wide area on the surface, though the fall from the sky wasn't enough to break the strong crates. With the switches on, the crates opened up and a swarm of dangerous vampire subclasses began to swarm out. Their numbers had barely diminished after the battles they had been used in so far. From high up, if one was to look at the scene, it looked like a swarm of black ants were all heading towards Graham, the Dalki wearing clothes. Sunny wasn't nearby Graham, but she could see him off in the distance with her enhanced eyesight. There were two others with her. Rokeen was one of them, and the other was the older female, Nina, traveling along with her on this expedition. During the attack so far, the two would usually stay in their ship, but due to the attack, the two weren't exactly able to do so anymore. "You two, head back towards the ship. There should be a couple of combat ships still in good condition, so you should hurry," Sunny instructed. "Are you telling us to leave you?" Rokeen asked. "Leader, there is only one Dalki." Of course, due to the reports they were handed out and the fact that this Dalki was on his own, Sunny knew that this was most likely the Dalki known as Graham. The ship had crashed east from where the Dalki was, and the swarm of beasts soon was coming his way. Surrounding the Dalki were several different crudely made black objects. They had no remarkable craftsmanship, and they looked like sticks stuck in the ground. This material was the same by which the Dalki made their ships and fortresses, and there was a special reason why Graham kept them next to him. Picking up one of them from the ground, he hurled it towards the horde of beasts. The Wendigos and Mouth Spitters were the fastest and were ahead of the other subclasses. The second the object had left Graham's hand, it almost immediately had hit the group. The vampires heard a loud bang as it broke through the sound barrier, and looked at it in disbelief. A whole section of the vampire subclasses had been wiped out from a single spear. "Now I understand how it was able to destroy the ship's shield. It wasn't a special object or anything like that. It was the Dalki's pure power," Rokeen said as his lips were trembling. After throwing the first spear, they saw 6 spikes piercing through Graham's oversized shirt from his back. However, the vampires couldn't gauge much about the power and strength of the Dalki. Having fought against them, Sunny had learned of the strength and difference between the spikes. She remembered the vampire meeting, where Sam had stated a 5-spiked Dalki was the highest spiked Dalki they had seen, but now they could clearly see 6 spikes on Dalki's back. "This is an order. Both of you, hurry to the ship before it's too late. Make a report to Sam about everything you have seen here," Sunny ordered again. Although the horde of subclasses had taken quite the blow, and a single spear attack had wiped out around 5% of their forces, they were fearless and didn't understand better as they continued towards Graham. In the meantime, Sunny didn't waste any more time and summoned her inner blood weapon. Rokeen was watching everything, still frozen and not wanting to leave Sunny. He was a direct descendant of her, although never treated as a successor to the 5th family. At the end of the day, the person he was standing beside was his mother. "We have to go. She ordered us to," Nina shouted as she pulled Rokeen away. While running towards the ship, all Rokeen could think of was one person. "Quinn. If Quinn was here, he could save her. We have to tell Quinn. Quinn, where are you?" Rokeen wanted to go back, but every time he would attempt to turn his head, Nina pulled his arm, forcing him to look in front of them until they had eventually reached the ablaze ship. It was big, but they knew where the combat ships were placed. When getting to the back, they could see that the attack had damaged most of them, but one of them appeared to be in somewhat good condition. "Wait, there's only one ship. How will Sunny get off this planet?" Rokeen asked. "There has to be a ship that the Dalki used, or worst case, we will come back here when she has defeated him. She just wants us out of the way," Nina replied, and the two soon got in the small ship that could seat around 4 people at most. A combat ship had no space to move around. After testing the controls, everything looked to be working just fine, and Nina began to pull the ship. getting it out of the burning dropship and flying outwards. They immediately called Sam to report that Graham was here, on this planet, and they were about to leave it. However, even though she was curious to see just what was going on, she slightly turned the ship so they could see how the fight was going so far. That's when they couldn't believe their eyes. They hadn't taken long to get to the ship, but the battlefield already looked like a graveyard, with over half of the subclasses slaughtered. It took them a few minutes to regain their composure. On the ground, the beasts had latched on their fangs, clawing at Graham, but could do nothing. A single swing of his hand and the air itself distorted, killing several of them in an instant. Sunny looked to be standing behind a group of the subclasses, hoping for the right moment to jump in, but it didn't look like she would get a chance there. "Any of the Dalki that has been killed by these pathetic creatures deserve to die," Graham said as he jumped up in the air. The jump itself had killed the beasts around him. He floated in the air for a moment, and then, clenching his fists, he flew back towards the ground. Slamming his fist down, the impact crushed the ground beneath him, sending out a powerful shockwave. The beasts that were close had their bodies crushed before the fist even touched the ground. The nuclear-like fist had created a mile-wide crater in the ground, but it didn't stop there and continued to spread, creating more shockwaves, and soon it reached 3 and finally 4 miles wide. The whole area was destroyed from the power of the punch alone, and it seemed like Graham had taken out all the beasts on the ground. Sunny, who was caught up in the strong shockwave of the attack, had somehow managed to defend herself using blood hardening, but the shockwave destroyed her weapon, and at the same time, blood dripped from the corner of her mouth due to internal injuries. "The power is on the same level as Laxmus. No, it was an ordinary punch, and the Dalki himself wasn't even injured, which means this wasn't his full strength." Graham looked around with a calm expression, not fatigued at all. He picked up one of the vampire subclass's bodies near his feet. It was a mouth spitter whose body was primarily intact, still from the shockwave, but was clearly dead. Opening his mouth wide, he soon started to chew down on it, crushing its bones and anything inside with his strong jaws and teeth. "It's time for me to have a feast and get stronger. Thank you so much for bringing all of these to me." Seeing what happened from a distance and the shockwave somewhat shaking the ship, Nina started to fly out of the area. "What are you doing? Are we going to abandon her? If we do, she will die," Rokeen cried. Nina's eyes were also moist as tears streamed down her cheeks. "If we stay, then we would be dead as well. At least her life will mean we get to live." She wanted to leave the planet safely. Now, Sunny's fate was in Graham's hands. Out of all the attacking groups, the Earthborn group was the slowest of them all. However, they had reason to be, as they were being cautious, trying to lose as few numbers as possible and doing their best to cooperate with the vampires. They had done well taking back the planets that initially belonged to the Earthborn group, and were now finally heading into the Dalki part of the solar system. Sam had instructed them to continue ahead, and Longblade, who was leading one of the groups, understood why. This was their only chance to win this war. Based on the reports of the new Gen Dalki so far, the new enemy seemed quite powerful, and not just by a small difference. From the information gathered, it looked like they had figured out how to create a new type of Dalki, better than the current types. On top of that, they already knew the Dalki could get stronger by evolving, and time was not on their side. If they left the Dalki alone, the latter would create more new Gen Dalki, giving them a chance to grow more powerful. Waiting was not an option. If they stopped their attack, it would allow the Dalki to regroup. In that case, the Dalki would just wait to create more new Gen and evolve their current forces. Although the human force was large, already having lost so many, it wasn't like their own forces could suddenly increase in strength or number. It was a formidable force that they had to face, and Longblade and his group were approaching one of the Dalki planets on which they were expecting to come across the new Gen Dalki. Along with Longblade was the 13th leader, Lee, and the second leader, Katori. The string ability from the 13th vampires had helped them considerably in holding the strong Dalki in place, and they had even saved many human lives when using the former as puppets during the war. At the same time, the second family with the reversing ability meant that they could enjoy the effects of healing that were better than normal healing. It made the Earthborn group under Longblade's command just respect the two families even more, and he was hoping he could utilize all of their powers in this fight as well. At the same time, the other Earthborn group was made up mostly of vampires and generals, and they were able to use their brute strength to defeat the Dalki. Jin, Ken Kilton, and Dylan Scudder, three vampire leaders who had abilities suited for taking on the Dalki, really showed off their powers in the fight so far. On top of that, since most of them in the group were vampires, the Dalki's green blood gave an extra boost while fighting. Soon, both of these Earthborn groups would be landing on the Dalki planet, ready to go into battle. It had only been an hour since Longblade and his vast army of 100,000 had landed on the planet, and they were now greatly struggling against the new Dalki. The planet they were fighting had quite large grass fields and large meadows. This meant there weren't many strategic locations for them to use in fighting. Tactics were useless, and since they were on the attack, they had to go towards the fortress on the planet in an attempt to take it out. Currently, the new Gen Dalki had already massacred a quarter of their forces. "This is difficult," Longblade said, while assessing the situation. "The Dalki aren't fighting us head-on. Did they get reports from the other fortresses, which our forces have defeated?" Unlike the previous battles that had been an all-out war, the Dalki here were going on the defense and holding up in the fortress. The humans practically had to raid the place. Some of the vampires from the 13th family successfully scaled the wall with their abilities and brought others up with them. But just like the report stated, the Dalki forces were far stronger than other forces they had come across. They consisted of 3 spikes and 4 spikes, and even though they weren't even large in number, taking them down seemed impossible. "There's also that humanoid-looking one with the abnormally long tongue. I don't even know anyone could use a tongue like that." Just as Longblade thought of this, he saw the humanoid Dalki coiling its tongue around someone's body, and like a frog, the Dalki pulled him towards its mouth, killing it by crushing it to pieces. "We have no choice," Lee stated, who was also watching things go on. "We have tried to find ways to infiltrate the fortress, but none are working. We will just have to create a force of our strongest and head in together to create a gap so the rest can join in as well." Longblade wasn't quick to agree with Lee's plan. They had already lost many lives, and he didn't want to view his people as just a number. From the report so far, even if they were to create a potent force, the enemy could still take them out. Before making any decision, Longblade decided to call the other Earthborn group to see how they were faring. On the other side, Jin, who was leading this force, answered, and the situation he reported was similar to how things were going here. The Dalki were staying in their fortress, and the group had yet to figure out a way to enter, and they had also just attempted what Lee had suggested with the vampire leaders, but it turned out to be an unsuccessful attempt. In fact, one of the vampire leaders had even lost his life, the 11th family leader, Dylan Scudder. This caused them to retreat. In the retreat itself, the Dalki were able to take out half of their forces, and now they were at a loss of what to do. "I understand how you feel, but we won't be getting reinforcements," Longblade stated. "We have no choice but to fight to the best of our ability and hope that our side comes out as the winner." A few moments after he said that, Longblade had received a message from someone he didn't expect. It looked like the help they needed might arrive. He called for a temporary retreat and then told the vampires to gather for the meeting. "We plan to attack the fortress head-on, and for that, we will require your power," Longblade said. "I hate to admit it, but we can't do this without you. I, as the leader of this group, ask you this favor, and if you can get us inside, the rest of us will try our best to get rid of the Dalki." The vampires looked at each other in confusion. So far, the attack forces had been quite mixed, but now Longblade was asking the vampires to lead the charge. They were basically asking the vampires to be their shield. "Sacrifice your own people, and we will get rid of the Dalki," one of them shouted. The others agreed, and Lee and Katori were ready to silence them, but Longblade shook his head, knowing that this was the expected reaction. "There is a reason why I am asking for your help," Longblade smiled and looked up, "and that's because of them." a ship was seen approaching the area that they had made their temporary base for now, which was quite far enough to be away from the sight range of the fortress. Besides, the Dalki weren't chasing after them, so there wasn't much trouble. When the ship landed, two figures walked out, and with them, they pushed along a large crate that was the size of a car. As for who these two people were, they were Linda and Fex. At the same time, landing on the other Dalki beast planet, supporting Jin and the others, was another pair doing the same thing, and this pair was Samantha and Mona. "This here will help you win the fight. Tell all the vampires to take a drink, and we will win this war," Samantha instructed. Opening up the containers, the vampires could all smell it immediately. It was Dalki blood, but not just any Dalki blood. Rather, it was blood from a 5-spike Dalki. One Horn's death would be the turning point in the battle. Oscar's and Sack's death wouldn't be in vain. Two more of the cursed faction groups were behind the others. They had entered the Dalki part of the beast's solar system, armed with the information that the others had already gathered. Based on the information so far, the groups believed that they were going into a tough battle ahead of them. However, one of these groups, led by Peter, wasn't nervous at all. At the moment, he stood firm on his large ship as it approached the Dalki planet that was primarily made of what looked like ice but had a purplish tinge to it. "Do you think the White has some sort of problem?" the recently promoted vampire knight of the Sixth Family Knight asked. His eyes were staring at Peter's back. To be specific, he was staring at what was around him. "You should be careful with your words," Jake replied. "That man is the reason why we have had to do next to little work. Honestly, he is fearless, and his strength seems limitless. Sure, he might have strange tastes, but that is down to him." The other vampires at the table had known Jake for a long time, since he had been their leader for a while now. They were mostly at the rank of earls, working inside the Sixth Family Castle. Yet in all their time of serving someone, they had never seen their leader so possessed by the person in front of them. Watching Peter fight had absorbed him, and their leader had become a true fan. The thing was, it wasn't just him. Many of the other earls, the viscounts, and vampires had become his fans. Peter's personality is what they imagined a vampire leader should be like. No hesitation, great strength, and dominating everything with his sheer power. As for what they were commentating on about his special tastes, it was about the lesser whites that he had chosen. Like a bodyguard, a headless human stood beside Peter at all times, and he too could utilize strong beast gear and had a strong body itself. Then there was the 5-spike leader, Slicer, who had a tail faster and sharper than any Dalki, and could even defeat 4-spike Dalki with ease. Lastly, there were two new additions to the group. Peter had taken the highest-tier Dalki he could find, 2 4-spikes, yet one of them had only a single arm. Peter himself had ripped it off during the fight and had a hole through his chest from where Peter had killed him. Then the other Dalki that Peter had resurrected had wings, making it quite unique. Not all Dalki had wings, except for those at the 5th tier, which was why it was a bit unique for this one. Only Peter had made it even more unique, or to be accurate, his lesser white leg, who had cut off one of its wings during a fight, had making them practically useless. Because of this, each of the lesser whites Peter had around him seemed to have a missing limb or two. The others didn't know whether that was a coincidence or not, which led to some strange rumors being passed around between the vampires. "Quinn, whenever you get stronger, I can feel the strength in me rising," Peter thought. "But what I don't have is your martial arts skills or your blood powers. I've been improving the way I fight, improving my powers of the white. But what's this feeling I have right now? What is happening to you, and what is happening to me?" Peter couldn't quite explain it, but there was always a link between him and Quinn. Although it is said that whites grew stronger with their leader, it is defined by the limits of the white's body. However, Peter had continued to grow in strength along with Quinn, and he had a feeling it was due to the connection he could feel even now. Yet for the first time, Peter could feel energy stronger than his body was slipping away. "Is it me that's changing, or—" Since his powers were growing as well, Peter thought perhaps this was a way for White to grow independently, and not a special trait or circumstances. The ship had anchored away from the enemy signatures. According to the latest information, there was a high possibility that the Dalki might not attack them. Instead, they would go on the defensive and wouldn't leave the fortress. With how Peter had led so far, he stood in the front of everyone, along with his 4 lesser whites in front, as they all marched forward. With the probability that the Dalki weren't going on the attack, they took the chances and landed the ship closer to the fortress. While marching, they followed the strange ice, which had begun to make a peculiar shape. They entered what felt like a narrow ridge, with an enormous giant skyscraper of ice towers over them. But because they were leaning against each other, it allowed for some light to get through the gaps. However, if they were to try and escape left or right, it would be impossible due to the ice all around them, unless they wanted to climb up the sides of the walls until they went through the gaps. Eventually, they saw their target in sight. The fortress was in a large gap of ice. Up ahead, they could see the fortress, and due to the ice surrounding it, they could only attack from one direction. Far off in the distance, the Dalki stood on the wall, and among them, one of them smiled back at the group. "So that's the humanoid-type Dalki that they have all been talking about," Peter smiled. Although its body had the skin of a human, its arms were scaled, and its hands were slightly different because they looked a bit darker and worn out, turning a slight red. It reminded Peter of Slicer scales and the type which the other 5-spiked Dalki would have. In addition to that, the new Gen Dalki had very long claws, much longer than usual. I guess others would be scared, but I've seen scarier people," Peter thought, thinking of Quinn's familiar. "What's the plan?" Jake asked, noticing that Peter hadn't charged in head first like he usually would have done before. "I thought perhaps I should go with the other vampires first, but we wouldn't go for an attack. Instead, we will lay some traps on the walls and the outside. That way it will leave the rest to take them on." Jake thought he had come up with a good suggestion and was being a good support to Peter by suggesting this. He was actually thinking for the best of the whole group, rather than what was easy for the vampires or humans. However, it looked like Jake was wrong about one thing. "The plan?" Peter smiled back. "The plan is him." The next second, Peter took off on his own again. He had beast gear on him, not as good as Quinn's, but still at a high level. However, what he did have of Quinn's was his speed. Running across the ice, not even his lesser whites could keep up with him. "Do you think your fortress doors could hold me back?" Peter smirked. 2 4-spiked Dalki jumped down, trying to block Peter's path. Just then, he reached for 2 buttons with his hands, and jumping through the air, he thrust them forward rather than swinging at them. His attack was too fast and powerful for them. The batons went straight through their head, killing them on the spot. Seeing this, the humanoid Dalki decided to jump down, but Peter's own lesser whites had caught up by then. The 2 undead Dalki were the first to charge forward. The humanoid Dalki sliced their arms with its sharp claws, which fell off like gauges on the spot. Still, they were alive, and even without their arms, they were still able to hit the humanoid Dalki. "You've never fought against an undead, have you?" Peter smiled and got right in the center, swinging the baton, digging it right into the Dalki's stomach, and lifting it in the air. As soon as it fell back, the Dalki began to spin its body like a drill, and the claws shredded the body of the 2 undead Dalki within seconds. Then it looked like Peter was the one that was about to get hit next. However, a quick tail slashed at the hard hands, knocking the Dalki to the side, and a large fist from the headless man punched the humanoid Dalki to the ground. Before he could react, Peter was already above him. "Your heart is here, right?" Peter said, and without hesitation, he stuck his baton-type weapon, the tonfa, right through the chest. It wasn't a sharp weapon, but it didn't matter with his strength, and soon the heart was crushed in the ice. The humanoid Dalki, which everyone feared and talked about, was dealt by Peter without a scratch on him. But this wasn't the end, because the Dalki in the fortress soon jumped down and were coming towards them. "Thank you for making my job a little bit easier," Peter said, placing his hand on top of the humanoid Dalki. "Wake up!" he shouted, and in less than a second, the Dalki's eyes opened. If one was to watch the fight between Peter and the new Gen Dalki, they would have called it one-sided. But for the first time, it wouldn't be the humans who were overwhelmed, it was the Dalki. So far, many of the groups had struggled against the new overpowering Dalki, but in the case of Peter, he turned out to be the perfect nemesis of them. He himself was a strong force. Of course, there had been many strong people in the other forces too, but the difference was that Peter's strength didn't just come from himself, but even from those he rose. Any difficult enemy he would face and defeat would join his side in the next battle, using the power of all those that Peter had risen before, including himself. They were able to finish off the humanoid Dalki swiftly, and then he added it to his super team. Still, he wasn't the only reason why this group, in particular, was able to do well. It was because of the Sixth Family's ability as well. The ability to create zones and traps. Once stepped on them, the Dalki would freeze in place. More than anything, this gave the people time. While the Dalki were trapped, they would be vulnerable to those that were strong enough to deal with them. It also allowed the others to regroup and attack at once. Like the power of the Sixth Family, the humans had employed similar techniques to delay the Dalki. Even though they were the attackers, they relied on this and used it on the Dalki until Peter, his lesser whites, or the Sixth Family leader himself, killed them. All of these things put together easily defeated the Dalki fortress that contained the new Gen Dalki. In total, from the beginning until now, Peter had managed to retain around 60% of his original forces, which was far better than any of the other group's performances. They had taken over the fortress, and Peter was still in good shape. After taking over the place, they docked the ship nearby. On board there were special meals just for him that he could use to restore his energy and strength. Although he only needed to eat them when he would get injured, it was almost impossible for him to do so with legs around. "It looks like you really were one of the strongest ones out of the lot. I would be interested in fighting you now at your strongest," Peter stated, but there was no response from Legs. "There's been no response from Sam yet. He must be busy," Jake informed. "What should we do now? Do we go to the other planets that need support?" "No," Peter replied quite quickly. "That wasn't in the plan, and by the time we got there, it would already be too late anyway. Let's stay in this part for now until we get further orders. We'll send out a few scout ships to try and find the main Dalki mothership that Sam was talking about. Once we find it, we will inform Logan. He wanted to take a reading and scout the number of Dalki in it." There was a reason for this. Sam wanted all of the 9 battles to be over and done with, and then attack the main base with the combined forces. Or if they only had the demon-tier dragon to deal with, only send a few of them. It would be more beneficial for them to just send in those that could deal with the new Gen Dalki. After all, it was clear that in most of the groups, the majority of the forces couldn't handle the new Dalki. Although at first, it seemed like only one group had great success in fighting off the Dalki. However, there was another one, the Blade family. There was no grand battle on the cursed faction planet they were instructed to take back. Vorden and the others had decided to let the surrendered Dalki live after getting Sam's instructions. Currently, they were walking on a rock-filled planet, and to be honest, they felt like they might experience something similar on this Dalki planet too. The planet had large rocks spread over that, and were spread out on the sandy surface. The sand wasn't deep like in a desert. Instead, it was somewhat shallow. "Are you upset, Raiden?" Vorden asked as the group continued to march towards the suspected Dalki fortress. "Huh, I can't entirely agree with Sam's orders," Raiden replied. "We know that Graham isn't here. We know that Graham also isn't on the base where the demon-tier dragon is. So why aren't we trying to hunt down Graham, their leader, instead? The Dalki aren't strong. He is. Without him, there is no Dalki in this war." Thinking about it, Vorden and the others wondered the same thing. Now that they have dealt with Slicer and One Horn, was there anyone other than Graham that could take someone on like Syl? "I think the point is that there might be those that are evolving," Vorden answered. "We all fought against Slicer, and sure, we weren't as strong as we are now, but even if we kill Graham too, as long as the dragon exists, more Grahams or more Slicers will keep coming up." "I don't know," Syl finally spoke. "I don't know if we are strong enough yet. Ever since fighting against Graham, I don't know if there is anyone strong enough. I know everyone is relying on Quinn, but if he isn't, it means that someone else will have to take him out." "And it will be my pleasure when the time comes," Rayton laughed, while puffing his chest and folding his arms. Up ahead, they suddenly noticed the Dalkey fortress on a large slab of rock. "All right, everyone, stop here," Vorden shouted, and the others paused, turning their attention on him as he continued. "I have decided that only a few of us are going to go in and scout ahead. We all know the reports on the new Gen Dalkey in the fortress. They are strong, and in the fortress there's no Dalkey under 2 spikes. I don't want us losing our numbers over nothing." "Wait!" Shiro called. He had come along with the Blades since he had made friends with a lot of them. "Are you saying just the 4 of you are going to take on the fortress? If we are with you, then at least we can distract them." "Are you saying that I should use you guys? Do you really think we are that weak?" Vorden shouted with his wings unfolding. "If we can't take them on, then it means that all of you would have just died anyway." The others gulped upon hearing this and didn't argue any more, allowing Blade family to do however it wanted. They had gotten this far because of them in the first place, so right now, all they could do was trust them. Syl had already gotten the powers that he needed from the others. Vorden took out one of the syringes from Syl and held it in his hand, ready to take it. For now, though, he hopped onto Vorden's back instead. All 4 of them were off to the fortress the next second. Similar to the Peter situation against the other Dalkey, it was a one-sided battle and a victory for the Blade family. The weakest of the Blades was Vorden, who could amount to a 4-spike, but he had better skills than the others, and his strength seemed to be above most of them. Still, he didn't have to worry about getting badly injured, because he knew the others around him were far more powerful. 2 demon-tier beasts could kill multiple of the Dalkey. Rayton, using his mud ability, was able to trap and kill multiple enemies at the same time. Vorden had amassed great speed in the air and wind powers in his beast form. His wings were razor-sharp like giant steel blades. He was unmatched in the air, and swooping down, he would slice the Dalkey that came in his range. Of course, then there was Syl, the strongest of them all. Over time, while fighting with the others, Syl had gathered abilities best suited to go against the Dalkey. To them, the new Gen Dalkey was just as easy as facing the normal Dalkey, because it was just a number. While these 2 forces fought, someone was on a special mission. After leaving Owen and the Greylash group, Nate flew around the Dalkey Beast Planet sector, looking for the main Dalkey base. He honestly didn't know where to go, but the radar at least helped him know of the places where he had passed through, and due to it being linked to the other ships, he also knew where it wasn't, which meant he had narrowed down his search area so he could find it. "Man, I kinda want to find it, and I kinda don't," Nate thought, but his mind was honestly thinking about the other things that had happened. Still, as he was drifting through space, his radar screen began to blip. It was the first thing that gave an energy signal other than the other planets he had come across. It took him some time to reach it upon moving head to look at where the energy signal was coming from. There was a ship as big as the Earth's moon not far from him, and he knew it was the Dalkey base. Sam and the rest had docked on the rocky planet with a frozen wave-like surface and were waiting to make the next move. They had plenty of supplies to last them a while, and they hadn't really been there for long despite how long it felt to the army. With nothing much to do and knowing that they would soon go into battle, time just felt like it was at a standstill to them all. They had set up somewhat of a base near the main ship and the other fleet of ships. Groups were taking turns to keep watch in all directions and would come back for reports. In truth, they weren't needed because, on top of that, Logan had set up sensors just in case anything unexpected came their way. Since they noticed that the Dalkey were no longer leaving their fortresses, the group believed they were safe. For the time being, they weren't attacking the Dalkey fortress, which also had the new gen, although a few in the army wanted to act straight away. In particular, Ivy and Peach, and even Layla, although their reasons were understandable. Sam was with Logan, and they had set up their own office space outside, next to the spaceships. Several large crates of supplies were stacked together and placed adjacent to create temporary tables and a workplace. Logan had several screens in front of him, and through them, he was analyzing and sharing all of the information they had received from all the groups. It amazed Sam how Logan was able to work from anywhere and would always turn that area into such a mess, as there were small gadgets everywhere that Logan would play with when he had nothing else to do. Currently, Sam was thinking back to when they had first discovered the Dalkey Fortress. That's... Peach sobbed her eyes out, and so did her sister Ivy next to her. While one was a wreck of emotions, the other was comforting her, but she too was clearly in pain as well. I can't believe it! Those bastards really did it! Layla controlled her urge to shout, afraid that she might blow away their cover. It looks like they have figured out a way to imprint specific DNA into the new Dalkey they have created. Perhaps a more complete Borden? Logan spoke to himself. You! Layla gritted her teeth, picking up Logan by the scruff of his shirt and holding him up in the air. His feet were dangling off the ground. Is that all you have to say? She is... That thing isn't her, Sam said, placing his hand on her shoulder. Logan was just making an observation. He wasn't the one that created that thing. They used her DNA, mixed it with the demon tier beast to create that. I understand how you feel. It's disgusting and disrespectful to see the Dalkey do that to her. But why are you lashing out at Logan? Letting go of Logan, Layla quickly apologized and even bowed down. Sam was right. It was just unexpected to see Helen like that, of all things. All right, so what's the plan? I'm happy to go out in front and take those guys down, Layla declared, and was already gripping the sword's hilt in her hand. For now, I think the best decision would be to wait, Sam suggested. Wait? But we came here to fight. What's the use of waiting? Peach, who was on the ground, shouted in rage. The two sisters were ready to kill whatever that imitation of their sister was, and the group with them, which was mainly composed of those in the Daisy faction, felt the same. Let me explain it to you, Sam sighed. Out of all the planets in the Beast solar system, this one is located right in the center. It's a strategic location for the Dalkey. They can support the other groups from left to right, and they can even continue going forward and enter our part of the solar system. On top of that, if the main Dalkey base is located behind it like I suspect it is, they can even go to support that group as well. Right now, while we are here observing them, we are making them stay put. If they try to move, we can attack them right here and do more damage, losing negligible forces. However, I believe they already know this. Maybe they just didn't think that we would get here that fast. Now, if we camp here, it will work as good intimidation, and these Dalkey will be forced to remain in their fortress, unable to help any of the other fortresses. So for now, let's just wait and see how the other groups are doing. Thinking back to that, it looked like Sam had finally received all the information that he needed to make his own move in this war as well. Out of the 9 battles so far, both Greylash families won their battles. Owen and Grimm have retreated but lost too much from their groups. Then, from the Cursed faction, Graham was last seen by them. From what we have heard, the group and Sunny have lost the battle there. Where Graham is now, we have no idea. We lost Sack to One Horn, but his group defeated him. Because of that, now the Dalkey from one of the planets is heading towards the Daisy faction. Honestly, this is one of my major worries. Still, the good news is that the other 2 Earthborn groups will most likely win their battles, but whether we can utilize their forces after that is another thing altogether. Then, out of the Cursed faction, the Blades and Peter have done remarkably well. There was one thing they were waiting for. After Nate had discovered the main Dalkey base, they were trying to get energy readings from it. The problem was, just as Sam had suspected, the main Dalkey base was behind the planet they were currently on. No matter what, since the forces from this planet could not support the main base, they needed to take it out. Finally, though, an energy reading had come back from the main planet. I don't know whether we are lucky or unlucky, Logan said. The energy reading on the Dalkey planet itself is the same as the forces so far on the other planets. To Sam, this was good news, because it meant the Dalkey would be no more challenging than what they had faced so far. This also meant that there was no need to send an army of humans. A strong team would suffice to go and deal with the situation. Send an order out, Sam finally said after thinking about it for a while. Nate, the Blades, Fex, Linda, Peter, Jake Musket are to head on to take out the demon tier beast, and will enter the Dalkey planet alone. As for us, it's time for us to make a move as well. We will proceed to attack the Dalki fortress. Once we are done here, we will split up our forces. Some of us will head to the main Dalki base to support Nate and the others, while the others will return to the Daisy faction to defend." Logan understood and sent out the order, but there was one nail-biting volatile factor in Sam's plan who could disrupt their whole plan: Graham. Graham would most likely be making his next move right now, and in Sam's head, there were three options. Graham alone was a strong enough force to try and take out the planets that we had just claimed, destroying the weakened forces one by one. This was the most unlikely option, but Sam imagined it would cause them the most trouble, since he would have to maneuver everyone as quickly as possible to defend. However, the other two options that were likely would make either one fail. Graham would either go back to defend the Dalki main base planet to protect his precious demon-tier beast, or the most likely option, which Sam hadn't told anyone yet based on his personality. Soon, he would join the attack force on the Daisy planet and take it down. "Graham, I hope I'm not right. You are confident in your strength, and that's why you've left us the demon-tier beast. Why does the main ship matter if you can kill us all to get your demon-tier beast back? But if that's the case, we have won this battle, and then it will just be down to Quinn and Graham to battle it out. I feel bad for the vampire settlement, but this is the best choice." Just then, in the very same vampire settlement, most of the vampires were staying in their homes. However, a few would remain stationed on the strongly fortified walls, and there were even those who would stand in the defensive towers their king had built. They looked outward to see if they could spot anything, since all of the vampires were alerted of the incoming attack. With no leaders to help them currently, they were on their own for now. "They're here! I see it!" one of the vampires shouted down to the rest. They sounded an alarm, and now all the vampires knew the war for survival was about to begin, because off in the distance, above beautiful flower meadows, there was a Dalki mothership coming towards them. The decision had been made, and everyone was informed about what they needed to do next. They were also made aware of the unfortunate and fortunate events that had happened so far around the Beast solar system. However, there was one detail that Sam kept from most, and that was regarding Niku's death. They had been informed to be wary and careful if they were to see a black or blonde-haired female, and those that knew it was Erin, they were told about it as well. After all, not everyone knew about who Erin was or where she had come from, and Sam was sure that Quinn wanted to keep it that way for now. The good thing was, for the vampires, that were the least of their worries. However, just when the vampire settlement was about to be attacked, Sam believed it was better that they didn't know the first leader had died during battle. Still, there was one more group that hadn't been made aware of what had happened with Erin, and that was Sam's own group. This was because if they did see her, he could warn them on the spot, and at the same time, there was one person in the group that was already emotionally unstable as it was. If he were to add to that, Sam didn't know what would happen, and if her life was to be lost in this battle as well, he didn't know how that person in particular would act. "So what's the plan?" Dennis asked, as the leaders walked out front, and the group was heading towards the fortress. The current group was half the size that it originally was, as Sam had left half of them behind to look after the ship. There were two reasons for this, one of them being that they needed to protect the ship if they wanted to head back towards the vampire settlement. Logan had also brought along a portable teleporter, so it wouldn't be too much of a problem. An anti-jammer had also been sent out to Nate and the others to be used once they reached the Dalki home planet. That way, reinforcements couldn't suddenly come, and of course there was a chance they had a way around this, yet Logan thought that to be unlikely. According to him, they would have to get their hands on his anti-jammer device that was different to the Dalki's to reverse engineer it. Worst case scenario, it would at least buy them some time. It certainly was a good thing that Logan was on their side. Still, there were some great minds that were with the Dalki as well. The real reason why Sam had decided for half of the forces to stay behind was because they were useless. With the emergency of the new Gen Dalki, the fact that numbers weren't particularly helpful was just further cemented, only to be used to delay the Dalki to getting them before the others. Half the force was the number he had come up with, which would determine whether they would be able to beat the new Gen Dalki or not. Losing beyond this number in the amount of time it would take, if the others hadn't dealt with the Dalki by then, they would have lost this battle anyway. So far, we have only seen one humanoid Dalki, but there have been cases at other fortresses with them having two, Sam explained. We will make two teams, one to deal with the humanoid Dalki and the other to help out the attack force against the others. The two groups were as follows. Vincent, Layla, and the two Daisy sisters were to take on the humanoid Dalki, while Sam, Dennis, and Logan would lead the rest of the group to raid the fortress and go for the other strong Dalki. They soon came into sight, and the group split up. There were also a few strong members of the Daisy faction and vampires that would be supporting the attack force against the humanoid Dalki. "Move carefully," Sam ordered, as the group were getting ready to sprint across the field at any second. They had ranged ability users, and once they were in range, they would send out their attacks first as powerfully as they could, and that was when the rest of them would charge in towards the fortress. He needed to see how they would react, if they would rush out, or if they would continue to protect the fortress. However, before they had even reached the fortress at a range that the ability users could start their siege, one of the Dalki that was looking out towards them leapt up in the air. They could see it high up like a small dot, and eventually it crashed and landed on its own out in the open. It wasn't just any Dalki, though. It was the humanoid Dalki that had the appearance of Helen. "Should we charge in?" Dennis asked. "This wasn't in the plan." It surely wasn't, and as the strategist and leader, Sam now needed to adjust to his plans, but none of the other Dalki were moving out. The next second, though, the Dalki Helen started to speak. "I've come here with a proposal," Dalki Helen announced quite loudly. Those around Sam could hear her, but not the humans beyond them. "I know that you vampires can hear me." "We shouldn't be listening to whatever she has to say. We just need to attack. Now's our chance to take out the humanoid Dalki while she's on her own. I doubt the others can come to help her in time," Vincent advised Sam. Because of this, Sam gave the nod, but the next second, just as they were all about to move, something sprouted from the ground and readily grabbed Sam. It looked like a Dalki hand had grown from the ground itself. It soon smashed Sam on the floor and kept him in place. "You vampires aren't the only ones with good hearing. There will be no sneaky plans, and if you don't agree, I will kill him on the spot," Dalki Helen warned them. "My proposal is in the best interest of both our groups. We'll have a duel, your strongest representative against me. I have heard the reports of the other places so far. I believe that we all understand the current situation. If you can't defeat me, then it's hopeless for your side. Yet if I can't beat your strongest, then it would be the same for my side." After making this proposal, many of them looked towards Sam to make a decision, but his mouth was covered up. It looked like whatever was holding him in place was made from roots or some type of plant, but at a closer look, it had the same set of scales as the Dalki. They were all sure that it had to be the Dalki Helen's doing. "Vincent, you're next in charge, so what do we do?" Dennis asked. "The proposal might actually be in our favor. Honestly, though, I have trouble believing that the losing side will adhere to the conditions. If we lose, then a battle will probably still break out. If they lose, it would be the same, but it does give us the chance to get rid of the most problematic one. The question is there a single one among us that is strong enough to fight the humanoid Dalki on their own? She seems to be serious about the duel, since they are holding Sam hostage rather than killing him. It also means we have to take part if we don't want to lose him." "Shall I make things easier for you?" Dalki questioned. The next moment, the strange roots started to move, still moving on to Sam. However, they were moving away from the fortress, as well as the attacking forces. The roots stopped when they were a fair distance away from everyone. "You're correct. You really don't have a choice if you want to save him. If you win, I assure you that I will do everything in my power to make sure the rest of the Dalki don't act. Can't you see? All of them are being good little boys right now and staying back there. They listen to me, so don't worry about that. I offer you this proposal because I just want to protect as many of their lives as possible, just like you do on your side." A duel should decide things while also minimizing the loss of life. With the conditions made and the situation they were all in, it was hard for them to really say no to the proposal, even if it felt more like blackmail. So now they needed to decide who would be the one to come forward. The sisters looked at each other. They wanted to go and get revenge for Helen, killing this cheap imitation of her. However, their strength relied on each other, and they were unsure if they could do the job, especially since Dalky Helen only wanted to fight a single person. "I guess I'm the best shot we have," Vincent eventually stated. "I'm just as strong as Quinn, and I have a lot of experience. On top of that, I can use my blood powers. However, that's it. I don't have an ability, but I still think I'm the best chance we have." They had seen Vincent's strength. He was indeed strong, but was that enough? "No," one person disagreed, already walking in front of the others. "Vincent, I'm sorry, but I want to take this one. I think I'm the best chance we have. I know you're strong, probably stronger than me, but this is more of a personal matter for me. Furthermore, I have to do this, and I promise I will take her down, no matter the price I have to pay for it." With that, Layla walked in front of the others. Hearing such conviction in her voice, Vincent couldn't really do anything but smile. "Good luck." Layla stood a good few yards away from the Dalky Helen, and the two were quite far away from the fortress and the attack force, far enough away for them to not be able to get involved. "I lost to you once in a duel, and I guess this is my chance to make up for that. I will free you from your pain, Helen." Everyone was carefully watching the fight that was about to happen in front of them. Their hands were tense as they were preparing to rush in at any moment. A lot of them had already decided that if the fight looked to be going one way, then they would have no choice but to jump in. Hopefully they would be so overwhelmed that they wouldn't have time to get rid of Sam. Still, they at least hoped that Layla would be enough to defeat the humanoid Dalky leader in front of them. "Is she strong?" Ruby, who had come along on this trip, asked. She had hardly done any fighting so far, but there were a lot of those that had this same thought. They had seen Layla fight, but during the fight she had used nothing but her arrows. Sure, it was stronger than them, but enough to send her out instead of the others. "I think she has a good chance," Ivy answered. "A long time ago, our sister told us that she had a fight with the very girl that is fighting now. I know that isn't our sister out there, but if she has her DNA, I have no doubt that this humanoid Dalky will be strong. Although our sister had defeated that girl, she told us that she was one of the most amazing people she had ever fought against. Helen even admitted that she had the feeling that one day Layla might be able to surpass her." Although it was nice hearing those words, Vincent thought otherwise. This wasn't just Helen. No, it was some type of super Helen mixed in with a demon-tier beast. Sure, Layla had significantly gotten stronger in a short amount of time, but without a doubt, Dalky Helen was stronger than her human counterpart. "We don't even know how many spikes she has on her back. The ones we have seen so far have been 4 spikes. Can Layla defeat something stronger than a 4-spike on her own?" Vincent worried about that possibility, especially since Layla's forte so far had been supporting her allies over going in alone. What's more, from the reports they had received, the new Gen Dalky with 4 spikes were clearly stronger than their more beast-like brethren, though fortunately not as strong as a 5-spike Dalky leader yet. The next second, while having his thoughts, Vincent's eyes widened as Dalky Helen prepared to get into battle, twisting her body side to side. "Someone please tell me that I'm just bad at counting," Dennis pleaded, but the others saw the same thing. All of them there could clearly see that the humanoid Dalky with Helen's appearance had a total of 5 spikes. This isn't good. If all the new Gen Dalky are stronger than the old version, then she might surpass the Dalky leaders," Vincent shouted. "We have to get her out, otherwise she'll die." No matter how strong Layla might be, it would be suicide to have her solo someone like One-Horn, Greenhorn, or Slicer, much less Dalky Helen, if she actually surpassed them. "Sam was right. We have to get rid of the dragon before they can create more of these monsters. But how without Quinn? I'm afraid that we might not make it out of this one alive." Just then, Vincent shuffled forward. yet the strange vine-like structure that still held Sam hostage tightened its grip, and they all could hear the sound of his muffled screams. "Are you trying to back out of our deal?" Helen Dalkey questioned them, annoyed. "Even if you lose, I'll allow you to get off this planet. However, you've made the choice. Just pray this girl can entertain me for a while." "She doesn't seem to regard us as a threat, yet she's still keeping an eye on us. She's right. The only thing we can hope for is that Layla is somehow able to do a good enough job to get her full attention. Then, once we've saved Sam, we can try to back her up. Until then, we're just going to have to wait for Quinn to be done with whatever he's doing." Standing there, the fight looked like it was about to start. Layla placed her bow on her back and instead drew out her black sword. It didn't take long for her to gather her negative emotions, because there were plenty of negative emotions to take from herself due to the form the Dalkey before her had. It didn't take long for her body to start to change. The others hadn't seen Layla take this form in front of them, but the horns started to appear on her head, her fangs widened, and her eyes started to glow red as she took on the true Hanya form. "I'm glad that it's you I'm fighting. I don't know why, but I can feel my blood boiling when I see you before me. Keep going. I wish to go all out against you," Helen shouted, and stomped her foot onto the ground. A few seconds later, Layla could feel the earth rumbling underneath her. She soon started to move from the spot where another strange root came bursting from the ground. Just like the one that had captured Sam, it too had Dalkey parts. After shooting out, they didn't stop. Instead, they began chasing her. Jumping, Layla dodged a few of them and landed on top of the trunk of another, but soon after, another one of the roots came through the ground underneath her. Layla could see the end of the root resembled something similar to that of a Dalkey hand. Seeing this, she swung her sword with as much force as possible, but was unable to cut the strange root. "These scales are actually as hard as a Dalkey's. The sword doesn't allow me to use ki. Without it, I might never be able to cut this thing." She continued to skid across the top, and started to focus the front stage of ki onto her arms, giving her more strength, but even then it seemed too much. As a last-ditch effort, opening her mouth, flames spread onto the roots. The flames were large and covered the entire area, and the next second, out from the other end, Layla was seen heading straight towards Helen, with 5 arrows hovering around her and spinning. Blue flames had also covered her hands, giving her another buff in power. All 5 of the arrows were aimed towards Helen and were spiraling in different directions, trying to go towards her. Layla was showing no fear as she ran ahead. Thrusting her sword at the same time as the arrows came in for the attack, she was planning to get in a clear strike. "Her body isn't covered in scales like the rest. This has to be her weakness," she thought, as she thrusted it forward. The arrows went towards the back, but before they could reach, Dalkey Helen's roots sprung from behind it as well, grabbing the arrows mid-air. As for the front, Helen had stopped the attack with her bare hand. "This is a good sword. I can't even break it using my strength, but it's a shame," Helen sighed. "I was looking forward to a good fight. Is this really the best you got?" A strong kick was directed at Layla, hitting her in the stomach. Layla refused to let go, but Helen felt something strange and released her, causing Layla's body to suddenly slide across the floor. Placing her sword in the ground and using her abilities, she soon stopped herself. It was a strong kick that had come from Dalkey Helen, who thought that it would be enough to kill the female human, but Layla looked strangely unhurt. She didn't seem injured, nor was there so much as blood coming from her mouth. She had used the second stage to block the attack, but that was it. Meanwhile, where the others were, Ivy had collapsed and fallen to the floor out of nowhere. It looked like her stomach had been completely destroyed. Worst of all, she was dead. Vincent turned, wondered what was going on, and he couldn't quite believe it. "Layla, when did she use the spiritual link?" It was a skill of the Hanya to create a link with another, and all damage that would be done to her would be redirected to another. At first, Layla thought that the skill could only be used one way, where she would take the damage to the other person. But she had realized something. She wasn't quite sure, but she had a feeling. While in this form, she could have it go the other way. She was hoping to use it on Helen Dalkey, but there seemed to be a condition. The receiving person needed to be willing to accept the backlash. Layla, beforehand, had informed the sisters that this might be something she needed to do. Both of them had agreed, and the two of them now had a spiritual link with Layla. They would take on the damage that she was meant to take. What none of them had expected was that a single hit from Dalkey Helen would kill one of them on the spot. "No! I'm so sorry, Ivy. I never intended for this to happen. I planned to heal you with my green fire. I hope you'll be able to forgive me, Peach. First Helen, and now you've lost Ivy because of me. I've already gone too far. I have to finish this fight." Layla strengthened her determination as she canceled the spiritual link, unable to be responsible for another death. Fueled by anger, Layla summoned countless black balls. There were the floating balls of the spiritual chains. However, she had a feeling that it wouldn't be enough. At best, it might be able to hold Helen for a few seconds, even before she could move. "It looks like you have some tricks up your sleeve." Dalkey Helen let out a smile as she got ready to charge her opponent. "I guess this fight might actually entertain me after all. Now try not to die too quickly." "I know I lost against you last time, Helen, but I promise you I'll win this time," Layla stated, as she focused and a bright light was starting to form inside her. "I know I'm weak, and that most of my power is not my own. This form I got because of Quinn, the large ki reserve I got from my mother, and now I even had one of your sisters pay the price of her life while I was the one fighting you. However, I've learned that borrowing powers from others is my power, and I'll do whatever it takes to beat you." Layla was summoning her soul weapon. While Layla was in the middle of summoning her soul weapon, she started to recall her lessons with Leo and Aaron. Before they had gone on the offensive against the Dalkey, she had enjoyed the opportunity to train with the two great swordsmen. Leo had stated that there was a way for both of them to increase their power drastically and fast. However, to do that, she would have to unlock her soul weapon. Both Aaron and Layla were in the training room together. Their swords were constantly clashing against each other. The Hanya was currently in her second form as she continued to block attack after attack from the aggressive Dampier. Layla was using everything in her power to block Aaron's attack, including her ki. In the end, though, the difference in experience resulted in the former slipping up. One of Aaron's strikes had hit her too hard and too many times, causing a slip in concentration, which caused her feet to tumble and for her to fall to the ground slightly. The next second, Layla found Aaron's blade pointed towards her neck. Pulling it back, Aaron offered her hand. The two of them were covered in sweat. "You did good, Layla. For someone who started out with a different weapon and is trying to switch, you are improving fast," Aaron praised the other young woman as the two of them took a break. Layla didn't reply straight away, still trying to catch her breath, whereas Aaron had already regained hers. Leo looked to be waiting for Layla to get back in fighting condition before they could move on to the next part. "You were going easy on me, weren't you?" Layla eventually asked. "Just be honest. How am I meant to improve if you're holding back?" "If you're talking about the strength in my strikes, then I can assure you that I wasn't holding back. You have to remember, your sword is special, and your ki powers are strong," Aaron reassured her, hitting her friend on the shoulder. "If you're talking about skill, then yes. I didn't aim to cripple or incapacitate you. Learning swordsmanship is like learning a musical instrument. There are many techniques and styles, but each one of them has a foundation. If you haven't learned the basics, then me doing all the other stuff will mean nothing to you. Besides, that wasn't the point of today's training." "All right, you two." Leo clapped his hands to get their attention as he turned around. "I believe you have had enough rest. It's time to move on to the next part." The two girls got up and stood a few feet apart from each other. Soon they closed their eyes and started to focus. They had been doing this for the last few days now, which was why Leo had said nothing. They were both training to summon their soul weapon. Pushing one to the edge was meant to help summon it, yet at the same time, they needed to focus, which was why Leo was training them in this manner with small breaks in between. However, as they continued to focus, Layla could feel absolutely nothing. The same could not be said about Aaron, though. When Layla looked over, she could see a warm glow starting to appear, but it soon vanished on the spot, going away just like that. "It looks like you were coming quite a way. Let's take a break for now," Leo suggested. The girls were taking a break, or at least Layla was. Erin continued practicing her swordsmanship, and without a partner that was considerably weaker than her to slow her down, she fully displayed her skills. "Your aura is all over the place. Tell me, what's wrong?" Leo asked as he had walked to her side. Layla sighed, since the answer was pretty obvious. "I don't feel like I'm even a single step closer than when we started. Last time we tried that soul weapon machine, and it didn't work for me either. I thought that might be because I'm a vampire subclass, but still, that can't be the case, since Erin seems to have one, and the vampires, while they don't seem to have one, they're at least able to summon an inner blood weapon. Quinn is even able to do some sort of mix of both, whereas Is there something wrong with me? Am I just not meant to have either?" she asked, clearly frustrated. Before answering, Leo looked towards Erin's way, and the two of them watched her swordsmanship for a while, until the blind swordsman eventually answered. "Did you know, I didn't discover my soul weapon until very late in my life, Layla. My teacher used to praise me for being a rare genius and true talent for ki, yet I couldn't summon a soul weapon like everyone else. There was a point in time when I felt exactly the same way as you are now." Layla was finding this hard to believe, and it seemed more like a story he had come up with to make her feel better. Leo seemed so wise and perfect in everything, yet she also knew he was a true master of hard work and discipline. If anyone could defeat a being above them with skill, it was this person. "According to my master, soul weapons can be categorized into two types, the item type and the enhancement type. However, I believe that there is actually a third group," Leo started to explain. "The item type is simple enough. Once you get the hang of forming your soul into a ball in your hand, an item can be produced. It's quite clear when you have achieved it, but learning the ins and outs of the item itself can be hard. The enhancement type, though, has always been different from user to user. Sometimes it can be very clear when a soul weapon has been summoned, while at other times it isn't quite as straightforward. The latter is similar to my soul weapon. It enhanced my abilities, but to what degree? That was difficult in itself to find out or discover. The reason I believe you are struggling right now is because rather than figuring out how to summon your soul weapon, you need to figure out what it would do. The process might sound backwards for people like me and you, and in some ways we might never figure out what our soul weapons are." At first, Layla thought that maybe Leo was giving her hope, but the last sentence truly frightened her, and she soon stood up from the ground in a panic. "But didn't you just say you did?" Layla questioned him. "How did you figure out your soul weapon without summoning it then?" "The same way that you and Erin have been doing so far. We have been attempting to put you in life or death situations. In a way, this is similar to the training Hilston Blade had forced his family to undergo, but you probably know the answer to that yourself. Think, is there something that you have been able to do that others can't? That was when it first hit me. When I told my master, I was able to manipulate the aura I could see and feel. That was something that he couldn't do." Pondering about this question for a while, it had eventually hit Layla. There was something that she could do that combined all her powers. Could that be her soul weapon? Back on the field, Layla opened her eyes wide as the soul weapon spread through her body and she could feel energy burning through her fingertips. "I thank Quinn for giving me this special body. Without it, I don't think I would ever have been able to utilize my soul weapon properly," Layla shouted towards Helen. "Quinn?" Dalky Helen uttered the name with a strange expression on her face. When using her powers of telekinesis, Layla had already been able to transfer her ki to others. She could power her arrows with ki and transfer what was of hers into another body. This was something that she could do that others couldn't. A soul weapon adapted and formed based on the user, and for Layla, it was clearly something she could use. I feel weaker," Dennis suddenly said, but it wasn't only him. All the others, including the large army of 50,000 or so, all started to feel as if part of their strength had disappeared. At the same time, the humanoid Dalky itself could feel her energy being drained away. While Layla could give others ki, her soul weapon allowed her to steal ki from others and add it to her own. Right now, she was draining everybody nearby. When using her soul weapon and absorbing the energy from those around her, Layla needed to be a little careful. For one, she knew that not everyone practiced ki. It would be very dangerous to take away a large amount from those people, since it was their life force. Luckily, there were more than enough people around that the process would hopefully just weaken them temporarily. Unfortunately, taking in that energy wasn't easy. It worked similarly to her telekinesis ability, where she had to use her ability on each one as if she was lifting a force from them. After absorbing so much energy, Layla stood there and took a stance with her sword. Her skin appeared to be glowing, making the black sword stand out even more. "Now things are starting to get exciting," Helen Dalkey grinned as she looked at her own hand. "I can feel you sapping away the energy from my own body at this very second. As much as I would love to see how strong you can get, I won't just stand around and wait for you to be finished." Throwing out her very own arm from around 20 or so yards away, it started to extend. The Dalkey part of it became similar to the strange-looking vines. Seeing this, Layla lifted her sword up above her head. She gathered as much ki as she could and waited for the perfect time. The Hanya could see the hand approach her. Swinging down, the black sword clashed against the hard scales and fingertips, but the next second, the fingers gripped onto the weapon. "Too bad. Looks like my scales are still stronger than your attack." With this, Dalkey Helen retracted her arm, and since Layla refused to let go of the black sword, her body was being dragged across the field. "Even with that much ki, I still can't hurt her? Just how strong are these new Gen Dalkey?" Layla started to panic somewhat. "No, I have to calm down. I can't hurry the process. If I drain too much energy, I'll be responsible for more deaths than just Ivy's. The longer the fight lasts, the stronger my attacks will be. I'll just have to keep her occupied until I'm strong enough to defeat her. I'll aim for that fleshy body of hers." Just as Layla was about to reach Helen Dalkey, the ki was concentrated in her arms. Swinging the sword, she moved one of her arms to the side. Still, Helen Dalkey was fast and used her other hand to throw a punch towards Layla's face. However, the young woman wasn't just idling. Layla threw out a black ball, and the second it touched Helen, black chains surrounded her, freezing her in place. The spiritual chains broke easily, unable to hold down the humanoid Dalkey's great strength. Nevertheless, it brought her opponent a fraction of a second, and that was all she needed to swoop around to the side and ready the black sword. In the middle of her strike, though, something burst through the ground again. Placing her sword below, she managed to somewhat stop it. If she had been a second late, she would have been done for. "Time! I just need more time to beat her," Layla thought. Right now, Helen Dalkey didn't seem to be too greatly affected by Layla's soul weapon. Unfortunately for the Hanya, she was unable to control the speed of each individual draining target. As such, the humanoid Dalkey was moving just as fast as before. With one hand out, Layla pushed herself with her ability, allowing the vine to continue going upward, but soon another one came towards her. "How many of these things are there?" Taking a swing, Layla planned to hit it away like she had done with all the others. When she swung, it hit nothing but thin air. The vine-like arm had bent, avoiding the blow, and as quick as it avoided the blow, it came out and grabbed Layla's left arm. "That's not good, she got me." Seeing this, the other vine-like arm from before was now heading straight for Layla. She had to think fast, and she saw only one option. She swung the black blade just past her own shoulder. She got rid of the ki that would have been covering that area, and now one arm was left with the Dalkey, before she eventually landed on the floor. Blood spewed onto the ground, but slowly the wound was starting to heal, and using the green flame she spat out from her mouth, it healed quicker than before. "She lost a freaking arm!" Dennis shouted. "We have to help her. I don't care if she might be getting stronger. There is no way she's going to win this battle unless we intervene." That was when Vincent looked over toward Sam to see if he was okay. He looked to still be wrapped up by one of those strange vines. "In the fight so far, Helen Dalkey has only used 2 of those strange vine arms most of the time, but there have been some instances where she has used 4, like when she had blocked those arrows. Then there is one wrapped around Sam as well. We don't know if there aren't more of these things around. This humanoid five-spiked Dalki is too much. I'm not even sure I can handle her on my own. How many casualties will we have if we try to fight her? Plus our forces are being weakened due to Layla's power." However, there was one person that was acting, and Vincent knew it. Logan had dispensed some of his spiders to have a look and move over to Sam's position. Still, there was a big problem, because the strange vine-like arms scales were just as hard as those on a normal Dalki. It was unlikely that Logan could do anything without getting Dalki Helen's attention. Layla was no longer bleeding, but she was now down one arm, which was now with Dalki Helen. The vine had retracted and handed the arm back over to Helen, to which she threw off into the grand distance far away, almost landing right where Sam was. "I thought that perhaps with that yellow glow all over your body, you would have gotten stronger, but that doesn't seem to be the case at all," Dalki Helen sighed in disappointment, pushing off the ground and coming for the attack. Layla gathered the second stage of ki to create some type of barrier wall and block the attack. She held the black sword in place as well. The punch broke through the ki barrier and hit the sword, causing Layla to skid across the ground. Her remaining hand felt numb without the support of the other, taking the hit despite all the power she had. "I'll stop taking the ki from all the others and just focus on taking it from her," Layla decided. Doing this, the increase she was gaining in power was lessened, but the drain on her opponent should be more effective. Helen Dalki continued to punch, and all Layla could do was create ki barriers and use the first stage to empower herself to block attack after attack. When looking at Dalki Helen this way, and Layla blocking attack after attack, it reminded the young woman of when she was training against Eren. Too weak to do anything, too weak to retaliate. What would they do? What would they have done if they were in the same situation? The Hanya wondered. "You're good at blocking, but you will never win a fight this way. Don't you care about the people behind you? Do you even care about anyone but yourself? Is this all you can do? I thought you wanted to help Quinn. What's the use of him having someone so weak by his side like you? You don't deserve him." Finishing these words, 4 of the strange vines rose up behind Helen's back. It was now as if she had a set of 6 arms on her, the strange vines and the Dalki's own arms. "I can't block it. I can't block enough of the attack, and she isn't getting weaker. Am I going to die here?" Layla didn't want to accept such a fate. Her hand started to shake, and Layla initially thought it was due to her trembling. The next moment, she realized that wasn't the case, and that the black sword was shaking on its own. Layla thought she was hallucinating, but a weak voice seemed to whisper something to her. "Let me take over." Listening to it carefully and feeling the power, without a doubt, the voice was originating from her own weapon. So far, everything Layla had tried to do had been insufficient to deal with her opponent. She was at a loss, and now, with 6 Dalki arms coming towards her, the Hanya thought that this might be how things were going to end. "If I die here now, after having weakened everyone, they will have no chance to take over the place. I would have not just failed everyone, but made it worse." Looking over at Sam and feeling the worries of the people behind her, Layla was desperately looking for some way out of the dire situation. Alas, there was no sudden boost in power or growing emotions that would help her overcome this one. However, the departure call seemed to resonate with someone, or perhaps it was more correct to say something. "Let me take over," the voice shouted, and the black sword in her hand was shaking even more. Layla had figured out where the voice in her head was coming from. The question was, should she trust it and give in to the strange power she had heard for the first time? However, in the end, what other choice did she have? Layla could feel a strange energy coming from the sword itself. She wasn't sure what it meant by take over, but she could tell that the weapon wanted her to stop resisting. She allowed the ki that had surrounded her body to dissipate, and at the same time, Helen felt the sapping energy disappear. Instead, a strange energy started to run up Layla's arm and circulated throughout her body. While all of this happened, strange voices began to resonate in the Hanya's head. Layla could hear soul-chilling screams, the sounds of crying that told of a pain like no other. It didn't take her long to start regretting her decision, but at least the sword had not lied to her. While in this state, the Hanya's body was moving on its own. When she opened her eyes again, she could see herself a few feet away from the humanoid Dalki, and on the ground, 4 of the vine-like limbs had been cut off, green blood pouring from them. It looked like the vines were also somehow linked to Helen's Dalki body, since green blood was spilling from it as well. "Something's wrong," Helen noted, as the blood continued to drip from the vines and eventually fell on the ground, as if they were no longer alive. "How are you suddenly able to cut my hard scales? Why aren't they regrowing? What is that cursed sword?" The others who were watching, especially Vincent, were ready to jump in to join the fight. Vincent didn't care what price he would have to pay. He had lived a long life, and his current body was nothing but a clone. He couldn't imagine how Quinn would feel if they would have to tell him that they had allowed Layla to die, at the hands of a Dalki version of Helen no less, while all of them had just stayed by the side. However, just as he started to move, he could see the sword moving in a perfect circle, and as it hit the strange Dalki vines, it ripped through them one by one. "What is that sword? Is it another demon-tier weapon?" Dennis asked, which was the question on everyone's mind who was watching the same fight. Although Layla had missed it, there was another detail of the sword that had occurred during its attack. For a brief moment, a strange winged bat symbol had lit up. The others could only guess that it was some type of active skill the sword had used, allowing Layla to do such a thing. Even now, the strange symbol on the hilt was continuing to glow in and out. "No, that shouldn't be the case. That black sword was a gift from Longblade, but that guy said he didn't really know where it had come from." Logan answered the question. He had only been aware that it could absorb energies, but now that he saw it display so much power, Logan was dying to inspect the weapon in detail. Although many in the crowd were happy that Layla was finally able to do something, those close to her were concerned as she continued to wince. Unbeknownst to them, her head was bursting with cries and screams of what she could only describe as the damned. They wouldn't stop in Layla's head. "A small drawback for using me, but if you want to win this fight, then you'll have to endure this much." The voice resonated inside her. Her legs continued to move, but Layla wasn't the one who told them to do so. The strange energy that had inhabited her body was controlling it now. She felt in control, but at the same time not, as if someone was giving her orders of what to do, leaving her with little choice but to comply. At that moment, seeing this, Dalki Helen stomped her foot on the ground. The whole area started to rumble before around 30 of the strange Dalki vine-like hands burst out and were moving about in the air. "I thought as much," Vincent's eyebrows furrowed, seeing this. "She was holding back the entire time. I wonder if we had continued marching towards the fortress, if we would all be dead right now." "You might be right in that assessment, but doesn't that warrant another question?" Logan replied. "Why would a Dalki do such a thing? She said she wanted to minimize the casualties, but then why did she want to be entertained by this fight? Shouldn't she have just gone and finished her off?" The vine arms started to attack, all going towards Layla, but holding the black sword in her hand carefully. The Hanya looked like she was prepared for what was to come. The first vine was sliced at the top, and spinning the sword, it shredded through another. Jumping back at the right time, Layla avoided another blow, and jumped, spinning backwards, while using her sword to hit another 3 vines that came at once. As soon as she landed on the ground, she began to run forward, and sliced one of the vines right down the middle, and continued onward. Opening her mouth, she blew flames everywhere, covering the area. The others could just see a shadow continuing to fight, and smoke soon after, making it hard to see where the others were. "It's been such a long time since I was allowed to come out, and you've got such a great body. It's versatile in its skills and strengths." The sword praised her, only to complain the next second. "With all these prerequisites, why are you so weak? Why are you hesitating to cut her down? Why didn't you make full use of your powers?" Jumping through the flames for the first time, shooting out of her mouth, was a black ball. It came out far faster than any of the others before. What's more, in succession, 5 more were shot out. Each time it hit Dalki Helen, it would unleash a chain of shadows attaching it to the ground, pinning her down. Still, Helen was able to move through it all, yet the shadow balls continued to come, and as quickly as she was breaking it, More were being unleashed from Layla's mouth, restraining the humanoid Dalki more and more. "You shouldn't have underestimated me. I'm a sword that can cut through anything, and I'm a sword that cannot break. You should have won with me alone. As long as you can keep your target still, all you have to do is cut her, and you will always win," the sword whispered to Layla. She could feel what the sword was doing, using her subclass's power to consume the negative emotions from within and those around, to produce the constant stream of spiritual chains that were keeping her opponent locked down. Layla thought that since Dalki Helen could break them anyway, this tactic would be useless. Even if she hit Helen, the sword wouldn't pierce through her skin, but the sword had just proven her assumptions completely wrong. Standing right in front of Dalki Helen, the sword thrust right through the Dalki's chest, twisting it in place. At the same time, the power had stopped there, and the screams had disappeared from her head. Now all she could see was the humanoid Dalki looking at her. The black color in her eyes was fading, making her look even more human. "Well, Layla, it looks like you managed to win. This time. I hope you finally confessed to Quinn. I hope he is doing well, even after what happened to me." Helen spoke with difficulty. Right now it didn't feel like Layla was killing a Dalki version of Helen. Hearing her speak like that, it felt like she was the real one. "Depending on when and how the cloning process was done in the extraction, the Dalki might have all the memories of the original," Logan explained. "I saw some instances of this happening during the fight, but I was unsure. I think this Dalki must have gained the memories of Helen a long time ago, something that was unexpected for Graham." "You finally grew up to be really strong, just like I knew you would," Dalki Helen continued, as blood still poured out of her mouth. Tears were coming down Layla's face as she shook her head. "No, it wasn't me," Layla admitted, tears rolling down her face. I left you back there. I should have stayed and helped you fight. I'm not the person you think I am." What was making Layla feel even guiltier was the fact it hadn't been her own power that had defeated Helen. Once again she had lost, even with the use of her soul weapon. "Don't be stupid," Helen said, wiping away a tear from the other's face as she walked backwards, forcing the black sword out of her body. "As promised, I will get rid of all the Dalki here." Turning around, Helen looked at the base and stomped on the ground once more. Several of the vine-like structures surrounded the base, and the next second, the humanoid Dalki had leaped up towards the fortress. "No!" Layla screamed again, yet before she could take a single step, she collapsed onto the ground. The whole attack force was still quite a ways from the fortress, but they were able to see everything that was going on, and hear the noise that was happening inside. Not too long ago, they had seen the very Dalki Helen that they were all frightened to face with their lives turn around and attack its own fortress. The strange vine-like arms had all appeared in the fortress, and even now, from a distance, they could see Dalki being held up, their bodies pierced through and being chucked apart. A large explosion of power happened all at once, as the Dalki were being destroyed. The next second, part of the fortress wall exploded and went flying, landing on the planet's surface. Quickly, the others went to Sam, who was no longer trapped via vine. The tactician rushed back to the others while also picking up Layla's disfigured arm. Since it was still in one piece and not too much time had passed, they should be able to reattach it with little difficulty. Maybe even her green flames could do the job. As he returned, though, it turned out that the others were just as confused as him with what was going on. Layla was no longer in her true Hanya form. Due to all the ki that had taken over her body, or perhaps as a drawback for staying in that form for too long, she wasn't even conscious at the moment. "So, you're telling me that the humanoid Dalki, just started to attack its own people because Layla defeated her in a duel?" Sam asked, to which he had a few people shrug their shoulders with relief on their faces. "I think I might have some explanation for all of this," Logan chimed in. "The new Gen Dalki, I don't believe it is just referring to the humanoid Dalki we have seen, but also the 3 and 4 spikes. From the information I have gathered from the others, they didn't evolve into these spikes, but were born this way. The humanoid Dalki are something different, perhaps even an experiment on Graham's personal behalf. I doubt he was quite sure of the results himself, though. What has been created is something more on the lines of Borden. However, I imagine when creating such a Dalki, he chose to omit memories, or perhaps even chose only selected memories. In a way, one could even brainwash a Dalki before they were even made to know that the humans are the enemy. However, such a process is not only very delicate and difficult, there's also no way to tell which memories have been erased and which ones might only have been suppressed. From the looks of it, Helen was a case of the latter. Fighting Layla might have triggered those memories in her. I'm not sure if Graham knew about that risk, or if they just cost too much to make, but I guess there's a reason why we haven't seen too many of them appear, in case something like this happened. There was a silence from the leaders, who needed to make a decision on what to do next. Even now, the fight in the fortress seemed to be ongoing. However, at that moment, having received medical aid, Layla came to. If she has her memories, then she's as real as the actual Helen to me. She knew about Quinn. She did all of this for us, the young woman said, seemingly having heard everything they had talked about. She used her sword to hold herself up, still too weak to walk. We have to at least help her to take down the fortress. No, before that, we have to heal her. The part about joining the attack, Sam certainly agreed with. As for helping her, I'm not so sure. Logan seemed against the idea. She might look like Helen, and even have her memories, but I'm sorry, she's just a clone. We also don't know what Graham did when creating the humanoid Dalki, and without the data, we can't be sure she won't turn on us. When watching your fight, there seemed to be a trigger, probably when you mentioned Quinn. Perhaps while she is in control, this is what she has decided to do. However, can you guarantee that she won't change her mind? Although what Logan might have said was true, it looked like those in the Daisy faction had heard enough, and were already prepared to charge forward. The only thing was, just as they were about to, the commotion inside the fortress had come to a complete halt. Seeing this, it looked like the group were on the move. Vincent carried Layla on his back, while Dennis and all those that were faster, including the vampires, ran ahead of the others. They were a little worried that the strange vines would pop out of the ground suddenly, but they never did. When they finally reached the fortress, Vincent placed Layla down on the ground. They could see that the gates had been completely destroyed, and taking a step inside it looked like everything else was as well. The fortress had around 100 Dalki, a mix of 3 and 4 spikes, yet none of them felt any signs of life inside. Blood splattered, holes and missing limbs of the Dalki. It had been a one-sided fight, that was for sure. Eventually, after going through a few of the streets, they had arrived at the center, and they could see a humanoid Dalki standing there. Her whole body, from head to toe, was bathed in green blood. The figure looked out of sight, yet at the same time, there didn't seem to be a single mark on her apart from her chest. Eventually, Layla swiveled around to the side and could see Helen standing there, a smile on her face. Only she might know what she had been looking at and what her last thoughts had been before her death. She had died, but not before killing all the Dalki, and had died on her 2 feet standing. I didn't just kill Helen once, I killed her twice. Layla punched the ground, again and again, weeping. She couldn't stop her tears. Eventually, the rest of the Daisy faction and others entered the fortress. As they did, they all could see what Layla was crying over. Peach went and carried Ivy over to her sister's body and placed her on the ground, and at that moment, everyone knelt down, paying their respects to the Daisy sisters. They didn't get the chance to say their goodbyes the first time, but this time they could say goodbye to her properly. Even after death, even if this wasn't the real one, many of their lives were saved after the Dalki attack. Sam left the others to their goodbyes. Many of the girls couldn't stop crying due to what happened, but he knew that as the leader he needed to decide on the best course of action. At the same time, looking at the scene, he had a thought in his head. A 5-spike humanoid Dalki was able to take out one of these fortresses all on her own, in an injured state no less. It really is a scary thing, yet the latest report said that Graham was already a 6-spike. Entering one of the areas in the fortress that was somewhat still standing, Sam was having a meeting with the others, although Layla was unsurprisingly mentally absent. The fortress has been taken over, and we have managed to do so without losing our people. The Dalki no longer have any forces to rely on to support the main base. I've decided, as long as you agree to this. Layla, you've proven yourself as one of our strongest assets today. I don't know what happened, and you don't have to explain to me, but I think the others can do it with your help. You head over and join the Demon Tier Beast team. Take it out, destroy the Dalki main base, and get rid of any chance of them creating any monsters like this again. We need our strongest people to accomplish this task. I also want you to take Logan with you. He can gather information from the lab and might be able to take it down without you guys even destroying the thing. As for me, Vincent, and Dennis, us three will head back to the vampire settlement. We will get rid of the last attack force, and wherever Graham appears, we will be ready. Although Layla's mind was still elsewhere, she had heard everything that Sam had said. She wasn't too sure she was the right person for the job, but since their tactician deemed this to be the best, the Hanya agreed for now. Looking at the sword, though, she could see it was no longer glowing. What happened back there? Layla thought. Although it had been a while since Nate had discovered the main Dalki base, he wasn't instructed to step on the planet on his own. Instead, he was called to another planet to change the type of ship they would be using for this battle. Instead of the small combat ship, they would use one of the medium-sized vessels deployed in this area from the main cursed ship. Currently, he was waiting patiently, having moved away from the main Dalki ship. For one, he was worried that if he stayed around too long, the enemy might dispatch forces to attack him. A space fight wasn't exactly in his best interest, and the Dalki ships were just as good, if not better than those that Earth had, which was why humans preferred combat on the planets rather than in space. At the same time, a large uncrewed drone ship was monitoring the planet. It was also being used to get an energy reading from the planet. Because of this, it didn't matter if Nate let it out of his sight or not. While waiting at the given coordinates, the new ship finally came into sight, and he couldn't help but stare at it with stars in his eyes. Whoa, that's what we will be using? It looks so cool. It was a medium-sized vessel for a crew of around 25 at most. However, it was nothing like he had seen in the military designs before. The front nose of the ship was quite pointed, while the top had a large living area with 2 curved apertures that looked like wings. It looked like it had the momentum of a combat ship, yet clearly wasn't the size of one, and Nate was correct with his guess. This ship was one that Logan had specifically made. Whenever he would have free time, he was always trying to come up with new inventions, and he knew that a fast, agile ship that could carry the main bulk of the cursed leaders would be needed one day, which was exactly what he had made. Nate, thank you for waiting. Please approach the ship now, a familiar voice said. Following the instructions, Nate moved in no time. Upon boarding the ship, Nate noticed that the inside was just as impressive as the outside. It reminded him of the feeling the first time he had entered the Big Bertha, which was now the cursed ship created by the military. Only, the design in this place suited more modern aesthetics. It was streamlined smooth. Hardly any edges or wires could be seen. It almost didn't feel like he was in a ship at all. Heading towards the ship's bridge, he soon ran into Logan and Layla. He had been informed a bit about the plan and the good news, but not all the fine details that would be explained after everyone arrived. I'm glad to see that both of you are okay. We had a tough time on our end, Nate said. But as soon as he spoke these words, he could see that Layla wasn't exactly in the best of shapes. Her arm had been reattached relatively easily, but she touched it as soon as Nate said that, and had brought upon a wave of crashing memories. I'm sure we will all want to share our experiences, but let's wait until the rest of us arrive. We will discuss the plans once everyone comes and talk to each other about our battles. Now, it was a waiting game for the group, but it didn't take long for the other groups to arrive, since they had been on standby, waiting for the following instructions. The first to arrive was Peter, and along with him was the 6th vampire leader, Jake Musket. Other than him, Peter had his lesser whites, although only bringing 3 with him in total this time: Legs, Headless Hilston, and the humanoid Dalkey with the long, claw-like hands. Judging from the looks on everyone's faces, they were pretty surprised that Peter could use one of the humanoid Dalkey. As Logan suggested, they kept the questions to themselves for now, waiting for the others to arrive as well. The next group that was to reach was Linda and Fex, and lastly, the whole of the Blade family came. Vorton, Rayton, Syl, and Borden had all come together. All of them were seated around a round table, where as usual, Logan would display a holographic screen talking about the plan before the group got into action. So, the latest readings claim 2 things. First, the current force on the main Dalkey base planet is no more than the other forces we have fought against. Now, this doesn't mean it would 100% be the case. After all, there might be places that the device had missed, or perhaps the enemy has a way of creating more Dalkey like the ones we have all faced, the new-gen Dalkey. However, I would guess that it's unlikely. From my discussions with Sam, they probably didn't think we would get this far, but thanks to our power increase in addition to the vampires, most battles that we would have fought and lost had the opposite outcome. Also, using the Demon Tier device, we can confirm that the Demon Tier beast is still present as well. Our ship has a camouflage ability, making it nearly invisible and silent. It will take some time for us to land, as the momentum is drastically decreased, but after that, the crystals will continue to power the ship's camouflage, while we will head to the location of the Demon Tier beast's reading. "This should be easy for us then," Peter said with his arms crossed. "We took out our enemy easily, and now it looks like the cursed faction is back together again. Even if your little reader thing is half wrong, I think we can still deal with whatever is coming our way." The others seemed to agree, at least the ones that had an easier time defeating the enemy. "We haven't talked much about it, but on our planet, there was a 5-spike humanoid Dalkey," Layla mentioned. "I heard the rest of you went up against 4 spikes. There's a big difference in their power, and it might be the reason that Graham chose to freely leave this place instead of protecting the Demon Tier beast." "A 5-spike?" Fex replied in shock. They had gotten the report of their success, but not the details of what had happened. "We had a lot of trouble just against One Horn. I can't imagine." "Well, this time, you have the Blades and us," Peter replied. "I know you guys struggled, and we struggled before too, but it won't be the same as before, and besides, Layla and the others somehow managed to defeat it, which means we can do the same. Right, Layla?" While asking the question, Layla was a little silent. She didn't want to admit that their whole group actually had no chance against Helen Dalkey. Not yet, anyway. She did imagine how the others would have fared, though. "Well, just in case, I have some of the blood of One Horn with us, and it will give Jake and me a boost in strength before the fight," Fex explained. "The others, are they all returning to their bases and to the vampire shelter?" "Yes," Logan replied. "Sam, the vampires, vampire leaders, and the others that have helped so far will be returning to their shelter. The news about Sunny, Niku, and the other leaders who have sacrificed themselves in this war isn't disclosed yet. As for Owen and Samantha, although they had victories, their forces won't be of any help anymore. They would just be dead weight or used as human meat shields if they joined the fight now. They are currently focused on recovering their strength and protecting their planets. To put it simply, they are out of this war, and they can no longer fight." Listening to this, everyone knew that now it was up to the vampire leaders and the cursed faction to finish this war. One was going to defend against the final attack from the Dalkey, while the other was going to give a final blow to the Dalkeys on their main base. Since the destination was set and it was time for them to head to the main Dalkey base, everyone started to talk about the battles they had faced and shared their insights, thoughts, and experiences. They discussed the sacrifice of the people they had lost so far, but there were 2 main things that others were paying attention to. One of them was the fact that Aaron had killed Niku. Nate felt like everyone should know about this, especially the vampire settlement, and it was something he couldn't keep in anymore. The others, of course, believed what Nate was saying, and they now knew that if they were to come across her, they would be cautious. On the other hand, Layla still hadn't talked about her own experience, and instead let Logan tell the event's details. Too many unbelievable things seemed to be going on in the war, but at least they understood their position. "So what about Quinn?" Vorton eventually asked. I feel like whether Graham fights us here or is at the vampire settlement, only he can go against him. What's he currently doing?"
75% of nest crystal has been absorbed.
The new ship traveled faster than the usual medium-sized vessels, which meant they wasted next to no time getting to the Dalki main ship's location, the place which their enemy called home. Looking out the window, they could see it did really look like a small planet. What was most interesting about it wasn't just the shape of the thing, but the fact that it was made up of several different terrains. It was a spaceship that the Dalki had made using all of the other beast planets.
"When I look at this, I feel a bit sad for the Dalki,"
Logan said as they slowed down upon approaching the place. They turned the ship's camouflage system on as they slowly came to the planet, lowering the probability of alerting the enemy. Logan had backed every bit of his family's technology and his own knowledge, including Richard's, to create this ship. After completing the trials, everyone was left with a weapon to help them in this battle. Although it might have seemed like the reward was the nest crystal, to Logan, he felt more like it was the knowledge left behind by Richard for someone else to take his place in all of this. "What do you mean? The Dalki are trying to kill us. Why would you feel sad for them?" Fex asked. "No offense, Borden." He felt like he needed to mention, since Borden was also a Dalki.
"Just think about it, can't you? The Dalki were created by vampires, but that place never felt like home to them. Earth is a place they hadn't been to before, so what did they do? Looking at this, it feels almost as if they tried to create their own home." "That still doesn't change the fact that they are trying to kill us. Again, no offense, Borden," Fex added once again. "It makes me wonder, why doesn't Borden want to kill us?" Borden asked. "I mean, he's just like the Dalki and the humanoid Dalki that we have encountered." Borden placed his finger on his chin as he thought about the answer himself. "Even I don't know the answer to that one," he finally replied. "When I was first born, I just wanted to find you, brother, but I do have an urge to keep fighting. But that goes for all creatures, not just humans. Still, I can suppress it."
"It was my first time," Logan suddenly said, which made the others strangely look at Logan, waiting for him to explain himself.
"I think Borden mixing in with so little of the beast DNA compensated for using most of your structure, Borden, or Syl structure to be precise. Honestly, there are some things that even I can't explain with science. For instance, at the time, the mind that was occupying Syl's body was yours, Borden, and the personality that Borden represents most out of all three of you is yours. In fact, I can say that he nearly doesn't have a trace of the other two. Yet, the body always had and always belonged to Syl? Honestly, it might just be that Borden's nature is so good that it overcomes any Dalki desires, or just like any creation, when mixing a set of genes together and mashing things up. No person or Dalki, I should say in this instance, is the same. Let's think of Borden as a mutation. In fact, if we could study Borden more, we could try to find out what makes him different from the rest. When we know this factor, we could try changing the Dalki. However, to even try to do something like that, even if we did find a solution, we would have to capture them and modify them. Imagine trying to do that when we are already fighting for our lives," Logan explained. "Speaking of which," Little Borden said, "I only have one injection left. I know you made a lot for me when we had the demon tier beast, but I was wondering if you had any more." "Unfortunately, that is the last one. The demon tier beast that Quinn has cannot be used anymore. Perhaps if we are successful in our goal or find something in their lab, we can do something." The ship was ready to land in a forest-like region as the conversation ended. It looked for the most open area and scanned for any traces of life, but there weren't any signs of life on this side of the planet. After crushing a few trees, the ship landed, and everyone descended from the ship. Looking back, they could see that the ship was practically invisible. It was amazing, and with the trees, it was nearly impossible to find it, although one could still touch it, and if touched, a ripple around the ship would reveal its location. "Don't worry, the ship is linked to inform me if it reads any signs of life coming within its range," Logan explained. "However, we have a long walk in front of us. All of the Dalki, just like the forces before, are focused on one location." "I think it might have been that large black tower. I mean, that has to be a dead giveaway that something is there, right?" Fex commented. The rest nodded at this, and soon it was time for them all to make their way over there. The group walked through the forest-like territory for a while, and up ahead they noticed the surface changing into a strange, hard black ground. "Before we engage in combat, I would like to ask everyone a favor," Logan started to speak, following something on his wristwatch. He was seemingly looking at something, but the others couldn't really see. "The Dalki have a lab here, and I would like to gather as much information from them as possible. So let's try to get all of the Dalki out of the area. Deal with the Dalki first, and then try to handle the demon tier beast. In fact, if we deal with all the Dalki here, then maybe we can just leave the demon tier beast captive. They are sure to have it locked up somewhere," Logan asked. "Why would you want to get information from the Dalki? We will be getting rid of them all away," Jake said, and then received a look from Small Borden, who was riding on Vorden's shoulder. "Sorry, little guy, I keep forgetting. Destroying knowledge is something we must not do because it can help us in the future. Besides, you guys keep talking about how strong you were. If it's true, then these forces should be easy for you." "Haha, that sounds great," Rayton stated, punching his fists together. "All right, then why don't we all have a friendly competition? Who can deal with the most Dalki while on here? I mean, I would win anyway, but maybe I should use one hand to give you guys an advantage." Usually the others weren't so much into competitions, especially with how serious the situation was, but Rayton always managed to annoy them somehow. "Are you sure about that, Rayton? Is Syl included in this as well?" Vorden asked. "Haha, I have a big advantage if that's the case," Peter said, with his lesser whites walking by his side. "What is wrong with you guys?" Layla suddenly spoke up. Linda had been quiet all along as well. She was still affected by what happened in the battle with One Horn, but she knew this conversation was just a way how the others were dealing with the pressure of the situation. For Layla, it was different. "This is dangerous. We could all die. People are dying right now, and there are even those attacking the vampire settlement. Once they're done there, they will go for the other planets, and here you are taking all of this as a game." There was silence from most of them until Peter broke the ice. "Calm down. Are you on your period or something?" Peter replied. "Just because we know your weak arse isn't going to win, no need to complain about our fun. Stop spoiling it for us." At that moment, Peter's voice trailed off, and everyone paused and glanced at each other, because coming out from behind a rock was Dalki. The reason why most of them had glanced at each other was that they thought that seeing the first Dalki was the sign for their little competition to start. They all looked at the Dalki like it was some prey, and at the same time, when it saw them, it opened its mouth wide, as if it was ready to attack. The Dalki aren't the type of beings to run away in the first place, and it wasn't as if they knew or bothered learning the faces of the humans that they needed to be scared of. "The first one's mine," Peter shouted, almost charging forward, but before anyone else had moved. There was already someone faster than him and had punched Dalki in the chest. The fist pushed through the Dalki's chest, and it died without knowing what had hit him. "So you decided to go for a speed ability once again?" Fex questioned. "Damn, I really thought that you might have picked stronger abilities in case you went up against Graham. Since you know they didn't work last time, why didn't you pick some other abilities?" "This ability saves lives," Syl replied, and went back to walk with the rest. "Also, that's 1 point to me." Honestly, Fex was just complaining because he knew with all of these monsters in this group, he stood next to no chance of ever winning the competition. He just wasn't even in the same league, even though they would often call him on these events because he knew the cursed faction well, and his strong ability came in handy a lot. It made him think if his ability was something else, would they even consider inviting him along? Still, Syl did think Fex had a point, because it wasn't enough to beat Graham if they ran into him with the current set of abilities. "The competition is a good idea. My abilities won't last for a long time, so we should get a move on," Syl reminded them. "Agreed," Logan said. "Since we have already encountered the first Dalki, we must be close to the main base." The group was treading lightly with their destination, the huge black tower now in reach. Nate didn't know how to use shadow travel, but he succeeded in spreading out his shadow on the ground, making their footsteps almost silent as they continued to walk. Once again, the terrain changed, and now it looks more like a jungle. The ground was still black underneath, but there were plenty of trees, which was perfect for the group to conceal themselves. The others had spotted a few more Dalki, but raising his hand, Logan stopped others from going after them, at least until they were aware of the whole situation. "I can hear something. It sounds like a ship's engine," Jake said. Trusting the vampire leader's ears,
they decided to follow the direction of the sound and soon reached what looked like a launching pad, but not just any type. It was one where all the Dalki motherships that they had seen were. There were several ships here, around 4 of them docked at present, and the sound of other Dalki making more, but not just Dalki. They also noticed the presence of vampires, and surprisingly, all of them looked the same. "What the fuck?" Nate almost shouted, but it just turned into a loud whisper. "That's Jim! That's all those clones from that island, do you remember? Come on, you guys, you have to remember." The others knew all right. "Just because the original might be dead doesn't mean they can't stop creating clones," Logan said. "Wait a minute, why can't they clone Dalki then? Like they do the vampires? Can't they use those new nest crystals you found?" Nate asked. Logan shook his head. "I think it's something to do with the demon tier beast's energy. In the first place, a nest crystal can't produce a demon tier beast, and how they actually exist is something unknown. Perhaps a beast keeps evolving? An unnatural occurrence, but the beast made by a nest crystal is never that powerful to start with. Since the Dalki have the demon tier energy in them, it's impossible to replicate. Anyway, speaking of the demon tier beast, the reading seems to be coming from behind them, and if I'm not wrong, the structure which I am sure we can all see is the lab we were discussing earlier." Indeed, the others noticed the lab too. It wasn't too far away. "Although there are a lot of Dalki here, most of the energy sources are coming from closer to where that tower is," Logan explained. The tower wasn't too far off from where they were, and they could see it too, but it was perhaps a mile over in the other direction. Now the question was, what was the group to do? "I have an idea. I know before we left the ship, we agreed it wasn't a good idea for us to split up," Logan said. "But in this case it might be. You guys still want to have your competition, right? Then my suggestion is that the Blades, along with Nate and Fex, except for Borden, head towards the tower. He comes with us, and Linda and Layla will stay with me. You guys, I want to make as big a bang as possible, and if there is any trouble at all, notify us immediately. If you can handle it, then go crazy. If you can't, we will come up with another plan. Honestly, if you guys can't handle it, I doubt we would be able to as well, which is why we need another plan to get rid of the demon tier beast. The other group will head inside the lab." While saying this, he gave little Borden a wink. There was another reason he wanted to head there inside with Borden, to see if there was anything they could do about his state. According to Quinn, he had seen the technology they had, and if Jin's clone was still here, he felt confident he would find something that would help little Borden no longer be little anymore. The others seemed to agree, apart from Fex, who wanted to go along with the girls, but both groups were already moving their own ways, leaving Fex just to shake his head. "I wish I was with Samantha. Anyway, I just need to get through this, and then I can spend the rest of my time with her." It didn't take long for Nate and the others to reach the front of the Black Tower, but they noticed something strange. While making their way there, they noticed that in front of the base, the ground caved inward, and there were several cracks in it as well. Eventually they realized it wasn't natural for the land to be that way. What they were in was an enormous crater. At first, they thought it was just part of the layout, but now that they were by the edge that only just reached the Black Tower, they could tell it was a crater. "Is that me, or does that look like someone bombed the ground or maybe punched it?" Nate asked. It certainly looked to be the case. "Does that mean whatever created that is here?" Fex asked. Running out, Syl was first. He stood there, and a group of Dalki guarding outside the strange tower had spotted him. "Either way, we will have to face whatever created that crater, whether they are here or not. We have to try and stop him. We can't just rely on Quinn all the time," Syl said, as he picked up a stone and threw it towards the Dalki. The stone went through the Dalki's head in the next moment, killing it instantly. The others readied themselves, as it sounded like more were soon coming. Back where Logan and the others were, they were patiently waiting. A few seconds later, and they could hear constant explosions go off in the distance, not too far away. The Dalki and the clones, noticing this, started to rush over while a few had stayed behind. "Looks like they are causing quite the commotion over there. Let's go," Logan said. Around Logan's left arm, there was a constant robotic casing. For the most part, this was because he covered up what his Dalki arm looked like. It didn't look too out of place for Logan because his whole suit was made up of strange nanomachinery, which he could break down to create different suits, or use for unique circumstances like the current one. The good thing was, Logan always had a set of supplies with him, and he had predicted that there would be vampires at the Dalkey main base. One of his guesses was that Jim would be here, though he wasn't considering encountering this many. Still, because of this, he had prepared a special spray with him that allowed him to blend in with other vampires. They would be picking up his special scent, and thus, he also sprayed it on Borden and Layla for safe measure. Subclasses carried a different and detectable scent, and as for Borden, Logan honestly had no idea, but there was no need to take risks. They were using the special spiders, and thanks to the big distraction in the opposite direction, they managed to reach the special lab without any trouble. They had the perfect team with them. The spiders could spot hallways and more, alerting them if anyone came their way. As for little Borden, at a glance, most would choose to ignore him, so he could help the team get through small places. Then there was Layla. Currently, the group had made it into the main lab, and the locked doors weren't a problem for Logan with his powers. The only one who felt somewhat useless was Linda, but she was ready to help whenever needed.
"We need to get to this lab server room or something similar. Although it might not have the information we need, it should have the layout of this place," Logan explained.
His spiders were busy searching the place, and they could see two Dalkey coming their way down one of the hallways. They were in somewhat of a rush. Rising her hand, Layla started to float up a few rocks she had picked up from the outside. She slowly moved it past their feet on the ground, and then flung it as fast as she could, hitting the wall of that hallway in the opposite direction.
"Did you hear that? Let's go. We need to check it out. I heard the attackers are humans, but there are only a few of them. There could be more," the Dalkey said as they rushed over.
Logan realized that the Dalkey weren't exactly the brightest, and as they went around the place, they also noticed that all the vampire clones were being treated like slaves. They were being pushed around without any regard and respect, and were silenced whenever they tried to say anything. How this situation came to be would certainly be interesting to know, but first, Logan had another job to finish. Heading into one of the rooms by the hallway, the team found themselves in some type of storage room. It had a mixture of chemicals in glass bottles, melted crystals, and more.
"Judging by this, we should be close. Instead of walking around and getting caught, I should wait for my spiders to do the job. We are in a good enough location right now."
Thinking about this, Logan began to guide the spiders to start the search, and it didn't take long for Logan to find what he was looking for. It wasn't the lab, but a server room. That place might give them some basic information about where the dragon and Graham's lab was.
"How are my brothers and the others doing?" Borden asked. "They don't seem to be in trouble. I haven't gotten an update from them, but they said they would contact me only if there was some trouble. I'm more concerned about trying to pinpoint the location of the demon tier beast. The device that we were using before is getting readings from all over the place. My guess is they are using the demon tier energy for several things, which is messing with the readings," Logan replied. Using the same tactic that they had done before, they made their way to the server room. It was left almost unguarded, and honestly, Logan was quite surprised how few Dalkey there were in the whole lab. "Have they already consumed all of the beast's energy? Or perhaps was Sam right in thinking that Graham is overconfident?"
Placing his hand on the server, Logan was ready to get whatever information he needed. As expected, the servers linked to the demon tier beast weren't here, and the same for Graham's lab, but it did reveal their location. Unfortunately, the two of them were in opposite places in the lab. With the main center in the way, they will have to decide which one to go to first. While looking through the server information, although it said nothing about the demon tier beast or Graham's research, it did have some other information.
"A breakout?" Logan thought.
Looking into it a bit more, he had just uncovered some shocking information.
It said here that there was an ability user here, who, along with True Dream, had escaped from this place. So True Dream really was alive after all, and he even managed to escape. Well, the Dalkey are a bigger problem right now. It seems he's been gone for a while and hasn't done anything. Perhaps he is planning to stay out of this war?
Glancing at Layla and then at Borden, Logan finally made a choice. For now, they would head to Graham's lab. He was still unsure what they would do with the demon tier beast, and it might take a lot of time to defeat it anyway. In the meantime, Logan wanted to see if he could do anything for little Borden. The group rushed, following Logan, but he didn't say anything. This was the choice he had made.
Eventually, they reached the lab and for once came across another pair of guards. The pair stood firmly in front of the lab, and it didn't look like they could be distracted just with some noise, unlike the previous ones. "They're both 3-spike Dalki. I won't be able to take them out without making some noise. Borden, if you used your injection and turned into a 4-spike, do you think you can beat them up quickly?" Logan asked. Borden thought about it for a while. A 4-spike strength was far greater than a 3-spike, but to defeat the enemy without making noise was a big concern. "Hey," Layla called out, "I can do it." It didn't cross Logan's mind to ask Layla, because even though she had defeated the Dalki Helen, everything he had noticed about her seemed odd. "Layla, I know what Peter said might have annoyed you, but it's too risky," Linda replied. Logan looked at what was in Layla's hand. She was already holding the black sword by her side rather than the bow. Logan wondered, since when did she start using this weapon? "If you are sure you can do this, then go for it. Anyway, I don't think you would say anything if you didn't feel confident," Logan answered. Nodding her head, Layla soon changed to her second form. She grew slighter, taller, and the horns on her head spouted the most when she was in this form. Still, other than the fourth form, this was when she was at her fastest and had abilities more like that of a vampire, but the most noticeable thing was the flickering sword marking, pulsing like a heartbeat. Layla squinted as she tried to ignore all the cries that went off in her head, and in the next second, she ran out. Her eyes had barely opened, but before the Dalki could even notice, her sword had already moved and sliced through the pair's necks, killing them on the spot. The others, witnessing this, were speechless. "Wow, maybe she should have joined the competition after all." Borden smiled, but they suddenly saw Layla collapsing on the ground, right in front of the lab door. The group outside, in front of the large black tower, didn't panic as they faced the Dalki. It looked like Logan's reading device was working correctly after all, since there were around the same number of 3 to 4 spike Dalki that were at the other fortresses so far. However, with the team, which consisted of many of the Cursed strongest, it was proving to be very little trouble. It was strange. Never in their life would they have thought they would feel this way when fighting against the Dalki, treating it as some sort of competition. Borden was able to fly up high and slash out wind attacks from above, and then when needed, he would swoop down with his steel wings, dealing fatal blows to the enemy. Some Dalki even attempted to jump and latch onto him, but his claw-like feet were deathly strong and sharp. If he managed to get a grip of any Dalki, they would find it near impossible to break free. After obtaining the crystals the vampires had kept, Borden had used those crystals to evolve himself into a demon-tier beast, just like Raiden. His speed was deadly when he flew in a straight path using his wings. His wind powers were just as strong as a high-level wind ability user, and his body was just as strong as the Dalki he was facing. At the same time, another demon-tier beast was causing a rampage, having created several sharp blades. Raiden's strange mud-like substance also slowed down his opponents somewhat. Then, calmingly walking on the ground, he would slice his enemies as if they were standing still. Fex, who was down below, couldn't quite believe it. It was clear that demon-tier beasts were always a bigger worry than the Dalki. However, they never tried to take over Earth, and the beasts didn't fight as a group. If 2 demon-tier beasts found each other in the same territory, they would attempt to take each other out. It was something built into their nature. "Man, if the humans ever had to go up against an army of demon-tiers, that would be troubling," Fex thought while standing at the back, with his hands by his side, not taking part in the battle. This was not because he didn't want to join and help. Rather, it was just that there really was no reason for him to join. Even Nate, who Fex always saw as someone below him, was doing fairly well due to the demon-tier shield he still had in his hand. Blocking hits left, right, and blasting the Dalki away with twice the counter power was sure to finish off nearly any of them. Nate could also utilize it well, since he could punch the shield himself to give it a blast of power here and there. The only problem with that was the power range coming from the shield. Finally, there then was Syl, the one who, as expected, was performing the best among all of them. It was strange, but all Syl had been doing so far was picking up rocks from the ground and throwing them at the enemy. At times, the force would be so strong that it would break before reaching its target.
Thankfully, Syl could use plenty of materials on the Dalki planet that withstood his throwing power, but each one that hit the Dalki pierced right through their body. If it hit the head or the heart area, the Dalki would die on the spot, as if a bullet went through them. It was hard to tell whether this was a strength ability or something else, but Syl seemed very focused on his attacks. In the tower itself, more Dalki were rushing down going towards the humans, but even they could see that what was currently going on was a slaughter fest. One of Jim's clones was also taking a peek out of the window inside the room. Two beasts, humans, vampires. It feels like everyone is going up against the Dalki. I guess Graham underestimated them after all, Jim said. What do we do? Another Dalki asked. It was a Force-Spike whom Graham had left in charge in his absence. We can't get in touch with Graham at the moment either. Something is jamming our devices. So it looks like a great mind is here as well, the clone thought. I have a suggestion. It's up to you whether you follow it or not, but if you choose not to, there's a good chance that all of us will die. Jim's clone smiled, thinking perhaps it could use this situation to his advantage. Over in front of what the others believed to be Graham's lab, Layla had just collapsed. Immediately, the group rushed over, but it looked like she was still conscious. The first thing Linda did was lift her and place her on her back. Then, she and Borden quickly moved the Dalki inside the lab while shutting the doors behind them. I'm okay, Linda. You can put me down. It's just a minor headache, that's all, Layla replied. I think it would be best that you don't use that sword too much if that's the drawback of using it. There are other ways we can deal with the Dalki, Logan said, but he wasn't looking at them. Instead, he looked out towards the lab and was surprised at what he could see. There were large glass containers filled with liquid and more. However, that wasn't the surprising thing. All of the servers and other devices were smashed and destroyed. Why would he destroy his own lab and leave it like this? Linda asked. Seeing it, Logan could only laugh. It seems like he expected us to get this far and wanted to keep the information. Maybe the old me would have been devastated to see this, but just destroying these machines wouldn't stop me from extracting any information at all. That Dalki doesn't know who I am. Placing his hand on the ground, Logan activated his soul weapon. Because of the information he had gathered before from the other server room, he knew the details of just what terminals were in this place and other necessary things. It was also all based on things he had seen upon getting information from Richard. It looked like a lot of what Jim, Graham, and Richard knew was most likely the same thing. Because of this, Logan could rebuild the entire room with his soul weapon. He broke down the machinery into finer, smaller spiders and began to restructure it again. His skill wasn't like healing or reversing time. He was just fixing things and putting it back together. This was why, when everything was complete, it was as if no one ever destroyed it in the first place. There might be some corrupted data here and there, but I think I'll manage, Logan smiled, placing his hand on the terminals and trying to uncover whatever he could. The information was soon downloaded into his head. Now he was getting information on experiments that Graham had done so far, including about the humanoid beasts he had created. The layout of this base showed that this place was linked to the demon tier beast on the other side. Finally, after he downloaded everything, Logan had finished his work in this lab. "Haha, the Dalki are searching for a way to get the ability to reproduce and live a long life. I now have all the information they want," Logan smiled. "Which means, Borden, it's time for an upgrade. Hurry up, hop into the glass container. It will take a long time to build a lab like this anywhere else, so this is currently our best shot." Borden didn't know what was happening, but had trusted Logan before and would trust him now. A strange claw-like device came and picked up Borden, placing him in the glass container. Logan then turned it on, and the upgraded process would soon begin. "How long is this going to take?" Linda asked. "I'm not sure, perhaps an hour or so? Once Layla has recovered, I was going to tell you to look after this room. With what's happening outside, I doubt anyone would come in here, while Layla and I can go and check up on the demon tier beast," Logan explained. Layla was still a bit dizzy, but she was recovering very fast, so they should be able to move out soon. Logan didn't tell them that he had found out something dire while going through the information in Graham's lab. The vampire settlement was in serious trouble, and he knew why Graham was so confident now. The group outside the Black Tower were doing very well in dealing with the Dalki. Still, even though this was the case, a thought flashed through Fex's mind as he watched everything. If I remember correctly, Logan said that the energy reading from this place was the same as the other places, Fex thought. Yet so far, it appears that they are weaker than the other forces we have faced before, which means that there should still be a humanoid Dalki. The battlefield was starting to get quiet as the number of enemies rushing out of the tower had lowered considerably. The dead bodies of the Dalki had piled up around the area, and the boys had ended their competition long ago. The main reason was that there was already a clear winner among them all, Syl, even though he didn't get directly involved much in the battle. Some time ago, he had found a large, hard, rock-like substance not too far away, which he had smashed with his bare fists, creating several smaller rocks for him to use, and throwing them, he dealt with the Dalki as soon as they stepped out of the tower. "That's a bit unfair," Rayton complained. "Syl had killed some of those that were stuck in my mud. As I contributed somewhat, I'm sure that should count as a half a point for me." The next second, Vorden had landed right by Rayton's side, who had stopped fighting as well. "I didn't expect you to be such a whining loser. Anyway, it's fine. It's a good thing that none of us was badly hurt in the first place." Surprisingly, there was someone else too who hadn't fought much, and that was Peter. Instead, he was busy walking through the battlefield, looking at all the Dalki that had been killed so far. "All of these guys are useless," Peter shouted, kicking one of the Dalki's bodies so hard it went flying off in the distance. "If Syl can kill them with a rock, then that means a 5-spike or more would be able to beat them. You would think that at their base, they would have someone worth fighting." It was at that moment, at the very top of the shelter, a large object crashed down from the top. Parts of the tower began to fall, and the group quickly regathered themselves. They were in the crater, and the object that had landed in front of them was around 10 yards away. It looked like an uneven ball of a black mass as big as a van. Upon careful observation, they noticed it move slightly, and along its back, 5 spikes slowly protruded out. Slowly breaking out of the strange ball, a large Dalki stood straight. Its forearms, shoulders, and legs were twice the thickness of a regular Dalki. "That doesn't look like a regular Dalki," Fex noted, which was obvious to all of them. The Dalki itself was far broader, and its body structure was different in every way. It looked like a Dalki covered in thick armor that was 2 sizes too large for itself. The only thing was it wasn't armored. They were just the scales of its body. "This doesn't look like a humanoid Dalki," Vorden said, "which means it's a regular 5-spike. Hearing this, Peter just smiled because it was precisely what he was looking for. Syl threw a stone from his hands towards the Dalki's chest, like he had done on many others. It was fast and hit it perfectly, only to get crushed into pieces upon impact, and not even making the Dalki flinch, much less force him back. "This is what we needed. Last time, Slicer was too much for us. We needed the help of the other Blades and Quinn. This time, we have to show that we are strong enough to take out a 5-spike on our own," Syl said. The others were inclined to agree, ready for a fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, before heading off to the Demon Beast's location, Logan decided to inform Sam of what he had found out in Graham's lab. "We are still making our way to the settlement now. All of the leaders are there, but if what you say is true, even with us arriving, it still won't be enough. Although I just checked the energy reading and your worst-case scenario has yet to arrive," Sam replied. "For now, continue with the current plan. If the energy readings change, I'll let you know." Still, there was a considerable worry in Logan's mind. The only good thing was that they had their portable teleporter they could use, but Logan had created a wide-range jammer for all teleporters so that the Dalki also couldn't suddenly appear here for backup. Before they used the portable teleporter, they would have to finish their job here. Although they could go to the other battlefield once they finished their mission here, the question was, would they even be in the condition to fight? "There are multiple options. Killing the dragon would force it to go to its other half, which was currently in Quinn's shadow space, making it whole again. If that was the case, then there was a high chance it would wake up. But who knows how long that process will take, and whether or not the dragon will go on a rampage was a different thing. We could stay here and protect the demon-tier dragon until the battle is over, but the others will most likely need our help." For now, they needed more information, and because of that, Logan and Layla were heading to the other side of the lab, where Graham had held the demon-tier beast. While walking through the lab, Layla and Logan noticed fewer workers around the place. Even Logan's spiders were unable to pick up anyone.
The others must be doing an outstanding job, Logan thought. We might have to fight the demon-tier beast, right? It was already in a weakened state from the fight on Blade Island, and now most of its energy is drained, so it should be at its weakest, Layla mentioned, and no longer held the sword in her hand, but it was still by her side at all times. Yes, correct. However, remember that it is still a demon-tier beast. We always were taught that the humanoid demon tiers were the strongest, but from what we have learned, we know that this dragon is an exception to the rule. I'm just hoping that we can find a way where we won't have to have a direct confrontation with it, Logan replied. As they got closer and closer to the other part of the lab, Logan noticed something from his spiders. The room where the demon-tier beast was held was already open. So far, every room they had come across was securely shut by the Dalki, and this one should have been too, but to their shock, it was open. It meant only one thing. Someone had opened the gate and could be inside the room. We have to hurry, Logan shouted, running forward, worried about what was to happen. Based on what his spiders were showing him, he had recalled all of them to himself. The remarkable part of his suit was that it would break down when releasing the spiders. What's wrong? What did you see? Layla asked. Get ready to fight. We have to stop them, Logan shouted. The door was up ahead, and they knew immediately they were in the right room. Upon reaching it, they could see a giant rectangle container that held the dragon in place. Countless large machines were injected into the dragon, keeping it in a strange, sedated state while continuously draining its energy. Seeing the dragon once again was a reminder of how fierce it was, and what frightened Layla most was that its eye was open, staring toward them. Layla, stop them! Logan shouted. On one side of the container, besides the control panel, was one of the Jim clones and 2 Dalki. Too late! If we are going to die anyway, why don't we all die together? Jim said, smashing down on one of the buttons, and soon all the strange machines linked to the dragon began to come off one by one. Soon after throwing the rock, Syl went in to perform his next move. He ran across the field, and when he got close, he switched from his speed ability to his strengthening ability. Since he could not reach Dalki's head, the only thing he could do was slam his fist into its stomach in front of him. A loud bang resounded in the area, and even blew the hair of the others a little. However, the Dalki didn't even flinch from where it was. Instead, it stared down at Syl. I'm starting to wonder why the others were so scared of you, the 5-spiked Dalki said, as it lifted its hand and threw a punch at Syl. But with just a slight movement, Syl was able to avoid it with ease, and now that Dalki's head was a bit lowered, Syl moved again and whacked on its head. This time, the head flung to the side a little, but turning back, the Dalki just smiled, and anticipating what it was going to do next, Syl took a few steps back. I knew that a 5-spiked Dalki's scales were tougher than the 4 spikes, but to this degree? Vorden frowned while watching the fight. He and the others weren't nervous even though there was a 5-spike. Firstly, their main task was to cause a distraction, and since Logan hadn't asked for help, they were sure he was okay for now. So instead, without anyone saying anything, they were almost taking it in turns, seeing who could defeat the 5-spike. Right now, I think Syl must have the foresight ability, Vorden thought. Usually, it allows the user to see a whole 2 seconds ahead of what the enemy is about to do, but with his powers, I wonder how much time he can see ahead of the others. Speed, super strength, and foresight. That's 3 out of the 6 so far. I wonder how much he has been practicing with this set of abilities. The foresight ability is tricky to use and fight with at the same time. This is also a problem with Syl. Depending on those around him, he can be insanely strong or subpar to the point where he can't even hurt a 5-spiked Dalki. The others knew that Syl had far more up his sleeve, but since it looked like his first few attempts were unsuccessful, Nate decided to step forward. Oh, so that's what you guys are doing? Vex said, having figured out their plan. Well, why don't you all have a minute each? I'll keep the time. We all have 2 goes each, apart from me, of course, and after 2 rounds each with that big blob, we will all go in together to finish it off. And what if one of us kills the 5-spike before we get a chance to act together? Rayton asked. Well, that's just part of the game. You either go in earlier and defeat the 5-spike, winning the match. If you go in later, maybe the 5-spike is injured and you're able to figure out a way to defeat it with the knowledge of witnessing the other's fight.
Since you said the game was unfair last time, this sounds fairer, especially since Sil has already had his turn, Fex said, looking down the line and smiling at the rest, ensuring they agreed with his words. Fine, but I will go next, Rayton said, with his arms crossed. Nate was able to pick up what the others were saying with his vampire's ears, and it lit a fire in him. Recently, with all those around him, Nate had been feeling a bit down, but he was someone who obsessed over learning the best form of martial arts and finding strong opponents to face. In the end, though, he discovered there were people with potential far above him who could grow much more powerful than him. However, with the shield, shadow powers, and a vampire body, the things he had obtained from the cursed faction, how could he not blame himself for not being like the other monsters? If anything, he had just as much opportunity as the others to grow strong. Seeing the Dalki attempt to punch him twice, Nate quickly avoided the hit. I saw his movements against Sil, and he was a bit slow. With the beast weapon active and the shield, I should be able to do something. After dodging the first two hits, Nate himself charged forward, running as fast as possible, and threw out a punch. The two fists would slam into each other head-on, but the Dalki's fist was 4 times the size of Nate's. Just then, the shield that was attached around the other arm of Nate's disappeared. At the same time, the shadow enveloped his fist, and the shield suddenly appeared in front of him the next moment. The Dalki's fist banged into the shield, and the whole impact was absorbed inside, and the shield began to glow in the next second. I imagine that damn Graham must have already informed everyone about this shield by now, but there are still ways to trick you guys, Nate smiled. The shield exploded with power. The power of the punch should have been twice as much as the impact, and it was what Nate had used so far. But when the bright light settled, the 5-spiked Dalki looked completely fine without a scratch on its scales. It makes you wonder, is the impact from the shield weak, or is this Dalki's defense just too strong? Vorden thought. Seeing this level of explosion, it seemed like a bit of both was the correct answer. Nate could tell that its own attack was weak, which meant he could never use its own power against this Dalki. If that didn't pierce its hard shell, what else could he do? Attempting to hit it with his bare hands a couple of times, Nate successfully landed some solid hits, and it even produced a hit similar to the hammer strike, to put some internal damage, but the Dalki seemed all right. After that, Nate's time was up, and he went back to join the others. The next to enter the field was Rayton. Damn it, Nate expressed out loud. A demon-tier weapon, and I couldn't do anything with how weak its attack was and how slow it was. It's almost as if this Dalki was created to stall us. I think you were right when you called it a big blob. Observing Rayton, Vorden wondered if he could see an opening, a chink in its armor, as one would say, but so far he didn't find anything, apart from running away from the blob due to its sheer size. One Horn was big as well, right? Vorden asked. Yeah, actually he was a lot bigger, faster, and stronger, but this guy's skin seems harder than his, Fex explained. Hearing that, Vorden was thankful that someone like One Horn wasn't left behind. Otherwise, they really would have more trouble. Or maybe not, since Sil was probably strong enough to face him. While watching Rayton fight, the others noticed that he was having the same trouble as everyone else. His mud-made blade hands smashed on impact as it hit the hard scales of the Dalki. There seemed to be nothing he could do, but in the next moment, Rayton climbed on top of the Dalki's head and formed his hand into something as small and pointy as a needle. With it, he stabbed Dalki in the eye. Soon after, though, the Dalki grabbed Rayton and slammed him into the floor. A part of Rayton's mud-like body broke, but regrouped together when he landed. You bastard! I'll poke both of your eyes out until you die and bleed to death, Rayton laughed. Time, Fex stated, informing Rayton that it was time for him to step back. Well, Vorden, Peter, it has to be one of you, Fex asked, and soon saw Peter walking forward and punching his fist into the palm of his other hand, with his lesser weights following him. It's time to show you guys that Sil isn't the strongest in this group, Peter smiled. Everyone there knew that Peter was strong. He always had been, but the reason why he had never seemed all that impressive to the others was perhaps because of Quinn, who would always outshine him. There was always someone more powerful, faster, and more skillful, which was why even Vorden was thinking about what to do when it was his turn. Right now, on top of that, Sil had already thought about combining his abilities as well. You guys can stop thinking about your turns because you're not going to need it, Peter stated. The first one to approach the Dalki from among his lesser whites was the new addition to the group, the four-spiked humanoid Dalki with the long claws. Of course, it wasn't as strong as a five-spike, but it wasn't far off. In a way, it looked like the Dalki was there to test the waters.
"It looks like you can raise the dead and have pitted a new gen against me. I'll be quite happy to crush this fool," the five-spike said.
As with all the other fights so far, though, when the five-spike Dalki swung its arms and moved, it was slow enough that the four-spike was able to dodge them with ease. It got its claws ready and started to swing them at the Dalki's arm that the latter had attacked it with. Others heard the clashes, but the claws couldn't scratch the hard skin, just like all the other attacks. In a way, this five-spike Dalki is not as much of a threat because it doesn't really have a way of attacking properly. Perhaps it still has the strength of a five-spike, so if I could grab onto one of us, we would be in trouble, but it doesn't appear like that is going to happen any time soon, Vorden thought as he continued to analyze the fight. That's probably why, even though it is a five-spike, it wasn't even considered one of the leaders. Either that or Graham had some way to fast-track the Dalki to evolving, and had only recently created this blob. Continuing to watch the fight, the humanoid Dalki, under Peter's control, tried to do something else. It avoided the punches and constantly attacked the enemy's chest right where its heart would be. Moving in and out, the humanoid Dalki was fast, almost like a vampire. However, the five-spike looked unafraid, and why would it be when the humanoid Dalki's claws couldn't even pierce through its body? Still, Peter and the other two lesser whites had yet to join the fight.
"You know, these humanoid Dalki have a special trait just like the five-spiked," Peter started to speak, which was unusual for him. "But the humanoid Dalki, their traits seem to be more impressive than the five-spiked Dalki. I've already won this competition."
The others were wondering just what Peter was talking about, but turning their heads for the first time, they saw a cut on the five-spiked Dalki's chest. It wasn't deep, and it was only a flesh wound, but the Dalki was clearly bleeding. At the same time, the humanoid Dalki's claws were burning a hot red. After using the humanoid Dalki to fight for a little while, Peter had noticed that the more it struck against someone, or when it was fighting, its claws would change color, and this wasn't just some coolness factor. They were getting stronger and sharper during the fight, while also producing some strange heat. The humanoid Dalki right now was the perfect opponent against the enemy. This continued, and the claws were scratching off more scales and making the five-spike bleed more. But then something else happened. For the first time, when the Dalki threw a punch, it had almost hit the humanoid Dalki. "Damn it, the Dalki's special trait. The more they bleed, the faster they get. Now that blob is actually becoming quite a fast blob. Hurting it more is only going to make this job harder for me," Vorden thought.
"Now it's time for us to act,"
Peter said. The humanoid Dalki pulled back, and in return, Peter came forward instead. When it threw out a fist, Peter jumped up and showed that he was even faster than the humanoid Dalki, and the speed had impressed the others as well. "You know, I never chimed in or got involved with this little match of yours." Jake, the vampire leader who had come along with the group, but stayed silent for nearly most of everything, began to speak. In the first place, he wasn't really close to any of them, and the person among them he was closest with was Peter, who never really talked much. But that was because I was confident that he could deal with it all himself. Bringing out his strange baton, Peter used all his strength and slammed the weapon down towards the ground. This gave a chance for his two other lesser whites to come in. Legs moved and spun around, digging her tail right into the Dalki's chest. It cut through the hard scales easily, but after piercing a few inches, it came to a sudden halt. "Ha ha ha!" the five-spiked Dalki hollered. "You finally managed to pierce me, but it's not enough." It was at that moment that Legs did something strange. It moved away and detached its tail, leaving it in the five-spiked Dalki's body. The next second, with its foot, it kicked its own tail deeper into the five-spike's chest. This caused great pain to the five-spike, forcing it to tumble as the tail inched closer to his heart.
"Don't worry, we just need to kill you so she can get her tail back,"
Peter shouted, but he wasn't the next one to strike. Rather, it was the headless Hilston. He spun on his toes and activated the beast gear on his body, and he, too, punched the end of the tail. It was a good thing that Slicer's tail was one of the strongest things in existence, because the punch was sure to break most things. Due to the punch, the tail moved in deeper and had almost pierced the Dalky's heart. It could feel it, but it still wasn't dead yet.
"Hey, I have to be the one that finished you off," Peter shouted as he swung both his fists back. Then, running forward and jumping in the air, he thrust them both ahead at the same time with all his strength. As his fists hit the bottom part of the tail, it not only pierced through the Dalky's heart, but continued through to the other end, and the next second, the five-spiked Dalky fell to the floor. The others were speechless as they watched what had happened. Vorden had planned so much to try to defeat the five-spike, and Syl thought that he was the only one out of the whole group, who could take down the five-spiked Dalky.
"When did he get so strong?" Rayton complained. "He freaking won the contest, didn't he?" "I mean, there wasn't a prize or anything," Fex replied, wondering what the big deal was. "But yeah, Peter won." Pulling the tail out from the Dalky, Peter threw it over to Legs, who caught it with her feet. She then somehow managed to attach it back onto herself, which was a bizarre sight for the others to witness.
"All right, Blob, it's time for you to wake up. You are my fourth and final piece. With scales like that, I'll have an unbeatable team," Peter smiled.
A few seconds later, the others were quite surprised as they saw the large blob standing up from the ground once again. It looked the same as before, but now it had a hole in its chest. "Holy shit, you can do that? You should have been there when One Horn died," Fex shouted, and now felt like he should have kept his body intact rather than used it for green blood, but that was a need at the time. However, something soon caught Fex's attention. He turned his head and could see a large figure flying their way. It landed on the ground the next second, causing them all to startle. "It's the dragon!" Vorden shouted. Immediately, Peter moved to get out of there with his lesser whites. He wasn't in the best position after all. Everyone moved away quite quickly, all but one, of course. The dragon looked down at the blob and immediately jerked its head forward, grabbing the five-spiked creature. Lifting its head, they could see it hanging in its mouth. When it closed its jaw, its teeth ripped through the hard scales they had all struggled to even scratch a few seconds ago, and after a few chews, it swallowed the Dalky, and that was the end of it. Logan and Layla saw that they were too late in stopping Jim's clone from unleashing the demon-tier beast dragon, but they were still hopeful that perhaps they could figure out a way to put it back and place it in the same state it was once in.
"There has to be a way. The Dalky managed to capture it and sedate it once, which means we can do the same thing as well," Logan thought.
The encasing around his arm had already fallen off, revealing his Dalky self. At the same time, Logan placed both his hands on the floor, and his eyes started to light up green. Upon noticing that there were intruders, Jim's clone and the Dalky immediately charged forward. However, the next second, some of the wires seemed to come to life and had wrapped around their bodies. The vampire clone Jim slashed through them straight away, but it gave Layla enough time to fire an arrow full of ki and aim it right in its face, thus killing it.
"Are you sure we didn't need him in his brain?" Layla asked. "I have all the information he already has in here," Logan shouted, charging forward.
Although Logan wasn't as powerful as the others, and these were three-spiked Dalky he was going up against, he still was a good fighter and had his suit on him. He charged in, running right underneath one of their arms. At the same time, while the Dalky was looking at Logan, two more arrows fired at the same time pierced them in the side of the head. They hadn't gone quite deep enough because of the hard scales, but jumping up, Logan grabbed the arrow with his Dalky arm, pushing it in further, killing it on the spot. Now there was only one Dalky to deal with, but they could see that all of the wires had gone off from the demon-tier beast, and the liquid was draining from the container as well. Logan was distracted looking at the demon-tier beast and was hit by the other Dalky right in the chest. Layla caught Logan mid-flight with her powers and safely placed him down as she got her sword ready and unleashed one of the black balls. When hitting the Dalky, the spiritual chains held it in place. She didn't activate the sword this time and started to strike at the Dalky again and again. She avoided its hits, but the sword seemed to be somewhat blunt as it could not pierce through its skin. Now being able to use ki on them instead, she had 5 arrows hovering around her back while in the middle of the fight and using her sword as well. When she saw an opening, one of the arrows would aim for the Dalki's head or heart. In the end, they finished off the last Dalki too. Logan had recovered and ran over to the console, but the dragon had flapped its wings as the base's ceiling started to open. When it fully opened, the last thing the two of them saw was the demon tier beast flying out of the base. "We screwed up," Layla said. "The demon tier beast is free. What if it runs away?" Looking at the sky and where it was heading, Logan felt like it wasn't going to run away for some reason.
"I think it flying away would be the better option. If it decides to fight us, then the only thing we can do is fight back."
Reporting back to Linda, Logan made her aware of the situation, and he then contacted the others as well.
"Don't worry, we know it's here," Vorden replied back. "It's right in front of us."
This is what Logan feared. It looked like the only option they might have was to fight the beast head-on and kill it.
"Come on, we have to help them, Layla. They might need every help that we can give them. The demon tier beast just woke up. It's probably a bit dizzy, and I saw that they already took away a lot of energy from it. You were right. If we have any chance of beating that thing, the time is now," Logan said.
Although he didn't say anything about the special black sword yet, he thought if it was able to work against the Helen Dalki, it might work against the dragon. They were still unaware of the side effects, or where the sword came from, but now was not the time to worry about those things. On the other side of the lab, Linda had just received a news update from Logan about what had happened. Now she was in the middle of a conundrum.
"Should I go help out the others? I don't think there are any more Dalki or vampire clones in the lab. All of them are most probably dead. But then I can't just leave Borden."
Glancing to her side, she noticed he was peacefully asleep inside the glass container. His body had already regained its normal size and was floating there. Whatever was happening, it had worked so far. She kept an eye on the terminal as per Logan's instructions. Some of the energy transferred to him was coming from the demon tier beast. However, it looked like enough energy had been extracted and was either stored somewhere or was in the pipes for Borden to continue whatever he was going through.
"I'll stay here until you need me, guys. I hope you will get through this."
So far, on the journey to the Dalki main base, none of them felt any fear when fighting against the Dalki, not even when they went up against the 5 spikes. It was only now that they had seen the demon tier beast landing in front of them that they become very cautious. A great sense of power was beaming from its body, and everyone at the scene could feel it. However, the final nail in the coffin was the fact that it had so easily crushed the Dalki that all of them were struggling to even scratch.
"What's the plan, Vorden?"
Rayton asked. The dragon looked their way and flared its nostrils. It was clear that it wasn't just going to let them buy time. In fact, the next second it flapped its wings, producing a large gust, and roared so loud the sound almost blasted their ears' drums. However, 2 figures were unaffected by the scream and could move at that moment. Those figures were Legs and Hilston. Under Peter's orders, they moved in front of the beast, and it looked like they were about to repeat what they had done last time. Spinning with her tail and building momentum using her strength, she swung her tail against the dragon's front legs. However, unlike what had happened with the 5-spiked Dalki, there wasn't a single scratch on the beast after the attack. What had worked for the last time didn't work this time.
"We were planning to face this monster anyway, so we have to fight. If we can't hurt its scales, then we go for its eyes. Last time the dragon was dealt with, it faced off against 6-spiked Dalki that Jim had artificially created, so we can also defeat this thing."
However, Rayton knew that if the 5-spiked Dalki couldn't pierce it, what could he or Vorden do? Even though they were both demon-tier beasts, this one was clearly at another level.
"I think I've heard of this beast. The vampires fought it a long time ago," Jake shouted.
It was then that the great dragon swung its tail. All of them decided to avoid the blow in their own way. Vorden flew up in the air, others jumped, and Rayton turned into mud, sinking in the ground. The tail had missed them all, and only missed Fex by a few inches, but they noticed that the tail wasn't slow, despite the beast's size.
"Tell us, Jake, how did the vampires defeat the beast?"
Fex asked. Realizing the vampires were the ones that had initially caught it, they must have found a way.
The originals worked alongside the leaders to take it down, and soon after were put back to sleep.
This beast was something that nearly defeated the strongest vampires of that time. The whole group was still in the giant crater. It now felt like they were doing battle in a giant arena against such a beast that perhaps might be too much for them to take on. "That's good news," Rayton shouted, overhearing the conversation that went on between Fex and Jake. "If the original vampires as well as the 6-spiked Dalki were able to take down this thing, then it means it's not impossible. We can do it as well." At this point in time, Fex wasn't too sure, and he remembered that last time. His strings were practically useless against this thing. Rushing onto the field before anyone else, though, was Syl, who grabbed both legs and Headless Hilston and chucked them back as far as possible. The next second, the dragon's feet stomped the ground, and the impact led to the destruction of the whole surface. Rocks were chucked out in a circle, along with a radiating energy, which Syl was able to jump over at the right time. When landing, he placed both hands on the ground, and a giant wall of earth appeared from the floor, a wall that was as enormous as the dragon. "Peter, order your whites out of this fight," Syl shouted. "I'm telling you now, if they stay in the fight, they will die. Everyone, just do your best and follow my instructions when you can." Syl moved to the right using his super speed, and the next second, the dragon burst through the wall, its head at the place Syl stood a few seconds ago. It was then that Vorden remembered something. "Everyone, listen to Syl. He has the foresight ability. He can see what will happen next. If we listen to him, we might be able to get out of this," Vorden ordered. Usually, he was the one in command, but he was quick to know when there was someone better and when there was not. Then, flying in the air, Vorden tried to get a better view, but as soon as he ascended, the large dragon flapped its wings again, generating a strong wind force from them, but thankfully, Vorden's wings were sturdier. The type of beast he was a strange one in the first place. His wings were heavy, strong, and sharp as well, yet he could still fly with them. "I'm a demon-tier beast as well, and you are only half of that. I refuse to believe that you are so much stronger than me," Vorden cried. He soon shifted through the wind, creating a large gust of wind through him, constantly flapping his wings. Each time Vorden did so, a powerful wind strike would shift through the air. In doing so, it hit the dragon on the tip of its nose. It sounded like a sword was bashing against its face, and although it didn't break the scales, it was clearly annoying the beast to some degree. In anger, the dragon looked like it wished to move, but when looking down, it could see one of its legs sinking into the ground, and it struggled to pull the legs out. This was Rayton's doing. He was also a demon-tier beast, and his powers were far stronger than he had previously let on. His powers allowed him to turn any substances into the same mud from which his body was made. The only thing was that Rayton liked to fight in hand-to-hand combat. Still, he had turned the ground underneath into a pit of endless mud. Usually, the dragon would have been able to lift its other leg, but it was unable to this time. This was because its other leg had landed into one of the traps that the sixth family leader had set up. "It really stepped right where you said it would," Jake smiled. His ability wasn't strong enough to stop the whole dragon from moving, but if activated at the right moment, he could stop at least one part of Dragon's body, the other leg. The problem was trying to trick it into stepping into his trap. However, with still being able to tell the dragon's next movements, Jake didn't have to lure or trick the dragon. He knew exactly where it would go. "Nate, are you ready?" Syl shouted. Since it could not move, the dragon was getting desperate. It decided to use one part of its body that was strong, flexible, and quick, its gigantic tail. The dragon then took a large swing at everyone, once again, and Nate braced himself with his shield in his hand. The demon-tier shield was meant to absorb the energy, so in theory, there was no need to brace himself, but seeing such a gigantic tail swing at him at such a speed, he couldn't help but worry. The middle part of the tail bashed into the shield and stopped that instant. It was, without a doubt, a demon-tier weapon. At times, Nate would doubt its strength, but being able to withstand the impact from a demon-tier beast's tail proved its worth. "Throw me the shield!" Syl shouted, and Nate chucked it like a frisbee, seeing where it was going to go. Syl leapt up, grabbing the shield, and held it out towards the dragon's body. It lit up in blue light, and now the dragon had to deal with twice the power of its own tail attack. A blast so strong left the shield that it went out in one bang and covered the whole body of the dragon. Immediately, its legs lifted, and it fell to its side, shaking the entire ground as it fell to the floor. "I can't believe it," Fex said, witnessing the whole battle. "With demon-tier beasts, demon-tier items, and Syl, they are really taking out the beast against which we stood no chance before?" To top it off, as the beast head fell to the floor, there was one person waiting for it at the exact spot where he needed to be, as per Syl's instructions. "There's a reason why you're there and not me, because without a doubt, you are stronger than me," Syl smiled. Throwing out his fist, Peter threw a punch as strong as he possibly could. The veins all over his body tensed, because he wasn't going to hold back even a single ounce of his strength, and attacked as if his whole life depended on it. The dragon noticed that Peter was aiming for its large eye and tried to shut the eyelid, but Peter was far too fast. His fist went straight through the eye, and the power of the punch itself exploded within it, causing a gush of blood to pour out everywhere, and cause its head to swing about wildly in the air. Flying through the air, Vorden landed next to his brother Syl. It was clear the fist had hurt the beast, but a single damaged eye wasn't going to kill it. "What do we do now?" Vorden asked. Soon, the dragon's body started to glow green, and as it got up on its 2 feet, Peter and the others moved away from it once again, surrounding it in a circle. The next second, its scales were no longer green, and when it opened its eye, to their shock, the eye was once again in a perfect condition. "This fucker can heal itself!" Peter yelled. "Don't worry, there's one more piece to all of this," Syl reassured. Coming out from the side and into the crater were 2 more people. One had already transformed into her true Hanya state, while the other had his Dalki hand out. Layla leapt up as Logan threw her, pushing the bottom of her feet towards the dragon. Holding out her sword, Layla had activated it as the markings on it began to glow. An intense pain rushed through her head, but she didn't care to back down in this situation. As she flew through the air, strings had suddenly wrapped around the head of the dragon, and Fex attempted to pull down on it. The dragon, of course, lifted its head, easily breaking the string. "Well, at least I can be a distraction. Are all lizards this stupid?" Fex said out loud. This allowed Layla to get through with no trouble, and her black sword pierced right in the dragon's long neck. She let go and quickly landed on the surface, leaving the sword stuck in the neck. "That sword is special. The dragon shouldn't be able to heal while the sword is inside its body," Layla shouted, as she stumbled upon landing and tried to maintain her balance. The more she used the sword, the worse it affected her, and the time left for how long she could use it was declining rather than increasing. On the way, based on the information Logan had gathered from the database, he knew the dragon was capable of this, and it looked like someone else knew all of this was going to happen. "Just how far in the future can you see?" Vorden asked, but he didn't receive any response because Syl's chest had suddenly begun to glow. "Enough to see that I will be the one to kill this beast," Syl replied as he slowly raised his head and stared at the demon-tier beast, the dragon. Out of the corner of Vorden's eye, he could see something glowing from Syl's chest. Seeing this, Vorden felt like his eyes were playing tricks on him, because there were only 2 things that this could possibly be, and for some reason he didn't think it was the first. When the brothers had found out about Blade Island, they wished to know more about their father, Hilston Blade, why he did things he did, and the reason behind them. In the end, they had received their answers from Brock, who was one of Richard's most trusted vampires. During that time, they found out that Hilston had a strange complex, a complex to constantly get stronger by searching for new power through his blood. He had a plan to take over someone else's body if he found them stronger than him while carrying the Blade family powers. Syl was the first one, the first Blade family member to wield 6 abilities at once. The strongest Blade in terms of ability in existence, yet that wasn't the only reason why Hilston was obsessed with Syl. Instead, it was because Hilston believed that Syl could very well be the first one ever to unleash a soul weapon. It didn't take long for Vorden to see what Syl was doing. When the glow over his chest dimmed and slowly died out, everyone else noticed a book in front of him. The strange-looking book was a mesh of different colors, like a mixed rainbow.
"Sil, is that a soul weapon? An item-type soul weapon?" Vorden exclaimed.
Of course, now wasn't the time for Sil to answer. He soon opened the book and turned several pages. Upon reaching the right page, Sil closed his eyes, and a strange glow from the book went into Sil's chest. He did this a few times, and eventually placed the book away, putting it back inside his chest. Vorden was confused, to say the least. Soul weapons, even item types, were normally used in combat. To help them fight, a finisher moves per se or a final stand. Yet Sil had summoned it, then put it away.
"Everyone!"
Sil shouted, and suddenly both his arms lit up blue, and his hair was standing on its end. In his hand were two solid forms of lightning. The next second, a strike from the sky appeared, and Sil was seen right above the dragon's head. Sil slammed down the two pure bolts of lightning into the dragon's head. One had gone through the eye that Peter had initially damaged, and the other had gone between its nose and disappeared. Everyone had seen the pure lightning bolt go through the skin of the dragon.
"This doesn't make any sense. It has been over 24 hours since Sil touched anyone with a lightning ability. How is he able to do that?"
It didn't stop there, as Sil held on tightly onto the dragon's head. With his super speed, he quickly moved to the dragon's ear and hung on the edge. Then, using his hand, a spark of solid white light began to form. The others weren't sure what happened, but they heard an incredibly loud bang in the next second. A sonic blast had hit the dragon in its ear, bursting whatever it had for an eardrum. Its head flung to the side, and Sil fell towards the ground, but he didn't stop there. While midair, he transformed his body into a bolt of lightning, shooting himself after the falling dragon. A second before his momentum came to a complete stop, Sil threw his fist, hitting the side of the dragon's face, right on the snout. Everyone heard a loud impact again, and the dragon's face swung faster, and it looked like its whole body was falling to the ground.
"Wait, that power! I'm sure Sil's punches got more powerful," Nate noticed.
Sil still had the demon tier shield, and sure, he was relying on a boost from the weapon, but that wasn't the main reason. It was all because of his soul weapon. While the dragon had fallen onto its side, Sil wasn't giving it a chance to rest. He made a single large, pure lightning bolt, this time in his other hand, and it was far larger than anything they had ever seen Owen create. Sil's whole right arm was lighting up blue as he held the bolt of lightning in his hand and threw it, causing it to pierce right through the dragon's wing in an instant. Beaming with energy, the bolt stayed stuck in the wing and began to pulsate. With each pulse, it shocked the dragon's whole body, and in response, the dragon roared. It looked like the shocks from the lightning had stunned it in a spot, keeping it paralyzed. At the same time, the black sword was stopping it from healing, like how it healed its eye. Seeing this, Sil's body started to levitate, revealing another power they hadn't seen until this point. He went up through the clouds, to the point where the others couldn't see him, while the bolt continued to shock the dragon. "I know the dragon is weaker compared to what it was before it had its energy drained, but how can Sil injure it to this degree?" Vorden thought. Seeing the amount of power Sil was displaying right now reminded Fex of something. This power level was almost the same as Sil had shown when going up against Niku. Everything that Sil was doing now, everything he was showing, was all due to his soul weapon. The book was no ordinary book. It was almost like a personal diary that was made just for Sil. Each book page signified each ability he had ever copied during his lifetime. The book allowed Sil to switch out any of his current abilities. With any of those in the book, and in the book itself, Sil had all the powers of the Big Four, including all of their MC cells. It didn't matter if he hadn't touched the others within 24 hours or not, now that he had the book. Sil had managed to do something that Hilston had never achieved, not just creating a soul weapon, but overcoming the weakness of the Blade family ability. With this soul weapon, no matter where Sil was or who he was with, he could reach his strongest. Right now, no one could see where Sil was, and on the ground, they noticed that the pain was now becoming bearable for the dragon. It started to lift its body, ripping its wings as they tore through the pure lightning bolt.
"What are you guys doing? Kill that thing!"
Peter shouted as he charged forward with his familiars. The dragon was clearly slow as Peter proceeded to punch it. Seeing this, the others followed suit, attacking it with blood powers, even emptying their MC cells and ki to injure the dragon even more. Unlike before, the hits it was taking now seemed to affect it somewhat. Even if they couldn't get through the scales, they could still hurt it, and that was exactly what they were aiming for. However, one part of its body recovered faster than any other, and that was its tail. Once again, the dragon swung its tail towards anyone who was at the back, and the one that was at the back this time around was Fex. He knew that the dragon's blows were powerful. If he got slapped by this tail, it was probably the end of his life. They had all avoided a strike thanks to Sill's foresight ability. "Don't worry, I know what's going to happen. My brother will save you," Sill said from above. As the tail came towards Fex, he placed his hand on the ground and made a blood barrier, but the tail broke through that in an instant. Closing his eyes, he braced himself until he saw what looked like a humanoid Dalki get in between him and the incoming tail. It grabbed the tail in place, holding it with all its strength, stopping it, and then threw it to the side. When turning around, the others could see him. "Borden," Fex said, "you saved my life, and you're big now. Is this permanent? Wait, you have 5 spikes." "I think it's permanent," Borden replied. Perhaps if Sill's attack hadn't already weakened the dragon and made it dizzy, the tail would have hit them both, but everything, including Borden now having 5 spikes, was seen by Sill through his ability. The dragon lifted its head, and the next second, Sill came down from the sky, shooting down like a torpedo, and slammed right on top of the dragon's head, pushing it down into the crater so hard that it lifted its back legs, and the crater expanded even more. They had gone so deep into the land that ponds of water were starting to form, but they could see Sill stood there on top of the dragon, having defeated it. "I was saving that for Graham, but this was a good test as well," Sill smiled. Only the next second, and the dragon began to break down into particles. Bit by bit, its body was disappearing. "What's happening?" Layla asked. "I think we killed the dragon," Logan replied, not knowing whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. It was the first time the group had seen this happen to a beast. After they had dealt with it, the dragon's body split into thousands of light particles, and it slowly began to disappear. To the people at the scene who had been to the familiar world, it reminded them of what they had seen in the familiar world. After waiting a while, there was nothing left of the dragon, and the light particles had vanished right in front of their very eyes. Everyone stayed there in the crater for a moment, not saying anything. They were exhausted and had expended all of their energy and MC cells. It was the same for Sill as well. He didn't hold back when using the MC cells he had gathered, because he knew he couldn't take this battle lightly, because his foresight had revealed what would have happened if he had hesitated even a bit. The only ones left, somewhat standing due to not doing much, were Logan and Linda, who had arrived with Borden. Everyone started to make their way out of the crater, and on reaching the edge, they sat down facing the tower. They wanted to ask about Borden, see if he was okay now or not. After all, he had now become a 5-spike. They now had the type of Dalki as an ally, which they once had the most challenging time confronting. But they knew it wasn't the time to celebrate, because there was something else on their minds. "This isn't good, is it?" Linda asked. "You said that we were meant to capture the dragon, report back to Sam before we dealt with it. Isn't there a chance that it will combine with the other one in the shadow space and mess things up?" This was why all of them worried, because they somewhat knew this was what was most probably going to happen. "I'm sorry," Sill eventually said. "I couldn't hold back. I could tell the dragon would have found a way to get the black sword out from its neck. It would have then healed itself. I would have run out of MC cells, and we would never have defeated that thing. It would have killed us all. Simply put, if I didn't go all out and kill it, then we would all be dead by now." Although Borden didn't know how far ahead Sill could see in the future, based on everything he was saying, it was pretty far ahead, but now that Sill had exhausted his MC cells, it would be next to nothing. "We might not have to worry too much," Logan said, as he looked at the crater where the battle had just occurred. "Although we can't be sure, I have a theory. When the vampires dealt with the demon-tier dragon beast before, it would usually split itself into 2 parts whenever it was in a weakened state or close to death. This seems like a survival instinct more than anything.
Sure, two dragons might be better at fighting, but then why not just stay in two separate forms the whole time? I believe, as I said, it's to survive. One half continues to fight while the other half runs away. Now, why would it run away? The answer is, even if you kill one half, it won't immediately rejoin the other. It needs to buy time. I believe this is why we also found one half of the dragon showing up on Earth in an attempt to get us as far away as possible, so it could survive, or as Quinn said, it was attracted to the tablet's energy and was trying to heal itself. Either way, my point is, I think Quinn is not in immediate danger. The group was ready to set off, but before they did, Logan checked for any other signs of the Dalki or vampire clones for reassurance. So, you're a five-spike now? Vorden asked. Yeah. Borden showed off his back. And I guess this means I can't ride on your shoulder anymore, now that I'm as big as you. And you don't feel like killing us all, right? Peter shouted over, making sure that was the critical part. If you do, I just lost my own five-spike Dalki. We could always bring you back from the dead. Hearing this, the others were unsure if Peter was making a joke or not. Judging by his expression, it didn't seem to be. Well, I'm pleased that everything went well, and you have a body of your own. You should have a special trait like the others as well. Maybe you can help out in this war a lot, Vorden smiled. I think he can help out now, Logan said, turning around and taking something off his back. They could all see it was a portable teleporter once he set it up. I tried to get in contact with Sam, but he's not responding. This is making me slightly worried that there could be something serious going on at the moment at the settlement. Who knows what happened while we were here? But before we go, we need to destroy the whole lab. We need to make sure that they can't use any of this machinery. We are close to concluding this war, but if we don't end it now, we have to make sure there is no chance of them ever coming back from this again. Logan and Borden went back into the laboratory. There was a room filled with the energy of the demon-tier beast, and at the same time, plenty of crystals they could use. With the use of his powers and knowledge, it was pretty easy for them to make sure the lab would blow up. Whoa, so you can really do that? Borden asked in amazement. Not just that, we're going to destroy this whole Dalki base plane. Borden, there was something that I didn't say to the others, and it's about you. Logan paused there while the two of them continued inside the lab. I know, my lifespan, it's still short, right? I still only have a few years to live like the other Dalki. You don't have to say anything, I can tell, and destroying the lab, killing the demon-tier beast completely rather than finding a way to heal me, is the right choice. I just want to enjoy the rest of my time with my brothers. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart that you have allowed me to help fight side by side with them again. Logan felt guilty in a way, but he was glad that Borden understood. However, maybe if they could find someone strong enough to take out the demon-tier dragon without loss of innocent lives, Logan would have time to work on the way to increase Borden's lifespan. But he reckoned the dragon they had fought today was around a quarter of its regular strength, and he was sure it would have been a nightmare to fight the real thing. After getting to the lab, Logan began to set up bombs in the lab using the devices around him. The idea was to set off a strong enough explosion where it went deep down, reaching the core. It was easier to do because the planet was an artificial one in the first place. Logan could see the less dense areas, and it was easy for him to create a hole in the center. Once he had placed the bombs, it was time for them to head back. Logan could see them all waiting, but still weak and tired, standing by the teleporter. We don't know what the vampire settlement is going to be like, Logan said. We really don't. And I know you all are weak and tired, but this is the last leg. This is the last attack force of the Dalki, and then there is only Graham left. Although Logan spoke these words, he kept his great discovery to himself. Right now, they didn't need to know what they could be running into once reaching the other side. After Logan pressed a few buttons on his strange biomechanical arm, the teleporter jammer was disabled, and it also set off the bombs. Simultaneously, the group began to jump through the teleporter heading back to the vampire settlement to see what state it was in. The lab exploded as everyone left through the teleporter, and it continued until it reached the central core of the planet, where the Dalki had created a special device to keep all of the different terrains together. On top of that, it was powered by crystals, and thanks to the new type of crystals they had received,
Logan was able to create powerful explosive apparatuses. In the next second, the core was destroyed, but the explosions didn't cease, and the different terrains began to break off from each other. The powerful force made them drift apart as they slowly turned into nothing in the endlessness of space. All of the Dalki motherships that were on the planet were gone, and with this, all of the Dalki motherships that had gone out to attack those in the Beast Planet solar system had also vanished. Now there were only a few stray Dalki ships and one Dalki mothership left, which was heading to the Daisy faction. After Sam and the vampire leaders had split up from the others to head back to the Daisy planet, they reached only to witness an ongoing battle between the vampires and the Dalki. The final battle in this war wasn't between humans and Dalki. Instead, it was between the vampires against the Dalki. It was between the creators versus their creations. Before the others arrived, the knights that had been left behind were in charge of their respective families, but rather than coop up in their castles instead, there were forces outside the settlement. Many forces were on top of the wall, and they had already set up the defense mechanism. What was a little strange was that the vampires were expecting them to perhaps attack from above, for the mothership itself to hover and send out forces, or rather a mixture of space and land battle, but they did no such thing. A few hundred yards away from the settlement, the mothership landed in the meadows, crushing the grass and flowers underneath it. The Dalki army began to descend from the ship, all of them being 3-spiked and 4-spiked Dalki, and numbering around 100. Then there was one humanoid Dalki who looked to be the leader of this Dalki force. Unlike the reports so far, though the humanoid Dalki looked quite different compared to the rest, which would have made it obvious if they had a special trait, this one, however, looked like a regular Dalki. It was just as tall as the others, and its arms, tails, and other features were also identical to the Dalki around it. Only the head and the body looked human, making it easy for others to differentiate it from the other Dalki. None of the vampires recognized what human the Dalki was based on, but that didn't matter. It was clear now why they had decided to land away. The Dalki were gathering their forces because they had most probably received the reports as well. Now, the Dalki couldn't just charge in and attack one by one like they felt like they could in the past. They were going to spearhead and attack the shelter together. "The leader said that they would be coming back soon," Silver shouted to the other vampires. With her brother being one of the royal knights, and her being stronger than most knights, she took charge of the whole force. "However, are we really such a group of beings that need to rely on select few vampires? They are attacking our home. Our king warned them to try and take on this place, and he stated that this place was unbeatable. So let's prove his words right." The vampires weren't tense, even without their leaders. Instead, they stood confident, ready to fight, not only because of their own powers, but also because of the wall itself, which was filled with countless towers and statues on the outside. Looking out, Silver saw the humanoid Dalki raise its hand, and that was the signal for it all to begin. The Dalkis began to rush forward in a somewhat tactical fashion. As the fodder and shield of the group, all 3 spiked Dalki were at the front, while the 4 spikes were right behind them. They continued to run, and the vampires did next to nothing. Their blood powers couldn't reach that far. However, this didn't mean they were planning just to stand still until the Dalkis stepped into their range. "What is that?" one of the Dalki said, and they could all see it. The towers at the front, which surrounded the walls, all began to light up and immediately started to fire out towards the Dalki. A large explosion of beast energy, more potent than any blast from a ship that the Dalki on the battlefield had ever faced. It crashed into the middle of them. The blast wasn't enough to kill the 3 spikes, but it was clearly affecting them, as they were hurt, and a few were even bleeding due to the heat and force. The towers began to light up again, as they were getting ready to fire once more. "Push forward! We have already gotten this far!" the humanoid Dalki leader shouted. "Are the Dalki really this stupid? I wonder why we were so worried about them in the first place," Silver thought upon noticing this. With the Dalki somewhat injured and still moving on, the gargoyle statues suddenly began to break free from the wall and soon leapt, only to crash into the forces. On the other hand, as the Dalki also got within the range, the vampires began to unleash their blood powers, and continued to fire it at the incoming Dalki, making sure none of them got too close. Still, these Dalki were strong, and they managed to get through despite all of the firepower. Soon it was time for Silver, along with her knights, to make their move as well. They leapt from the top of the tower and landed on the surface, adding themselves to the strong force of around 300 vampires already fighting at the scene. She saw a Dalki almost punching one of the vampires, but on her way down, she wrapped her string around its arm, stopping it, and then pulled on it while moving her forward and stabbing the Dalki on its right side of the chest. It wasn't dead, and it was hard for her to pull out her sword, but eventually she did, and the green blood of the Dalki gushed out. Raising the sword closer to her lips, she soon licked it, which in turn increased her strength even more. "We can win this fight without our leaders. We will prove to them that this is something we can handle without them," Silver cried. The fight was tough, for the three-spiked Dalki were nearly a similar strength or stronger than the knights they currently had. If it weren't for the fact that they outnumbered the Dalki, had the tower and gargoyles for support, and lastly, that the green blood of Dalki empowered them, they perhaps would be miserably losing the fight. But at this moment, the fighting was somewhat even and balanced. The vampires lost 3 times as many forces as the Dalki, but because the number of individuals on both sides had a huge difference, it looked like both sides were evenly matched on the battlefield. During the fight, the humanoid Dalki hadn't done much apart from occasionally turning his head and looking at the mothership as if he was waiting for something or someone. "If nothing changes, we will win this battle," the humanoid Dalki mumbled to itself. However, at that moment, something did change. Turning his head, he witnessed a vampire leap from the wall, and just as it was about to land, it suddenly threw some of its blood, and it immediately exploded, hitting the Dalki below. Another one falling from the wall wrapped itself in a cape, blocking a Dalki's hit, and then stabbed it through the chest, killing it on the spot. Then another grabbed one with red bloodstring and flung them over to the other side. "It's the leaders," Silver smiled, happy to see the father and the rest of them. Not all the leaders were there. A few had perished in the war, and a few others were on the battlefield, like Jake and Vincent. But this was the boost the vampires needed to lean the balance of the battle on their side. A group of people were heading towards the vampire settlement where the current battle was taking place. They were currently traveling by a spaceship rather than teleporter. It wouldn't be long till they arrived anyway, and there was another reason why Sam had decided to travel via ship. "Have we had any match of Dalki energy readings apart from that on the vampire settlement?" Sam asked for a report from his team. "No, I'm sorry, Sam. I know you're trying to find Graham, but we can't find him anywhere," Chucky replied. "The last time we heard of him and knew his whereabouts was when he was facing Sunny. The vampires who had left the planet have returned, and this is what they had to report." They were now seeing the video footage on the screen, captured by the small combat ship. Rokeen had left Sunny behind as per her instructions, but in the end it was too much for him. He felt guilty and convinced his partner to turn the ship around and try to save Sunny. However, all they could see was what Sam was looking at now. It was a destroyed wasteland, a giant crater in the floor that looked like it had caused a nuclear bomb. But the strangest thing in the video was the subclasses. There were no signs of the subclasses anywhere, just their blood, and there was no sign of Sunny's body either. "Where did all the bodies go? I don't understand. Did Graham eat them like he ate his own people?" Sam asked, not expecting an answer. "We aren't sure, but at the moment, we have to presume she's dead. The energy reading device that was placed on the planet was destroyed as well," Chucky added to the report. It wasn't as if Sam believed they could beat Graham, but maybe they could slow him down. Sam knew that they needed to finish that fight. If Graham joined, the whole settlement could be done for. On top of that, the report from Quinn's side told them that he was still not done yet. "I'm sorry to say this, Quinn, but what the fuck are you doing? So many people have died in this war. What was the point of you getting this crystal if you were just going to be out of the whole war?" Sam inwardly said to himself, nearly pulling out his hair. It was the first time he had criticized Quinn like this, even if it was in his head. The toll of the war was getting to him. They had had a tough time, and they were getting close to the end. Yet even after everything they had done, he still felt they needed to rely on Quinn more than ever. While in the middle of these thoughts, Sam suddenly received an update from Logan. He informed Sam about his discovery in the lab. His eyes lit up, and he was at a loss for words. Turning around, he began to give out instructions.
"All right, stop this search. We have to head straight back to the settlement. We have to help them now before it's too late."
Somewhere in the vampire solar system, on a swampy-like beast planet, a group of vampires stood exhausted, encircling a region and facing outwards. Fighting against the beasts was easy to do, but with how many were coming towards them, even they couldn't imagine how long they had fought. Beasts were piling up on top of each other, floating in the water. They had killed so many that the other beasts would have to leap over the bodies or tear through them if they wanted to continue to attack the vampires by the ship. Still, thankfully for the fifth and fourth family, with two groups there they could rest, and the engineers had finally fixed the ship. Even the beasts were now decreasing in number.
"I feel like we might have just killed every single beast on this planet,"
Earl Ronston stated, and it really did seem that way. And finally, after a claw hand had gone through a beast's head, the last one in the area had fallen. The only one that was still alive was the beast Jesk, who had been helping them out the whole time. As if to signify their victory, Jesk started to pound on his chest with all of his arms and roared as loud as he could. The question was, what did they do next? Most boarded the ship, while others stayed outside to protect it. They were being watchdogs in case there were any more beasts in the area. The last thing they wanted to happen was the engine get destroyed just after the engineers had repaired it. Now, all of the Viscounts and Earl Ronston was looking at Quinn, who sat in the middle of the ship's command center.
"And he's just been like this the whole time?"
Viscount Norvig asked.
"No, there were a few times when I came in here and he was shrieking with pain. I could see it. His body was changing, going through something. I don't know what, but my guess is it's something to do with the nest crystal," Ronston replied. "The thing is, the glow around him and the energy is greatly diluted now. Whatever he was doing, it's finally coming to an end."
With this, the group had made the decision. It was time for them to head back to the vampire settlement. They doubted that just movement of the ship would disturb Quinn, and the vampires were bound to have been attacked by now. Besides, if Quinn wanted a way to go back to the others quickly, he always had his shadow. But there was one thing on which others had no confusion about. He was almost done with whatever he came here for. On the Daisy planet, the battle continued, and with the leaders now joining the fray, it looked like the vampires were finally getting the upper hand on the Dalki. However, there was a problem. Of course, just like with every Dalki, the more they were injured, the stronger they got and the more they would fight back. In the first place, they had sent out most of the best fighters among the vampires for the war, so they had lost a good amount of their forces. On top of that, they themselves were pretty exhausted. By continuously fighting, using their blood powers and abilities, they had pushed their bodies to the limit once already, and they were doing it again now, exponentially increasing the risk of draining out. Although they tried their best not to show it, it was clear something was going on. Then, though, the strangest thing had happened. The humanoid Dalki turned around and started to run back, and in the next instant, the rest of the Dalki followed. They were running back towards the ship.
"What should we do? Should we follow and attack? We have the advantage," Silver asked.
"No," Lee shook his head. "It could be a trap with stronger forces, or maybe even self-destruction of the ship. It's not a good idea to follow. Also, we need to recover and gather the vampires' bodies who have sacrificed their lives in this battle." Looking around, that's when Silver noticed that the leaders themselves were exhausted. It was the first skirmish, and it looked like they had killed around a third of the Dalki forces, while the vampires' attack force had also taken around the same amount of casualties, percentage-wise. A moment later, a ship they recognized appeared from behind and began to land. Descending from the ship were Sam and Vincent. Along with them were reinforcements. Since the humans of the cursed faction were sent away, they were only the group of 50 or so vampires from the 10th family as reinforcements. As the two got out of the ship, the leaders and others were quick to greet Sam. Seeing them, some of the vampires were concerned, because not seeing their leaders arrive with the others, they thought that maybe they would have come with Sam. I don't see the first family leader anywhere. Where's Niku? A vampire asked.
Now is not the time for that, Sam shouted, and along with Vincent, he quickly rushed to get out to the field where the rest of the leaders were. All of them stared at the Dalki mothership off in the distance.
What's wrong? What's with that look on your face? Silver asked.
Both Vincent and Sam could see the humanoid Dalki smiling near the Dalki ship, and they knew why. Everyone, prepare yourselves for battle any second now. Inform all of the vampires behind the walls. Fight for your lives! Sam screamed at the top of his voice, leaving the vampires just to wonder what he was so concerned about.
It looks like they are finally ready, the humanoid Dalki smiled.
Adapting to the situation would be what best described what the Dalki were doing at the moment. Sam was right. Graham never knew that they had planned to attack so soon, and if they had done it a little sooner, the Dalki leader would have been unable to prepare the new Gen Dalki of mostly 3 to 4 spikes and the humanoid Dalki. The combined power of the vampires and the humans was a development outside his predictions, which is why even though the new Gen Dalki were ready, something else that Graham had planned was not. When Logan had looked at the files in Graham's server, he had found another experiment. Although this one had been going on for a while, it was yet to be complete. However, the most surprising thing was the fact that the location of the experiment had been moved itself. From the main lab that was on the Dalki home planet to one of the motherships, it was as if Graham expected them to get as far to their home planet. At least, this was how Sam interpreted the action, but it was something much simpler than that. Quinn had given Graham a challenge, stating that the vampire settlement couldn't be taken over, and the Dalki leader was willing to prove him wrong. The current experiment was on the very last Dalki ship that had headed over to the Daisy planet. A little before Sam and the others had arrived, 2 people were in the middle of a debate, although one person seemed to have already won since the ship was heading towards the vampire settlement already.
We have to report on this, Bonnie shouted at Void.
After filming Sunny, Bonnie and Void had relocated to one of the Earthborn faction planets. They had also filmed Longblade and the rest of the vampires reclaimed the planet they were currently on. One of the reasons they had chosen to move to this planet was to show the relation between the vampires and humans. Unfortunately, that is where the filming had also stopped. Sam had told the reporter duo that going into the Dalki part of the Beast Planet solar system was too dangerous. The lives of their own people could not be guaranteed, much less that of 2 more civilians. Seeing how insistent he had been, Void had taken it upon himself to convince her. The duo kept receiving good news after good news, but weren't really able to give full updates on the entire situation. This, of course, caused quite a bit of backlash from the online community, asking them to film the battles like they had been doing. The soldiers were risking their lives, and the civilians demanded to see what was happening. All of them were already praying for the success of humanity, yet getting kept in the dark was making all of them anxious. Bonnie could sympathize, since they were just as blind without the occasional update. In the end, though, something like a calling had appeared. The Dalki were now attacking the human part of the Beast's solar system. It was close by, not too far away, and on top of that, this was the last Dalki mothership. Bonnie felt like the people deserved to know, which was why she was already on the move as soon as she knew what was going on. There was still one question on her mind, as well as that of many others, especially from the cursed faction. Where was Quinn?
Don't you think we have tempted fate too many times? Besides, most of those there are vampires, Void shouted back. We should just go back to the others and wait for the good news. Are you crazy? This could be the final fight, the fight which decides humanity's fate. It's in our part of the galaxy, so no matter what, we're going.
Void knew that his protest was in vain. After all, the ship had already taken off. Still, he just wanted to share his frustration. After this, he had decided himself. If this really was the final fight, then he would hang up his filming pants and retire. Eventually, the ship had arrived, and the special drones they would use had appeared as well. They had caught the tail end of the retreating Dalki, which was a weird sight to behold.
Oh, is the fight already over? It looks like we might have had some luck, Void commented with a wide smile as he continued to film the whole thing. He was so used to it by now that it was almost an automatic response for him. No, look at the camera and zoom into that one's face, Bonnie shouted, still excited. The live stream had already started, and it was the first time the public were being shown a humanoid Dalki, but the camera was able to catch what Bonnie had seen perfectly. "What is that? Is it a mix of a human and a Dalki? A humalki? That's a stupid name, and you shouldn't make it sound cute in the first place. Look how all the other Dalki are taking orders from it. It's clearly the leader, which means he could kill your ass and all of our ass any second. There's something that's giving me goosebumps looking at this thing as well. Can you see it smiling for some reason?" The humanoid Dalki, along with the others, had retreated, because they could tell that it was ready. What they needed more than anything was more time. While the vampire leaders were preparing for what was to come, Sam was doing something else. He had activated his Dalki energy reading device just to confirm the group's worst fears. "How bad is it?" Chucky asked. Sam was on the wall of the fortress, while Vincent had gone down to join the others out front. The vampires that were injured or dead had been moved inside as they were taken in. The good thing was the group were allowed to recognize themselves. Around 200 strong vampires were present, gargoyles still alive with crystals of a high tier powering them, going up against the army of 70 or so Dalki, but there was more. "The energy reading, if we don't include what was already here, it's 3 times higher than the other planets," Sam explained. "It's worse than I thought." The hatch of the Dalki mothership slowly started to open up, and walking out, 3 Dalki could be seen, and around the world the reactions of seeing these 3 were dreadful. Not only were the civilians watching the broadcast of the battle that was about to take place, but all of those that had just survived from their own battles. Those that had fought in the war so far couldn't believe it. "How are we meant to win this fight?" Samantha asked, and the others felt the same way. "We have to go. We can't just sit around and wait to see what happens, even if we are exhausted," Mona said, who was with Samantha on one of the Earthborn planets. "Get the ship ready. We're heading for the vampire settlement," Owen shouted after seeing the 3. "Sir, you can't. You still haven't recovered and can barely move. Do you really think being there will make a difference?" "If we don't win this battle, we have lost the war. Don't you understand that? Get me a ship and take me there now," Owen demanded. The reaction from everyone in the world wasn't an overreaction at all, because of 3 Dalki they could see. The one on the right figure was slightly leaner than the other Dalki. Still, it looked more normal than the others. It had a resemblance to one of those they had seen before, but this one had 2 horns. Then there was another Dalki, with a snout larger than others, and fists that were able to carry more energy, standing to the right. Finally, in the center, there was a Dalki with an abnormally large tail, one that would swing almost left to right as they walked out. Each of these had 5 spikes on their back, but that wasn't the worrying part at all. It was the fact that in some way they had some type of resemblance to the Dalki leaders: One Horn, Slicer, and Greenhorn. "We killed them before. We just have to do it again," Vincent said to himself. Hearing what Vincent said, standing on top of the tower, Sam replied, "Yeah, but last time they were all alone. This time they are here together, and some of the people that killed them are dead." Looking through the information that Logan had sent to Sam, the tactician was aware that those weren't exactly One Horn, Slicer, and Greenhorn. These 3 leaders had already died, and there should be no way to clone them. And indeed, Graham had done something else. Through countless testing, he had attempted to find the DNA that had been used to create them. The unique DNA structure that had been infused with the demon tier beast to create the strongest Dalki in existence. There was a problem, though. Even after mixing 2 different sets of DNA, he had been unable to create an exact replica. It was similar to 2 parents having a child. Although the parents didn't change, a new child would never be quite the same as any previous ones or subsequent ones. Still, it wasn't as if his failures had been useless. Many of the 3 and 4 spikes of the new Gen Dalki had been created thanks to Graham's desire to recreate ones that could match up in power to him. This process killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Graham could create countless Dalki to fight against, hoping to improve himself while trying to find those that would be as close to a match as possible. Eventually, he had succeeded, at least somewhat. Even New Gen Slicer and New Gen One Horn hadn't been born as 5 spikes. Improvements had been made on Graham's special healing device. One of them would break down the body, attacking it constantly while monitoring the Dalki. Once it was on the brink of death, the container would start healing them again. This process repeated over and over. It didn't work so well on Graham. He knew he needed something else to evolve, but for the others, it had worked perfectly. Now, Dalki were walking out on the field that resembled One Horn, Slicer, and Greenhorn, and all three of them shared the traits of their originals. "Leaders, we need to take out those three as quickly as we can, do you understand?" Vincent shouted to all those on the ground. "Don't hold anything back. Treat them as monsters on the level of Laxmas." They all roared back in response. The next second, the Dalki army charged back in, the humanoid Dalki from before still taking the lead. The 3 5-spike leaders, though, were walking over carelessly, and just seeing this was putting so much pressure on Sam. Think, Sam thought as he looked around him. The vampires were in the settlement, worrying, watching the broadcast that Bonnie was currently showing. The walls were too high for them to see anything that was happening on the other side. The vampires could join the fight, but would it really help them all that much? In the end, the only thing Sam could do was send an update to everyone on the situation, including to those still on the Dalki planet, as well as to Quinn. "Everyone!" Sam shouted behind him. "This is a fight for our lives! If we win here, the war is over!" Leaping off the wall, Sam also joined the fight. Just like before, once the Dalki got within range, the towers started to activate, and the gargoyles joined in the fight as well. Seeing all of this, Vincent went to run past the carnage that was taking place to deal with the 3 behind him. That was until the humanoid Dalki jumped in his way. The 2 of them threw their fists and clashed in the center. Vincent's strength had won out, of course, pushing the Dalki back, but they were clearly annoying. "Damn it, get out of my way!" Vincent shouted, activating his blood powers, and more Dalki were upon him as well. He was wondering what happened and where the other vampires were. What the 10th leader was unaware of, since he and Sam had just arrived, was that the vampires were exhausted. The same was true for the leaders as well, who had little use of their abilities left. They could no longer use their inner blood weapons because they had already fought before. "After I take on this humanoid Dalki, I'll just have to kill the other 3 myself," Vincent told himself, even though he felt like it was impossible. He still had no powers, only blood aura, no demon-tier weapon either. Taking on a single one of the new-gen Dalki leaders, he might be able to fight them to a standstill, but he wasn't sure he could win, never mind against all 3. It was then that new-gen Greenhorn's fists started to glow. They glowed with some strange energy. Watching the tower fire off, it blasted into the field of fighting. Seeing this, Greenhorn threw his own fist of energy. It went right for the tower, and the second it had hit the top, it exploded, crumbling it to pieces, causing it to fall. The video footage being filmed showed the destructive power of the new Gen 5 spike leaders. In the middle of the battlefield itself, the gargoyles were putting up quite the good fight. That was until new Gen Slicer swung her tail, bisecting their bodies. They were a simple thing to cut, and eventually the crystal itself had been destroyed as well. The defenses that had been built up by their king started to go down one by one. The extra defenses that made them feel invincible were crumbling to the ground. Lastly, one of the Dalki leaders started to grow in size. It grew larger and larger. A Dalki that was large enough to perhaps destroy the battlefield, though that wasn't new Gen One Horn's intention at all. He walked past all the fighting and went directly up to the wall. "This is your unbreakable fortress?" One Horn chuckled, as he readied his arm and threw out a punch, hitting it with such a force that the whole battlefield shook. Surprisingly, the wall managed to endure it. Unfortunately, the giant Dalki simply continued to punch the wall, shaking the entire place. As durable as it might have been, cracks were starting to appear, and it was only a matter of time until it fell. The look on the vampire faces showed fear for the first time as they saw a giant Dalki head towering over the wall, continuing to punch it again and again. "No!" Sam shouted, using his shadow to travel away, blocking whatever stray attacks hit him. Eventually running through one hour's legs and going through that wall, Sam had reached the other side. "This is it," the viewers were saying. "If the vampires can't defeat the Dalki, then how are we supposed to?" As that was said, though, there were many people seen leaving the 10th castle, coming out. At the same time, as the ship was seen approaching, Greenhorn fired off an energy blast towards it. Before it was hit, there were those that came shutting down like a rain of lightning hitting the ground. It wasn't just Owen, but also Grim, the other members of the Blade family, Samantha, and Mona. From the 10th castle, those that had arrived were those that had just come back from the main Dalkey base, their homeland. Logan, the Blade family, Layla, Jake from the vampire leaders. Everyone had arrived. "They all came back! That means the mission was a success, right?" Void shouted, feeling over the moon, thinking that maybe they still had a chance. These were the people that had defeated them before, but Bonnie wasn't so sure. When zooming in, the camera closer to them, she could see the look on their faces. None of them displayed any confidence in this Herculean task, and judging by the incoming mass of comments, the viewers could tell the same thing as well. "I'm sorry," Sam said, standing in front of them. All the vampires had escaped to their respective castles, while others had gone to join the battle that was going on outside. "I can tell all of you are exhausted. You already fought with everything you had already, but if we don't get rid of these guys, then they will kill us all. I'm sorry, but the world needs your strength one more time," Sam shouted. The others didn't say anything because they knew what they needed to do. "Damn it! After this is over, I demand a nice and long vacation." "No, make it a honeymoon, paid with all expenses," Fex complained, looking at the new One-Horn in front of him. One more large punch from One-Horn, and this time the Dalkey's hand pierced through. The next moment, the wall crumbled to pieces, and now they all could see One-Horn once again. Just as everyone was ready to use every bit of strength in their body, there was a voice. I'm sorry I took so long. You can all rest now." The two ships had left from the swampy planet, and on board one of them was Quinn and the original crew that had come with him. Jesk, the gorilla-like beast, was also going strong with them, but chose to stay on the far end of the ship. The others guessed that it was due to whatever Quinn was doing, because even now he was still going through the steps. Ronston, who had been keeping an eye on him, knew that Quinn was most likely in the final stages. The energy previously surrounding Quinn was no longer present, but instead, Quinn himself was the one that was bursting with energy. "We just went through the space station and are now heading towards the vampire settlement, and he's still like that? We can't join the fight if he remains in this state," Viscount Norvik said. The Earl agreed. In the worst case, they would have to hover around the planet until Quinn was done because they had no clue what he was doing right now or whether any interruption would disturb him. Because of this, the group agreed to wait patiently while the fifth family continued going forward. They had reached the outside of the planet, and Quinn still wasn't done with whatever it was that he was doing. Eventually, all the vampires started to watch the broadcast shown in the settlement. It fueled their bodies with anger, and they were wondering what to do. "We have to go help!" Norvik shouted once he saw the large three appear. Earl Ronston tightened his fist and struggled to decide what to do, but when he turned around, he suddenly noticed that Quinn had stood up and was looking at his own arms as if they were foreign to him. 100% of the crystal has been absorbed. System is in the process of being upgraded." There were multiple messages in front of Quinn, but before he checked them all out, he wanted to know if Ray was back. "Ray, are you there?" Quinn asked. There was silence. It was a long shot, but he was hoping since Ray was in the system, with all the power he had absorbed, maybe it had brought a small part of the latter back. "I am, but don't focus on me. Look at the screen, you idiot. Your people, they need you right now," Ray replied. Looking at the screen that was in the room with them, Quinn could see exactly what was going on. "Please update me on the situation," Quinn asked. He didn't have time to check the system's messages as Ronston began to relay all the information about what had transpired in the war. At the same time, Norvik was already moving the ship towards the vampire settlement as fast as possible. First, Quinn needed to know which planet needed the most help, where he should use his shadow travel, only to find out that all of the fights had ended. He had no clue how much time had passed while he was away, and Quinn couldn't imagine the chaos. Then, seeing the ship approaching the settlement, before saying anything else, he used his shadow travel to sink through the walls and leapt down to where the others were. Before touching the ground, Quinn allowed for his shadow to hit the floor first, making his landing soft at the same time no one had seen him arrive. Quinn walked behind as he looked at the trouble in front of him and could see the others ahead. He could feel how tired and exhausted they were, and on top of that, hear Fex's words. Finally, the shelter wall crumbled. I'm sorry I took so long. You can all rest." Turning around, they saw Quinn in his blue fang armor set. The others didn't even know when he had gotten there, but still, with what was in front of them, with what they had to face, they weren't even sure if Quinn could help them out of this one. They wanted to cheer, ask Quinn what was happening, but each of them needed to focus on the fight in front of them. 2 cameras were currently filming, one aimed at Quinn and the other aimed at the new One-Horn, who had just finished crushing the wall. "Nitro acceleration activated." The next second, everyone saw Quinn disappear all of a sudden, and before anyone could react, he was directly in front of One-Horn, throwing a fist out right towards the latter's head. "No one is going to take over this settlement ever again!" Quinn screamed. The fist soon turned into a large blood drill mixed with key energy. The speed that Quinn had moved at made him look like he had teleported from one area to the next. Before One-Horn could even react, the blood drill exploded through his head, leaving a large gaping hole. The 5-spiked Dalki's hard scales were useless, and its body slowly started to fall down. When it eventually hit the ground, though, it was different to before. The whole area was covered in a black substance. That was because Quinn had already made his move out onto the field, utilizing his shadow powers. "Not a single one of you will escape!" The other ships had landed with the rest, with Samantha and Owen coming out as they needed to help, but the first thing they witnessed was Quinn's show of strength. Did he just kill One-Horn, the thing we struggled to take out that whole time, in just one punch? But how? Fex expressed his amazement. The whole group rushed out to the hole in the wall to see what was happening outside. What they didn't know was Quinn had upgraded his armor set to the demigod level, making him faster than he was ever before. That, and with an upgraded gauntlet as well as the nest crystal, all these things counted together. Quinn had improved a lot since the last time others had seen him. Still, they didn't realize that it was just the tip of his strength at the moment. When heading out, they witnessed Quinn dealing with the Dalki, as if the latter were moving in slow motion, and Quinn was going to each one of them and punching under their chin, blasting their heads off. Running forward, he threw a powerful kick, which sent one of the Dalki flying back, crashing into the others. A loud bang was heard as he threw out the kick, and the air broke around him. Then he would move on to the next Dalki closest to him. Each time Quinn moved from one Dalki to the next, a bang was heard as if Quinn was breaking the speed barrier, moving to each one. These weren't just regular Dalki. They were all 3- and 4-spiked Dalki that Quinn was dealing with, without even getting a scratch on him. However, the real threats eventually started to get involved, as Slicer began heading his way. She leapt in the air, spinning with her tail. "I remember when it felt like I could do nothing against you," Quinn thought, while a shadow rose from his hand, and he unleashed Arthur's sword. Running forward, he sliced right through Slicer's tail, chopping it off and making it fall on the ground underneath. At the same time, Greenhorn had fired 2 energy blasts toward him, but quickly spinning around, Quinn swung his sword, and a large explosion went off, destroying the energy blasts there and then. Once again, Quinn charged in towards Slicer, who had regrown her tail, but Quinn slashed it off again before constantly hitting her across her body. Light scratches appeared all over, but they eventually got deeper and deeper. While fighting Slicer, more of the strange energy blasts came his way, and quickly, Quinn had kicked Slicer in the head, not able to knock it off, but smashing her bottom teeth, before turning around and casting his shadow and absorbing the energy blasts. The energy blasts then rose through the ground, hitting other Dalki and killing them on the spot. When spinning back, he grabbed Slicer's head and held it there in place. Her body was bloody from the wounds, blood dripping from her mouth. It was clear that she didn't stand a chance, and Quinn was almost toying with her. The Dalki did become stronger after getting injured, but there is a limit to it, and it was the same for Slicer because now she had lost too much blood to make a swift recovery or a comeback. "There's a reason why I kept you alive," Quinn said, as he activated his new demon tier weapon and started to use the energy drain active skill on Slicer, taking her energy and adding it to his. "Is it just me, or is Quinn getting faster?" Syl mentioned. After having drained all the energy he could from Slicer, Quinn threw his fist right through her chest, activating the blood drill and piercing her body, which killed her on the spot. Now only a few Dalki remained, Greenhorn, the humanoid Dalki, and around 20-odd survivors. "System is currently sinking, 22%. The others noticed that Quinn had gotten stronger and improved after absorbing the nest crystal energy into himself, and they were right. Now, it looked like it was sinking with his body, enhancing his strength with every passing moment. There was a brief pause by Quinn after taking out Slicer. Once again, he looked at his hands. Everything felt strange to him as he got stronger by the second. On top of that, even after absorbing Slicer, his body felt even more powerful. That nest crystal, it changed my body, Quinn thought. No, it's still changing my body. System is currently sinking 34%. As the percentage went up, Quinn's whole body was reacting to it. Not only that, but he could see his natural base stats were improving along with it as well. Checking the notifications after absorbing the nest crystal, Quinn noticed there wasn't much. In fact, it would have seemed like a disappointment, but now he understood. The process wasn't complete yet. There was still more to come. I wonder what my body will be able to do at 100%. The cameras were able to catch glimpses of what had occurred, but mostly all they could see was that Quinn had defeated several Dalki, especially the large one, who had destroyed the large wall but was killed by just one punch from Quinn. They had all seen the 5 spikes on its back, and they also saw the fight with Slicer, another 5-spike Dalki, who too wasn't a challenge in front of Quinn's newfound strength. That's the cursed faction leader, right? I mean, I only saw him for a second, but he was using shadow and blood powers, so that has to be him. I'm not going to lie, I've never been a fan of Quinn, but right now, it might be the only thing we have. Was he always this strong, though? I heard the Big Four and leaders struggled to take on a 5-spike. How did he make them look so easy? Is that why he was out of the fight for so long? Maybe he entered one of those hyperbolic time chambers. Those things aren't real, man, but whatever the case, I just hope Quinn can get rid of all the Dalki. For the first time between viewers with the arrival of Quinn, their views weren't split. Right now, with the whole world's fate in his hands, they were just happy that he was on their side. The world had already lost too much. Even those that were alive were primarily young teens, yet to even join the military academy. They all knew people who were in the war, and they weren't stupid. They knew many of their loved ones, and even their parents had already died, which is why all of them wanted the same thing. Kill them all, Quinn! Kill them all! Watching his fellow 5-spike die so quickly, the new greenhorn stepped back a bit, and it was the same for the other surviving Dalki. How? How can this be possible? We are 5-spikes, the strongest the world has to offer. Who is this person? Greenhorn shouted. Of course, being relatively a newborn, he knew very little about the enemy in front of him. Banging his fists together, the energy on his hand started to glow brighter than before. He was ready to constantly fire off all the power he could, as if his life depended on it. He looked at Quinn in front of him, but suddenly everyone heard a bang. In the next second, a hand appeared in front of Greenhorn's face, clenching its head. "Where is he?" Quinn shouted, lifting his body in the air with one hand and then smashing it on the ground. The others tried to get close, but the shadow on the ground rippled outward like a wave. It didn't quite hurt them when it hit the others, but they could feel the energy coming out of the shadow itself. It felt just as strong as Quinn, and this was because, with all the extra power he had, he was also able to spread it through his shadow as well. Before, using so much ki that he had in the body, this way would have been damaging to him, but his body had changed, and the nest crystal with his demon tier weapon was giving him more strength. The glow around the Dalki's hand started to fade as Quinn's fingers pierced the head of the Dalki. The pressure cracked the skull, and blood was dripping down around the edges. "Who are you talking about?" the Dalki screamed, as if it was begging for its life, something that many hadn't witnessed before. "I'm talking about Graham," Quinn shouted again. The ripples in the shadow continued, and all of the Dalki looked like they were jumping towards Quinn. "Nitro acceleration has ended." Seeing this message, Quinn changed to the King's blood armor at that moment. "Then all of you are useless to me." Quinn's armor set began to light up, and the armor drained the blood from the Dalki. The next second, the incoming Dalki reached Quinn, and a large red aura explosion went off. It exploded from where Quinn was at and went towards all of the others around him, hitting them all one by one. "That's the King's armor, but I've never seen it create that big of an explosion before," Jin commented. "Is it because of his blood aura?" Jake wondered. "Is it that strong, or maybe the Dalki blood that was infused with the armor?" When the red aura began to fade, Quinn had switched his armor set one more time. This time, he was now wearing Arthur's blood armor on his body. The Dalki, who were closest to him, had already perished in the previous explosion. As for the one that Quinn was holding, its body looked almost burnt, with some of his limbs becoming ash. Looking around him at the injured Dalkies, he stomped his foot, and from the black ground, arms began to arise. They picked all the Dalki and hung them in the air. "It's strong enough to pick up a Dalki?" Vorden was shocked. He remembered when Quinn had first discovered the shadow, and now the two of them could see what it could do. Although Quinn could use the hands this way, they were always so weak that Quinn never tried to do such things. However, the shadow was being powered with Quinn's second stage key energy, giving it a more solid form. The scene was a little horrid. The dark shadow hands lifted the Dalki's bodies, and the whole scene looked similar to a field of trees in a black pool of water. The next second, seeing them all, Quinn started to raise the green blood from his fallen enemies and began to shape the blood. He made countless swords from them, similar to how a certain old man had used the blood powers before. "I can tell from the system, many of my leaders have died. They fought to the end, and it was all because I asked them to." Quinn swung his hand down, saying these words, and the swords went right through the Dalki's neck, finishing off the rest of the remaining enemies. The shadow on the ground started to return towards Quinn, absorbed through his feet as the ground slowly became visible. Looking towards the ship, Quinn gathered his hands, his armor activated, and blood started to form. He condensed the blood into a ball of energy, and eventually, throwing his hands out, Quinn had produced something similar to the blood cannon. Only the strike was far more extensive and stronger. As it hit the ship exploded into pieces. This mothership was definitely no longer operational, and the same could be said for whatever was inside it as well. Did we just win this war?" Bonnie said with excitement. The group walked out of the broken wall in silence. The vampires looked throughout the battlefield, but stayed away from the battlefield, and they saw their king just stand alone. 62% of sinking is complete." The vampires began to cheer behind him in joy, and this reaction was spread through to the viewers who were watching as well. Many people were even hugging each other out of happiness. "No!" Quinn suddenly shouted aloud, empowering his voice with ki so the others could hear. "It's not over!" Off in the distance, on a hill, near the wreckage of the mothership, Quinn saw a Dalki in clothes, staring at everything in front of him. Graham was here. The Dalki ship was quite away from the vampire settlement walls, and there was a large terrain of meadows and flower fields that were mostly destroyed due to the fighting happening in between. Despite this great distance, Quinn could still shoot a cannon of blood aura to a great length, far enough in the distance to destroy the large mothership. All the others were celebrating just seconds ago until Quinn shouted at them, reminding them the war wasn't over yet. They saw Quinn walk towards the wreckage of the mothership, getting further away from the settlement. They couldn't understand why he was heading forward because all they could see was black smoke enveloping the whole site. But then, Bonnie and Void's drones followed Quinn and continued to film everything, and that's when they saw him, the figure that was behind the smoke. He leapt through from the other side, quickly going through the smoke. As he did, the force from the jump pushed and cleared away the smoke. Even the fire was put out simply from the impact of this jump, and finally, upon landing, it crushed the ground beneath its feet. Now they could all clearly see. A Dalki wearing human clothing and currently wore a white shirt and simple black trousers. It certainly looked strange and out of place, something unseen by the others, but those from the Daisy faction who were watching, those that had been in the countless meetings that Sam would have, knew who this was. This was Graham, the most dangerous Dalki in existence. His description was detailed to them several times in the meetings before, and now he was standing in front of them. "He finally appeared, and only a little after Quinn," Sam said. "The last great threat from the Dalki. He arrived even later than Quinn. I bet he's surprised at how far we were able to come while he was away." "Well, that's good then. Quinn can kick his ass, but I'm a bit worried about something else," Vex frowned. They all were worried about something else. They soon saw him and Quinn facing each other on the live stream. In Graham's hands right now were two bodies. Being held by the head, covered in blood, in his left hand was Sunny, the fifth leader. The vampires gasped as they noticed who it was. Sunny was one of the leaders, loved by both political sides, for and against the vampires ruling or protecting the humans. She had that effect on people, and to see her in this state like so was devastating for them. However, since Quinn stood very close, he could tell that Sunny was still alive, albeit her energy was weak. Yet this wasn't the only problem, because on Graham's other hand, he clutched a small girl that looked to be perhaps only around 6 years old. "Minnie!" Ruby shouted at the top of her lungs. Turning his head, Sam moved and immediately grabbed her hand before she could run out any further. Ruby had come along with Sam in his journey so far, trying to find out where her daughter was, trying to find an answer, and now they have finally found her daughter. "That's your daughter, isn't she? The one that Arthur was trying to protect. She was with Graham all along, but why?" Sam frowned. "Let me go! I have to save her! Let me go!" Ruby continued to struggle and scream, but Sam's strength far outmatched hers as a vampire. "Please, I can't imagine what you are going through right now, but the best person that has a chance of saving her right now is already out there. You have to leave it up to Quinn." Sam tried to calm her down. Sam's words were true. If anyone could save her, it would be Quinn, but the question was, could he save her? At that moment, Graham held Minnie by her head. Though she wasn't covered in wounds like Sunny was, she wouldn't be able to free herself even if she struggled or did much. And, with her head in Graham's grasp, he could crush it at any moment. "Since he's holding on to both of them, I can't use the shadow lock unless I take all of them into the shadow. But with Graham being who he is there any need for him to use hostages? What's his goal?" Quinn wondered. "Graham, that's your name, right?" Quinn shouted out. "We have defeated the Dalki. Other than a few strays, you are the only one left. You have lost this war. There's no need for you to use them as a hostage." Graham started to laugh at Quinn's response. "Quinn, the vampire king and leader of the cursed faction," Graham replied. "You know, in all of the data that Jim showed us, your name never came up in the list of those who had even the slightest chance of disrupting his or my plans. But now Jim is dead, and as for me, well, as you say, I'm the only one here, but that doesn't matter. If I defeat you and get the demon-tier beast, I can always create more of my kind. You are the problem. You are the anomaly in our plans. If I get rid of you, then all is well, and everything can continue the way it was meant to be," Graham replied. "Then just fight me. As you said, no one else can match up to you, right? I'm the problem, then just fight me and let those go. Whether they live or die doesn't matter. The only fight that matters is between you and me," Quinn said, hoping to convince Graham somehow. Seeing that he was wearing human clothing, Quinn assumed that this Dalki was a bit more human than the others. However, after hearing Quinn's words, just a smile appeared on his face. "You're right, but you see, I brought these two because I thought I could make things a little more interesting," Graham explained. "I know your story. A human-turned-vampire, someone who rose to the top to get a high position with the humans, and eventually became king of the vampires as well. The odds of that happening are quite impossible. You have achieved a great feat, and because of this, you were perhaps the only person who could convince the humans and vampires to join together. You know, I even watched a lot of your broadcasts," Graham said, looking at the hovering drones. He knew they were there but chose to ignore them, so the live stream could pick up everything the two of them were saying. "Every time you appear, when you made the announcement to the whole world about the vampires, there was always the question, are the vampires really on human side? Better yet, they would always ask if Quinn was on the human side. This is without them even knowing the truth, and I wonder how many of you out there know the truth. I've heard the broadcast describe us as aliens, but that's not right at all. The vampires created us. That's right. The reason why we exist in the first place is that vampires were the ones that made us. The vampires aren't helping the humans out of kindness. No, they were the ones who screwed up in the first place, and now the humans, who are in the middle of it all, are suffering the most as the collateral damage. You see?" He looked up at the cameras and continued. "It was the vampires that are responsible for not only our creation, but also everything that has happened to you. Now they come to help you and act like saints, doing so out of the goodness of their hearts." Since the drones were broadcasting everything, Bonnie wondered if she should cut the live stream right now. She knew how this would make others feel, but the truth was necessary, and the people needed to know what had happened. "Don't try to turn us against each other," Quinn shouted. "You knew about vampires. You knew where they were. yet you decided to attack humans anyway, and I saw what you did to Helen. Did you do that just because vampires created you? What did she do to deserve a cruel death like that? So stop your bullshit right now, and let's finish this." Once again, Graham started to laugh. "Oh, don't worry, we will. But I'm more interested in you, Quinn. You, who always stands up for both sides. I want to know whose side you're on, so choose." Graham lifted Sunny and then Minnie after. "You can only save one of them, and the other will be let go, free. I'm giving you one final chance to choose where you belong. You can no longer be a coward and live a double life. Are you on the human side or with the vampires? Choose." Everything that Graham had said was heard loud and clear by the audience watching the live stream, and now they knew that it was up to Quinn to decide the fate of the two people in Graham's grasp. "He has to choose the human. I mean, she is only a child, right? That vampire is clearly an old woman." "Do you really think he would? He's the king of the vampires, and if I remember correctly, that woman is one of their leaders. She's an important figure, but that girl, she's nobody. I hate to say it, but I think he might be better off picking the vampire." "He could try to save them both. Maybe this is too hard of a decision for him, and who knows, Graham might kill them both anyway." "If he picks the vampire, then that means that when the whole crap is over, Quinn will always be on the vampire's side, not the humans. I don't care if that girl is a nobody, she's still a child." "How many children have already died in this war? How many children have died in the past already? Do you think one more death really matters? The vampire protected us. She led the attack against the Dalki in the war, and now that little brat is just being used as a hostage. That kid is a waste of space." Reading all the comments coming in, Bonnie couldn't quite believe it. Just moments ago, while Quinn was fighting, they were all united and cheering Quinn on. But now Graham had caused a stir between everyone with just a few words. "He's not just thinking about now, Graham's thinking about the future as well. He doesn't believe this will be the last fight and is trying to pit us against each other," Bonnie said. Although Quinn had no clue what the world's reaction was at the moment, he had an idea since he knew it was all being filmed, and being put in this position, it was his job to make it clear to everyone and what action to take next. "For me, the answer is simple," Quinn said out loud. "The vampires are protectors of humans. We have lived in the shadows, minding our own business, and now that humans need us, we have decided to come forward. I'm sure that one of our family leaders will understand because I know she would have fought with her life on the line to save the child in the first place. So I choose to save the young girl," Quinn said, pointing. Hearing this, a loud sob came from back in the settlement. Ruby was kneeling over in tears, thankful that her daughter was safe and sound, and those online were quite surprised by Quinn's decision. Most had never expected him to say this, and they were wondering if his words were true. Were vampires protectors of humans, and not this enemy they were made out to be? "I see. Well, that's your choice then," Graham said as he dropped Minnie to the ground. But in that second, Quinn raised his hand. "Shadow lock!" Minnie disappeared into the shadow, and just before Graham could squeeze Sunny's head, "Summon!" Sunny also disappeared from Graham's grasp and appeared right by Quinn's side. "Shadow lock!" Using the shadow lock again, Quinn also placed her in the shadow. "I won't play your little game, Graham," Quinn shouted. "I got stronger and stronger every day, just so I would never have to see any of them die again, so I choose neither." Quinn blasted off from his feet as he kicked the grounds beneath him. He readied his fist, creating a large drill of blood, and it continually swelled around his fist. At the same time, he mixed it with his ki, creating a balance of blood and aura. Seeing this for the first time, even for Quinn, something strange happened. The red blood drill had swirls of yellow energy mixing in and around it, syncing up with the system, and also taking the energy from the 5-spiked Dalkies had given him a boost in power. "I see. So you seem to have chosen the third option," Graham said. "None of you will survive." Graham looked at his fist for a second and stood there as Quinn came towards him. Then, Graham threw his own fist right towards Quinn at the right time. When the two fists collided, the blood drill energy had almost disappeared, and before Quinn knew it, Graham's fist slammed him with a powerful force, and his body went flying through the air. Blood dripped from his mouth, and his arm was mangled. At the same time, the power of the punch seemed to have traveled as it was breaking the very ground of the planet. "Everyone move!" Syl shouted. The vampires ran to the two sides of the settlements as the punch continued going forward. The energy slammed right through One Horn's body as if there was no resistance at all, and eventually it had hit the king's castle. When it did, everyone heard a large bang, and the rumbling of the whole settlement continued as they witnessed the king's castle fall, just like that, in front of their eyes. And all of it happened from just a single punch of Graham. "Everyone, take the ships and fly out of here! The ground isn't safe! The settlement isn't safe anymore!" Sam ordered. After seeing what happened, some of the vampires agreed, while a few were hesitant. "This is an order! Allow our king to fight on this planet without any worry!" Jin shouted to them. The vampire leaders and the cursed leaders were going to stay on the ground. They were strong enough to avoid whatever strikes were to come this way, but they were worried that perhaps with the fight that was about to go on, the vampire settlement wouldn't survive. No, maybe the whole planet. "Blood bank activated." Quinn's arm began to heal, and now he knew from Graham's single punch that this wasn't a fight he could take the risk of holding back. The 5-spike Dalki were so easy to deal with, and even the 6 spikes weren't this strong. Could it be? While in the air and looking down, he could see that on Graham's back there were, without a doubt, 7 spikes. "Do you see the spikes on his back? It's 7 spikes! A 7-spike Dalki! Quinn's body went flying from a single hit. Is he even still alive?" "Even if he is still alive, how can he win? How can he go up against that?" Sam and the others on the ground had a similar feeling because they never imagined that Graham would have gotten this strong. Even Nate felt like he wouldn't survive if he blocked that attack with his shield in Quinn's place. "Ha ha ha! I would like to thank you for giving me such a great feast by sending that woman from before. Thanks to you, I was able to get even stronger than before. Hopefully I will grow even more once I eat you and everyone else. What's the limit of the Dalki body's evolution? Is it endless?" Graham wondered aloud with a big smile on his face. Jumping from his position, Graham had destroyed the ground beneath and went to throw another fist towards Quinn. "I'm sorry for thinking I could beat you with just my bare hands," Quinn shouted. "Shadow overload activated. Shadow body has been created." A pair of shadow wings had formed on Quinn's back, and using them, he dashed forward towards Graham. At the same time, Arthur's sword appeared in Quinn's hand. With the armor, it started to light up. Just as the two of them were about to collide, a shadow appeared right in front of Quinn, and passing through it, he appeared directly behind Graham. He then swung the sword, hitting Graham at the top of his head, causing a massive explosion as the force sent the latter down. But Quinn wasn't going to stop there, as he flew with the sword aiming to pierce it right through Graham. Just as he was about to reach the ground, though, Graham punched the sword on its side, knocking it out from Quinn's hand and skidding it across the ground. With his other hand, Graham then whacked Quinn on the shoulder and knocked him to the side as well. Graham's punch was far quicker than the shadow. Quinn's body went skidding across the ground, but not too far away, as he quickly regained his composure. The shadow body is like having the shadow armor covering him at all times, but Quinn could still feel pain. Something was up. Similar to Key, Graham's hits could get through the shadow, causing him some pain, but it still had blocked most of the attack. 70% of Nest Crystal has been synced. With punches as strong as his, I have no clue how long this shadow overload skill will last, and I know this sounds crazy, but I think he's faster and stronger than me, Quinn realized after having received 2 of Graham's punches. To win this battle, he would have to rely on his skills and special powers. Soul weapon activated. Twin tail chain. While fighting, Quinn realized something. For one, he wasn't the best when it came to using Arthur's sword, nor was he as creative as him when using all the other family abilities, and even if he was, Graham was just too fast and skilled for them to work on him well. In the first place, the sword had already been punched away and was far on the ground somewhere. If Quinn attempted to go after it, there was a good chance he would create an opportunity for Graham to injure him when he needed to avoid as many hits as possible. The good thing is, although I could still feel pain, while I have the shadow body, I can take a few hits head-on, but my blood powers and strength are less than his, which means I will have to use every skill I have to beat him. Before moving forward, Quinn summoned countless shadows which appeared all around Graham's position. With the twin-tail weapons, Quinn started to swing them as swiftly as possible. Countless slashes of red aura went through the shadow portals and went towards Graham, but he looked unafraid as he decided to run straight towards Quinn. While running, the red blood aura hit him all over, but it seemed to do nothing to his skin, only ripping his clothes at most to reveal more of his hard skin underneath. Suddenly, Graham boosted himself a little, kicking the ground and raising it beneath him. It blocked a lot of the attacks, and in an instant, he was right in front of Quinn, ready to deliver another punch. The viewers heard a loud bang as Graham's fist went right through Quinn's head, and then another bang was heard when this punch also reached its target, exploding and destroying everything in sight. Each punch was a deadly blow. It was clear Graham had the power to destroy castles, shelters, and everything in a single punch. Watching it all, it was no wonder that even though there were no more Dalki, he was still confident that he could finish off the rest of the humans, and this monster of a fight proved that he was right. The thing was, the body that he had just hit was nothing but a bunch of shadows, as they slowly began to disappear, but the rest of it also wrapped around Graham, almost holding him in place. Before he could react, both of the twin tails smashed into Graham from the side. His whole body was dragged to the side and flung back into the settlement walls, crashing through it. The others were glad they had cleared the area, otherwise, at least a few of them would have died just in this exchange. Still, Graham looked unhurt, even by this attack, and his hand was held firmly onto the twin blades, not even causing a scratch on his hard scales. Pulling on the twin tails, Graham dragged Quinn across the ground, sending him towards him mid-air. But while mid-air, Quinn quickly placed the twin tails away, making them disappear and then summon them back in the next instant. "I need more power," Quinn thought, as he swung both of them as hard as he could from above, pushing the power of his ki to the limit. Raising his hands, Graham stopped the twin tails but was pushed deep into the ground, creating spiderweb-like cracks on the surface beneath his feet. "I see why the others lost to you. You're skillful, and you have so many tricks up your sleeve, but still, you haven't succeeded in even injuring me, not even a scratch." Seeing how the soul weapons weren't working, Quinn placed them away again and landed on the ground, charging forward. However, this time, the shadows forming the wings on his back moved and began to condense down into something else. Quinn had seen Arthur do this, making his special condensed shadow shield, but Quinn decided to do something else instead. As it enveloped his left hand, soon his entire arm was covered in the shadow, flickering ever so slightly. He already knew that his current blood gauntlet wasn't best used in this situation, so he decided to cover this one in shadows. Meanwhile, on his other arm, Quinn was gathering blood, not just now but during the previous exchanges as well. He had been gathering the blood of the Dalki and the vampires and had wrapped it around his arm once more, and it had slowly hardened over his other gauntlet. Now, the blood around it started to spin once more, and the ki, along with the blood, was revolving. One arm with an energy drain gauntlet was a ki-infused blood drill, while the other gauntlet had the shadow condensed over it. Once again, confident in his strength, Graham didn't worry about this and threw his punch towards Quinn, aiming to get rid of him. "I'm sure this is your real body this time, so it doesn't matter what game you're up to," Graham shouted. Instead of throwing his blood drill hand forward, Quinn opened his hand and grabbed Graham's fist with the condensed shadow instead. It came to a complete stop, as if the energy was no longer there. "Now I have held you in place," Quinn said, as he stomped his foot on the ground and threw his right arm from down below, aiming right for Graham's stomach. 88% of system has been synced." His attack! It's stronger than it was before, Graham realized, because for the first time, a trickle of green blood dripped down the side of his mouth. He threw another punch with his other arm, but Quinn quickly used his shadow hand to grab it once again, and delivered another punch with his right hand, this time at his elbow, aiming to break Graham's arm. It did nothing, but Quinn could move again and continue to use his shadow arm once again. Blocking and striking like this. The shadow hand had become Quinn's trump card, since it could block any attack, and slowly, bit by bit, Quinn's punches were getting stronger. 96% of the nest crystal has been synced. The problem was, the more damage Graham received, the faster he became, as his speed was constantly improved, and he could soon keep up with Quinn, and eventually, after delivering another strong punch and it being blocked by Quinn, something happened.
Shadow overload has ended.
Wait, what? That many MC cells are gone like that? I didn't even fight for too long. Quinn realized at that moment just how powerful Graham's punches must have been during the fight, because his 100,000 MC cells had gone down to 0.
Shadow body is no longer activated.
Quinn knew that the drawback had to be big, but now he had to fight with the only advantage he had, and quickly Quinn started to run back, getting away from Graham as fast as he could.
"Ha ha, I guess that shadows can't last forever after all," Graham said.
Instead of a punch, Graham threw out a kick towards Quinn's this time.
Shadow equip activated. Blue Fang set has now been equipped.
I can't get hit. If I do, I'll die.
Full reset activated. All active skills and cooldowns have been reset.
Full reset. It was one of the gifts Quinn had received from Richard Eno that would help him in this war, which he had saved precisely for a situation like this. He'd already used the Blue Fang set once, and he knew that with his newfound blood powers, he needed the strength of the blood attacks. But now he had another thought. What if he could buy time? Buy time until the sync was complete. With a full reset, Quinn was able to activate the active skill of his armor once again.
Nitro accelerate.
Dashing away, Quinn easily avoided the blow, but the kick's power caused a large shockwave to hit the settlement wall. It went right through it, crushing it, and continuing hitting some of the other castles, causing them to fall to the ground. Still, with Quinn's current speed, he was faster than Graham. Suddenly, the fight had become a type of chase. Quinn continuously waited for Graham to attack him, while running and avoiding the strike repeatedly.
"What are you doing? You think you can win like this?" Graham shouted at the top of his lungs,
and got frustrated as he wildly threw punches, destroying the whole area. Nothing could have survived the torn-up battlefield around them, until eventually,
99% of the system has been synced.
Just a little more.
"Guys, we have to go out there,"
Syl shouted at the rest of them.
"We have to save Quinn. He's in trouble."
Vorden looked at Syl and realized that he must have still had the foresight ability activated and could see something disastrous was about to happen. Out on the field, Quinn's Nitro Accelerate was still active, and it looked like his system would come through for him. Running away and heading a great distance away from Graham, Quinn was ready.
"I can feel it. My body. It's gotten stronger. I should be able to do something against him now," Quinn thought. 100% of the system has been synced. Your system has successfully been upgraded. Full unlock has been requested. Stat points have been boosted. Quest has begun. Become something beyond a vampire lord. Evolution will now begin.
What? Quinn thought, as his body suddenly fell to the ground. To reach the level beyond that of a vampire lord, this was a quest that Quinn had had for a while now, and he had always wondered what were the requirements to complete this quest. Was it increasing his levels, by increasing his blood aura, or by gaining more ki? In a way, whenever he improved any of these things, it seemed like it would push him forward, but he felt as if he was missing something. However, not knowing what that something was, Quinn had no choice but to put it at the back of his mind. When fighting against Graham, Quinn could feel this rise in power as the nest crystal synced with his body. Ever since absorbing the blood crystal throne in the 14th castle, Quinn had more blood aura than his ki. There was an imbalance in power inside him. Mixing both of the powers and balancing was how Quinn could produce the strongest attack possible. However, since one power was more significant than the other, it was almost as if he would have to hold himself back. He had three choices: using an attack with just ki, or using an attack with just blood aura, or lessening the two to combine a strike that wouldn't quite be at its full potential, but would have the advantages of one or the other. As the sync rate went up, Quinn could feel that his energy, the ki in his body flowing through him, was reaching the same amount as the blood aura. What was even better was when absorbing the nest crystal and all the pain he had gone through, it had changed his body and somewhat almost upgraded it, to the point where now he could handle more ki in his body. This was why he could now use the Demon Tier Gauntlet to absorb even more energy into himself. Obviously, if he got stronger as the sync rate went up, the best thing to do would be to wait for the sync rate to increase. so Quinn had a higher chance of winning this fight. What he didn't expect was to suddenly evolve in the middle of a fight. With each evolution Quinn went through, his body suffered extreme pain, and the process would take some time. In simple words, right now he was vulnerable. His body was changing whether he wanted to or not, and Quinn had fallen to one knee. There was quite a distance between him and Graham as Quinn had used his blue fang set to get as far away as possible. "Damn it, I really can't fight like this," Quinn thought as the veins on his neck started to bulge. Even being on one knee was painful. Lately, he had been through a lot of changes. Since he had absorbed the nest crystal, he thought it would be the end of his painful days, and he could handle anything. How wrong was I about that? This thing hurts even more, Quinn thought, making a fist and eventually collapsing on the ground completely. Graham, watching this, just didn't understand what was happening at all. Did my attacks actually get through, and is he only feeling the effects now? Or is this a trap? Graham thought. No, this is something else. Not wanting to take any chances, Graham continued to charge ahead. It was time for him to end the fight. Damn it, I can't move. After waiting this whole time, after letting everyone down, is this really how I'm going to go? Quinn thought. Quinn! A lightning strike crashed right in front of Quinn, and the next second, a man in white robes had appeared. You saved my life. Now it's our turn to save yours. Our? Quinn frowned and looked around, only to see that it wasn't just Owen that arrived. The rest of the cursed faction leaders were here as well, and along with them were Mona, Samantha, and the remaining vampire leaders. No, what are you guys doing? Quinn couldn't speak, so he could only speak in his head. He will kill you all, he's too strong. Quinn, we aren't as weak as you think, Owen said, as if he could read his thoughts. Genbu, I summon you. Lighting up from his hand, the familiar turtle appeared and immediately showed its back. That won't be enough, Syl stated, as he placed his hands on the ground, and a slight shine was seen for a second before becoming completely invisible. Graham's suit felt his body crashing into something, and it turned out that Syl had put up a barrier. Still, Graham was strong enough to go through the barrier, but Syl's powers slowed him down significantly. But when Graham reached Genbu, he clenched his fists and threw out a punch on the latter's shell. Purple sparks started to flicker, but the shell was beginning to crack. While still for a moment, though, 3 sets of red blood strings began to coil around Graham from behind. Standing there was the 13th family vampire leader, Lee, with Silver and Fex, who were doing their best to pull Graham's arm and force him back. Still, even with this, the shell soon was cracking and completely shattered, making Genbu disappear back to the familiar world. It would take time before he could be summoned again for help. As Genbu disappeared, Graham punched again, expecting to hit Owen, but there was Nate with his demon tier shield, to his surprise. The momentum of the punch was already moving forward, so Graham was unable to pull back, and his fist landed right in the middle of the shield. Nate felt like he could feel a slight jolt hitting his body, even though he had the shield. This was something he had never felt before, but thankfully, everyone's efforts in slowing Graham down so far had worked, and of course, it was Syl who had come up with this plan. The demon tier shield lit up, and everyone got out of the way as they imagined the big explosion would go off around the shield. And that was exactly what happened, as the blue energy, larger than any other, shot off from the shield, and there were those that stood behind Nate for support, so he could hold the shield properly. The Blade family, Linda and Samantha in their transformed state. The explosions delivered from the shield were larger than a mountain. One couldn't see the other side opposite the settlement because it was covered in blue energy. All the flowers on the ground were destroyed, crumbled, and turned into nothing as eventually the blue light lit up. The group holding on to the shield were being pushed back even more, but then, when it disappeared, they looked in front of them and could see nothing. Graham wasn't in front of them at all. The others were suspicious. Layla had her sword out. Dennis and the others drew their weapons and had their abilities active as well. Peter, with his lesser whites, and Borden with his claws, were ready to charge in. They just couldn't believe it was that easy to kill Graham. However, the demon tier shield was meant to reflect twice the attack power of its opponent back at them. If there was any item that was perfect for who they were going up against, it was this one. Is it over? Borden asked.
I can't see, Syl said, rubbing his eyes, looking tired. I already used up too much of my powers when going up against the dragon. I've run out of MC cells.
He's not dead. He's definitely not dead, Rayton said. Moments later, they saw a Dalki in the distance. He no longer had any clothes on his body because they were burned away by the explosion. He slowly walked over to the others, and now they could tell he was hurt. His body was wounded, and green blood oozed from certain parts of his body, which wasn't a good sign with a Dalki. I never thought that even after becoming a 7 spike, I would get hurt by you people, but luckily I always take precautions. There was a reason why I was a little late to the party, Graham said as he looked up at the sky. There is something I can do, but I can only do it once a month. I had to wait a while for this backup, and this is now the perfect moment to use it. I could kill you all slowly, but why bother with that? He snarled. Hearing these words, Nate and Syl remembered. It was then that Graham's muscles started to bulge, and fur began to appear through his body, out from on top of his scales. His face was enlarging into a type of a snout, and his nostrils were growing bigger as well. What is happening to him? Layla asked. Graham is transforming, Logan replied, remembering the files. Looking through the information in his head, Logan went through the data he had gathered from Richard Eno. When they had created the Dalki, they had used all sorts of DNA gathered from humans. It was essential to use human DNA as the basis because they were trying to create a human blood substitute. After all, the vampires were unable to drink beast or vampire blood, which was why Logan found the fact that what Graham was turning into right now was incredibly strange. Graham was growing in size, and the dragon-like features on his body were changing. Already nearing 8 foot tall, he was now around 10 feet. On his back, where his spikes would stick out from, a trail of fur had come out along till the tip of his tail. His hands were becoming less like a dragon, but still similar to a dangerous beast, as his fingers imitated more human claw-like hands. His face had come out more forward, like a type of snout on a dog or a wolf, and fur wasn't just present on his back, but black fur also covered his forearms and more. While the changes in his body were occurring, a strange pulse of energy was being emptied outward. It was so strong that the ground beneath was being cracked a bit more with each energy pulse. It was a telling sign, and perhaps, unlike Quinn, it was a way to stop the others from attacking while his body was changing. This is what he was turning into last time. This is how he killed Helen, Nate said, shaking with fear. The others wanted to move, thinking that maybe attacking while it was turning was the best idea, but it really didn't seem like it would be the case. If Graham was dangerous before, he was a complete monster right now, far stronger than any demon-tier beast or a Dalki they had faced before. What is going on right now? Jin shouted. Leaders, I need an answer. Jim shouted out to the others behind him. Jin wasn't the only one shaken up by this. All of their eyes widened as they stood frozen on the spot, stunned. Finally, Vincent spoke. I know what you're thinking, but I have no clue why the Dalki has the features of a werewolf. Hearing the words from Vincent had made many of the vampires shiver hearing that word, but out of all the vampires that were currently present, many of them weren't alive when the existence of werewolves was known. They knew of werewolves, but hadn't seen one before. Vincent, just how bad is this? Sam asked. Everyone, Vincent shouted in response to that question. Some of you may have never faced a werewolf before, but I'm sure you know, and if you don't, I will state this as a reminder. If its claws or teeth scratch you, you'll not be able to heal. Even with the use of blood. I don't know if it will be the same for the Dalki in front of us, but everyone should treat it like so. Only the second leader, Katori, can heal you if you're hurt, so we must keep her alive at all costs. Unable to heal? For some reason, I don't think that's going to be a fucking problem when he can destroy a whole castle with a single punch, Rayton shouted back. Logan, Linda, Dennis, we will stay back and look after Quinn. We will move him and try to find out what's wrong with him. Leave the fight up to the others, Sam ordered. Samantha, you go with them as well, Fex added. She wanted to argue back, but chose not to. Those whose names had been called felt a little bad because they knew why they were being told to stay back. It was just another way of telling them that they were useless in the upcoming fight. Picking Quinn up, They quickly moved him and headed towards the ruins of the settlement. Around 6 of the vampire leaders now moved and formed an arrow formation and looked towards Graham. They didn't need to know he was done with his transformation because his eyes told them all. Now they were glowing yellow, and the next second he howled, shaking the whole world around them. Graham was a few hundred yards away, and yet his howl shook the hair on their heads and even ruffled their clothes. It was just too powerful. "We can't wait any longer! Fight back!" Vincent ordered, and 3 groups of forces charged towards Graham. Everything was still currently being broadcasted live, and the situation was so tense that Bonnie had stopped reporting. The comment section was primarily silent as they watched this nail-biting moment. They could see that the group was charging forward in 3 separate forces. On the left side, there were the Blades, consisting of Raiden, Syl, Vorden, and Borden, who was now a 5-spike Dalki. The second attack force consisted of the vampire forces, consisting of Vincent, Jin, Katori, Jake, Lee, Dylan, Silver, and Fex. Finally, there was the mixed group of Layla, Peter, Nate, Owen, and Mona. None of them really had a plan for how they were going to approach this. The vampires were the most forward of the groups, and quickly, just like before, Lee jumped to one side, throwing out his red string, wrapping it around one of the arms. At the same time, Fex and Silver went to the other side, wrapping the string around the other arm. With all their strength, they pulled, trying to stop Graham from attacking them. Then, charging at the front was Dylan, who wore a cape and could harden any material he touched and change its shape and form. "Idiots!" Graham snarled through his mouth. He moved his hand aimlessly, but it was so fast the others couldn't see what happened. But suddenly, flying through the air were 3 arms. With a little pull, Graham had ripped them off the string still attached. It was almost as if there was no resistance at all, and now all of those in the 13th family were bleeding from their side. The next second, Graham swiped his hand not even close to Dylan. Having a bad feeling, he lifted his cape to protect himself. Still, his ability and powers were useless, as the force of attack through the wind encased his cape and cut through his whole body, diagonally, which fell on the ground after getting cut into 5 different parts. A vampire leader was killed just like that from a single swipe of Graham's hand. "Don't falter!" Vincent shouted, as he sped up ahead of everyone, running in quicker than the others, upon seeing that there was an opening after the attack. But he wasn't alone. 2 more were by his side in the attack as well. A lightning bolt, Vincent's fist, and Peter's hands that were glowing proceeded to whack Graham right in the stomach. All at the same time, using as much power as they could, the strong force crashed into the same place. Graham's body didn't even move with the 3 attacks, and the others were unsure if they had even scratched him. "You! Why do you look like that boy?" Graham said, smiling at Vincent. It looked like Graham was about to make another attack, but before he could, a mud-like substance had landed on his arm, freezing him for a moment. The group of attackers split in a moment as they fell back, and now Peter's whites had come forward instead to make sure Graham couldn't chase after them. Still, the mud seemed to have done nothing, as Graham swung his arm towards Leg's tail that was coming at him, and for the first time ever, Peter had seen something that was sharper than Slicer's tail, because just like with the leader before, Graham sliced the tail into 5 parts, and before anyone could react, he once again swung his other hand, and Legs was gone. Raiden and Vorden were frozen about what to do next, and so were the rest of the vampires. They didn't have time to think, though, because now they only had time to react. "It's my turn," Graham smiled. He rushed forward towards the headless Hilston and clawed at its body 2 times. His hand sliced right through the bodies, and just like Legs, there was no coming back from that. The claws had ripped through the armor as if it was nothing, and now everyone could tell no matter what, if those claws attacked them, nothing could save them. Next, Graham leapt up in the air as the others couldn't help but wonder about who he was aiming for. "I won't let you try anything either," Graham said, as he had grabbed onto Vorden, who was up above. He held onto his wings, and Graham's weight made them both come crashing down to the ground, breaking the area beneath him as he fell. The next second, digging his nails into the hard demon-tier wings, Graham pulled and ripped them off from Vorden's body, causing black blood to spill everywhere. "Get off my brother!" Vorden shouted, and rushed forward. The anger filled him, but before he could even get close to Graham, he lifted his foot up and kicked him away. Borden felt his chest crushing in on him, and his body sent flying back, way off in the distance, where no one could see him. We can't win." These were the only words that came out of Nate's mouth as he loosely held the shield. "No, no!" Layla shouted. "We took out the dragon. He's the only one left who we need to take out." Layla had transformed into her true Hanya form, and without hesitating any bit, she activated her sword as the symbol lit up. Jin and the other vampire leaders were using all of their blood powers and abilities they could towards Graham, but none seemed to be able to get through his scales or hide. Still, it was a distraction nonetheless as Layla charged forward. "You said you could cut through anything, so then cut through him and kill him," Layla screamed as she swung her sword down. She soon heard the sound of nothing and felt her sword hit nothing but air. "You're shit with that sword," Graham said as he easily dodged the sword attack and swung his hand down, ready to reach her face, until everyone heard a loud crash and something knocked his hand to the side. For a second, Graham's hand started to freeze, and because of this, he leapt back, away from the danger. Layla couldn't believe her eyes. "Aaron, you're finally back!" However, Nate, seeing the new arrival, didn't know if this was a good thing at all, remembering what had happened last time. Two people, Nate and Owen, who were currently present on the battlefield, had seen this type of scene once before, when the group was in a desperate situation, when they felt like they were on their last legs. "Layla, get away from her!" Nate shouted. An emotion of joy had come over Layla when seeing Aaron, one that she hadn't felt in a while since the last time she saw her long-lost friend. She had completely forgotten about the details that Nate had told everyone. "No, she wouldn't hurt me, right? She just stopped Graham's attack," Layla thought. Due to the sudden attack, Graham jumped back after seeing the strike on his hand turn into ice. It was then at that moment, hoping to stop him from following up with an attack, Aaron threw her sword into the ground. She triggered the third active skill the next second, and constructed a giant ice wall between them. Usually the wall of ice was used to reflect attacks similar to how Nate's shield did, but she was now using it more as a barrier. After an instant, she turned to look towards Layla, making the latter's body flinch because she could see Aaron's glowing eyes. They were fierce, and for some reason, these eyes terrified Layla. The fear enveloped her body, freezing on the spot. "No, has she really gone over to the other side?" As fear took over Layla, she felt a strong urge to activate the sword, which was something she would feel only in dangerous situations, and right now, as she stared at Aaron, the sense of danger kept on increasing. The symbol of the sword began to glow, and the strange voices that would give her a different emotion, but one she was more used to, ran through her head. Immediately she felt like she could move once again as she gripped the sword tightly in her hand. "I am not the one." Aaron paused for a second as if she was taking a deep breath. "That you should be fighting." The ice barrier soon went down, and Graham was standing on the other side. The group somehow managed to reorganize themselves for a second, but now would have to face the monster known as Graham once more. At the moment, Vorden was getting healed by Katori. He was the only one who had sustained injuries that she could heal. Because Dylan had died from the single attack by getting sliced into pieces, Katori couldn't do anything there. In the meantime, Syl stood at the end of the group because he was trying his best to recover his MC cells. Once he recovered, he could use his soul weapon to change the abilities he wanted as he wished. Switching between these abilities could also increase his MC cells, but they wouldn't restore what he had used. Since he had already selected some of the strongest abilities when going up against the dragon, his MC cells were already as high as they could be. Using his powers had drained him then, so it made no difference selecting new abilities. Right now, all he could do was wait. The first one to act was Aaron, as she twisted the grip on her sword, making the blade turn a slight red. She swung down her sword, creating a tunnel of fire on the side of Graham. This blocked him from going after Katori and those around her. Quickly twisting the sword again, it now changed once more, and Aaron rushed forward, fearlessly, to face off her opponent. Layla was about to go on after her, but she noticed that Aaron was incredibly fast. The second Aaron kicked off the ground, she had almost reached Graham. She wasn't quite as fast as Quinn, but her speed was closest to his.
"Your sword is annoying," Graham frowned.
He could still feel the frost on his arm. After all, what Aaron was using wasn't just a demon-tier weapon. Instead, it was a humanoid demon-tier weapon. Graham dug his hands into the ground, cutting through it like butter, and at that moment, he also charged forward. The next second, with a large slash, 5 giant holes ran deep into the ground as a fissure appeared. Each strike on the ground was large enough to cause one to fall through the hole. Jumping up, Erin tried her best to avoid falling into the hole, but that's when she noticed that Graham had leapt up after her as well. Pointing her sword towards Graham, she activated her first skill and an ice tunnel shot out from her sword. Swinging his arms and slashing through the air, Graham had sent out an attack. As soon as the ripples that were cut through the air had reached the ice tunnel, it broke through it completely, not even holding for a second. The attack continued towards Erin, and it looked like it was about to hit her. "The ice tunnel lost out. Just how strong is this Dalki?" Erin thought. Her ice tunnel had only lost out to one person in the past, and that was to Laxmus when he had used the blood beam attack during his attack on the vampire settlement, and now for the second time, her tunnel had failed her. Erin lifted her sword, hoping to block the attack, but seeing this, Layla got worried that the former sword wouldn't be enough to stop the attack. However, Peter had chucked Nate up from the ground, and the latter held out the demon-tier shield in between Erin and Graham. The strike hit the shield and absorbed the energy. The two soon fell to the ground, and the shield was lighting up with power once again. "The shield! It worked! I was worried that Graham's power would be too strong for it," Nate thought. Maybe the ice tunnel had weakened Graham's attack's power a little. On the ground where Graham was about to land, both Vincent and Peter were right on the spot to hold him back. But the second the former landed, he charged forward across the field and reached out for the shield in Nate's hands. His large hands gripped the entire shield.
"This is annoying," Graham said,
as he used all the strength in his claw at the shield. The next second, the shield was being sliced from all directions, and as it got destroyed, the blue glow on it began to fade away. Eventually, Graham had managed to close his hands, and the demon-tier shield that so far had been able to withstand every attack was crushed into scrap. "Crap!" Nate managed to say. As he was looking to get out of there, Erin ran around Nate and with her sword was planning to attack Graham, but before she could even swing her sword fast enough, Graham opened his mouth wide and bit off Nate's head, separating it from the rest of his body. With a fling of his arm, Graham knocked Erin away into the far-off distance as the rest of Nate's body fell to the floor. "No!" Layla screamed at the top of her lungs, and many others felt their heart drop. Vincent and Peter had also caught up, and they tried to grab the back of Graham's head. Clenching their fists, they punched Graham as many times as they could, but he soon grabbed both of them from behind and slammed them into the ground, causing them both to spit out blood. "Bring him back!" Layla shouted as she swung the sword again, but once more, Graham stepped back and moved far away from her, too fast for any of them to keep up. But this time, he had someone in his hands, and it was Mona. She had known that Graham was aiming to grab her. She could see his movements from the experience of countless battles she had been in, but this battle was far above her abilities. "Don't worry about me, just kill this bastard," Mona managed to say, before her head too was bitten off by Graham, and as he gulped it down, with a trail of blood sliding from the corner of his mouth, he howled. "Layla, listen to me! Allow me to help you so we can take that thing down together," Lee shouted, as he threw needles into her back, and his hands now controlled her body. For some reason, Lee noticed that Graham avoided the sword even after his latest transformation. In simple words, the sword was the only way right now which had the highest possibility to hold him back. "Another one!" Quinn grunted through the pain. "He killed another one!" Quinn's face was boiling with anger as veins popped on his face. It was the first time that Sam had ever seen him like this, but Quinn's evolution wasn't complete yet, which meant, quite possibly, he was going to lose a few more of his friends, if not all of them. The vampire settlement had their own fleet of ships and different types. They often used them to explore the planets in their solar system and in case there were other needs. However, the spaceships were never meant to be used in a war. The vampires never planned a full-scale evacuation because the settlement was their safe haven. If all of the vampires were to up and leave at once, then there wouldn't even be enough space for all of them. Thankfully, though, there was enough room for them. The vampires might have found the ships cramped for them, but they realized that there was space for them, and that was because a lot of the vampires were dead. Those vampires had gone to the war and sacrificed themselves, while many died due to the infighting from before. At the moment, the person in charge of the evacuation of the vampires was the Royal Knight Muka. Along with all the other ships, she wasn't too far away from the planet and was still watching with everyone as they waited for the result on the screen.
"Why aren't you helping our king?"
Since becoming a royal knight, Muka didn't stay around her family for long, but now she was once again standing amongst them. She took out a coin and spun it, waiting for it to settle. It landed on tails.
"You know, when we explain our family's abilities to others, we often explain it as luck, but that's just the simplest form of our ability. The truth is that it more equates to timing, which is why I have everyone in the family carrying a totem with them. Something they can use to know whether luck in the fight is on their side or not. Our will doesn't even activate our ability, rather it has its own will. However, lately, I feel like our ability is closer to foresight than anything,"
Muka began to explain.
"Perhaps it helps determine our chances. I spun this coin 100 times to land on heads, and not once has it landed on tails, but this time I have tossed it for the 101st time. This battle, if we join it, we will die."
Of course, the vampires weren't the only ones watching the live stream, and after seeing Graham transform and what he had done to everyone so far, there seemed to be anger amongst the viewers. "What is Quinn doing? What are the vampire leaders doing? Some of them are just standing around there. Aren't they supposed to be the strongest?"
"That Oscar's sword as well, but the attack from that Dalky's claws still beat the power of the weapon."
"That's a demon tier weapon as well, so I don't think we could be doing better."
"I'm not saying that we can do better, but if these guys don't get their act together, we're going to lose. Quinn needs to join the fight as well. What is he doing?"
"I agree, but why the hell did he suddenly fail? He should have been prepared."
Soon the comment section continued to blame a certain individual, the vampire king and leader of the cursed faction, Quinn. They were blaming him for what looked like a failure in defeating this one Dalky. The Dalky who could easily wipe all of them out. "Are you reading all of this?" Void said as the hate continued to pour in. Of course, Bonnie was seeing everything. They always had a separate computer that would scroll through the comments to see what people were thinking and the general reaction of viewers. "Shut up!" Bonnie eventually shouted, which was also played in the live stream. "You hate Quinn, then you rely on him, and now you hate him because you relied on him. I understand you are not angry. You're all just reacting with anger right now. The reason why you guys are angry is that you're scared, and right now the only one you can think that can actually help us is Quinn. If that's that, then don't take your anger out on him, but show support. Screw you, we all know you were getting D from him. You think we didn't know?"
"Oh yeah, she kissed him right, and has always been right up his ass."
"Saying we're scared? We're just saying that if we were in the same position as them, we had the same power as them, we wouldn't have fucked up this whole situation so badly. The most useless person in the world happened to get all this power and doesn't know what to do with it." Despite what Bonnie had just said, it seemed to backfire the whole situation. It was very easy to criticize when one wasn't in the driver's seat, and this situation couldn't be a better proof of it. "Just carry on filming everything, Void. Make sure they see the faces of the ones that fought for this damned world. They don't even care that people have died from them," Bonnie ordered. After seeing what had happened to the others so far, no one exactly was charging in on their own towards Graham. Peter and Vincent seemed to be quite hurt, but others couldn't help them because it was clear Graham was using the two as bait and would go after them next as his target. No longer were they trying to stop Graham, but it felt like they didn't want to be next. That was until Layla's body was attached by the set of strings that Lee controlled. "Wait, this might actually be able to work," Layla thought. Layla's swordsmanship skills weren't the best, and the 13th family's true ability came out when puppeteering. When activating the sword, the voices distracted her somewhat, and she knew that she wouldn't be able to use the sword's full power for a long time. "But now, with someone controlling me, I can let the powers of the sword take over," she thought. The next second, the marking on the sword started to glow in and out. Layla began to scream, as if she had gone mad on the spot. "Don't worry about me!" she somehow managed to shout through her teeth. In doing so, Lee started to run forward while also being not too far behind her, controlling the set of strings. Graham, seeing someone had dared to come forward, did what he was doing so far and swung his arms out, creating a set of deadly air ripples using his claws that could seemingly cut through anything. However, at the right time, in a smooth motion and control, Layla's black sword moved in a complete circle, and in doing so, it met the claw strike head-on at each time. When it did, the claw ripples that would go travel the air, cutting through everything, slowly dissipated.
I could tell there was something strange about that sword,
Graham said as he saw this. Honestly, even Lee was surprised by the result. It was far better than he was expecting, and it allowed them all to charge in. With Layla close, Lee swung the blade in beautiful motions, thrusting forward and back, but Graham dodged all the strikes. Graham was large but fast in this form, but he had a strong intuition that if the sword touched him, even if on his claws, it would cause a problem. Seeing this, others felt like maybe they should go in and help. Rayton, Jin, all of them were trying to wait for the right opportunity, but as they all came in, annoyed, Graham lifted his foot and slammed it on the ground, shaking the foundation of the ground itself as the area around them splintered, making Layla stumble on the ground for the next second. Seeing this, Owen quickly bolted himself over to her position, hoping to protect her, knowing that she might be the best chance at beating Graham. However, Graham ran straight past her. He was never targeting Layla in the first place. The next second, they all saw Graham's hand go directly through the 13th family leader's chest. Lee didn't even have a moment to react as his strings went slack.
You think I'm stupid like those other Dalki? It's clear that he is the actual one that caused a problem, and I'm happy to take you down one by one.
No! Silver screamed, as it looked like she was about to run over, but quickly, her body was wrapped around in strings, and she was yanked back. Sis, don't kill yourself. Trust me, I know how you feel, Fex shouted as he pulled her to his side. Trust me, I want to go over there right now, believe me, I do, but... Fex stopped himself right there, as his throat was choking up, but then something strange had begun to happen on the battlefield. The sky, the clouds above them, were turning red. The others, upon seeing this, wondered what was happening, but Fex knew. He's ready now, Fex said. Having to undergo the evolution process right now was akin to torture, in more ways than one. First of all, the level of physical pain Quinn was experiencing was immense. As it drained the nest crystal's energy, the vampire felt that his body was on the verge of exploding, only a single tiny step away from his own demise. Nevertheless, Quinn instinctively knew that it was doing so to push his body towards the next stage. Every part of his body, his cells, muscle fiber, bone structure, and so on, was getting pulled apart and rearranged into a more optimal shape. All of it got broken down and rebuilt from the ground up, only to be broken down again for the process to start all over again. And yet this wasn't the worst part of it. No, while the vampire had to endure this near-death experience, he was forced to watch the Dalki leader wreak havoc on the people on his side. Quinn felt helpless as he felt Graham go on a killing spree. Then, while watching everything going on, Quinn could see that Nate had been killed. Quinn was steeling his resolve, barely able to reach out his hand in the direction of his friend who had just lost his life. He wanted to reach him, even if he had to crawl on the ground, hoping to somehow rescue him. Alas, his system was unusable at this moment, fully focused on having him evolve, so he wasn't even able to summon anyone by his side. Quinn didn't have a plan whatsoever. His instincts just screamed at him that he had to kill that lizard bastard no matter what. You damn shitty familiar! Come the fuck out and make yourself useful! You never listen when I really need you. If you're not going to help me now, then leave my freaking body! Quinn cursed at Bone Claw. The familiar would often come out when he was angry, but now that his negative feelings had reached a peak, it stayed silent. The evolving vampire didn't think it could actually do something against the Dalki, but he might buy them some time, even if only for a second. Ah! Quinn grunted through the pain. Even in the state he was in, he somehow managed to shed tears. If he could see himself, he would have noticed those were tears of blood, which quickly dissipated as his evolution continued. At the same time, Sam, who had stayed by Quinn's side and had been watching over him this whole time, fell to his knees. As the one who had turned him, the young man felt it more than any other when his life had been extinguished. Nate, Quinn, did Nate? No. Sam couldn't even speak properly, unable to accept what had just happened to his dear friend. Despite being a talented high-level user, he had stuck around Sam and had helped him no matter what troubles the latter had found himself in. The two should have never been in a match in normal circumstances, but that was just who Nate had been. Someone who hadn't had a bad bone in his body. I should have told him to come back. I should have told him to come back with us. Sam clenched his fists in anger and despair. For Quinn, it was a hard loss as well. Nate had been there close to the start of Quinn's journey. Someone who he had coincidentally met during the VR game. A special person who had just wanted to improve himself for fun. And yet, in time, they had become good friends. Someone that Quinn could rely on, and who had never let him down. Without asking anything in return, he had taught a lot of people in the cursed faction, earning him their respect. Worst of all, Quinn felt that if Nate had never met him, then perhaps he wouldn't have died today. The only reason he had joined the cursed faction was because of Quinn. Alas, the cursed faction leader didn't even get much time to grieve over one person, when the Dalki leader had claimed another victim. Mona was the next one to fall. Although not one of the original members of the cursed faction, the former Big Four leader had helped out humanity more than once. In a way, she felt like the most selfless person Quinn had ever met. For this reason, he had given her the Demon Tier amulet. It seemed a perfect fit, given her own ability. The vampire hadn't even asked for it back, yet Mona had promised him of her own volition to take good care of it and return it. Now, she wouldn't get the chance to. Off in the distance, as her body fell to the ground, so did the amulet. He never expected to get it back this way. Quinn had always known that, in this war, it would be impossible to not suffer any casualties. Nevertheless, nothing could prepare one for the loss of life of those close to oneself, and if something didn't happen, he would lose them all. None of them were a match for Graham, who was even stronger now than when Quinn had faced him. Seeing how things were going, Quinn managed to grab the ground somewhat and pulled his upper body up. "Quinn, what are you doing? Just focus on getting through this," Sam managed to say as he wiped his face with his sleeve. "S-A-M," Quinn blurted out, and straight out of his mouth, a pile of blood started to fall. It continued to gush out pools of blood. Such a thing to come out, even for a vampire lord, was clearly dangerous. If it was a regular human, they probably would have been dead. "Blood," Quinn managed to say. "Blood!" It was the only word that came out, while the red liquid he seemed to crave still dripped out of his mouth. It was clear that Quinn couldn't speak and get everything out. Touching his side, Sam started to pour blood out from the flask, trying to get it to go into the leader's mouth, but something strange happened. When he tried to pour it, it started to float in the air around the Vampire King. It just stayed there in place, not going down or falling to the ground. Sam then noticed that the same thing was happening to the blood that was on the floor as well. More, Quinn managed to grunt out under duress. "You want more blood? You're going to kill that damn Graham, right? If that's what you need, I'll get you as much blood as you need," Sam promised, and got straight to work. "I'll get you all the blood, including my own, if it's to kill Graham." Immediately, the tactician called those that were in the cursed ship, and told them to come to the cursed faction planet with all the blood reserves they could get. It was close by, so it wouldn't take long. Since Quinn had told him to gather as many types of blood, Sam had been doing all of that anyway. After that, Sam contacted Muka, who was on board the ship. "I don't care how you do it. Get as much blood as you can, whether it's vampire blood, human blood, or whatever," Sam ordered, and it sounded like they were soon to follow. There were no questions asked, as they knew it had to be important if it was at a time like this. There was one more place where there was plenty of blood that they could get. Dennis and the others quickly went with Samantha in search of more blood that would be in the castle. Everyone was quick to work. Fortunately, many of the vampire ships had also high amounts of human blood on board for all of them to feast on if need be.
"We are ready. Do you want us to deliver the blood to you?
Muka asked. Looking at Quinn and the fact that the blood wasn't being drunk by him, it was clear that he required it for something else. His hair was starting to grow, but his skin was becoming tighter, similar to when he would become a bloodsucker. But what was the reason? The answer seemed to be staring at him in the face, as the blood was rising in the air, into the sky. "Just drop the blood above the castle," Sam ordered. As strange as it sounded, now wasn't the time to question orders. Following his instructions, they did as they were told, and the blood was seen falling, only to rise again. All of it looked to be gathering around Quinn's location. At the same time, the others didn't even need to rush to the castle and find the blood, because it was already moving on its own. When it reached the point above Quinn, it started to spread out and formed clouds above them. Scarlet clouds soon filled the sky, turning the whole battlefield red. Then the blood armor that was on Quinn's body started to break down. It flew into the sky. The same happened to the blood gauntlet, leaving him only with his regular energy-draining gauntlet. Now that the others could see his body, they could see that all of Quinn's veins were beaming with bright red energy, too bright to be described as blood. One could see it lighten up, and then darken a little through the skin as Quinn breathed. His hair had grown to the point that it was running down his back, up to his waist. Then, ultimately, his back could be seen wriggling until snapping out from them, and nearly hitting Sam in the face, were two large wings. At first, there was nothing but bones, but filling up between was the bright red glow that looked to be running through Quinn's body. Finally, after all that time, Quinn could move as he picked himself up off the ground and stood up. His body looked the same as it did before, yet his face looked a bit older. The face of the young adult had aged, giving him the appearance of an adult, in his early 30s. The same markings that were on his back were also running through his chest. Quinn's evolution was complete, and he knew it as well. "Congratulations, you have successfully evolved. Quest, become something beyond a vampire lord, has been completed. Evolution, Celestial Vampire Lord. New title, Ruler of Blood." The drones were struggling to fly properly through the sky. The red clouds above were quite dense, so they moved behind the vampire settlement to film everything clearly, and instead of concentrating on Graham, all cameras were now focused on Quinn. They witnessed his new form through the camera, and many of them had similar thoughts running through their heads as they saw this. "That is not human. I don't care what you say. That thing's a monster. Is this what happens after transforming? What even is that thing? Is that what a vampire actually looks like? It's so beautiful. If I become a vampire, will I look like this? Weirdo, take your fetishes somewhere else." Quinn didn't need the system to tell him his body had evolved. He could feel the strong energy seething inside him, giving him a strange feeling he had never felt before after the many times he had evolved. This form that he was currently in, its power and strength, were similar to the time when he had borrowed Ray's power for a few moments. It was both similar and different to that feeling, though. The last time, it had felt like he was using someone else's power. This felt like it had built up on his own. While the system screen was open, Quinn quickly went through the prompts to see if there were any notable changes. The first two were what he had become and his title. However, there seemed to be something up with the system. The values of his stats, the blood control, and all of his skills appeared blank. Either he could not access them anymore, or the system wasn't built for something like this. Can the system not keep up with it, or is it something else? Quinn thought. Not even his current level would show, but there were a few things that could still be seen, including the system's quests, the other titles, and what he currently was. Celestial Vampire Lord. Celestials? Aren't they the beings from heaven or space? Beings that are above humankind? Have I become a... Don't get ahead of yourself, boy. Ray's voice boomed in his ears. You have no clue what you can do. You have no clue if this form is something permanent either, or is it just like when I lent you my power? Those in front of you need you. Looking up, Quinn could see that the fighting had stopped, and Graham hadn't attacked any of the others and just continues to look in their direction. For some reason, noticing the dead bodies on the ground, Quinn wasn't angry. The energy inside him was keeping him calm, but he still remembered them, remembered the times he spent with them, and still knew what he wanted to do, even if the anger from him had escaped. Jumping from his position, Quinn covered the great distance between the settlement and the battle. It was at least a mile away, and just before landing, he flapped his red wings that left particles of red dust each time they moved. What? What is that? Fex couldn't help but mumble and was hoping his sister or Vincent had an answer. I have no idea. I have never seen anything like this in any of the books before, Silver replied. Even when Laxmus transformed, he looked more like a bloodsucker, whereas Quinn seems more human, or even angelic. Everyone, leave this to me. Take the dead bodies away and head back to the settlement, Quinn ordered. When speaking out loud, even the tone of Quinn's voice had changed. It was unnaturally smooth, almost hypnotic, and gave everyone a strangely calming influence. At first, the others weren't sure if they should move, because they were confused if they had heard Quinn's voice or someone else's. Graham was beyond what any of them ever thought he would be, even if Quinn had gotten stronger and evolved. No one knew if the new Quinn was enough to match Graham in strength. The first one to move and follow the order of stepping back was Peter. He believed in Quinn, and thus he would always follow the latter's orders. I know you can beat this damn wolf, and he wouldn't even be able to lay a finger on me if he wanted to, Peter said out loud for the others to hear. There was another reason why he was so confident. As Quinn got stronger, the connection that Peter would usually feel and would cause him to grow in power, as Quinn grew in power, was drifting further and further apart for quite a while, but now it was gone entirely. It was as if Peter could no longer become or reach Quinn's level. Soon after, the rest started to move as well, and strangely, Graham didn't say anything or do anything as they picked up the dead and moved away. Even Silver carefully used her strings, not going too close to retrieve her father's body. The others soon ran back to the settlement and started to see what they could do for those injured. You can feel it, right? Graham eventually spoke after all of them had gone. You have managed to reach a new realm of power. You have left behind the other people in this world and are at now a level of your own. You know, I was always searching for something to go beyond the 5-spike Dalki, and ever since I got the 6th spike, I realized something. I was different from the rest of my race. I could feel something beyond my current realm, but I didn't quite know what it was, and now that I am nearly there, I can feel it. Me and you, we are more similar than you think. I got stronger, and I am now very close to reaching it, the realm of gods. The powers to control and destroy anything I wish. And you know, have reached the same realm as me as well, haven't you? Quinn was taking in what Graham had said. His eyes wandered around the surroundings and remembered the battle he had witnessed before. Me and you? The same? So this is why you continued to attack and hurt humans and vampires? Because you were searching for something beyond what you currently were? You're doing all this just because you can become a god? You and I are completely different. I got stronger because I had to. I grew in power to protect those that I care about and change the way people mistreat the weak. And as for you, you are killing those underneath you just because they are weak. If you had just tried searching for the demon tier beast, or searching for a way to extend your life, I could understand that, but what you are doing right now, nothing you say can justify it. So don't give me that crap that it's in your nature. Borden is one of you as well, and he is with us just fine. Now, knowing who you are, I believe just like the humans, there was someone controlling everything. Controlling you from when you were created, putting in your mind that humans and the vampires abandoned you. It was instilled in your mind that you needed to be rid of these two races. Maybe it was Jim, but he's dead, Graham. When you took his place, you could have changed that, but did you? You didn't even care for those that were part of your race. No, you chose to continue focusing on your own goal. You are an existence that needs to be wiped out no matter what. While Quinn was speaking, the clouds above began to turn dark red in color, and then the strangest phenomenon started to ensue on the planet. It was raining, but not just any rain. It was raining red droplets of blood. The clouds poured endless blood down on the entire surface of the planet. You can't kill me anymore. You have only just reached my level now, while I am close to the next stage.
I can tell that fighting you will only help me evolve into what I wish to become. So if you wish to do that, then so be it," Graham said, as he opened his mouth wide and howled straight towards Quinn. Moving his wings, Quinn covered his body and blocked out the screech coming towards him. What looked like red-colored energy flew off the wings. Quinn opened his wings up again and was completely fine. "That is just the power of my shout," Graham shouted, as if to show his strength. "Graham, you're wrong about one thing. I am not trying to become a god. Right now, I already am one," Quinn replied as his eyes began to glow red, and suddenly the blood rain slowed down and paused on the spot, with droplets still in the air. There were multiple solar systems in the vast universe, yet for some reason it was quite difficult for humans and vampires to find any other race out there that had a significant level of intelligence like themselves. In fact, nearly every solar system seemed to have something more akin to the beasts that they would find. From those, the only ones that were considered intelligent were the ones that had more of a human appearance. It begged the question on how exactly did the human race start. Regardless, drifting off into space in a spaceship of their own, they were in an unknown part, but they weren't far enough to not get a signal, and right now, all of them in the spaceship were watching the current battle that was about to take place. "That Graham, I never knew he was so powerful. How did you manage to even keep him under your rule for so long?" True Dream asked. "He wasn't like this before," Jim replied. "Graham was always special, but honestly, I didn't even know about his ability to transform. It seems like one of the files of the DNA I had when making the Dalki wasn't just that of a regular human, but a werewolf. Werewolves are creatures that got stronger based on what they ate, which were usually the enemies they battled against. I feel stupid now. I thought that was some strange fetish of his, just like him liking to wear human clothes." Jim was beyond annoyed. He was the one that had created these beings, and they didn't even seem thankful to him. On top of that, he was the one being tricked. If he was in the right position, Jim, at this moment, would have tried to get rid of the Dalki himself. Or perhaps I would enslave them and force the vampires to use them as a food source forever. And that damned cursed faction kid, what did he turn into? If I didn't know better, I wouldn't even recognize him as the same person. Is this something that all vampires can do? True Dream asked. Glancing at the screen, Jim was still furious, but he did have a great interest in Quinn. As someone who lived a long time, someone who studied the originals, this was something he had never seen before. I have no clue. From day one, I have no idea about this person, but I know one thing. Whatever he is right now, if he is an all-powerful being, then it means it also had to have come at a great cost. If my ability has taught me anything, it's that everything has a price. If you're asking me who will win, well, battles between werewolves and vampires used to plague us for centuries. In the end, the old generations determined that the werewolves were too big of a threat for the vampires. They healed better than us. They were physically more capable than us. They even got stronger depending on the moon and sun. There seemed to be no limit to their powers either. Wow, True Dream interrupted. It sounds like being a werewolf has a lot more benefits than being a vampire. But in the end, you guys are here, and they are not, right? Jim paused for a second. It was as if he was debating whether to reveal the truth to True Dream or not. The difference between werewolves and us vampires were our societies and our cultures, which then became the deciding factors for their fate. But anyway, what we are looking at now isn't a werewolf, but a werewolf-Dalki hybrid, which I fear is stronger than any vampire that has ever lived. The raindrops of blood had frozen in place. Every single raindrop could be seen clearly just staying there. It felt like time had frozen for a second, but that hadn't happened at all. Everyone was still able to move. This amount of blood control, is it even possible for the king to do this? Jin asked. No, this level of blood control is unheard of, Vincent replied. They had seen something like this happen before, but in a much smaller area of that of the settlement. The rain, being still, seemed to spread even further than they could see. Graham ran forward. He didn't strike the air like he had done so many times before. No,
Graham knew that he would have to use the full force of his attack. In an instant, he had reached in front of Quinn. His deathly claw was already heading towards Quinn's face, but before it could reach it, blood had gathered in front of Quinn, similar to how his shadow usually would, and block the attack head-on. The moment Graham's claw clashed against the hardened blood, the energy flowed through Quinn and the ground itself, tearing it up and throwing the land either side of Quinn up in the air. The next second after the blood had stopped the attack, it completely wrapped around Graham, consuming him whole. Quinn lifted his hand as he controlled the waves of blood, and from the rain, more blood started to cocoon Graham. It lifted Graham and slammed him into the ground, but he recovered quickly and was slashing at the blood in front of him, but his claw could do nothing as it just went through it like real blood. Knowing that it was doing nothing, but now was not in a hardened form, Graham jumped back, away from Quinn. However, Quinn immediately threw a small handful of blood towards Graham, and when it hit his body, he felt a heavy thud towards him. Blood came rushing out of Graham's mouth, and even the green blood moved, mixing with the red. Once again, Quinn threw another handful of blood. When it hit Graham's body again, everyone heard a loud bang, as if a tank's shell had gone off. It was clear that this was no simple attack. "Did you say you and I are the same, Graham? Let me tell you something. You won't even get a chance to hit me this entire fight," Quinn claimed. "You might be able to hurt me, but then why don't you try killing me?" Graham shouted as he lifted both fists and slammed them into the ground. The force was so powerful, it created a large crater going off nearly 2 miles in diameter. The rocks were blown away, and the force seemed so powerful that the explosion was felt on the other side of the planet. Graham's blow had traveled through, but it hadn't affected Quinn because he was now in the air. He was flying with his wings, yet they weren't flapping. It looked almost as if he was floating in the air. "You know why I stopped the raindrops, Graham? Because I didn't want to kill you too easily," Quinn said. Now, though, one of the blood raindrops that was frozen in place started to move. It was faster than a bullet, and the second it hit Graham's body, a loud bang similar to a tank shell resounded once again, and Graham was injured as his foot slid on the floor due to the impact. Soon, though, all the raindrops started to move and headed towards Graham. "Ah!" Graham screamed as he slashed through the air, attempting to get rid of the raindrops, and he had hit a few, but there were far too many. Bang after bang reverberated through the battlefield as the raindrops hit him all over continuously, one after another. A trail of blood streamed from his mouth, his organs hurt, and it also heavily damaged his hard hide. Still, Quinn noticed something. The wounds that Graham was getting were being self-healed fairly quickly as well. "The Dalki get stronger through their battles, and the werewolf body has incredibly healing abilities. For evolution, this body is the perfect base for the Dalki," Jim thought, watching the video. Soon, Quinn started to shape the raindrops of blood, and now he had formed them into swords. With the total amount of blood that was in the air, there had to be tens of thousands of swords of blood, now all ready to assault Graham. Moving his hand, Quinn sent all of them to Graham at once. The swords were sharp, the blood was strong, and as expected, they pierced right through Graham's strong scales and werewolf skin. Consequently, they had gone through him, hitting him from all sides, but somehow Graham had managed to do 2 things. One, he was able to avoid the sword aimed at his head, even if he had been cut all over the face multiple times, and the second was to stop the sword from hitting his heart and the hard claws. As for the blood dripping from his wounds, it flowed and added into Quinn's blood sword. Soon, a real blood sword formed in Quinn's hand, similar to what Arthur would use. It was created using hardened blood, and as Quinn hardened the blood, it had the same red glow as the one in his veins and wings. "You think you avoided those on purpose?" Quinn smiled. "I usually never want to kill, not unless I have to or to save my own life. But you, I want to kill you with my own hands." Hearing this, Graham just smiled. "I guess you were right. I wasn't on the same level as you, but I am now." From the top of Graham's head, something started to emerge, a spike that was larger than all the others. Breaking out, all blood swords in his body shattered and fell to the ground, and the wounds on his body began to heal in front of everyone's eyes.
"You should have killed me when you had the—"
Quinn threw the sword from his hand, and it went right through Graham's chest and sent him skidding off into the distance. The camera couldn't even pick up what happened, and others only saw Quinn throw his sword, and in the next instant, Graham disappeared. "You are still not on my level." For a brief second, many thought the battle was over. They could no longer see Graham on the screen, and only Quinn was present. But not everyone was this naive. Before Quinn's attack landed on Graham, they noticed that he had managed to turn into an 8-spiked Dalki successfully. The power for each Dalki upgrading from one spike to the next was considerable, and now they assumed it would be the same this time as well. At the same time, the look on Quinn's face said it all. His next set of actions seemed strange as his body started to float in the air. Once again, his wings didn't move much at all, only slightly but not quite flapping, and the red dust that looked similar to flakes of dry blood would fall from his wings as he rose up in the air. "His body is more resilient than I thought," Quinn spoke in his mind, while staring off into the distance. Quinn had thrown the sword too fast for Graham to react, and by the time the latter finally noticed it, the sword had already pierced his chest. Still, as the sword pierced into his body almost instinctively reacted on its own. The muscles tensed up around the sword and halted it on the spot, not letting it go in any deeper. Although the sword had been somewhat stopped, the momentum of the attack itself had sent Graham flying backwards. His feet were skidding across the ground, breaking and destroying everything he went through.
"Is this vampire's full damn strength?" Graham shouted. "Or is it something else?"
It was strange how the momentum was even continuing now, but eventually Graham himself was feeling strength rise in him. From Graham's back, he sprouted a pair of Dalki wings. Around the edges along the top was black fur, similar to what was on the rest of his body. Flapping his wings, Graham countered the momentum, which decreased even further, slowing him down. Meanwhile, his body had time to take in the rest of the transformation. Clenching his claws around the sword, he instantly shattered it. Finally, he came to a halt. It was hard to pinpoint his exact location or how far he had been pushed back. At least he knew it was far, because he couldn't even see the vampire settlement off in the distance anymore. His green blood was pouring from the open wound, but it started to heal up quickly, and within a few seconds, he was back to his prime, or even more powerful.
"Ha ha ha ha!" Graham started to laugh. "This battle will bring me to where I need to be. I will finally be able to ascend and become a god."
Jumping up in the air, Graham's wings started to flap wildly, and the strong force coming from them blew the rubble that had been formed behind him due to the impact. Graham was ready for a rematch as he flew through the air and headed back in the direction he had come from. He was moving faster than he had ever before, and his body felt like it was indestructible. Eventually, Quinn saw a small dot approaching him, and he knew exactly what it was. Quinn gathered a small amount of blood and aimed towards this dot, and in the next moment, a vortex of blood beamed out from his hands. Graham crashed head-on into the blood and started swiping, chipping away at the vortex as he used all his strength to get closer and closer to Quinn. Although a lot of blood was being swiped away, most of it would still hit parts of Graham's body, destroying the scales around him and causing him to bleed all over. At the same time, however, Graham's body was healing from all the damage the blood vortex was dealing. Lifting his other hand, Quinn created another blood vortex that spiraled from his hand and crashed into Graham as well. It had managed to push Graham's body back, and this time the power was too much for him. He fell to the ground and looked hurt, bleeding, but moments later the wounds on his body were healing again.
"I admit I might not have more power than you, Quinn," Graham shouted from below, "but with this body of mine, I really have become a god. It is impossible to kill me, and eventually your power will run out, so let's see who can last longer."
Graham slashed his claws, and as usual, a wall of blood moved to block the attack, but flowing up from the ground itself was Graham. Quinn quickly moved out of the side and hit him with the blood again, right on his side. Blood spewed out of Graham's mouth, but it didn't seem to slow him down at all as he continued to rush forward. Eventually, the blood spiraled around Quinn's hands, creating what looked like two giant drills, and throwing his arms outward, they launched from his palm and crashed into Graham's palms, tearing them up as he blocked the drills. Graham tried to push back against it, but they were ripping every fiber in his body. This attack by Quinn right now was at the same level as what he had used against Laxmus, except the blood being used was stronger and energized by Quinn's newfound power. On top of that, this time, there were two drills. However, although it looked like Graham could not do anything to get rid of the blood drills that were spinning towards him, his hands were healing, and both parties now seemed to be at a standstill. "Your body is a lot harder than I thought. It just means that I will have to attack you with something that you can't heal from, something that will finish you off in one go." The red veins that had appeared over Quinn's body were no longer fading in and out. Instead, the red got only brighter and brighter as it started glowing even more radiant. The same thing was happening with Quinn's wings. Graham was still trying to deal with the blood drills as their power got weaker and weaker, but he could not move since the attack was still strong enough to suppress him. This gave Quinn the time to gather his power and show the world the true power and meaning of the title of a celestial vampire lord. The blood raindrops began to rise from the ground, adding to the dark red clouds still around the planet. All of the blood moved up, and it looked like a storm of blood was brewing. Quinn's eyeballs started to bleed as blood fell from both of his eyes down his cheeks, only to rise up once they fell and add to the blood that was being used above. "Can you feel that?" Fex said. His body was tingling all over. It felt like he was standing upside down, as even the blood from his own body wanted to escape. I think everyone can," Layla said as she looked around. She also could feel the sword by her side as well. She hadn't activated it, yet it was acting as if it was activated now for some reason. What they failed to realize was that even the audience were feeling something strange, and the comments soon started to come through online. "Hey, I'm feeling a tingle, and I don't think it's just from watching the video." "Yeah, I feel it as well. My head is killing me." "I just got a nosebleed. Is this happening with everyone?" A strange phenomenon ensued, and from the clouds above, tornadoes of blood began to hit the ground. Not just one, but multiple tornadoes hit in the area around Quinn, and moments later, red lightning strikes crackled through the clouds, creating deafening reverberations. The lightning had the same red glow they had seen many times during the fight, and in the center of this chaos, being untouched by everything, was Quinn. Eventually, blood began to trickle from his own mouth, nose, and ears as well. Honestly, Quinn didn't know if he was feeling pain right now or not. His mind was fixated on just one thing. All other thoughts and emotions had been removed. He just knew that he needed to create an attack strong enough to get rid of Graham. Eventually, the power of the two giant red blood drills had stopped, and Graham stood on the spot as his body healed from the last attack. Now, he was finally able to take in everything that was happening around him. "Graham, you will never be able to achieve your goal. You know, I have met a few gods before, and do you know what the difference is between them and us? They will never truly die, but as for you, I will never see you again." Quinn raised his hand and opened the palm of his hand in the direction of Graham. "Goodbye." One could only imagine what thoughts were going through Graham saw Quinn's open palm, for even him, at the level he was, could feel the blood tingling all over his own body. You really have reached a different realm above mine," Graham mumbled. "I was so close, but now I will never know." Seeing everything around him, the planet's land mass being destroyed by the tornadoes of blood, the red lightning strikes whose single touch perhaps could obliterate anyone, it was as if Graham knew that there was no longer anything he could do. Quinn swung his hand down so fast, and with it, from the sky itself, a giant red beam shot towards Graham. At that moment, all of the tornadoes of blood and lightning moved towards the target, as if all of them had been called to that one spot. The red clouds were starting to fade away, and all of the blood in the air was joining up with the single beam of attack. All of it was directed at one spot in the far distance, and as it continued to rush through, it condensed into blood-red energy. Slowly the beam from the sky stopped, and now all of the power was being held in one place. Quinn raised both of his hands. They were shaking as he struggled to control the energy that was in front of him. He slowly pushed them closer together as blood trickled down from his face, but the red glow inside his body was beginning to fade. Eventually, his wings seemed to give up, and he fell to the ground. Suddenly, the energy was growing more prominent again. "Ah!" Everyone heard a voice from inside the energy beam. "That damn Dalky is still alive even from all of that," Feck shouted. "Quinn, you have to kill him! You have to get rid of him!" Continuing to use all his power, Quinn began to condense the energy. Once again, it started to form into a giant red ball that was now the size of a house. As he continued, the ball of energy got smaller and smaller. They couldn't see a figure inside the red energy, but considering that there was no Graham around, they could only guess he was still inside. "Come on, Quinn, you can do it! Use my power as well!" Layla held out her hand. It was quite far, but she was willing to give whatever energy she could towards him. Those watching online no longer cared who or what Quinn was. If they couldn't do anything now, then at least they could cheer him on through the screen. The power continued to condense, and once again, Quinn coughed up a mouthful of blood on the ground. His foot staggered, but he didn't fall. However, his wings began to return to his body. "This is bad," Vincent said, and the others glanced at him, wondering what he was talking about. "I don't know what Quinn turned into, whether it was a permanent form or something temporary that he could use, but right now, it looks like he's reverting to his regular self. In the new form, sure he could handle all of that power, but right now, Quinn is no longer in that form. If he continues to handle that much blood, I'm afraid he's going to damage his own body and kill himself." "What can we do?" Jin asked. "We can stop him. I doubt that Graham is alive right now. The reason why Quinn is still condensing the blood is so that it doesn't suddenly break out again, because if it does, it could kill everyone on this whole planet, and the ships that are near in orbit as well. Other than that, we can do nothing." Hearing this, Layla had only one question to ask. "If we stop him, will Quinn live?" she asked. The explosion caused by the condensed blood attack wouldn't destroy the whole solar system, only get rid of all the vampires and them as well. But if Quinn would survive, Layla already knew her answer. "We only made it this far because of the king. Everyone only survived because of the king," Jake declared. "We have to save him." Vincent turned to the others all around him, at those who had been with Quinn from the beginning. Since it would be their lives that would be lost, it wasn't a decision he could make on his own. However, it looked like everyone had decided as they all nodded. "Order the vampires to move as far away from the planet as possible," Sam said over to Muka. "And Muka, everything will be left to you from now on. The same goes for Megan in the cursed faction." Owen simply made a similar call to his own Greylash faction. He was instructing them who they would follow from now on if he didn't make it. "This is crazy. Owen, we can come back and get you." "No," Owen shouted back. "If we wait too long, then Quinn will die. If anyone deserves to live, then it's him." With the decision made, everyone was ready to rush forward under Vincent's command to stop Quinn. But before they even take the first step, "Stop!" Quinn shouted back, and turned to look at them. His eyes were glowing red, and all of them were frozen in their tracks. "Is he using the influence skill on us? And it's actually strong enough to stop us all?" Silver said, shocked. "I have fought and gotten stronger to freaking save you guys, to change the world. You know, I thought it was easy, that when I got to the top, it would be easy, but I realized it isn't something a single person can do on their own. I realized that change takes time, and I can't change this world just on my own, but I can save it. Let me save the world, save all of you. This is what I want. I don't want any of you to die." Turning around, Quinn looked back at the condensed red ball of energy that hadn't changed in size. It hadn't gotten bigger or smaller, but was still as large as a house. "Don't distract me," Quinn said, as he canceled his influence skill, because he needed to use every ounce of power he could. "Ah!" he screamed, pushing his hands closer together, and the ball in the distance could be seen getting smaller and smaller. However, now blood even began to flow out from his skin. It was as if the blood inside his body was under so much pressure that it had managed to burst through his skin. The blood fell on the surface. But Quinn didn't step back. It was now or never. "No! Quinn! You can't do this! No!" Layla screamed so loud she felt like her own throat was bleeding. She tried to rush over, but Peter quickly pulled her back, pushing her to the ground.
"Quinn told us to stay back," Peter shouted at them all. "No matter what, no one is going over to him. I will follow his will no matter what, even if that means I have to use force."
Some looked like they were going to attempt to go past and around Quinn, but getting past Peter would be a mammoth of a task. However, all of this didn't matter now. The ball had gotten smaller now and continued to shrink. More blood poured out from Quinn, and eventually the ball was now the same size as a tennis ball. There was no sign of Graham anymore, not a single bone, blood, or anything. Quinn had destroyed everything of him, and finally he had placed his two hands together. The ball of red energy had finished condensing and took a solid form as it fell and rolled on the ground. It was no longer glowing bright red, and looked like a crystal, almost entirely black, but with a slight tint of red. At the same time, though, Quinn had fallen to the ground as well. The others, seeing this, rushed towards him, but the vampires already knew. They knew as they approached him there was something seriously wrong, because none of them, not one of them, could sense or hear any heartbeat from their king. The large group that had remained on the Daisy planet stood around Quinn. They had left the bodies of the other dead to rush and save the one they deemed the most important of them all. As stated before, each of them agreed that if anyone needed to survive this battle, to survive this war, because they had worked harder than anyone else, it would be Quinn. As the group stood around him, two of them approached Quinn on the ground. Vincent was the first to arrive, along with Logan. The two of them quickly got to work, as Logan had used his spiders to create a strange device around his body, and they formed something like a chest piece over himself. The chest piece started to compress when the spiders finally formed, beating hard in the specific chest area. The special device worked like a compression unit, simulating a heartbeat, although a regular heartbeat rather than a vampire's. "How is he?" Owen eventually asked. Hearing this question, Logan, who seemed to be one who didn't show a lot of emotions, lifted his head and looked at all of those around him. Eventually, he couldn't look at their faces anymore, and decided to squint and concentrate on Quinn instead. "I'll be honest, I'm just doing whatever I can, whatever little I think I can help him. Although I'm not a doctor, the technology that I can create and use can be comparable to any top doctor. Right now, this device is acting as if his body is brain dead. If the machine can simulate signs of life, maybe we can do something," Logan explained. "I'm sure you all know. I'm sure you can tell by the fact that I'm using this. Right now, he's—" Dennis placed his hand on Logan's shoulder, stopping the latter from finishing his words, at least not until they confirmed everything. "See what you did?" Layla shouted, turning to her side and grabbing Peter by his shirt. "Because you didn't let us stop him. Because of you, now he's dead. I should... "You should do what?" Peter said, as he quickly twisted Layla's hand, who was entirely overwhelmed by his mistake. "Layla, you think just because you are a girl that you cared for him more than I fucking did?" Peter shouted back. "He saved my life at the military academy. He saved my life when the Dalki attacked me, and he's been freaking saving our lives this whole damn time. If he tells me to let him do as he wishes, the person who did all of this for us, then I'm going to do what he says." While the two were arguing, Vincent had called over Katori. She was pretty tired, having used her powers on mostly healing Vorden, Peter, and Vincent himself, but of course, she knew she had to try her best to mend the injuries on Quinn. Her hands were lighting up all over Quinn's body, but nothing was changing, neither the wounds on his body nor his long hair. Quinn's state remained the same, something Katori had never experienced before. "Wait, I still might have some Dalki blood. Maybe it can help, and let's give him some human blood too," Vex said as he pulled out his flask. He still had some of One Horn's blood with him, which he hadn't used in the war. He knew fighting against Graham that it was useless for him to use One Horn's blood, and at the same time, the Dalki blood, especially one of a higher tier, seemed to work better than the human blood. They poured the green blood into Quinn's mouth after opening it a little by pulling the chin. It hurt the others to see the look on Quinn's face, covered with blood all over, and just showed that they had to continue to do whatever they could to save him. The green blood quickly went into Quinn's mouth as they all waited to see if there was any reaction at all. Yet, there was no sound other than Logan's machine that continued to beat. After that, Owen cut his hand, allowing for his own blood to be used, since he was a human for Quinn to feed off. The cut he made on his palm was quite deep, because whatever the amount of blood that Quinn needed, Owen was happy to give it to him. Yet still, there was no reaction whatsoever. A few of them even had their eyes moistened, as tears streamed down their cheeks. The cameras slowly descended, aiming to catch everything that was transpiring on the group, mainly the unsuccessful attempts of everyone to try and bring Quinn back. Watching it on screen, Bonnie couldn't help herself as her whole heart poured out. "Are you all satisfied now?" she shouted. "You called him a monster. You called him all sorts of names, but did you know, Quinn, he was just a kid. He had only just finished military training, and the weight of everything, the weight of this whole world, was always on his shoulders. Yet he never chose to give up. Are you satisfied now?" she screamed at the live stream. The viewers who took a back seat while the whole war was going on, at the moment, they all felt guilty. Guilty for their opinion on Quinn. They recalled when he had taken over the other beast planets and how they thought he was doing it for his own gain. Some people said the cursed faction was good, supplying all the planets with what they needed. Still, many didn't believe them, but witnessing today's events and hearing what Quinn had said to the others in his final moments, how he wanted to protect everyone, he had changed all of their minds. A human-turned-vampire. I guess he really did just care about everyone after all, a user commented. F in the chat to pay your respects. May he rest in peace. We need to remember him forever. We need to have a ceremony. It's because of him this whole war has ended. R.I.P. Quinn. I still can't believe it. This whole thing, it feels like a dream. Is the war really over? Did we just see the last battle against the Dalki? Quinn, take my blood. Please, bring him back. He changed a lot of people. He saved us all, Void said, as he tried to show Bonnie the screen, but she just pushed it away. Does it really matter now? Bonnie replied, wiping her face. He can't even see what they have said. He won't even be able to see the world he tried to save, and there's no one in his family left. We can't even try to make up for what he has done. But there are the vampires, those that he really cared about, Void said. The war might be over, but our job is not done. Remember what Quinn said in his final moments. One of his dreams was to change the world. He was able to save it, but he might never be able to see it change into a better place. We need to make sure, through our reporting, by spreading his wishes, that the whole world gets to hear his message and move on to become something better. Sniffing up what she could, Bonnie was left there still crying, but she knew Void was right. Since nothing seemed to be working, Vincent decided to lift him off the ground. You weren't meant to die before me, you idiot, Vincent smiled. Did you bring me back so that I could be the one to bury you? You gave me the hardest job of them all, do you know that? Looking ahead towards the settlement, although the battle had destroyed most of the king's castle and the perimeter walls, some places had managed to remain intact. They had fortified the burial ground, so Vincent hoped it was all okay. The least they could do was bury Quinn's body. As he started to walk, the rest followed until... Vincent, your chest, Logan pointed out. It's glowing. The nest crystal is glowing. Looking down towards his chest, Vincent saw the glow through his clothing. Just seconds ago, it hadn't been like that before, so he could only assume that the change was happening because of one reason. Seeing this, Vincent lowered Quinn, whom he held in his arms, and the glow around his chest started to fade. But then, when he lifted Quinn again, it began to get brighter. Vincent continued to do this a few times, moving him up, then down, up and down again. Interesting, Vincent commented. Can you tell us what the hell you're doing? Jake replied. It's the nest crystal, Logan answered, his eyes wide. Quinn had turned into this form because he absorbed the nest crystal. Since the nest crystal in your body is reacting to it, Vincent,
It must mean there's a chance Quinn is alive."
Hearing these words was the hope that everyone needed to hear, the hope that they were all looking for.
"But he's dead as well."
Logan placed his finger on his chin, not entirely understanding the situation Quinn's body was in at the moment, and making everyone drop their happy expression in an instant.
"Is he alive or dead? Which one is it?" Layla asked.
"Whatever the case, it seems to be drawing energy from the crystal. Perhaps if Quinn can use this energy, then he can live," Vincent said. "We don't know what state Quinn's body is actually in. If we wait any longer, there's a good chance we might miss an opportunity. If allowing him to absorb a nest crystal will bring him back, then so be it. I've already lived a long life." The others seemed saddened to hear this from Vincent. They hadn't known him long, but sacrificing one life for another just seemed strange, and most of all, they knew it wasn't what Quinn would have wanted.
"Calm down, Romeo. There's no need for anyone to sacrifice their lives," Logan explained. "Our best bet is to head to the settlement's lab to work out how the crystal is working on Quinn in the first place. Remember, there is another nest crystal in the vampire settlement."
"The clones," Jin muttered, as he had figured out what Logan was talking about.
"Correct. The nest crystal used to create the human clones. Also, the relationship between the vampires and the humans are good, and I am sure many in the cursed faction will be willing to help out the vampires for the time being. Also, the vampires have ample blood storage anyway, so that should be enough for a while. There are other nest crystals out there we can use. We don't need to sacrifice anyone for Quinn."
The smile had returned to the group's faces, and each of them started to head towards the settlement. That was until they saw several small black ships falling from the sky. Some of those in the group had seen them from before. They were Dalki combat ships, and they weren't just the small pods the Dalki would usually use. Instead, these were scouts or battleships. Each of them crashed into the ground, hardly slowing down, and then coming out of them were the Dalki themselves. The first one they could see was a two-spiked Dalki.
"Who are these? I thought we destroyed all of their motherships," Vorden frowned.
"Indeed, we did destroy all of them," Sam replied, "but there are still a few stray Dalkis out there. The only thing I can guess is they saw the broadcast, and they knew that Graham was fighting on here. Maybe seeing what state we were in, they've come to try to finish us off." Seeing the Dalki, there the group readied themselves for battle. For some reason, the two-spiked and three-spiked Dalki just didn't seem as threatening compared to what they had just been through. However, as each of them tried to gather some of their strength, they realized something. Their bodies were extremely weak and tired. They had rested during Quinn's fight, but they only realized now that being so close to the battle, due to the pressure of everything going on from Quinn and Graham's battle, just being next to them had drained and tired them out.
"I don't know about the rest of you, but this fight might be harder than we thought," Vorden said.
Just before the Dalki could reach them, though, they saw a young blonde woman's figure running fast through and swinging her giant sword. It erupted into flames, having slashed the first Dalki in half.
"Aaron, she's still alive!"
Layla was thrilled, and it looked like Aaron, unlike the rest of them, had plenty of energy left to spare.
"All of you head inside the settlement," Aaron shouted. "Do whatever it is you want, quickly!"
Her hands were tense, and others perhaps would have thought it was because she was worried about the Dalki in front of her, but instead it was something else. The group used this chance to run forward together, but they saw that more Dalki ships were landing. A few of them were worried that Aaron might not be strong enough to deal with the incoming Dalki on her own. They even paused as they had entered the settlement and turned around.
"We will stay and fight,"
Jin said as he stood with the rest of the vampire leaders.
"This is our home to protect, and that is our king. Besides, we have help on the way."
Looking up, they could see multiple ships returning. It was the rest of the vampires, including the Royal Knight Muka. They were returning not just to help out because they were coming home. Seeing this, they were more confident.
"Fax, you should go with them," Silver said. "He's your blood brother, right? And maybe they can do something, but if they can't, it will be your last chance to say goodbye."
Fax wanted to stay with his sister, but she was right. This was a crucial moment for him, and he decided to follow the rest inside. Before they headed to the lab, Layla glanced in the distance at Aaron for a second. I feel like you should be with us as well, but I can tell you're not coming with us for a reason, right, Aaron? Is what they said true, that you can't control it anymore? She thought, but quickly turned around, realizing she needed to focus on someone more important right now. The group followed Vincent and Logan and eventually found themselves in the special lab, the lab where all the clones were made. The process was automatic, so even now they could produce clones, and for most of them it was tempting to consume some blood because of their current weakened state. Thankfully, Vincent said they did have containers in the lab that they could eat from. At the same time, while the others were recharging themselves, Logan and Vincent got to work. They placed Quinn on a special bed. There was an experimental room at the back of the main factory of the lab, perhaps to see if they could improve the process or something else. Still, it was perfect for them. The computer monitored Quinn's state, and the two were gathering information. And finally, they took out the crystal from the factory and ran a few tests on Quinn to test his condition. The others could only wait patiently for the news while the fighting continued outside, but it didn't take long for them to get an answer. Guys, right now, Quinn's body is incredibly weak. Vincent started to explain out loud for the others to hear. The signs of his current state are similar to when vampires go into an eternal slumber. It's almost as if his body has decided to put him in one forcefully. Usually, a drop of blood from the same family line, even those that he had created, would work, but in this case, it doesn't seem to be the case. As for the nest crystal, Logan took over. The good news is the energy is being transferred over to Quinn when it's next to him. It seems to have a good effect on bringing his body back to the way it was. Perhaps this might even wake him up, but there are two things we really don't know. One of them is how much of the nest crystal is needed for him to absorb before he can wake up. Would absorbing the whole of the nest crystal even wake him up? On top of that, perhaps his body still needs to rest to recover from what has happened. And the second is the rate of absorption. Due to Quinn's weak body, the crystal is absorbing at a slower rate. For now, Vincent has suggested that we put him in one of the 10th family's chambers, along with the crystal, allowing his body to absorb it. The others were silent for a while as they processed what the two of them were telling them. After all, Vincent and Logan were the most intelligent people the group knew. So, are you saying Quinn will have to go into eternal slumber in those chambers, along with the nest crystal? When you say that the absorption rate is slow, how long? How long will it take for him to absorb the whole crystal at the rate he is absorbing it now? Sam asked. It's hard to say, Logan replied. The absorption rate could improve as Quinn's condition improves. His body might start to recover even quicker. There are too many variables we can't account for, but if he is the way he is right now, 10 years. Yeah, it will take at least 10 years to absorb the whole crystal. Everyone couldn't quite believe it. Of course, they had heard what Logan had said about the variables in time, but that only meant that it was possible it would take longer or shorter for Quinn to come back. That was if he even came back in the first place. 10 years, Layla mumbled. We really will have to live without Quinn for 10 years? For a second, it made everyone imagine what life would be like if Quinn was away. The countless times when he had saved them all, and from the strong enemies that were in front of them. Even today, there was nobody else who could have defeated Laxmus. Does he have to go into an eternal slumber? Can't we just look after him with the machines we have here? Fex asked. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Vincent shook his head. We will have to make the preparations so Quinn officially goes into an eternal slumber. At the end of the day, Quinn is a vampire, so it would give him the best chance of not just recovering, but healing his body. So he will wake up just as strong as he was when he went in there. If you want to give him the best chance of waking up, then this is what we'll have to do. As bitter as it was, the others understood. Vincent had no reason to lie to them about something this important, and there was also Logan, who hadn't said anything to contradict what he was saying. A special device will be created. I have adjusted the one around Quinn's chest to allow the nest crystal to be placed there, Logan explained. At the same time, it will inform me the second he wakes up again. The others looked to be in agreement, since it was the only thing they could do. Now they waited once again, while Logan was finishing up the details on the chest piece. In the meantime, it left the others to sit down and think.
I won't lie to you all, I'm a little concerned, Sam confessed as he looked at his hands. Whenever he felt small or insignificant, the tactician would always look at his hands for some reason. Although Quinn saved us in the end, we lost a lot of good people. Nate's gone, Mona, Oscar, and a lot of the vampire leaders, and I'm worried what we will do without Quinn. I wish we could just rest, but there's still Pure back on Earth, trying to cause all kinds of trouble. I haven't heard any news from Leo about them yet. Then there's Laxmus as well. He's out there, somewhere among other vampires, and could attack humanity at any moment. We have to prepare for the case he will attack us while Quinn's asleep. Lastly, there's something else that Logan told me. It's about True Dream. It looks like he's alive and is out there somewhere with a clone of Jim. Even without the Dalki, there's no saying what they will do. There's a lot that can happen in that amount of time without Quinn. All the worries that Sam currently had were shared by those surrounding him. Then we just have to get rid of them. He might be stronger than any one of us, but we aren't that weak without him. Syl broke the silence. Instead of always relying on him, why don't we try to make the world a better place for when Quinn does wake up? Can you imagine how happy he would be to find out how much the world has changed for the better? Of all the people to speak such sense, they had never expected it to come from Syl. After their little talk, it looked like Logan and Vincent were ready. They started to carry Quinn over, out from the lab, and headed towards the castle. The foundations of the place were broken, but the underground tunnels had remained intact. They continued to travel down them, and eventually reached the 10th family's burial area. Usually only vampire knights and leaders would be allowed to rest in such a place, or a ceremony with the vampires would be held, allowing for them all to see, but this time it was just those close to Quinn. Those that had been with Quinn the longest were here with him to send him off. Vincent activated one of the chambers which rose from the ground. The door slid open, and the others gulped, second-guessing if they really needed to go through with this. Before placing him on the container, Vincent had drawn something on the ground with blood, and laid Quinn on top of it. I'm starting the ritual to place Quinn in eternal sleep. There shouldn't be much change to him physically, but there will be one thing, his ancestor explained as he placed his own descendant down. There was something truly bizarre about this scene. Although he was technically older, he was inside the body of Quinn's clone, yet after his transformation, the original looked older, making it look as if a son was burying his father. The circle lit up, yet he wasn't using his equivalent exchange ability. No, those markings were more similar to what the vampires would call magic. Ancient texts left in their history, allowing them to do certain things, and this was one of them. Looking at Quinn, there really weren't any changes. However, black smoke started to appear from his body, and soon the bone claw started to appear in front of those gathered. The others were shocked by this, but moments later the familiar king had completely faded. When a vampire goes into eternal sleep, it's similar to death. To the familiars, it feels like the same thing. It's one of the ways to actually get rid of a familiar contract. However, making a vampire go into eternal sleep and waking them up so soon isn't possible, which is why we won't do it, and usually only the leaders are able to enjoy this special privilege anyway. It was then that Quinn was lifted and placed into the container. The door wasn't shut just yet, as it was time for everyone to say their final goodbyes. What about the absolute blood control? Won't people be angry that it's still with Quinn? Fex asked. Angry? Do you really think anybody would blame the king after all he has done? Besides, Quinn has left us with a lot. Arthur's sword for one, and this, Vincent replied, as he showed the special red blood crystal that he had left behind. There are many gifts that Quinn has managed to leave us, so don't worry about that. Do you know what happened to those in his shadow? Sam asked. The demon tier dragon, Minnie and Sunny, his equipment. They were all still in there, right? I'm not a user of the shadow ability myself, Vincent replied, but if I were to take a guess, they are currently trapped along with Quinn. Until he wakes up, there isn't much we can do. However, remember that the shadow itself has the ability to slow down time. Maybe for them it won't feel as long. Vincent didn't say the other half, the possibility that it could feel like a lot longer to them. The only good thing was, it possibly meant that the demon tier dragon had been sealed away with Quinn. One by one,
The group placed their hands on Quinn in the container, wishing to say their goodbyes. They all said personal things while reminiscing about the good times that they had shared together. Nevertheless, each one of them made it clear that they would see him again. Finally, it was Layla's turn. She seemed to take the longest out of everyone, but nobody faulted her for that. All of them had been aware how she personally had felt towards Quinn. In a way, these 10 years would be the most torturous for her. As the tears fell down her face, the others began to choke up a bit as well. They had been through a lot, lost countless people, and this moment served as a reminder to all of them that even the mightiest being could fall. The last one to say his goodbyes out of all of them, though, was Peter, and after speaking a few things, he turned around.
"I wish to stay here with Quinn,"
Peter announced. Although his face showed only a sliver of emotion, all of them felt the loyalty in his voice.
I know that he is just going to be sleeping, and he probably won't know that I'm here with him, but as long as my first friend stays here, I want to protect him. I intend to make sure that nobody disturbs his rest. As a white, I never need to sleep, so I will be awake the whole time, and I will make sure that Quinn is protected until he wakes up."
A lot of them wanted to tell Peter that there was no need, that Quinn would be safe here. However, from the look in Peter's eyes, they could tell he had already made up his mind. Besides, some of them thought he might get bored and decide to come out after a few days anyway. All of them stood there surrounded by grief, watching the special tomb activate. The glass screen covered it, while the container started to spiral into the ground, eventually closing and locking in place. "Enjoy your sleep, Quinn. Look forward to what we'll have to show you once you wake up again," Vorden smiled. There was an endless black space in front of him, filled with complete darkness and nothing else. It felt like one was asleep, yet at the same time, not. There were no dreams, no sounds, no noises, nothing. And all they could see was an endless black space. Since no thoughts could transpire, one couldn't even feel the passage of time, meaning even the person themselves had no clue what had happened or what their body was currently doing. This was the current feeling or non-existent feeling they were going through. For how long had it been like this? There was no sense at all. And after an unknown amount of time, they finally heard a voice. You. He heard, but whose voice was it? At the moment, he couldn't even access his own memories in his current state. You need to... Yeah? I need to do what? Make breakfast? Get ready for school? Do homework? What are you trying to tell me? You need to wake up, the voice yelled, resounding in his head. Quinn, wake up, the voice shouted once more. Quinn? Hearing his own name, something summoned inside of him. Suddenly, the darkness he was surrounded in began to diminish and disappear. In return, a bright white light started to shine in his mind, and with it, images flashed through Quinn. Everything is coming back to me, Quinn felt. All of the flashing images were everything that Quinn had gone through so far, and the memories were returning to him with every detail. Memories from when he was a child, memories of when a certain individual had knocked at Quinn's door, declaring that his parents had died. The memories flooded his head. They were all coming back to him, how his life had changed, how it had started when he first had arrived at military school, turning into a vampire from that book, meeting Vorden, meeting Fex, another vampire for the first time. The school tournament, Fex being abducted, saving Fex, returning to the world during the Civil War, the multiple fights he fought, allies he made along the way, and the allies Quinn lost as well, saving Vorden from Blade Island and barely pulling him back from death's door. Not just once, but multiple times. Founding what is now known as the Cursed Faction, becoming part of the Big Four. Then, saving the vampire settlement from the new King Cindy, losing close allies to him once more. The start of the Dalkey attack, becoming the Vampire King, and finally fighting against Graham. Having completed the quest and become something beyond a vampire, he had managed to defeat Graham. I did a lot during that time, Quinn thought. I guess I'm dead now. I guess I can finally rest.
"Oi, you idiot, didn't you hear me? You have to wake up," the voice screamed in his head once more. It jolted Quinn awake, as his eyes opened, and the first thing he could see was a steamy glass in front of him. Huffing and panting, Quinn could feel his heart racing, something that hadn't happened in a long time. Ever since he had become a vampire, his heartbeat was usually slow, and now his entire body was starting to move slowly. He felt a tingly feeling as blood began to rush through his veins, reaching all parts of his body, and in front of him was the familiar screen that flashed words in his mind. "System is rebooting. Congratulations, you have been granted the Celestial Vampire System." Celestial Vampire System? Quinn read, wondering what that even meant. He could guess, based on his evolution, that the two were linked somehow, but it wasn't exactly clear yet. Still, seeing the system message was kind of reminiscent of the first time, when Quinn had initially become a vampire. The only difference was, last time he passed out before he could finish hearing the whole message. "Your system has successfully been upgraded to suit the current user. Error: the user's body is not yet fully functional. Syncing will begin as the user's body improves. Current sync status 1%. Quinn had been with the system for a long time and understood the meaning behind the messages in front of him. Judging by what he could remember, he could only imagine that his body had gone into a slumbering state. Even now, Quinn could feel that his body was quite weak. However, as the blood flowed through his body, it was slowly getting back to its normal state, and not just back to his old vampire self, but it was acclimating to his new celestial vampire form. He could feel that his strength hadn't degraded in any way, if the system's number was anything to go by. Just like vampire lords and his evolution stage before this one, it seemed like this was a permanent change. He just needed his body to wake up, and then the system would sync up his body and powers, allowing him to use his strength as he wished, allow him to actually move around. "I just hope that it doesn't take as long for me to get back to normal as it did for me to absorb that damn nest crystal." Eventually, upon sensing that the figure was alive in the container, the glass door slid open, allowing Quinn to see a different view for the first time. The first thing Quinn saw was a large, plain glass window, revealing the bright blue sky, filled with white clouds. The ground was covered with countless buildings, ornamented with giant advertisement billboards. "Is this Earth?" Quinn wondered. As he took a step, his body was certainly weaker than he thought it was, but still, at 1% of his actual strength, he was stronger than he ever was as a human. Thus, it wasn't a problem for him to walk around. Looking behind him, Quinn recognized the strange container device. It was one of the special burial tombs designed for the leaders to rest in peace. "Was I in some eternal sleep then? Is that what happened?" Quinn said. "But then, why am I in a random apartment building and back on Earth, not the vampire settlement?" "Ah!" a voice suddenly screamed from the side. Turning his head immediately, Quinn saw a familiar face. "Peter? Quinn, you finally came out of that thing. What the hell? But you were asleep. It's really you." Peter couldn't help but shout. Peter couldn't stop staring at Quinn up and down, which was weird for the latter, because for Quinn, it felt like hardly any time at all had passed since the fight against Graham. Based on Peter's reaction, who was constantly pinching different parts of his own body to check if he was in a dream or not, it seemed like Quinn had been in a slumber for a long time. Quinn also noticed that his own body had still changed quite a bit. For one, the red vein-like markings were still spread along his chest and arms. There was a very, very faint glow in them, but it was enough proof that his body was different from others. His hair was still long, and it went down till his waist. On the other hand, Peter looked the same as far as Quinn could remember. Pale skin, bald-headed, an undead subclass. For now, Quinn couldn't access his system, and it looked like, while the system was being synced with his body, he wouldn't be able to use it. He was hoping to find some information from that, but now, the only person he could rely on was Peter. "So, tell me, Peter, what happened to me?" Quinn finally asked. Peter went on to explain the moments after Quinn had defeated Graham.
what they had gone through, and the decision that was made to put him into eternal sleep, as well as the nest crystal used to heal him back. I see. I guess this is the chest piece that Logan had made for me. Quinn took it off, as it was clear it was no longer working, and threw it on the floor, revealing his bare chest. It's broken, so the others wouldn't have been notified that I've woken up. Anyway, I understand why they put me into eternal sleep, but why are we here in this apartment? And are we on Earth? What happened to the vampire settlement and all the others? And how long was I in there for? You said that the slumber and healing could take 10 years or maybe longer. Have 10 years passed? After asking all those questions, Quinn waited to hear which one Peter would answer first, but all he had gotten back was a shrug. I don't know. I've been here with you the whole time. I don't even know where we are right now, Peter replied. Hearing this, Quinn raised an eyebrow. Just how was that even possible? Ever since Peter had evolved, speaking to him always felt like a head-scratcher. His personality had changed from what it was before, but it looked like becoming an undead had also led him to losing a few brain cells here and there. Peter, you have to explain to me. How do you not know anything that has happened? You said so yourself. I was buried underneath the 10th family's castle. I mean, is this the 10th's castle? Peter gave him a look suggesting that he really wasn't that stupid. Of course he knew this wasn't the 10th's family castle. Quinn, when I make a promise, I really mean it, Peter started off. When I said I was going to stay by your tomb and make sure no one took it or did anything to you while you were asleep, I really meant it, so I stayed by your side. At some point, something strange happened while we were there. Suddenly you and I were teleported or something, and now we are here in this apartment. That's all I know. The rest of the story is much as you know. Thinking about it, Quinn knew that the whole settlement could be teleported to a different location. That was how he had moved it to the new location of the vampire settlement. However, could someone really just teleport the two of them without Peter's knowledge? So, how long ago did this happen? How long were you at the vampire settlement? And how long have you been in this place? Quinn asked. Once again, though, Peter just shrugged his shoulders. You mean you have no idea? A year? A day? 2 days? You had nothing else to do. You could have at least counted the days as they went past by drawing a line in the room or something indicating one day after every sunset, Quinn sighed. We don't even know if it's Earth, if the sun goes up or down. It could be longer than that on Earth. And I told you already, I stood here protecting you, Quinn. What's so hard to understand about what I'm saying? Peter replied. So, you didn't go outside or attempt to open that door right there? Quinn pointed down the hallway towards a door. To see where we were, what year it was, or to find out anything about the outside world? As Peter shook his head after hearing Quinn's words, it was clear that he didn't leave his position. In a way, Quinn was quite amazed at his commitment. It certainly wasn't something he would have been able to do, certainly not without going mad. Since talking to Peter wasn't getting him anywhere, there was one other person that was currently with Quinn that he could speak to, the one that had woken him up. Ray, you're there, right? You heard everything I asked. Can you make any sense of this? Were you conscious while I was asleep? Quinn asked. Before fighting Graham, but right after getting the nest crystal and upgrading his system, he remembered that Ray had awoken from whatever slumber he was in. I'm not too sure either. However, I have to tell you something. I'm currently not in the system, Ray replied. Not in the system? Wait, how is that possible? How are you able to speak right now? Quinn asked. I don't even understand my current state, much less the understanding of crystals or the power they hold. I just know that I am strong and that's it, Ray replied. But if you want an answer, I'll give you one that I think fits. I believe that the power of the first nest crystal brought me back, my consciousness back, that is. However, the second nest crystal that you absorbed, you only needed a small part of its energy, and it allowed me to use the rest of it. And when the crystal was fully absorbed, I found myself in what I believe to be your shadow space. Don't ask me how your shadow powers work or why this happened, but remember, the power of the shadow is quite special. Its origins are nearly as mysterious as the origins of all the abilities that humans know of to this day. Honestly, Quinn couldn't wrap his head around it either, but Ray was in his shadow space. Didn't that mean he was currently alive? Did he have a physical body in there? No, I do not. Only my consciousness has moved there, although I did have a small portion of my power, similar to how I let you access it through the system, and I have used it to make a nice little home in the dragon pet you have with you, Ray replied. Dragon pet? It was then that Quinn realized that Ray was referring to the demon tier beast that Quinn had placed in his shadow. If what Ray was saying was true, Ray's consciousness was now inside the demon tier beast. Oh no, Quinn thought as he realized something else. Sunny and that little girl, they were both in the shadows with me, and I never released them when you guys put me into eternal sleep, Quinn said out loud. He was so surprised. Immediately, figuring this out, Quinn placed his hand out and used his shadow lock skill to release them. Although his body wasn't what it used to be, it was his blood powers that were still getting better. The shadow powers he had learned to use, he could use them all just fine. Wah! A girl's voice was immediately heard, crying her eyes out. She was around the age of 6 or 7. It was hard for Quinn to tell, but he did know one thing. The girl looked the same age as when he had put her in the shadow space. Does even shadow lock stop time, or does time just move slower there, like when I trap attacks in my ability? Quinn thought, but now was not the time to worry, because although Minnie was moving, it didn't look like Sunny, who was by her side, was. Kneeling, Quinn observed the latter. She was battered and looked just as bad as when Graham had her in her hands. Quinn waited for Minnie to calm down so he could get some answers from her, because there was one other change. It was the fact that she no longer smelt like a human, but instead she smelt like a vampire now. After eventually calming down, Minnie opened her mouth to speak. She spoke about how Sunny was still alive, but incredibly weak when Quinn pulled him into the shadow space. Graham had hurt her beyond the point where she could naturally heal. Currently, she had drunk some of Minnie's blood, but it was useless. The wounds inflicted on her body were from Graham's werewolf form. Thus, she couldn't heal them on her own. Since they were in space and didn't know how long they would be there, Sunny decided to do something. It was a gamble, but she thought it was the best chance of the girl's survival. So in the end, Sunny ended up turning Minnie. Vampires didn't need blood to live, they just went crazy without it, turning into bloodsuckers. Still, Sunny believed those on the outside would work it out, but eventually she ended up dying, leaving Minnie on her own. However, a short while later, she had made a friend, claiming that she met with the dragon and played with it a few times. The two had managed to keep each other company. From what Ray just told me, he must have been using the dragon body to look after Minnie. I'm glad things worked out. If Ray had never regained consciousness and taken over the dragon, Minnie would have most likely died, Quinn thought. Now, Quinn had a better understanding of what had happened, but still, he knew nothing about the current world. Thus, all that was left to do was head outside. Quinn used his shadow equip and placed some clothes on his body. He realized that both of the blood armor sets were no longer present. At the same time, his blood gauntlet had also disappeared. This most likely happened when Quinn had transformed and decided on his final attack. Everything made out of blood on his body had disappeared, and same for the armor that was in his shadow. Still, he had the rest of his beast gear, his demon tier gauntlet, and his blue fang set. He didn't equip his blue fang set because when heading outside, for now, Quinn didn't want any attention until he knew precisely what was going on and got information about the state of the world. Who knew? Maybe travelers, among other things, didn't exist anymore, so he just wore some normal clothing he had stored away. Is that Arthur's power? Minnie asked. Arthur? Yes. Aren't you that girl, the one that Arthur looked after? It was then that Minnie started to cry once more as she welled up. He joined because of me. They kept me and used me against them, and... It's not your fault, Quinn said as he rubbed her head. The Dalki were coming after us no matter what, and Arthur, he saved my life. I liked him a lot as well. Arthur must have adored you, huh? For some reason, Quinn felt like he owed Arthur a lot, even after he had put him through everything. But the girl in front of him, she was innocent, but at least he could do one thing. Hey, Minnie, you told me you want to find your mother, right? Well, let's go and look for her together. I promise that I'll protect you until we find your mother. You can trust me. I'm a friend of Arthur. That's also why we have the same power," Quinn explained. Minnie still looked scared, but decided to nod and follow him. Before leaving, Quinn placed Sunny back in his shadow space for now, and would give her a proper burial when things settled down. But now it was time to head out the door and see what the new world had in store for them. "Layla, Sam, Vorden, Logan, are all you guys still alive?" Before leaving the apartment, Quinn decided to inspect the whole place. All three of them looked around to see if they could gather any clues. For one, someone had to own the apartment in the first place. Peter had stated that not a single person had visited the apartment during his time here, which meant that someone had purposely teleported them to this place and had prepared the room for them as well. On top of that, not one person had visited them during Peter's time in the tomb. Either they were moved fairly quickly, which didn't make any sense, or something happened that had stopped them from visiting. Whoever had organized all of this, Quinn hoped that they would have left something, a reason, maybe an update of what was going on outside, but other than the container that Quinn was slumbering in, it looked like there was nothing else worth noting in the room. "I guess I should put away the tomb as well, although it's a bit strange carrying my own tomb around. We don't want anyone finding it and asking questions," Quinn said as he placed it inside his dimensional space. Quinn wasn't done there yet, though. He looked out the window at the people below. It was hard to imagine they were in a shelter, because no matter how far he looked, he couldn't see the edge of the shelter walls like he used to be able to. What this looked like was what used to be described to them, taught to them as children, cities of the old that didn't have any walls. "Peter, it's best if you disguise your face for now, and do you mind changing mine as well?" Quinn asked. "Huh? You really are a cautious person, aren't you? Is there any reason we should be hiding?" Peter asked. "Well, everyone in the world once knew our faces, right? We don't know what could have happened while we were away, how much has changed. Maybe I am thinking too much, but it's better to be safe than sorry," Quinn explained. "But doesn't matter? I mean, Quinn, even if 100 years passed, there isn't going to be anyone stronger than you, I think, not even in 1,000,000 years. I thought that your body might have reverted back after your fight with Graham, but you're the same, and my connection to you hasn't reconnected either," Peter replied. Talking about their connection, Peter referred to the connection of the white to its creator. Now that Quinn thought about it, he couldn't feel a connection with anyone like he usually would, not from Peter, who stood next to him, nor from any of the vampires he had made. "I would have been worried that they might be dead, but Peter is right next to me, and I can't feel him either. Is it something to do with my body?" Quinn wondered. "Because maybe I'm not really a vampire anymore. So many things have changed with my body, I don't even feel like I know myself anymore." While thinking this, Quinn looked at the system screen, stating that his body was still at 1% sinking. "Maybe in a few days." Quinn then moved his hand and put it out in front of Peter as if he was going for a handshake. "Take it," he added. Peter followed Quinn's words and grabbed the hand, and suddenly he could feel that Quinn was attempting to squeeze his hand, but that's when he realized it wasn't hurting him at all, and the pressure was minimal. Not that Peter could feel pain, but he could still feel the pressure. "I can tell by the look on your face. You know now," Quinn smiled. "I just tried grabbing your hand as hard as I could. Don't worry, I'll be back to normal, and honestly, I can always use the beast gear and activate that in an emergency. Even without my full strength, with the beast gear, there shouldn't be any problem. But just in case, Peter, it looks like I'll be relying on you to protect me for a bit." In the end, Peter listened to Quinn and changed his face to one of the many cursed faction members he had seen before. He then handed the mask over to Quinn and turned him into a person that hardly ever stood out, Chucky from the cursed faction. "What about me?" Minnie asked, excited to get a new look. "You don't need one, you're cute enough as it is," Quinn said, but he could see that his answer didn't satisfy her, making her a little glum. She pouted, clearly upset. Not having any siblings before, or any kids of his own, he didn't know the best way to deal with the young girl. On top of that, there was a chance that Minnie could be with them for a while. "Ah, I know," Quinn said, excitedly thinking of something. Quinn decided to enter his shadow space and pulled out one of the masks he kept on himself. In his hand was the red Oni demon mask, which was currently at the demigod tier level after being upgraded with the upgrade crystal. He had already attempted to use the communicator that was built inside of it to see if there was any answer, but there was no such luck. Quinn felt it was strange having such a mask on a little girl, especially since it seemed to be a bit too boyish and a little frightening. But as soon as Minnie got her hands on it, she was over the moon, and immediately placed it on her face.
"It kinda actually suits you in a scary way," Peter said,
as Minnie ran around pretending to be a monster, making growls with her hands up by her head. That mask might even help her protect herself a little bit, Quinn thought. Still, there was always the shadow space if he wanted to protect her, but with her being in the shadow space for so long already, he felt guilty if he was to put her inside it again. Before opening the door to the outside world, Quinn's hand hesitated just before it touched the doorknob.
"What's wrong?"
Peter asked. "I'm just worried about what we might find out. I'm a little scared. I fought so hard to defeat the Dalki to change the world, and now that we have finally defeated the Dalki, is the world still as bad as it was before?" Quinn asked.
"What are you scared of? Clearly you can see it's better. Quinn, all those people can walk outside because of you. Whether 1,000 years have passed and everyone's forgotten everything, doesn't matter. Come on," Peter said, nudging him to the side and opening the door for him. In front of them, there was just a hallway, and Peter soon walked ahead. "You know, I wouldn't be so worried if someone had just left the apartment like that to just take a peek at what had happened," Quinn replied. The three of them walked down the hallway, wondering if they would see anyone, but they hadn't. And then going down the stairs, they finally reached the reception area. Quinn looked to see if there was a worker around, but instead, there was just a floating robot. As they reached the exit, the door opened, and finally, they were on the normal streets of the world, flying spaceships above moving about in an orderly fashion, robotic and automated machinery everywhere. But what else was noticeable was that many people were wearing beast gear. Even walking around the city, these people had their weapons on them. The weapons were sheathed or put away, but it reminded Quinn of what the developed shelters would look like, mainly the A-tier or above shelters. Taking a deep breath, Quinn stood in front of a random person on the street, a middle-aged man. "Sorry, sir, do you know where we currently are, what planet we're on?" Quinn asked.
"What planet are we on? What planet are you on, you weirdo? Who doesn't know what planet they're on?"
The man ignored him and walked straight past. Seeing the next person, Quinn tried to talk to him, but most people wouldn't give him the time of day. "Sorry, do you know what year we're in?" Quinn asked.
"What year?
Are you shooting a time-traveling movie or something?" a woman replied, without halting her steps for even a second, as she continued to move her way.
This is so frustrating," Peter shouted. "Just use your influence skill on him or something and get an answer."
I can't. Something weird is going on," Quinn said as he looked at his hand. He had sensed something when he was stepping towards the woman he talked to just a moment ago. Closing his eyes, Quinn started to focus.
"What do you mean you can't? It's just 1 or 2 people, so why don't you use it?"
Opening his eyes, Quinn was thankful that his body could still do this much. But without his body being at his previous level, he wouldn't be able to do it for long, nor sense those that were too far from him. The good thing was, his powers were better than before, and there was no need to touch them. "All of these humans, they have the power of Ki," Quinn answered. "Either we're on a planet full of pure members, or something serious happened while I was asleep." Since everyone was treating Quinn weirdly anyway, he decided to make sure what he was sensing was right. Unlike Leo and Aaron, he didn't have an ability that would outright allow him to see things. With the next person that went by, he quickly grabbed onto their hands and tried to focus, seeing the key inside their body. He had picked a stranger because he wanted to see if it was just one of the many. Unfortunately for Quinn, he had grabbed the hands of a girl. "What are you doing, you pervert?" she shouted, as she went to hit him with an open palm, but Quinn quickly stepped back and avoided the strike quite easily. Even if his strength wasn't fully recovered, he wouldn't get hit by something like that. "Sorry, I thought you were someone else. Please forgive me." Quinn smiled, and the girl gave him a look and was quickly on her way. In that brief interaction, he had confirmed his thoughts. It wasn't just that all the humans had ki. On top of that, they had learnt up to the second stage, and this way, they were able to use ki around their brain. No matter how strong Quinn's influence skill was, it couldn't bypass the ki accumulated around the brain. There's only one reason why they would do something like this, Quinn thought. It has to be to avoid vampires using the influence skill on them.
Well, what do we do now? No one wants to talk to us. We can't force them. I guess we could beat them up or keep asking until we know, Peter suggested.
No, don't beat up on strangers, Minnie shouted at Peter, telling him off. Well, just knowing what the date is or what planet we are on won't change much, Quinn replied. It's more important to find out what happened during the time we were away and to see if we can find anyone. They strolled around the streets to see if they could find any information, but there just seemed to be ads of different companies everywhere, from luxury clothes to holiday adverts. The atmosphere was quite peaceful, and there certainly didn't seem to be the threat of a war, which was a nice change for once. Eventually, heading into a shop, Quinn finally saw the day's date. However, the date itself made no sense to him at all. Did they change the system again? Quinn said, as he awkwardly looked at the date, and the other two did, scratching their heads.
Did we travel into the past? Peter asked.
That's impossible, stupid, Minnie said. Although what Peter said was highly unlikely, he could see why he had come to that conclusion. The year they were in was around 2670, yet the date currently said they were in 1016. Either the planet they were on wasn't following conventional means, or it was something else. Walking out of the shop, they were now stumped at what to do. They had long realized that their money cards would have expired and weren't accepted, so they couldn't buy anything, much less get a ship, which they would need to eventually do. Getting anywhere would be difficult without money. Right now, I really wish I had Logan by my side as well, Quinn thought. The little inventor was sure to figure out things quickly for them. Maybe we should just head to a library or something. There should be information there about what happened, and it's better than asking people anyway, Quinn sighed. However, a whiff had caught his nose. It was a very familiar scent. He turned his head and opened his eyes wide for a moment, before suddenly he began to run through the crowd of people.
Quinn, what is it? Peter asked.
It's one of us, Quinn answered, not wanting to say the word out loud. They smell exactly like us. This was a big enough hint for Peter to figure out what Quinn was talking about. The ones that smelt different from humans, it was a vampire. Quinn could smell a vampire. He continued to follow the scent, but with so many people on the streets, it was hard for him to pinpoint who it was. But finally, as the area cleared a little, Quinn had arrived just outside a large square-shaped building. It looked like a giant cube and was solid black in color. The color itself reminded Quinn of the material used by the vampires and the Dalki in the past. The strange thing about the area was the fact that it was plotted in the middle of an open square. The other skyscrapers and more were spread out away from it. Here there was an open space, and it was full of what Quinn suspected were travelers. They were talking, swinging their swords, and were busy in their day. "That girl, the one by the door," Quinn said, as the door slid open to let the girl in, and she went inside. The three quickly followed. "If it's a vampire, we can ask what happened to the other leaders and the rest of them. If they're walking among humans, they should know something. I was their king. They should at least remember me, have put me down in their history books or something, right?" Quinn thought. When they entered the strange building, they noticed that there were even more travelers inside than outside. They had gathered in groups and were busy talking. It was a large open hall without much else, and there was a reception straight ahead. This time, unlike the apartment, rather than a robot serving people, there was an actual human behind the desk, and the woman that Quinn had sensed earlier was at the reception. Quinn caught a glance of her appearance from the side, wondering if it was a vampire he noticed. She looked around 5'10" and had long, shiny black hair and a normal figure. There was nothing strange about her. In fact, she blended in the scene pretty well. This made it difficult for Quinn to recognize her. What he had just described in his head was what most vampires at the settlement looked like. At the same time, it wasn't like Quinn had talked to every vampire in the settlement. Still, there was one thing he noticed, and it was her eye color. From where he was, he found out that she had hazel eyes. Walking around and stepping closer, Quinn pretended he was talking to Peter while eavesdropping on her conversation with the receptionist. "I'm sorry, Miss Clark, but we have told you multiple times that you are unable to take the exam on your own. You must proceed with the group of 5. The receptionist spoke in a polite tone. "That makes 0 sense. You measure our individual abilities, but we need to do it as a group. I could take the test myself, so why are the requirements so strict? Is this just to stop us from becoming travelers? You know very well it will be hard to find anyone to team up with me," the vampire shouted back. "I'm sorry, but the rules are made for a reason, and I can't change them. If you are a vampire, then you can always go through the support program, where we will put you in an anonymous group to take the test. We know it's hard for vampires these days to form a group," the receptionist replied. "But I don't want a group. If you put me in a random group, they will just slow me down, or worse, they will purposely try to obstruct me from getting a good rank." In the end, it looked like the vampire knew there was no point in her arguing anymore and walked away. That was interesting, Quinn thought. From the conversation they had, the receptionist was aware of the fact that the girl was a vampire. On top of that, the former didn't seem to be scared of the fact, even though she was human. The world knew of the V, but a vampire traveling on their own like so was unheard of. Learning of this only made Quinn more interested in what happened to the world. On top of that, he had figured out that what they were in seemed to be as similar to a traveler center, where travelers would give a test to apply for or to upgrade their ranks. Getting closer and moving away, Quinn didn't want to lose sight of her, but he thought that perhaps there would be more, and was wondering how to approach her and what to say. Then suddenly, after a few sniffs, she had turned around. She had stopped and stared straight at Quinn with a frown on her eyebrow. Now that Quinn had a good look at her, he realized that both her eyes weren't hazel. Instead, only one of them was. The other eye was blue. It was the first time he had ever seen such a thing before. "You! Why are you following me? Are you with them?" the female vampire asked. "If you are, then consider this a warning. You will be in big trouble if you try anything funny." The others in the room turned their heads and looked towards Quinn and the others. The problem was, Quinn had no idea what was going on or how to answer the question without turning this into a fight. Knowing how much time had passed couldn't be necessary, at least he could put that off for now. These were some of the thoughts that went through Quinn's head, but being put in the current situation, he started to think perhaps it was important. Many things could have been lost in history and changed, depending on how much time had passed. For one, it was evident that the vampire in front of him knew that he was also a vampire, since they both caught each other's scent. However, Quinn didn't really know what he smelled like. The different ranks of vampires would smell slightly different, and honestly, it was harder for the lower ranks to distinguish between these smells. To top it off, he had to assume that he was the first of his kind, the first ever celestial vampire. Perhaps he smelt like a subclass or a lowly vampire to the person in front of him, which was why she was comfortable speaking to him in this way. Regardless, it was clear that even though she knew he was a vampire, she didn't recognize him. Perhaps there was some tension going on among the vampires. After all, there was a good chance that over 1,000 years had passed, based on the dates he had seen, but based on the technology that Quinn had noticed around him, it didn't seem too advanced for that amount of time. Things weren't adding up. Is it between the families, a new group of vampires? Or maybe during the time I was away, Laxmus could have been creating his own group of vampires? Quinn quickly thought. In the end, he had to just go for it. "I belong to the 13th family," Quinn answered. Why did Quinn pick the 13th family? Quinn belonged to the 10th family and had become their king at some point. However, the 10th family always seemed to have problems. Once again, there was a good chance that something new might have cropped up. Fex was still alive back then, and he was a royal knight, so I doubt that the 13th family would have any more problems. After answering, the vampire looked Quinn up and down. Her aggressive nature seemed to lessen after hearing the answer. However, it seemed like it was all a facade, as she quickly lifted her hand, as if she was trying to hit Quinn right in the face. Damn it, her punch is a lot faster than that human. 1% of my strength just isn't going to cut it, Quinn thought, as he leaned his upper body back but could see the fist would still hit him. Before it did, though, Peter quickly snapped his hand and firmly grabbed the vampire's wrist.
"What the fuck do you think you're doing?"
Peter shouted as he tightened his grip around the wrist. It was clear that it was somewhat hurting the vampire. "Peter, relax. I think she was just trying to test us," Quinn replied. As the former let go of the wrist, the vampire looked annoyed because everyone in the room had stopped to watch the little spat that was going on. "What are you looking at? There's no fight. Mind your own business," the vampire shouted towards them. The others soon scattered and returned to their work while the angry female vampire stormed off and sat down on the sofa arranged off to the side. Quinn looked at Peter and the little girl. Since she hadn't run off or said anything else, Quinn must have given her a satisfactory answer. Either way, Quinn was sure that he could get some of his answers from her, so he decided to follow her with the others. "Mister, that girl scares me," Minnie said, pulling the corner of Quinn's shirt. "It's okay, I don't think she's a bad person," Quinn said, as he held Minnie's hand, and the three of them came over and sat down on the seat opposite her. The vampire stared at them and folded her arms. "So are you going to tell me why you have been following me this whole time? Or are you just going to sit there and stare at me?" the vampire asked. "It's a little difficult for me to explain," Quinn nervously smiled. "You see, our memories have been wiped. We don't know if it was an ability or something else, but when we regained consciousness, we were here, and we knew nothing of this place." It was the best explanation Quinn could come up with, which would allow him to ask as many questions. "Then how did you know you were in the 13th family?" she asked. "There are parts that we remember here and there. Our memory isn't completely gone," Quinn answered. "But things like what planet we're on, how much time has passed, what happened to the other families, and so on, it's all a little jumbled in our heads." The vampire unfolded her arms and continued to look at Quinn carefully. It made Quinn worried, wondering if she had recognized him or perhaps Peter. "If someone wiped your memory, it was probably done by a superior vampire. They probably gave you a mission, or you did something bad to have your memories wiped." The vampire then glanced at the kid. "Or it could even be that the three of you saw something that someone didn't want you to see. Maybe it was easier than killing you, since you have that strong white with you. Either way, I understand your situation a little bit now. You sensed another vampire, which was me, and came to me looking for answers." She sighed. Thankfully, it looked like the vampire had bought Quinn's little lie and was now being a little understanding. "I'm afraid I can't help you out much. I'm not part of the same group of vampires as you, so I have no idea why you are here. I used to be part of the vampire corps, so I have little connection to the family vampires." Now Quinn was perplexed. Vampire corps? Family vampires? Was there a difference between the two? Were there now different groups of vampires like Quinn thought? "I'm sorry, vampire corps, what are they?" Quinn asked. He was a little worried that this question would have made it too obvious that he knew nothing of this current world, but what else could he do? He really didn't know anything. "Wow, how much of your memories did they remove for you to not know about the vampire corps? It's like you've been living under a rock," she replied. "If that's the case, then you really must have a lot of questions." She looked at Peter and then glanced towards the front desk at the receptionist from before. "So, I have information that you want, right? Honestly, you will probably want me to help you find someone after I tell you everything as well." She scratched her head like it would be a pain. "Look, I'll be happy to answer your questions, but how about you do a favor for me first?" Honestly, Quinn thought it was quite fair, since she would be helping them out, and he didn't think he would find someone that would have as much information about the whole situation as another vampire. "As long as it is something I'm able to do, I think it's fair," Quinn replied. "My name is Jessica Clark, ex-member of the Vampire Corps. I know that means nothing to you, but I'm at the Vampire Noble level, so that should at least tell you my strength if you remember that much," Jessica explained. "Right now, I need a job, and the only thing I'm good at is fighting, so I've decided to become a traveler. I'm sure you overheard our conversation, right? To take the test, I need a team of 5. I'm strong enough to do things myself. I just need you guys to enroll for the test with me. But it looks like your friend there is quite strong, so if he wishes to help out as well, it wouldn't be bad either. You understand what I'm asking?" "I do," Quinn replied. "But with us, if we include Minnie, that means we have 4 people. I'm not even sure Minnie can take the test." "She's a vampire as well, right? They don't have an age restriction for vampires, so that's fine, and I promise I won't let your daughter get hurt," Jessica said. Looking at Jessica, he wanted to correct her. Minnie certainly wasn't his daughter. However, the person in question glanced at Quinn with her mask. Her eyes just showed smiles like she didn't mind. "It's okay, Dad," Minnie giggled after. "What the—" Quinn was at a loss for words. "This is part of the favor. We need one more person to join us. With us being vampires, it might be a bit hard. I've asked around a bit, but can't find anyone, so hopefully your luck is a little better than mine. Maybe use that pretty face of yours to woo some girls over," Jessica suggested. Thinking about it, Quinn thought maybe it was a chance for him to find out what Jessica was talking about, why humans currently dislike vampires, yet were in the same society. "It's a deal," Quinn agreed. "Great. I'll be waiting here until you find our 5th member, and by the way, maybe I can help you get in contact with your family. What's your name?" Jessica asked. Thinking about it, Quinn didn't want to use his real name, not until he knew the situation, but perhaps a name would be a way to make others aware that he was looking for them. When picking the name, Quinn was a little happy but melancholy at the same time. "My name is Nate. Nate Snell," he replied. One of the reasons why Quinn had agreed to the request rather than arguing with Jessica in the first place was because he believed that it was quite an easy task. The fact that she was sitting in her seat patiently meant she was somewhat expecting him to complete it, and what better place to look for a partner than the traveler center they were in right now. There has to be someone in here who is in the same situation as Jessica, looking to form a team here. As Quinn listened, he could hear that many were having conversations about taking the test together or looking for partners. They asked each other about their abilities, what weapons they used, and so on. Many in the room seemed to be taking the test for the first time to become a traveler, and were a bit nervous, and this made Quinn understand why Jessica was quite confident. Since many of these in the room had never taken the test before, as a vampire noble taking the test for the first time, she should be above most of those in the room. "Why don't you 2 wait here?" Quinn said, thinking that perhaps Peter wouldn't be the best person to come along. When walking off, Jessica couldn't help but take a peek, wondering just how Quinn would do. "You know, when your friend accepted easily, I thought he might have had a plan, but I guess not," Jessica commented. It wasn't the hardest thing to talk to people for Quinn, so he decided to approach others that seemed like they were also looking for members. "Hey guys, I heard you're looking for a team. We only need one more Before Quinn could finish his words, the others looked at Quinn and started to walk away. Immediately, the reaction from the people annoyed him somewhat. It had been a long time since he had been treated in such a way. Thinking that perhaps he might have just come across a rude group of people, Quinn approached another group, but once again had the same reaction as the other as he turned away and started walking off, only this time he had heard one of them throw a comment. "Get off the planet, you nasty vampire," one of the men mumbled under his breath. It was then that something clicked in Quinn. Why had the people outside been so unwilling to answer his questions from before, even if they were strange questions? At the same time, this was why Jessica was having such trouble. It wasn't just because she was a vampire, it was because they somehow knew that she was a vampire. Two of the things that scared humans about vampires in the past was the influence skill and the fact that they could hide among other humans. I guess they figured out those problems then, but I wonder how, Quinn thought. Looking around, he started to notice that each person was wearing a ring. It was rare to see a beast ring that would give stats, so other than a fashion accessory. Not many would wear them in the past. However, everyone seemed to be wearing one in the room. Quinn knew the vampires had their own rings, so it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that someone had created something that could detect vampires. I don't know whether to be happy or upset. At least the vampires aren't being attacked, but they are being discriminated against, Quinn thought, looking back at Jessica, who just smiled, telling him that this wouldn't be as easy as he initially thought. Still, Quinn wasn't going to give up. When looking around, he soon saw another woman, and she was wearing white robes that covered her body. and wielded a spear on her back, standing on her own. Quinn saw that someone was approaching her, and he quickly went forward and sat down opposite before the others could reach her. Seeing that Quinn was there, the others looked at the rings on their hands for a few seconds before kissing their teeth and leaving. "You should have a good explanation why you decided to deter those people from approaching me," the woman said. She was a brunette with blonde highlights and green eyes. She stared at Quinn with a serious expression on her face. "You're the first person who hasn't just outright gotten up and left," Quinn replied. "I believe you know why I'm here if I approached you before them." The woman sighed as she looked over to where Jessica was, and looked around at all the others as well, before staring at Quinn himself, noticing that he had next to no beast gear on his body. "Look, I have nothing against your kind," the woman replied, "which is why I didn't choose to move away. Our leader has asked us to treat you with open arms, and I will follow his wish. However, joining up with you will greatly affect the test result. Perhaps they might even just fail us all. I have to look out for myself first before I look out for anyone else." Hearing this, Quinn smiled because he had a plan. All he needed was someone to talk to him, and he was sure he would succeed. As for why he approached this person, there was a specific reason. "You are from the Greylash family, correct? Or at least from their groups, judging by the robes you are wearing," Quinn stated. Hearing this, suddenly the woman's eyes lit up, which was not the reaction Quinn was expecting. "How? Do you know that? Do you have an interest in the Greylash family's past?" "No, the clothes are a trait of the Greylash family. Either way, I am good friends with those in the Greylash family, so I'm happy to hear that you don't have a distrust for them. Anyway, I'm sure you can take the test more than once, no? All I'm asking is for you to take the test with us once, and in return, you will be able to obtain this." He placed a king-tier dagger on the table. Due to all the low-ranking people in the room, he could tell their equipment was at best at the advanced tier level, including the one he was speaking to. As for Quinn, he had countless high-ranking items in his dimensional space for more reasons than one. "I know your weapon is a spear, but you can always sell the dagger, and in return, buy a better spear for yourself. As I said, you just need to take this test with us. Whether we pass or fail, you can keep the weapon and do whatever you want with it." It sure was an offer that was too enticing, and Quinn could even see some of the others who had overheard who were willing to accept the offer. All he needed to do was have someone hear him out. Whether they disliked the vampires or not, it was only up to a certain threshold. Everyone had a price. However, for the woman, there was another reason she was interested in the person in front of her, and she wanted to know more. "I accept," the woman said, picking up the dagger and placing it on her side. "The name is Lucia Song, and as you guessed, I'm part of the Greylash group. I would be interested in knowing what exactly your relations are with them, especially since you know our traditional clothing." Hearing this, it looked like Quinn had accomplished the task quite easily. Standing up from the seat, he decided to take Lucia over to the others so they could introduce themselves. While walking, though, Quinn thought he would figure out one thing. "Do you mind telling me what planet we are currently on? Is this Earth?" Quinn asked. Lucia chuckled, thinking it was a joke. "Earth? For someone who says they are friends of the Greylash group, you don't seem to know that we are on one of their planets. Besides, there aren't many that would choose to stay on Earth. There's far too much fighting there." "Fighting?" Quinn wanted to ask more questions, but just as he was about to, he saw Jessica was already in front of them. "I can't believe it. And you did it so easily? Did you bribe her? Promise to go on a date with her or something?" Jessica asked. "Never mind, who cares? We can finally take the test." Running over, Jessica went to register everyone. Other than Quinn, the rest had used their real names, and they were told they wouldn't have to wait long for their turn to enter the test room. Jessica and Lucia were discussing their abilities and strengths with each other. For someone who said they could take the test on their own, she sure seemed to be worrying a lot. Because of this, Quinn didn't really get a chance to come in and ask more questions about what Lucia was talking about before. Fighting on Earth? Is there a war going on Earth but not the other planets? Quinn wondered. "Okay, everyone who is participating in the Traveler's Ranking exam, please head through this door. There we will inform you of your test, and it will soon begin." The door opened, and everyone began to step inside with their groups. They had entered what looked like a large training room, but right at the entrance they had placed something enormous right out in the front. The instructor, who was also the examiner, stood in front of it while the others gathered. Immediately, though, as Quinn entered, Peter, Minnie, and he were drawn to the large object in the room. Quinn stepped forward carefully, with his mouth widened in surprise. "I can't believe it," Quinn said as he stared up. "What are those idiots doing?" Jessica frowned. "Ha ha, ha ha." Peter couldn't stop laughing as he looked at the object because it just wasn't any old object. It was a giant statue. "Ha ha ha," Peter continued to laugh. So much so that the others were now looking at him and were scorning. The reason why he was laughing was that the statue wasn't just any statue, but it was, without a doubt, a giant statue of Quinn himself. It was one of when he had shorter hair, his gauntlets in both arms, and the blue fang armor set was on his body. The detail was quite well done, clearly showing they had put care into it. "The legendary hero who defeated the Dalki and put an end to the war, Quinn Talon." "It really is a statue of me." "Why is there a statue of you?" Minnie pointed and said out loud for the others to hear. Of course, the words from Minnie's mouth had certainly gotten the attention of all the participants in the room. There were around 50 of them already in the room, and the young girl hadn't exactly been quiet when she had made her comment. It happened at the worst time, as the participants were all nervous and silent. The others looked at her, wondering why she would even be in a room like this in the first place, but soon figured out that it was perhaps due to her not exactly being human. The one thing about the rings was that although they would send a signal when a vampire was close, when there were many, it was impossible to tell who was and who wasn't a vampire. They could have just been getting a reading by going close to the others. Doing this type of action wouldn't exactly be discreet. One among the group, the one closest to Quinn, tilted forward and looked at his face. "They look nothing alike," the man stated. A few more checked to see if what the little girl was saying was true. Although none of them thought they would see anything, after all, the hero in a place like this? And there were many reasons why they knew it would be impossible. Still, none of them could see the resemblance to the person there or the statue. Quinn looked up at the statue. It was certainly his face. However, it was his appearance from before he had become a celestial vampire. Each evolution had made his body mature a bit, yet it wasn't to a degree that he became a completely different person. No, the reason people couldn't recognize him was due to Quinn currently using Peter's soul weapon, the special mud mask that gave him the appearance of Chucky. "Little girl, I understand what you're trying to say," the examiner said, making a fist and placing it next to his heart. "You see, your father as a hero, correct, just like the one in the statue here." Quinn was happy that there was a sensible person here who made up a perfect excuse. Although he didn't mind revealing himself eventually, for now he would prefer learning more about this new world. If it had really been a millennium, he could only imagine the chaos that might ensue if someone claimed to be him, even if they did look the same. "No," Minnie shook her head. "That's not what I meant." Quickly, Quinn went to the girl's side and whispered, "Minnie, for now we need to keep it a secret." Understanding the situation a bit, she smiled and just nodded away. The examiner looked like he was ready to explain a few things, but before he could, there was one more distraction that hadn't stopped. "Ha ha ha!" Peter was on the floor, rolling around as he couldn't stop laughing. "They keep thinking you're a dad, and that statue. Have I gone crazy, or am I daydreaming all of this?" It was strange for Peter, having known someone for so many years, having been close to such a person, and then suddenly to see a statue of them. Imagining how his oldest friend was feeling made the situation even funnier to the White. "Hey, stop laughing!" someone from the crowd shouted. "That's disrespectful to the hero." "Yeah, it's really rude, and I fail to see what's so funny," another woman commented. Pulling himself together, Peter got off the floor and took a deep breath. He hadn't laughed like that since he had become a White, although he did notice that his emotions were coming back more to him as time went on. Perhaps the passing of time had helped with that as well. "Hero, If I remember correctly, he was a vampire, no? If you ask me, none of them should be here. I can't believe this damn planet worships him so much," a large man scoffed. He was sleeveless and had a fairly big sword on his back. "If you don't like it, then leave the planet. No one is forcing you to be here," others replied, as they turned around and started to berate the man. Most seemed to not like how he was talking. Seeing this left Quinn a little confused. The man wasn't shy about stating his dislike for vampires. It seemed like a lot of people on the planet disliked vampires, yet they were clearly upset when they were making rude comments about him. "Do you really believe the Dalki were such a big threat back then?" the large man continued to say. "He introduced the world of vampires to us. The Dalki never even reached Earth. I'm sure there were plenty strong enough to fight against the Dalki. Everything in the history books is just vastly exaggerated. They were just weak and couldn't fend for themselves. They deserved what came to them." Suddenly, a gust of wind went past many of the examiners' faces. Some had even been pushed away slightly, and the next second, the sleeveless man felt his shirt having been grabbed. "Peter!" Quinn shouted to stop the wight. The man hadn't even seen Peter move. The rest hadn't either, and now his fist was inches away from the person's face. He had only stopped when his name had been called. "Do you have any idea how many lives were lost in that fight? Do you really think you can even imagine how many sacrifices had to be made in the fight against the Dalki? Were you just born a piece of turd?" Peter shouted. "It's okay," Quinn said, clenching his own fist. Hearing Peter remind him of the price they had paid, the celestial vampire seriously wanted to hit the man as well. "But it's not okay," Jessica suddenly spoke up. "Just like that man said, if it wasn't for Quinn Talon, the hero of humanity and vampires, then none of us would have been here today. And that's right. Remember, he was a vampire, a human-turned vampire that gave his life so all of us could live, even this piece of scum right here." She then leaned in, touching Peter's arm, and whispered in his ear, "Just let him go. He's not worth it, and we won't be able to take the test." Hearing this, Peter let go and walked back to where Quinn was. "Just who created that wight to be this strong? I wasn't even able to see him. Who are all these strange people? But at least they seem to care about the past," Jessica thought. Lucia just nodded her head in agreement, while keeping to herself, unlike a certain someone she knew. There wasn't more to be said, and didn't want attention to be on her. There was enough of that being a human taking a test with the others. Through that little spat, Quinn did find out one thing, though. It was the fact that everyone believed he had died. Although he had merely gone into eternal slumber, to the world they had lost their hero that day. It made him feel a little strange, knowing the world thought of this. The question is it better that the people believe Quinn Talon is dead? Perhaps the world has become a better place. If that's the case, then Quinn Talon doesn't need to come back, and maybe I can enjoy my life. Quinn smiled to himself. 3% of the system has synced. Some system functions are now online. Inspect skill available. 3%? It looks like it's moving along a bit nicer, and I can feel my body is lighter already. Quinn thought the system notification appearing was a bit ironic. Perhaps in this world his powers were not needed. Everything had been dealt with. Clearing his throat, the examiner tried to ignore everything that had happened so far and get things back on track. "The test will commence soon," the examiner said in an upbeat voice. "However, before that, as always, we have the statue here by my side to represent our hero, Quinn Talon. As stated by some of you earlier, without him, the planets that we live on, the people you see on the street, and the vampires and humans standing by your side wouldn't exist today. However, the world is still under threat, and the planets we live on still contain beasts. Beasts which provide us with the very special crystals used to power our everyday items. As you can see on the statue by my side, even our hero Quinn Talon had fought using beast armor and specially designed gauntlets to fight off the vicious Dalki. The world is wide and vast, and as we continue our exploration, there may be a day when we run into our own troubles, or perhaps even other creatures like ourselves. It is important that we equip ourselves with the best gear possible." Hearing the man talk about him was making the celestial vampire cringe a little inside. Shivers were running up and down his body. He had never fought to gain fame or things like this.
Honestly, he wanted to leave the room. "This is why our roles as travelers are important," the examiner said. "So let the exam begin, and I wish you all luck on your journey to become travelers. Perhaps you can become as great as Quinn one day, who defeated the Dalki 1,016 years to the date." The last sentence had raised Quinn's ears, and the surrounding noise had been drowned out. 1,016 years? Quinn looked at Peter, and the two of them had a horrified look on their faces. Their worst assumption seemed to have been true. "1,016 years. This number kept repeating in Quinn's head. For one, he hadn't even been alive for that long in the first place, and yet suddenly, so many years had gone by. Initially, Quinn was worried about 10 years going past. What had happened to all the threats that still remained? But 1,000 years, it just all seemed so unreal. Looking at Peter as well, he wanted to make a comment. He didn't understand how one couldn't have a sense of time of what went on. How come the apartment they were put in never changed during that time? It wasn't altered or anything, nor did anyone step in. Things were seriously head-scratching for Quinn, but the one that he was worried about was all the others. My friends, everyone who fought by my side, what about them? Are they still alive? Quinn thought. Thinking about it, most of them were turned into subclasses for vampires. Sam, Layla, Dennis, and so on. However, even as vampires, their time wasn't unlimited unless they were an original. But there was a bit of hope. After all, there were vampires like Bryce who were still strong and managed to live a long life. When thinking about vampires, and from what he knew, a lot of it seemed to be connected to will. If one had the will to live on, their body would continue and follow that will. Bryce had an unyielding will to keep on fighting. But would they have a reason to stay like Bryce? What if everything was resolved? They probably thought that I would never wake up, or I wasn't even there when they came to visit me, not knowing where I went. Would they still be alive? On top of that, there were also Quinn's friends who weren't vampires. Syl and Logan were both human. At best, humans had a lifespan of around 120 years, but 1,000? Unless there had been some advancement he didn't know about, it was unlikely. Vorden and Rayton were beasts, and strong ones who could live for thousands of years. However, they were simply borrowing the beasts' bodies, and then there was Owen, one of the big four who had survived and fought the Dalki with all his strength. Quinn was apparently on one of the Greylash family's planets. Quinn would have loved to have said something to him. "And that will be the test for you all," the examiner said. It seemed, while Quinn was stuck in his thoughts, the examiner had explained all the rules and what needed to be done. Looking at Peter, it looked like he was also in a daze. Peter still had a family that was alive at that time, parents who cared for him, yet he chose to sacrifice his time with them to look after Quinn. "Peter, I just wanted to say you're a really good friend," Quinn smiled. "Are you saying that because now I'm your only friend?" "Quinn, 1,000 freaking years," Peter replied. The two of them then looked at Minnie, who didn't seem to have understood the current predicament. Quinn had said they would look for her mother, but with how much time had passed, there wasn't much chance of that happening, unless someone had turned her mother into a vampire. "It's my fault. I brought Minnie along with me. I'll look after her, but does that mean I'll have to adopt her? Will I become her father?" Quinn thought. Suddenly, a loud crash bellowed through the room, which had distracted Quinn out of his thoughts. Right now, all of the participants were to stay behind the statue as they watched one of the groups take part in the exam. The participants were using abilities, weapons, and more as they took on what looked like humanoid robots. The robots were as large as a human. It reminded Quinn of the small mechs during his time, only these were much faster and agile, and it looked like they packed quite the punch. They also were able to produce energy blasts from the palm of their hand. At the same time, he noticed a beast crystal powering it in the center of its chest. Although the technology in the cities hasn't improved that much, I guess they did improve some things in the last 1,000 years. Thinking about it, his system was coming back online slowly. Even now, it was already at 6%. Perhaps by the end of the day, he would get his body back, but there was something else he had unlocked that he wished to use. Inspect. AI battle robot. Current grade crystal indeterminate. I see. So the grade of the crystal determines the strength of these robots' power. It reminds me a bit of the gargoyle that I used to create. So they want contestants to be at least able to beat intermediate beasts, huh? That's a higher cutoff compared to the past. Just then, though, Quinn spotted something else at the bottom, and this was exactly what he was hoping to see. Creator Logan Green. A large grin appeared on Quinn's face when seeing this. When using the inspect skill, certain items' info would tell about who created them. The thing was, it didn't just say a random name and then Green at the end. The word on the robot specifically stated that it was Logan Green. Either Logan was still alive and well somehow, making inventions, or he had created tech while he was alive that was still in use to this day. I'm glad I was able to see your name in some way. If the Green family still exists, it's worth paying them a visit. They might know more about what happened compared to anyone else, Quinn thought. The test eventually ended, and another group was called. Seeing Jessica walking out, it looked like it was their cue to take part. Of course, having already attracted much attention, many participants waited for their performance. There's no need to worry. I can take out intermediate beasts with ease even at 6%, Quinn thought. The test began when they arrived at the stage, and from the doors that were lined along the wall, 5 AI robots came out. Once again, Quinn noticed that they were all at the intermediate level. Just stay by my side, okay, Minnie? Peter and I can protect you. Surprisingly, the first one to charge ahead was Lucia. She had broken off from the group, perhaps to prove herself in this fight. In the next moment, she grabbed the beast spear in her hand and went to thrust it forward. The robot was quite the distance away, but it didn't matter. Her spear started to light up with blue lightning, and the next second, a zap came out from the end of it, hitting the robot. Its body started to shake, which allowed her to go forward and thrust her speed quickly, hitting its arms, head, and vital parts. The first robot was down. Looking around, Quinn wanted to see how Jessica was faring. It was then that Quinn saw something familiar to him. She ran fast and straight past the robot. In doing so, the light in the room reflected a piece of red thread against the light around her. An AI robot's head rolled on the floor the next moment. The 13th family's ability? But she said she belonged to the Vampire Corps, not the 13th family. Why does she have that power? Quinn thought. The two of them turned around and saw the last 3 robots heading for Quinn and the others. However, seeing this, Quinn didn't move because he didn't have to. Peter leapt up in the air and punched one of them in the side of the head. Immediately, it was thrown off, and its body smashed into the other 2, destroying all 3 with a single strike. The audience watching was speechless. They had never seen in person one display such power. At the same time, the man whom Peter almost hit earlier was now tucking his head in, knowing that a single punch could have killed him. This is far too easy for you. Let's see if you can get a higher ranking, the examiner said, as more doors opened and more robots started to enter the arena. Now there were double the amount, 10 in total. Quinn didn't care to show his abilities. He didn't need to become a traveler. It wasn't necessary to him, and brought him no benefits other than helping Jessica, so he would allow the 2 girls to shine, and that they did. However, while fighting, a robot had blasted a hit at Lucia, right on her forearm. The impact scratched her skin, making her bleed a little. It dripped onto the floor, and the next second, Quinn saw someone run past him. Minnie! I forgot she's a new vampire. It's the first time she smelt blood. Quinn didn't know what happened at that moment, but as he wanted to reach out to Minnie, he felt something. It was as if he could feel the red energy inside Minnie, the energy that was doing her act like so. It was wild. Reaching out his hand, Quinn tried to control this energy. He could feel it like it was his own, running through his body, and in the next second, Minnie's steps began to slow down. Huh? Why am I here? Minnie muttered to herself. What did I just do? Did I just get rid of her bloodlust? Quinn thought. Did you not remember what the system showed you? Ray asked. You are not just a vampire. You're a celestial vampire. Quinn, you are practically a god now,
close to being a god of the vampires. Doing something like this is just child's play for you. Thinking about it, if that was true, then what could Quinn do when his body was back at its strongest? From this distance, Quinn lifted up the small amount of blood that was on the floor. One of the robots was coming after Minnie. Although his body wasn't there yet, his blood control was as good as it had ever been. The next second, Quinn threw it right towards one of the robots and pierced its chest, causing it to fall before it even reached Minnie. The attack was too thin for the human eye to notice for the others. Did that little girl do that? I think so. She must have some type of strong ability. Although the audience had failed to notice what had happened in that small moment, Jessica had seen it. Someone who can control blood like that. I've never seen that in my life. A vampire at that level. Surely it should be someone I've heard of before, she thought. The test was to continue, but just as the examiner would call an end, having seen enough, they heard a loud bang coming from the side. Smoke entered the room, hitting everyone. It was clearly an explosion and not something done by the examiner. It had come from the opposite side of where the participants had gathered. When the smoke settled, Quinn saw 5 figures standing there, male and female, wearing a dark red uniform with black lining and an array of different weapons. Damn it! With so many vampires gathered here, we should have known that they would come here. But here on the Greylash planet, why would they? The other participant said, knowing full well who the intruders were. While staring at them, there was one distinctive feature that Quinn could see. It was their glowing yellow eyes. Dampiers! They found me, Jessica said, her voice quivering. At first, Quinn thought his ears might have misheard things, but soon he heard others spouting the same word as Jessica had just seconds ago, Dampiers. Honestly, Quinn knew very little about Dampiers in the first place, only that they were a subclass that was to be killed on sight under the old rule, similar to that of a blood fairy among other ones, but also through living Vincent's life. He knew that a Dampier was far more dangerous than a blood fairy, so much so that the other families wished to harness their power for their own strength. The only Dampier during my time was Erin, Quinn thought. Leo attempted to control her urges until she eventually ran away. What happened? Has the vampire structure fallen such that more Dampiers have been created? And since about 1,000 years have passed, could all of this be Erin's doing? If that was the case, the one that had turned Erin into a Dampier in the first place was Quinn, and he had neglected his duty to look after her since he felt like Leo had a handle on things. It was only later he had learned things were more complicated at that time. Quinn had his own troubles to deal with as well, but he still blamed himself. The other participants had already started to leave the area, including the examiner himself, leaving only those currently participating in the test, which was Quinn and his group. He could see that Jessica's confidence had faded since her body was shaking, but she had readied her string to put up quite the fight. At the same time, Lucia had equipped her spear, pointing it towards the attackers. "You are breaking the agreement," Lucia shouted towards them. "This is a Greylash planet. You have no right to be here." However, her words seemed empty, as Quinn could feel something within their bodies start to activate. It was similar to the feeling that Quinn could feel on Minnie. This was a bloodlust, but not for human blood. 8% of the system has been synced. Lifting up his hand, seeing how what had worked for Minnie seconds ago, Quinn thought that perhaps he could control the Dampier's bloodlust. After all, they were half vampire. He focused, but he could feel no such connection. Unlike the red aura that Quinn could feel through Minnie and Jessica, he could not connect with that of the Dampiers in front of them. The group of Dampiers charged forward, with each of them wielding a katana blade. 2 of them swung their blades, and slicing through their weapons were what looked like blood swipes, but yellowish in color. Seeing this, Jessica used her own blood swipe, but when the 2 collided, her attack was no match against the yellow aura as it smashed through her attack and continued forward. But before it could reach her, Lucia swung her spear down, and with it a trail of lightning left her weapon. Quinn could sense the key infused within the lightning powers. This one had different properties and effects due to the power of ki. However, her powers weren't as strong as some members of the Greylash family he had seen before. The ki increased the impact of her attack. The yellow aura clashed into the lightning, and the two attacks collided in the air for a few seconds before they had eventually canceled each other out. However, that didn't stop the other strike that had managed to hit Lucia. She lifted up her arm to block, and the attack had pierced through her robe, making her bleed. Trying to soften the blow somewhat, she leapt up and spun her body, encasing it with lightning, and soon fell to the floor. The wound around her arm was quite deep. "No!" Jessica shouted as she came over. "Why did you take the hit for me?" Jessica quickly lifted her on her shoulder and jumped back while kicking her legs out, sending more blood aura attacks in the way of the others. "These guys need to respect our leader's wishes," Lucia said as she tied part of the robe around her arm. The others suddenly heard a bang from the side and wondered what was happening when they could see that one of the Dampiers had been sent flying back and crashed into the wall. "Hey, Nate, these guys are better than I thought," Peter said, as he avoided several strikes from them and then kicked one away, hitting it a great distance and causing blood to fall from its mouth. Soon, though, the Dampier wiped its mouth and continued to charge forward. The two girls watched in amazement as Peter was faster than them. His strength was also more impressive. "I don't understand. Who is that White? The Dampier forces have been too strong for vampires to deal with for so long," Jessica said. Honestly, when she saw the Dampiers arrive, she was pretty sure her life was doomed. She had wished she had listened to her commander at the time when she had requested to leave. The latter had told her that they were better off together, but she refused to listen. Yet now she had managed to find someone, a White, for the first time, that was not only able to deal with a Dampier, but multiple of them at the same time. In the meantime, Quinn was observing. Unlike him, Peter had his full strength, but he wasn't using his full speed to take them on. Peter also hadn't used his own ki that he had recently developed. Actually, now that Quinn thought about it, he had developed it long ago. Still, if he did use it, the fight would have been over by now. Perhaps Peter knew that Quinn wanted to learn more about them. Either way, while observing them, due to them using ki and the yellow aura that seemed to be stronger than the red aura that vampires used, he could tell that the Dampiers in front of him were at the level of the vampire knights of his time. Although the Dampiers were getting up several times after getting hit, they soon slowed down, helpless, as the fight continued, and the two that had gone after the girls decided to change targets to Peter. However, one of them sensed something, and it was Minnie she was gripping on, holding on to Quinn's leg, and at that moment, that Dampier had broken off from fighting against Peter and went straight towards her and Quinn. The Dampier sliced out its blade, and a yellow slash came towards them. Minnie gripped onto Quinn's leg even tighter out of fear, and for a second while fighting, Peter looked back towards Quinn and just saw him shaking his head. "It's okay," Quinn said. "I thought maybe we could solve this misunderstanding or ask some questions, but now I see these people are scum, attacking a young girl. 10% of the system has been synced." Picking up Minnie, Quinn used the flash step at the perfect time, avoiding it and allowing it to continue hitting the wall. Quinn still wasn't as fast as Peter, but this was about skill more than anything. After putting her down, he walked forward towards the one that had charged towards them. Quickly, Quinn stepped on the Dampier's foot and knocked both of their arms up in the air. The next second, Quinn grabbed the Dampier by the head and kneed him right in the face, causing his head to fling back. And, taking a quick step forward, he then slammed his foot on the ground and struck as hard as he could with his fist, using the hammer strike right in the Dampier's stomach. The attack forced blood to pour from his mouth. "Martial arts? A vampire that specializes in martial arts and doesn't use weapons?" Jessica thought. On top of that, they could see that Quinn was quite a skillful one. I guess I still can't gather my own blood aura with 10% of my full strength. Even though the skills and my body are still at the same level, there is still something I can do, Quinn thought. The Dampier wasn't dead yet, and as he looked up at Quinn, he tried to swing his sword towards his face, but before he could, he was hit in the air by a great force that threw him away until he was slammed against the ceiling and fell back to the floor. Now floating around Quinn were 3 balls of blood. He had gathered the blood from the Dhampir and Lucia around him, using his skill. "You guys tried to hurt someone I promised to look after. I'm sick of losing people I care about," Quinn said. Walking forward with the blood floating around him, Peter stepped back, and the next second, the blood ball hit one of the men, right in the head, and in the next instant, there was no longer a head on those shoulders. The other 2 ran forward, but with a flick of his hand, Quinn bashed blood into one, whacking him to the side of the wall, and it was the same with the other. "Now we only need one of you alive," Quinn said with his eyes glowing red, and the power of a celestial vampire advancing in him. 12% of the system has been synced." Right now, what Jessica was witnessing without a doubt was blood control. At first, she was unsure who was using it, either the little girl or the strange-looking plain vampire she had seen. However, now it was clear. Blood control was different from blood aura, which is what every vampire had. Blood aura allowed vampires to emit strong attacks, such as the blood swipe, blood cannon, and so on. However, blood control was something that only the gifted vampires could do, and it tended to follow the bloodline of the vampire leaders. Descendants and more could use it. Still, it would vary from vampire to vampire. With blood control, one could change the direction of their attacks and could even use it to speed up and strengthen their attacks to the next level, which was why right now, Jessica was more amazed than ever. It was clear that this stranger of a vampire was using just blood control. There was no aura involved in his attacks. The energy didn't even leave his hands, and something that she had never heard of before happened. The vampire was controlling others' blood. The spilt blood from the Dhampir, the blood from the human and of those around him, was under his control. His blood control is at such a high level that he can even kill Dhampirs with just blood control alone. Who is this vampire? Is he one of the originals that I have heard of before? Is that why he knows nothing? She started to think. While she was lost in her thoughts, Quinn had already killed the other Dhampirs. Honestly, he never did enjoy killing others, but he could sense it. The Dhampir's bloodlust wasn't settling. At the same time, it was almost as if their lust was allowing them to continue to stand up, as if they were mindless zombies. If he even allowed them a chance to attack and regain their strength, there was a chance Minnie could get hurt, and he had already promised to protect her. "I won't make the same mistake as I did in the past," Quinn thought, as he stared down at the last one left. Since Peter saw that Quinn had already killed a couple, he quickly helped him deal with the rest. One emotion hadn't come back with Peter, and that was sorrow at someone's death, and the weight of dying or killing someone didn't bother him at all. "One left, and I doubt that you were any stronger than the others," Quinn said. "The only reason you're alive is because of luck. Now tell me, do you know of a Dhampir that goes by the name of Aaron?" Quinn asked. His influence skill wasn't quite working the way it should have if he was at full power, but even if that was the case, similar to his blood powers, he wondered if that would have made much of a difference in the first place. Hearing that name, Quinn could tell that the man's heart in front of him began to thump louder than it was seconds ago. "So you do know her. Where is she? Let me speak to her." "Wait." Quinn didn't know quite what to say, because he didn't really think there would be a relation between the two. At least he hoped there wasn't a relation between the two. "Step back," Jessica shouted. Hearing this, Quinn wondered what her warning was about, and that's when he saw the man's face ballooning up, his whole body growing in size. He had seen this once before with one of the pure agents, Agent 2. It was a key explosion, but this one seemed to be self-inflicted to cause more destruction before his death.
"The Queen will get rid of you all,"
the man said before the light started to escape through the cracks in his face. At that moment, Peter appeared directly in front of Quinn. A loud bang was heard in the room, destroying the ground and the area around them. The girls looked away due to the bright light. When they turned around, though, they could see Quinn was okay. However, Peter had his skin burst off, including his clothes from the front of his body. It was clear he was in pain. The attack came as a surprise for more reasons than one. The first was that Quinn never knew that Key had advanced so far. These didn't seem like talented Dhampirs, so maybe there were others who knew more about this situation, which made him wonder about Zero, whether or not he was still alive as well. Regardless, what really concerned him was his shadow. Quinn no longer needed the system to activate his shadow powers, and just as he was about to use it to create a shield to protect him, he realized two things. I was able to get through his shadow. It acted as a counter, but the second thing was that using the shadow was dangerous. During the fight with Graham, Quinn had used shadow overload. In doing so, he had lost a lot of MC cells as the drawback of using the skill. Right now, he had the dragon in his shadow space. If Quinn used too much of the shadow, there was a good chance the dragon would spill out. Not that Quinn was worried Ray would do anything as the dragon, but it might complicate matters for him in this place. Placing his hand on Peter, Quinn started to remove the foreign sources of ki from his body. It was the least he could do for taking the blast for him. You know, you're going to have to learn the second stage yourself, or at least learn how to use it properly, especially if everyone can use it now, Quinn said. Unfortunately, I didn't practice during the last 1,000 years, Peter replied. Quinn also thought it was unfortunate. He couldn't help but imagine a Peter who would have trained for 1,000 years to become unstoppable, but whenever he thought about him just standing there, he didn't know what to say. Soon, Peter was able to heal himself. The damage wasn't too severe on his body, and honestly, even if Quinn took the hit, he thought the explosion wouldn't have hurt his body either. In this new evolution form, his body felt different from before. Not just in appearance either. Still, he didn't want to tell Peter that after what he had already done, but there was a reason why Quinn didn't move despite the warning. Hey, so, who is that vampire that you have with you? Lucia finally asked. She was already interested, and now even more so. I have no idea, Jessica replied. The group had exited out of the examination room and gathered in an empty room. It looked like everyone had somewhat left the place. Seconds later, though, people came rushing in, all dressed in the same beast gear. It was quite the heavy equipment on their body, and all of it was mainly white with blue outlines. Did they dye their equipment? I think some people did it back in the day, but it wasn't too popular, Quinn thought. However, the guards seemed to ignore their group and ran straight to the training room to assess the situation. Finally entering through the doors was a man dressed in more blue armor than white compared to the others, which made him seem like a more high-ranking official. Please, do you mind waiting inside here? We will be calling everyone else back in to make a report, the man said in a soft, soothing voice. The others nodded, and during their wait, Quinn decided to sit back in the sofa seats that were off to the side. The two girls naturally followed, which he wanted to anyway. Okay, Quinn said. I kept up my part of the deal and took the exam with you. Now before those guys come and question us about what happened, I need to know, what is going on, and what happened in the last 1,000 years? Quinn asked. It was time for some answers. It had been a while since Jessica felt her palms sweat. Earlier she spoke to the vampire in front of her so casually. The simple reason was because of his scent, and it was why she thought that the vampire in front of her was a lower rank than hers. However, after seeing what he had accomplished, she had different thoughts. Rather than a lowly vampire, she believed that the person she was speaking to now was what was known as an original vampire, a vampire from the original 13 families. That has to be it, and I am sure he doesn't have amnesia. Who the hell could even get close enough to him, Jessica thought. With that white by his side and his own strength, no one would even be able to wipe his memories. But if the two of them had only just woken up, it would make sense why they don't remember anything, especially since he had asked what had happened for the last 1,000 years. Sitting opposite her, Quinn was getting ready to hear some answers. Gulping, she decided to ask a question of her own. Who are you? Jessica eventually asked. No, Quinn shook his head. That wasn't part of the deal. Before I tell you who I am, I need to know what is with this place. Who were those dampiers that attacked earlier? What is the vampire core? What happened to the vampires? Lucia was able to hear everything being said, and these questions left her a little bit confused, but from the looks of it, the two vampires in front of her didn't know each other that well. Still, rather than interject, she could tell, for some reason, the person in front of her desperately wanted answers, and would go to any length to get them. Okay, as you said, a deal is a deal, but I just want to say, I might not be able to answer all your questions. I'm young myself. I'm only 19 years old, Jessica replied, so I really only know what's going on currently. 1,000 years ago, You're asking what happened after the Dalki invasion, correct? After hero Quinn defeated the Dalki, the world decided to move forward and progress. From that day onward, it was a new year. So we reset the calendar to AQ, or after Quinn, Jessica explained. Hearing this, Peter started coughing once again. He wanted to laugh, but Quinn quickly kicked his leg, warning him not to, not at a time like this, although even Quinn found it quite unbelievable. After that, the world changed. Vampires, humans, they started to live together. Between then and now, I really don't know what happened, but I can tell more about the current state of the world. I know you probably want to know what became of the 13 families, but in today's world, they don't really exist, and we just study them to learn more about vampire history. At the moment, there are 3 groups of vampires. The vampire core, like me, are vampires that were or are part of the military. I heard people in the past volunteered to turn into vampires, and to improve relations, the army themselves made their own vampire group. Do all the vampires have the same ability as you? Quinn asked. The string ability? Jessica replied. Most in the vampire core do, but not all. It's what is taught to us. We also have subclasses like the white you have there. The vampire core is a group that is mostly on Earth. Quinn wanted to ask more about the fighting on Earth, which the former had mentioned earlier, but he waited to hear about the 2 other groups of vampires. You then have the family vampires. These are vampires that have continued to live in the different solar systems apart from Earth's. I left the vampire core hoping to live a life like theirs, and that's why I came here. What is so special about the place we're currently in? Quinn asked. Remember what I said before? Lucia joined in the conversation. There are some planets that have strict rules. They don't allow vampires to live on them, no matter what vampire group they are from. However, the Greylash family and their planets have the policy to accept all, a safe haven for all the races. Well, all apart from one, that is. The Dampiers, Quinn guessed, based on what Lucia shouted before. Lucia nodded. It's because of the fighting. The Dampiers hunt vampires, no matter what they have done or what group they are from. They are mainly based on Earth's solar system, and they tend not to meddle on the Greylash planets or enter the other solar systems. But they have been pushing more recently, and the Greylash family are wondering what to do. Is that why there is so much hate towards the vampires? Peter asked. Kinda, Jessica replied. There is more to it than that, a past of some kind. Many people are worried that they are getting dragged into a war they have nothing to do with. The Dampiers only hunt vampires after all, and because of that, the other groups, including those who live on the Greylash planets, get hurt, which is why no one would team up with me earlier. There is pushback for the Greylash group to change their policy, Lucia interrupted. However, that would go against our family's policies that many seem to have forgotten. When saying these words, Lucia sounded a bit sad. Quinn could tell from her tone of voice. Did Owen do all this? Or was it him along with the cursed faction? They really did try to make a place where everyone could live together. The 3rd group of vampires, who are they? Quinn asked. They are the reason why people hate us vampires, and why some even might support what the Dampier are doing. We refer to them as the Red Vampires. They are a group that wish to turn as many humans as they can into vampires. If not, they choose to kill them. I don't know their origins, but they appeared around the same time when the number of Dampiers began to increase as well, Jessica explained. Thinking about all the information Quinn had learnt so far, he had a couple of theories. Fex was close to Samantha, and the 2 of them had survived. Perhaps Fex had decided to join the military alongside her and created the Vampire Corps. This is why many of the 13th family knew the string ability. Over the years, everyone must have started to refer to them as the Vampire Corps. But what happened to the original 13 families? Did they just blend into society, or were they hunted by the Dampiers? As for these red vampires, he had a few guesses. The 13 families were split. Quinn had taken the absolute blood control power, so there was no longer one single ruler who could force them to listen to him. Their traditions all disappeared along with Quinn, and those who wanted to rule over the humans had decided to act. There was one more guess, and that was to do with Laxmus. Quinn never finished him off. Perhaps, maybe even some vampires went to join him and grew his power, but what about the rest? "Do you know the Dampier's leader by any chance?" Quinn asked, looking at both of them, but they just shook their heads. It was clear that there was a lot of information they didn't know. "What about the current Vampire Corps leader? Who's in charge of the military that's fighting on Earth? And is it just against the vampires, or against Pure as well?" Quinn guessed, since Pure were initially from the Earth to begin with. It was the last place he had heard of them anyway. Whether they won the war back then or not with Leo and Sarah, Quinn would get his answer now. "The leader, I guess the closest one would be Andy?"
"Who the fuck is Andy?"
Peter frowned. Although Quinn wouldn't have quite put it quite crudely, he thought the same thing. Since it didn't appear to be Fex or Samantha, something must have happened to them, or they decided to finally get some peace. He was just hoping that they didn't die. "Your second question, Pure, is also part of the fight. However, they are working with the Dampiers to get rid of the Vampire Corps currently on Earth." "Pure and the Dampiers working together? But Erin would have never worked with Pure. That makes no sense, because she hated them till the very end. Something isn't right, and I need someone who knows more answers." Thinking about this led Quinn to his next question. "Okay, so you don't know the history of how things got this way, or how the fighting really started. Only the current groups at the moment, but then, what about the Cursed faction? What happened to them? What happened to everyone who was in the Cursed faction?" Nervous to hear the answer, Quinn clenched his jaw. "What faction?" "Cursed. I don't think I've ever heard of such a faction. Were they a big deal? I mean, back then?" Jessica asked, thinking that Quinn was still an original. "You haven't heard of them?" Quinn softly reacted. "Lucia, do you know or have heard of the Cursed faction?" Quinn asked, just in case it was something Jessica didn't know. After all, even during Quinn's time, there would be a few that knew the history of the world and what had happened. The past didn't seem to interest many unless it directly involved them, and right now he was grasping at straws for a hopeful answer. "I'm sorry, I don't think I have," she replied, knowing full well that it would upset the person in front of her because Quinn couldn't hide his current mood, which was being reflected on his face. "How does this make any sense? The world remembers me, the leader of the Cursed faction, but don't remember any of the others? The whole group, everyone had done so much during their time to fend off the Dalki, and only I'm remembered?" Worse than that, Quinn felt like something must have happened to the members. After all, how could such a strong force, one of the three most prominent factions at the time, be forgotten entirely from the annals of history? Quinn just wanted to know about what happened to his friends more than ever. The current state of the world could wait. Thinking about it more, Quinn remembered one name, one single name that the two in front of him might know, as he had seen the name even during this time. "Logan Green, do you know this name?" Quinn asked softly now, trying not to expect too much, as he had been disappointed so far. The two girls looked at each other, and they had a smile on their faces. Talking to Quinn, it felt like they wanted to give him at least some good news. "Yes, of course. Everyone knows who Logan Green is. He's probably the most famous person in the universe right now," Jessica said in an upbeat tone. For the first time, Quinn had received good news. But what had Logan done that allowed him to be remembered 1,000 years later? Was it the technology he created? Perhaps some great device that everyone in the world uses today? Wait, did she say now? "He's the current world leader. Of course we would know him." Now it was time for Quinn to go into a coughing fit as he began to choke on air. He tried to speak, but his body was doing all strange things due to the shock. "How is he still alive?" Quinn asked. However, the two girls didn't seem to know the answer to that question. Either way, Quinn had finally seen the light. Who he would go to next to find out the answers he needed. If anyone were still alive, that would have catalogued all the events that happened in the last 1,000 years, especially things to do with the Cursed faction, it would have been him. Standing up from his seat, it looked like Quinn was ready to leave. "Wait," Jessica said. "Nate, are you planning to go see him? That's impossible.
No one can see him, at least, not just anyone. And besides, he's on Earth right now. How would you even get there?
Of course, Quinn felt like he had his ways to make Logan come and see him. All he had to do was show his real body. Although, the more he thought about it, it might be hard to convince the guards, but once his system was up and running, he could just use his shadow powers to go through and sneak past whoever was guarding the place where Logan was at. It shouldn't be hard to find the world leader. I just need to find a teleporter that heads back to Earth. I have my own ways. Just tell the guy from earlier that I had to go somewhere, Quinn answered. His answer had caused the girls to pull some strange faces. Teleporter? They have been banned for hundreds of years now, and nobody is even allowed to make one of those anymore. At first, he thought the girls were pulling his leg, but then why would they need to lie to him? Seeing how the vampire in front of them didn't seem to understand, they went on to explain. The enemy and Dampiers frequently used teleporters before for attacks, so every planet has created a blanket ban on them, including Earth. If there is no one location to go to, even if you created one, it would lead to nowhere because they aren't active or set location points anymore. There are jammers on all the planets to stop one from reaching a signal. At least, that's what we were taught, Jessica answered, clearly not fully understanding its science, getting some parts wrong here and there. So, I just need a ship, but for that, I'll need some money. It was then Quinn looked at Jessica, wondering if she would be willing to lend him some. No way, I hardly have any for myself. Why do you think I was here in the first place? She immediately replied. Considering other ways, Quinn thought about his shadow link ability. He could travel to unknown places as long as any of his old friends had their shadow ability active. The question was there anyone? At the moment, he couldn't feel anyone at all. While Quinn was trying to figure out a way out of this problem, Lucia was the one who had come up with an answer. She soon stood up from her seat, and she too was clenching her fists as she was getting ready to speak. Nate, Lucia called out, and Quinn had forgotten that was his name for a second. I don't know who you are, but you asked about the history of 1,000 years ago, right? Does that mean you have memories of what happened 1,000 years ago? That you were there during the time the Dalki attacked, right? Quinn wondered if he should tell the girls the truth for a second, whether they would believe who he was, but he still didn't know how much weight his name carried. People now saw him as a fallen hero, and telling them who he was might even cause another war. Even in that room where the assessment was to take place, arguments were happening, and Quinn didn't even know who the enemy was right now. How could he help the people when he himself needed the most help at the moment? And most of all, although selfish, he wanted to figure out what happened to his friends first, before helping out the people. You're an original, right? One of the original vampires? Jessica asked, interested to know as well. Quinn had gotten the answer of how to get out of his current predicament. That's correct. I was there 1,000 years ago, and yes, I am an original vampire. After the war, I was injured and hurt along with my friends. We went to sleep, and that's why I want to know what happened. If what you say is true, and Logan Green is still alive, then I'm hoping to talk to him and ask him about what has happened. The answer seemed to satisfy the two girls, but there was a reason why Lucia wanted to ask. If that's the case, then I'll help you. I'll pay for you to go back to Earth and meet with Logan Green, but before that, I was hoping that you could do me a favor. Could we please visit the Greylash family leader? That's all I ask, for you to visit our leader before you go visit Logan Green, Lucia asked. The Greylash family leader. Hearing these words, Owen's face appeared in Quinn's mind, but it would be impossible for him to be still alive. Thinking about him, Quinn remembered that at one point in time, even though the latter was helpful, he wished to rule the world, turning everyone to lightning users, but looking at the society and the current world, something had changed in him. Maybe the current leader would know a bit more about the current situation, especially about the Dampiers, and what happened to the cursed faction as well. I owe him and his family for their help. Sure, let's go see the Greylash family leader, Quinn smiled. Although there was a lot that the girls were not aware of, Quinn still wanted to ask a few more questions about the current state of the world. Who was currently winning the fight, just how big these forces were, and so on. But before he could, the strange armored soldiers from before came back from the examination room. At the same time, he checked his system for an update. The syncing process was getting significantly quicker.
22% of the system has been synced.
Maybe in a few hours, my body will be back to normal, Quinn thought. The only one who approached the group was the man in the bluish armor from before. Quinn noticed that before talking to them, the former rubbed the ring around his finger as he got close, an action he saw many do, which made him wonder what exactly it was that they were feeling. "Sorry for the trouble, and thank you for staying," the man politely said. "The name is Ron Stein. I am from the primary group in the Greylash family, and also the current leader of the planet we stand on. I wished to come to this place myself, once I heard the Dampiers were involved." The man seemed quite polite, but honestly, Quinn knew nothing about what the man was telling him right now, because he was unaware of the structure in the Greylash family in the first place. "I am afraid it is quite tricky for us to test the Dampiers. As you know, our rings don't work on them as they do on you. They appear human just like the others. I have alerted the other vampires on this planet, just in case there are more of these Dampiers. Anyway, enough of my explanations. I wanted to ask, were you guys the ones that dealt with the Dampiers?" The girls looked at each other, wondering what they should reveal. After all, who would believe that they were the ones to beat them? "Yes," Quinn answered. "I am a vampire from one of the families. I was helping out my fellow Vampire Corps member take the assessment, since no one wanted to team up with her. It was a coincidence that I was here to help." The man was surprised by the answer, and looked Quinn up and down and those around him. To the man, the Quinn in front of him looked rather plain, but what surprised him was that he was strong enough to take out the Dampiers. "I see," the man replied. "Well, none of you look seriously hurt, apart from Lucia there, but we should be able to take her back and heal her." The man sighed. It was then that Quinn realized that the man had known Lucia's name without even asking for it. Perhaps the two were acquainted with each other. "Ron," Lucia said, "I promised him as thanks for saving my life, I would let them come see our leader. These vampires were attacked when they were meant to feel safe on this planet, so I was hoping that we could at least allow them to meet our leader." It was then that Ron gave Lucia a strange look, as if to say, did she really suggest such a thing? However, in defeat, he sighed again. "I don't know what you promised them, Lucia, though. I do agree that we should reward these guys. Not only were they attacked, but they eliminated the threat. Still, I'm worried that this might lead the enemy to send more forces here. Still, either way, I can take you to the Greylash home ship. From there, it will be all up to you, Lucia. You can't promise them something unless you can deliver it. We still need to talk to all the others, and while we are on our journey, I will get you to write a full report." Ron shook his head and was off. When he finally left, Jessica turned towards Lucia. "Are you some big shot in the Greylash family or something? The leader's daughter?" "No," Lucia replied, quickly shaking her hands. "It is nothing like that. I can explain more when we get there, but I guarantee Nate will get to meet the leader if he says that he was one of the originals who fought during the war." After waiting a while, the group was informed that today's test results would be void, and because the place would need to be repaired, they would have to come back later and retake the traveler test when they were ready. It was pretty clear that Jessica wasn't pleased about it at all, and finally, after interrogating others who were on the scene, Ron from the Greylash family returned, ready to pick them up. But just as they were about to leave, Jessica spoke. "Hey, wait! I'm coming with you guys." "You are?" Lucia asked. "She is?" Peter said, looking towards Quinn. "Of course I am. I have no money. I can't even become a traveler. And don't you have more questions for me?" "I could be your guide or something," Jessica said. "I mean, I don't mind," Lucia replied, and looked towards Quinn. "Sure," Quinn answered, and all of them got on board the medium-sized vessel that was waiting outside. It looked like they had special small spacecraft designed for the police force in the city. While on board the ship, Lucia explained a little about who Ron was to Quinn. Actually, he was the planet leader and would have to report back to the Greylash family, but he wasn't directly part of the Greylash family line. However, although she herself wasn't related to the current leader, she was related to one of the original founders of the Greylash family, which is why Ron had listened to her request. Relaxing in the metallic break room, Quinn was looking out at the city. He could see it really did seem more endless, with urban and suburban areas spread all around. Then, finally, he saw the wall. However, the wall wasn't surrounding the city. It seemed like a continuous path until it linked up to different areas, and he could then see a few stray people in these open areas. It looked like the whole city was the planet because there was more housing and buildings than empty landscapes. Though there were indeed a few open landscapes where people could go out for a hunt. The human population was low back then, but after 1,000 years it has increased exponentially, Quinn thought, which made him think of something else. The vampire settlement, Quinn said, but corrected himself. I'm sorry, I mean, is there a vampire settlement? I know you said that the leaders are really non-existent, but there were castles and tombs of the other originals during my time. Is there still such a place? Jessica had paused before answering, which Quinn realized was not a good sign. Not really, Jessica eventually replied. I have no clue about that, honestly. Maybe someone would know, but I don't know much about the family vampires. But there definitely isn't a place like that which is publicly known. When we get to Earth, I can speak to my commander. He might introduce you to someone who is high up in the vampire ranks. Quinn wondered why Jessica was being so nice to him. She had no reason to, even less since traditions no longer existed, even if he was an original vampire. However, he soon realized why as she went on to ask her own question. So, I was wondering, you were there. I mean, you said you were there during the war 1,000 years ago, right? Jessica asked, to which Quinn nodded, not quite sure where this was going yet. I just wanted to ask, do you know what type of person Quinn Talon was? Like, who was he? There have been a lot of rumors about him from back then. Rumors? Peter replied, as he was now interested in the conversation too. What type of rumors? He asked, leaning on his friend. Like, he was quite the butterfly and laid with a new woman every night? Jessica said with a bright red face. Leaning, Peter lowered his head. His shoulders moved up and down radically as he tried hard to control his laugh. Who the hell spread these rumors? Quinn thought. When Quinn had heard the first rumor about himself, quite frankly, he wanted to stop there. The first one already was far from the truth, and it was clear that Jessica was freely talking about him right to his face, because she didn't know who he was. However, one person wouldn't allow that to happen, and that was Peter. Oh, really? Well, I would say that was pretty accurate. If he ever wanted a girl to come towards him, Quinn could just give them a wink, and they would flock after him, Peter chimed in. Go ahead, what other rumors did you hear, and I will be happy to clarify them. Oh, there were lots, Jessica said with a smile. A human-turned-vampire who was the strongest vampire in history who ever lived. The kind-hearted king who used to cry every time one of his people was killed. Well, I mean, Quinn honestly didn't know how to reply to those. Sure, he cried a few times when those close to him died, but who hadn't done it? But the way Jessica phrased it, it made him feel like the rumors were too exaggerated. Sometimes, when fighting his enemies, he would cry even while killing them, Jessica said. Hearing all this, Peter was just nodding his head along. Are there any strange rumors about him? Peter asked, wanting to hear something far more interesting like the first one. The two girls seemed to be thinking about it for a while. When Quinn honestly just wanted it to stop, he couldn't even defend himself. There was one, that he got his power from virgin blood, Lucia said. That he would only consume the blood of virgins because it made him stronger. Then there's the rumor that is the complete opposite of the first one, how Quinn's strength came out because he was a virgin. Even when he had the chance right in front of him, the girls all around him, he would brush them off because he needed to keep his strength. That's not true, Quinn shouted out. He then cleared his throat as the rest stared at him. Based on what I saw, that was not true. Quinn was just far too busy during those times. There was always something coming up, that's why he couldn't. Anyway, I'm tired. I think I should get some sleep before we reach our destination. And Lucia, I'll ask you about the Greylash family when I wake up. For you, Jessica, I'll send you a list of all the cursed members, and let me know if any of them stand out, or you have seen and heard their name before. It was then Quinn left, and soon the other two followed him out of the room. However, Jessica knew something was weird. Vampires don't get so tired, and at least to her, it didn't look like Nate was that tired. In her opinion, if one had just woken up after so long, the last thing they would want to do is go back to sleep. I guess speaking about Quinn around him might be a sensitive matter, Jessica said. You might be right. For us, he's just a hero talked about in legends, but for him, it was someone he was probably close to. We shouldn't be so insensitive about this, Lucia replied. It was a shame because Jessica also wanted to ask her a few questions about Nate himself. What family was he from and so on, but she just had let herself get carried away. There was a small restroom with bunk beds. It wasn't in the best of conditions, but the ship they were on wasn't too spacious in the first place. Still, Quinn just wanted to get away from the two girls. He really didn't want to hear any more rumors about himself. He couldn't even see the looks on the girls' faces as they talked about each one. Yeah, and now if I reveal myself in front of them, they're going to be like, "Oh, why didn't you tell us that you were actually the hero Quinn?" It would just be an awkward conversation for both of us, Quinn sighed. Still, at least there weren't any nasty rumors about him. That was an upside to the whole thing, but he still felt glum about the cursed faction. Hey, you didn't have to run off like that. I'm only having a bit of fun, Peter said as he entered the room. If you have time for fun, I would suggest that you practice your ki, Quinn replied. Dampiers will be after us from now on, and from the sounds of it, they have created quite a large army. All of those that we fought today, their ki control was better than yours. And what would have happened if I wasn't with you? Quinn asked. Although Peter seemed to be in a playful mood, he agreed and decided to ask Quinn for his help. The two of them went through the process, and after explaining everything Quinn could, it was now all up to Peter. However, based on what little they had been going through so far, Peter was probably the most untalented person Quinn had come across in terms of controlling ki, so it would perhaps take a while. What about me? You can teach me as well, Minnie said with a smile. There's no need for you to learn ki, Minnie. You should just stay with the two of us. As long as you do, we will be able to protect you, Quinn said. But what if we get separated for some reason, like Mommy and me? Minnie started to cry as she thought of her mother. Peter had given Quinn a look, telling him to fix the situation he had caused. Panicking, Quinn thought whether he should teach her because she was partly right, but then another idea popped into his head. You don't have an ability, do you, Minnie? Quinn asked. She shook her head and continued to sniffle. Then how about I teach you how to use Arthur's ability? I can teach you a little bit now, and then the rest of it later. Then whenever you're in trouble, no matter where you are, I can come right by your side when you need me, Quinn suggested. Smiling back, Minnie seemed to relish the suggestion and nodded. Once again, Quinn went through the simple shadow techniques he had used before. This reminded him of the time he had taught the shadow to the others, but there were different stages one had to go through first, before they could even summon the shadow. Now remember, Minnie, don't teach anyone this, and only use it if you really need to. You can't let people see this ability, okay? Quinn said. He realized then this was a question he had forgotten to ask about. Whether or not the shadow ability was also passed to the future generations. Others like Dennis and Sam knew the shadow ability and perhaps may have taught it to others, but if they hadn't, then it would be a dead giveaway to who he was. If anything, it would put a large target on his back. After finishing teaching Minnie and Peter, Quinn felt a weird sensation because something strange had happened to him. 63% of the system has now synced. Ever since Quinn had done combat with the Dampiers, his system was syncing far quicker than it had done before. Whether it was just like a loading bar that suddenly sped up, or if it was coincidence or not, Quinn didn't know. So he decided to try and meditate, focusing on his blood aura, among other things in his body, to hopefully speed up the syncing process. The other two were busy in their own practice, so Quinn closed his eyes without any worry and knew he wouldn't be disturbed. Controlling the blood in my body. Before there were 3 different energies inside, but now I can feel 4. This 4th energy, though, is so little, less than all the rest. Maybe if I focus on this. Eventually, focusing on the tiny newfound energy in his body, Quinn could feel his body sinking quicker, getting back to what it once was during the fight with Graham, and at the same time, he heard a prompt. The new system has completely synced with your body. Your system's upgrade is complete. You have fully unlocked the celestial vampire system. When absorbing the nest crystal, Quinn knew that his body was going through an evolution. Although it stated that his system was getting an upgrade, it felt more like he was the one that was changing. However, after becoming the celestial vampire made him realize that he and the system were more linked than before. It was as if their body was one. Quinn always used to see the system as something helpful, a tutorial, almost of how to become a vampire. Vincent had even explained it to be that way. Now, though, it had evolved into something else. At the time of the great fight, Quinn was just making what came to him and his mind naturally, which allowed him to take out Graham. Because of it, he had drawn far too much power for his new body to handle, and it had made him end up in the situation he was in now. Whatever the reason, he didn't want to do that now, so he needed to read everything carefully. Celestial Vampire System, Level 1. Level 1? Is it because the system has been upgraded that it's restarting me from Level 1? But it's not a reset. I can tell my body is just as strong as it was before. HP 100 of 100, Strength 200, Agility 200, Stamina 200, Charm 200, Blood Control, Tidal Effect applied, Infinite. In one way, looking at Quinn's current stats, he was expecting them to have increased after evolving, but in a way it made sense. When fighting against Graham, there was a reason why Quinn hadn't fought him head-on using his fist and legs, because although evolving, his body hadn't improved. If he was to punch his enemy head-on, he was sure he would lose out in a battle of strength, but using the blood aura inside of him, and using the blood control to power it further, it was what allowed him to make forces and attacks beyond what Graham could handle. I wonder, now that the level has reset, does that mean my body can increase even further if I level up? Quinn wondered. That's when he noticed something else as well. There was no EXP bar. If there was no EXP bar, how was he meant to level up? Would it be by doing quests, just like he had done before? Ones that would reward him instant level up, or something else? Looking at the level icon again, Quinn pressed a small little eye next to it that wasn't there before, which allowed another system screen to appear in front of him, explaining details which weren't there before. Haha, an upgraded system means this thing can be useful for once, Quinn thought. For a celestial being, there are up to a maximum of 10 different levels. At each level, a new divine power will be unlocked. Level 1, celestial energy is now available. There is more than one way to level up for a celestial being. The more followers a celestial has, following its set condition, will provide the user with more celestial energy. If a celestial loses followers, then the energy will also lower, meaning the user can go down in levels. Another way for a celestial to level up is facing other celestials and absorbing their power. That power will temporarily belong to the celestial until the other celestial is reincarnated into the universe. Note, your current level does not allow you to reincarnate. If a celestial is to die and they have no followers, they will not be able to reincarnate. It was a head-scratcher for sure, but Quinn was glad that he was provided with some explanation. The more he was reading about it, the more it reminded him of the beings like Bliss that he had met. But there was still missing information he didn't know yet, such as celestial energy and the set condition it was talking about. Followers didn't make much sense to him either. While looking at his stats, Quinn noticed that his blood control was infinite, and apparently that was due to the title he had gained, so he wanted to look at that next. I remember a little bit, before becoming a celestial, it took all my blood items and armor off me. I thought that the blood armor in my shadow was safe, but when trying to summon it, Arthur's and the king's blood armor is gone, including my gauntlet. To take all those things, this title better be worth it. When looking at his titles, Quinn noticed that all of them had currently disappeared. There wasn't the king's title, and there weren't any of the others either, all apart from one. Ruler of Blood. The title allows the user to use any blood skills without taking any of the user's health. Blood control can be used on all types of blood, as long as it has left their body. The title also allows the user to have maximum blood control. Depending on the amount of blood available, the user can control it. While title is active, all blood skills are at the maximum level. While the title is active, all blood skills have been unlocked. Thinking about this, it made sense and allowed Quinn to control the Dalkey blood during his fight with Graham, including all the others. Still, if it claimed that it wouldn't affect his body, why had it done so before? Was it because my body hadn't completely finished going through its evolution? Did I rush it? Or was it something else? Maybe my body just needed sleep after becoming this thing. Quinn wondered, but it was something that the system itself seemed like it couldn't answer. Still, he had seen how powerful this ruler of blood title was. Even if his body was weak, Quinn could kill a Dhampir at the night level with just a drop of blood. Checking out the other things in his system, some things were no longer there. The name of all the vampires he could once summon, that was one of the effects of his title. So either it was because all of the title effects were no longer there, or it was due to them no longer being alive. At the same time, he was right. All of his current connections to the vampires just weren't there anymore. Quinn's best guess was just because now he had become a being above them. No longer a vampire that had created them, but someone who had transcended above them. It made him think of a specific individual, and perhaps that barrier between them would no longer be present. If they were alive, of course. What was still there was Quinn's shadow abilities, although his current MC cells were nothing compared to what they once were. He had 8,234 MC cells, and half of that was being used to contain the dragon in his shadow lock. It was safe to say that his shadow skills were no longer what they once used to be. With such a small amount of MC cells, he could only use them for the other benefits they provided, rather than being useful in a fight. Not unless he increased them to what they once were again. Just as stated, all of the blood skills were now at level 5, maxing them out, and there were a few new skills that Quinn had never got a chance to learn, such as the blood cannon, and even more that he hadn't seen other vampires use so much. I guess there's no need to train them, and since they don't take my health anymore, does that mean I could continually use blood cannons without worrying? Blood furry swipe without stopping? And same with the blood shield. Now Quinn was starting to realize the incredible effects of the ruler of blood title. Essentially, he didn't just have excellent blood control, but an unlimited amount of blood aura to use the blood skills as he wished. While blood control relied on the blood of others around him, this still helped, even when there was no blood around him. Finally, looking at all the old parts of his system, it was time for Quinn to look at what exactly was new, because staring at him in the face, he could see a new tab stating Celestial Energy. After having looked at everything else so far, what Quinn was most interested in was the new Celestial tab that had appeared in his system. After some description of his current state, he hoped to find answers to the questions he had. The red aura, being the vampire energy, the yellow energy of Ki, and the shadow energy of my current MC cells. They were the three energies I could feel in my body from before, and now I can feel the fourth energy, white energy. This new energy that I now feel has to be the celestial energy, Quinn thought as he selected the tab. Celestial being level 1, celestial energy 10, current dedicated followers 0. The first thing that Quinn saw was already explained to him, but the value number seemed to be relatively low for the celestial energy itself, which was expected based on how much energy Quinn could feel inside his body. Current dedicated followers? Is that what the system was talking about? A way to increase my energy? Clicking the eye icon next to celestial energy's description, a few paragraphs of text popped up, explaining a little more. Celestial energy is an energy that the user can use to combat against other Celestials. It can damage other Celestials and their followers compared to other basic skills. Reading this made Quinn wonder if adding celestial energy would help him increase his current strength and powers, or if it was something, like the system stated, to be only used for fighting against celestial beings and their followers. If it was the latter, it wasn't something urgent he felt like improving. Besides Bliss and Sarah, he couldn't think of anyone else who would perhaps be referred to as Celestials. Maybe the other god whom Richard contacted as well. That could be one. Still, a lot could have happened in the current times, and he wouldn't completely disregard it just yet. Maybe the current world had more gods that were roaming around. To increase your celestial energy, followers must meet a certain condition. Condition: followers must offer blood while thinking of the celestial. You will receive more energy if blood is offered before a figure or icon of the said celestial, i.e. a statue. Followers are to continue meeting the condition once a month for the celestial energy to remain. Reading the condition required to increase celestial energy made Quinn shake his head. According to what information he had learned from before, the condition that would be set would be different for each celestial. Perhaps because of what Quinn was, he required those to sacrifice blood. He imagined that other gods had easier ways to increase their energy. Maybe just doing good deeds, a prayer, a war, would be other ways. This isn't really something I can go around telling people to do, but is there a difference between followers and dedicated followers then? Quinn thought, as he continued to explore the rest of the system. Celestial skills, celestial marking. A celestial marking can be given to others to turn them into a dedicated follower. The user can transfer celestial energy to a dedicated follower to increase their power. Those with a celestial marking will die along with the celestial, even if they are to be reincarnated. This sounded similar to Quinn's current demon tier weapon that could give energy to others. A difference was if he made a mark, perhaps he could give them energy no matter where they were. The only thing he was confused about was just how much celestial energy would be enough to power up the followers who had a marking in the first place. Since his energy was already low, maybe it would make next to no difference. The only downside was that if Quinn died, the rest of his dedicated followers would die as well. The drawback isn't too bad, but having others' lives in my hands is a bit scary. I would have to test this on someone who really trusts me, and I guess I have a good subject right next to me, Quinn thought as he glanced at Peter, who was still trying to practice his key. Still, it made him wonder if this was the same thing that Bliss once talked about. A way to cure the vampires was to defeat the god that turned Richard and the others, but was that true? Because now, according to the system, if he killed the god, all of the vampires would most probably die. However, it was unclear if vampires counted as followers of the particular god in question, or just another power that gods gained once they reached a certain level of strength. Since what would the marking be if that was the case? Celestial drain. Celestial energy can be drained from other celestials once killed using this skill. The skill also works on dedicated followers once killed. Other than that, there really wasn't much to the system. It didn't state how much celestial energy Quinn needed to reach the next level, nor what he would unlock. Honestly, Quinn thought it would have been quite easy if he had had this system in the past. As king of the vampires, he would have already had a lot of followers, and he could have easily met the condition which would have granted him more power. Then there was the cursed faction. Although harder to explain, perhaps he could have made it a condition or a ritual for everyone to give blood. Right now, though, Quinn had no one to follow him, and if he asked others of such things, other than those close to him, people probably would think he was a madman. Everything that is happening, is it because of these gods trying to gain more energy for themselves? Then what about Bliss? Can I really trust her? Quinn thought. I told you not to trust her too much, Ray replied. Although she has helped so far, whatever the case, it would be for her own cause. It always seemed that way. Perhaps this celestial energy is the same hunger she talked about, and hers is just how many lives she saves. The more lives she saves, the more celestial energy she earned. What I do realize, Quinn, is that in this world, there always seems to be a balance. If Bliss's condition is to save lives, then there is sure to be a god out there whose condition is to take lives. I'm not too fond of this. In fact, I don't like this at all." Quinn agreed with Ray, but unlike him, it seemed like the latter was becoming closer to what he hated. Letting out a big sigh, all Quinn could really do was protect those he cared about. Thinking about it more, now that his body was back to normal, Quinn wanted to test it out. He wanted to see the level of his current strength. On top of that, he also wanted to see what his celestial energy could do. He was sure that his sudden command over Minnie when the latter went berserk during the test, and how he had held her back, wasn't because of blood powers. It didn't state in the Ruler of Blood title that Quinn could control blood aura, but if this was a part of his celestial powers then, it would be worth trying to figure out ways to increase it somehow. Quinn started to gather the blood aura in his hand, and soon he collected it into a ball-like shape, similar to that of a blood swipe, but in a circular form. Then he placed his key in his body, which was no less than before, and finally he wanted to add the new white energy to see just how strong it was. But before he could, there was a knock on the metal door. Quinn quickly dispersed all the energy that he gathered in his hand. He realized there wasn't really anything he could use or test it on in the first place, at least not in this small room, not unless he wanted to explode the whole ship. Nate, sorry to disturb you," Lucia said, standing by the door, "but we have arrived. We have landed on the main Greylash ship." Not only Quinn, but all three of them had been practicing so diligently that they couldn't hear or feel that the ship had already landed. Looking at the other two, Quinn was somewhat proud because they took the current situation seriously. "Right, Peter?" Quinn called out, already having gotten up, but the other two were still sitting on the beds. "You are practicing and not just daydreaming or something, right?" Now that he thought about it, Peter had achieved this new talent, to empty his mind as if he was meditating, not even knowing the time had passed. "Could you let it go, Playboy?" Peter smiled, and got up from his bed. As they stepped out of the ship, they noticed that those who had come with them would soon be leaving back to the last planet they were on. As it lifted into the air, before Quinn could even say goodbye, leaving him with the two girls. Waiting to greet Quinn and the party were more Greylash members. However, none of them wore the white robes that Quinn saw in his time. Instead, they all wore heavy pieces of armor on their body, similar to the guards he saw in the Traveler's building on the last planet. Looking around, it was hard to tell if they were on a ship or on a planet, and Quinn was smiling at this fact because it was one aspect of the Greylash family that didn't seem to have changed. Other than a practical spaceship that they could use for a space battle, they went for one that felt more like home. It was as if they were on a giant piece of moving land. There was also the sound of flowing water, birds flying from the trees, and temples off in the distance. Currently, they were on the bottom level, and the ship had its own set of open land with buildings and landscapes at different levels, similar to a layered wedding cake. Only these layers were able to support a significant number of people. The Greylash people managed to survive through the years and still held considerable influence, yet the cursed faction had not. Something serious had to have happened. "Lucia, we are glad you have come back," a man said as he bowed down slightly towards her. "Thank you, Gerard. I will cut to the chase why I am here," Lucia said. "Right next to me, I have one of the vampire originals. I want to request a meeting between Lear Zynon and these guests by my side. Sure, the leader will be interested as this vampire original claims he was part of the Great War 1,000 years ago." Hearing this, the Greylash members all looked at each other, and finally, Gerald, who was out front, had decided. "I will inform our superiors, and they will pass on the message to Leader Zynon. In the meantime, why don't we escort you back to your home on the second level?" "No need. I can escort them myself," Lucia replied, which gave the others nervous looks. "I can guarantee you they are not Dampiers. If they are to attack this place, I will take full responsibility." Once again, the men had to make a decision, but in the end, they allowed her to do as she wished. The others left the open area, which meant they were somewhat on their own. However, they were never truly on their own, because the giant spaceship was like a planet, with several people moving and training everywhere, not to mention the guards around them who had their eyes and ears vigilant at all times. Looking at those training, Quinn noticed that many of them were using weapons while practicing the lighting ability. Although the Greylash members did use weapons during their time, it was completely different. The weapons seemed to be more of a main focus. Currently, the group was walking through what looked like an ancient-style town. There got a few stares from the others here and there, but eventually the people didn't pay much attention and got back to their day. While walking, a few seemed to greet Lucia as well. Some were more sincere greetings and were formal, while others Quinn could hear them talking about her. Why do the others still treat her like she is some royal of the Greylash family? Her family, and especially her, haven't done anything special for the group in a long time. Quinn wasn't sure if she could hear it, and even if she did, it seemed like more of a regular occurrence to her. The traditional Greylash clothing, why did they get rid of it? Or maybe I should ask, why are you the only one still wearing it? Quinn finally asked. It had been on his mind, and even more so now after seeing all the others. I knew you were different, Lucia smiled. You said you approached me because of my clothing, but not many know that this used to be the old clothing of the Greylash family. You see, my family used to be quite close to the leader of the Greylash family in the past. I heard that the Greylash family prided themselves on their ability, calling it the world's strongest. The light cloth, made from a special set of beasts, was designed to use our powers freely. However, the family has forgotten this fact some way down the line. Now, they use armor and weapons to boost their powers even more than in the past. I guess you could just say that my side of the family are traditionalists. However, our influence within the Greylash family is no longer too deep, since our own power has weakened, but I wish to change this. When hearing their conversation earlier, Quinn realized that the current leader's name was Xynon. He had prepared himself for Owen to no longer be alive, but at the same time, he held on to small hope because confirming that Owen was dead perhaps would mean the others were dead as well. Quinn was about to ask a few more questions, but that's when he could see on the lowest tier in the middle of the town, once again, there was bigger than a life-size statue of himself. I heard that the Greylash family was close to the hero. He had a deep respect for the hero, which is why on every one of the planets you will find statues of him. Lucia smiled. We all grew up hearing great tales about him, and that is why we are so determined to follow his wish, to make the world a place where everyone can live in harmony. Although Quinn didn't exactly like the big statues of himself, he really did appreciate that Owen tried to make the world a better place, and in a lot of ways, it was a better place than the one Quinn had grown up in. It made it feel like the victory wasn't for nothing. After passing through the first tier, they reached the second tier, and here there were far fewer houses and people roaming the streets. Obviously, there would be even fewer people at the very top, where the current leader resided. They were led to the very edge of the second tier, where a temple-like house could be seen. It was a large one, but hadn't been kept up too well. Upon entering the home, they didn't sense anyone else in it. Is this your family home? Quinn asked. Yes, don't worry. You are free to come inside. All my family, they're all dead, Lucia said, still smiling while saying those words towards them. The others looked at each other and wanted to ask more, but it might not be polite, so they refrained. Feel free to make yourself at home, or if you want to stretch, there is a garden that has a view of the whole ship at the back. It's a nice place to relax, and I'm sorry I don't have any blood, but I'm happy to let you feast on my own if you would like, Lucia said. I'm okay, Jessica answered. Us in the Vampire Corps practice going without blood for long periods, so you don't have to worry about that. It was the first time Quinn had met a human openly offering their blood like so. It certainly was strange, and perhaps something he would take a while to get used to. We'll be okay, Quinn answered for the rest. You must be tired. Get some sleep, and I would like to head to that garden you just talked about, if you don't mind. The others decided to head outside along with Quinn. While making their way, they stepped inside what looked like a training hall, and in the training hall itself, There were several photos framed above of certain people, men, women, and more. Looking at them all, Quinn stopped at one as he recognized him. Robin Greylash. So this is the family you belong to. Robin Greylash was indeed a high-ranking member of the Greylash family in the past. He was assigned to help the Cursed faction take down a demon-tier beast, and during that time, Robin had been taken over. In the end, Quinn had no choice but to deal with him himself, but he never expected to reconnect with his descendant here. Is it my fault that this family lost its place? Quinn thought as he continued to head outside. Whatever the case was, he had to defeat the demon-tier beast at the time. It wasn't much of a garden as they stepped out. Most of the flowers planted had wilted, and the ground was hard and rocky, a solid yellow. This place was more like a desert than a garden. They could see several strikes on the ground, footprints and more. It looked like Lucia used this as her training space more than anywhere else. The area was big enough, it was huge, and on top of that, the sight certainly was beautiful, as one could see the tier of land below them and people far below in the distance. I'm so bored. When are we going to look for Mommy? Minnie asked. It was a conversation that Quinn still hadn't gone through with her. If you bored, try to practice what I taught you. Quinn noticed a shadow cast from above, which made him pause. It looked like a giant bird as it flew towards them. As soon as it was close enough, a young man with long, straight hair started to descend and landed right in front of them. I heard that there was an original vampire here. I came as soon as possible to see if that was true, the young man said. His wings were spread out proudly on his back, but didn't look like part of his body. Instead, they looked attached to the armor around his chest. The armor was dark in color, a dark blue, and the wings were furred but looked heavy and as hard as steel. Quinn stared at the young man as veins popped upon his head. Why does my body feel so weird? Minnie said, as she crossed her arms around herself, shaking. Peter moved and stood next to her as if to cover her. But she wasn't the only one feeling strange. Jessica could feel it as well. The tingling was all over her, as if the blood was rushing throughout her body. Peter could tell Quinn was beyond angry as the latter's eyes glowed red, seeing the young man. Tell me, Quinn shouted with a booming voice, letting out an aura of ki, which shook the whole surface beneath their feet. Even the young man who had just arrived was covered in sweat. Seeing this, he too felt his body numb, just standing in front of this person. Where did you get that demon-tier armor from? Quinn questioned. On the very top tier of the Greylash ship, there was a golden temple larger than any of the others. Only the highest-ranking members of the Greylash family were important day-to-day decisions among them, making sure to keep the main ship in order, keep the peace on the various Greylash planets, as well as keeping the Greylash family in order. In the center of the temple, there was a true garden compared to Lucia's. It had large ponds flowing, greenery all around, and even a beautiful pink cherry blossom tree. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of it was a young adult with long, straight black hair. I'm sorry to interrupt your meditation, Master Xenon, but I have important information that I needed to bring to your attention. An older gentleman, whose beard was almost touching the ground, informed the Greylash family leader. You usually only call upon me when there is a need for me to fight someone. Is today any different? Xenon asked, opening his left eye. Well, the man paused as he struggled with what to say. Miss Song has brought a few guests with her, and she wishes for you to meet them. However, they aren't just any guests. It's a group of vampires, and the reason I've come to you is that one of them is supposedly one of the original vampires, one belonging to one of the 13 families. Hearing this, his eyebrows rose, and he opened his other eye before he stood up from the ground. The armor he was wearing clanked a little. The leader had a large chest piece, with a circle in the center of it that wrapped around the white robes underneath. He had a feeling that today was going to be a big eventful day, and it looked like he was somewhat right. Did you get an image of him? Xenon asked. Swiping his hand, a screen appeared in front of the old man, facing the young man. It was video footage of Quinn arriving in the docking bay on the first tier. The camera was zoomed in on the celestial vampire. With his right hand, Xenon expanded something with his fingers, and several photos came up. All of them had different faces. He quickly glanced between the two of them, checking for any matches. It doesn't look like his face matches up with any of the originals we know of or anyone from back then. Although I made a quick check with the vampires we have on file while also cross-referencing his face through the system. He could be one that has woken up, Xenon theorized. That might be the case, though I'm afraid that they might be Dampiers who have managed to trick Lucia somehow, the old man stated. Nodding along, Xenon agreed that to be another possibility. She's a kind-hearted gal, but she is too focused on the past. Perhaps they have learned of this and have tricked her. She reminds me a lot of you in a way, the old man commented with a slight smile, and Xenon helplessly scratched the head of his back, unable to refute that claim. Thank you for informing me. I will set out and test them myself. It is too dangerous if anyone else goes out, and if Lucia were to get hurt, I would feel incredibly guilty. With that said, Xenon pressed the center of his chest, and two large wings sprouted from his back. What he currently had on his chest was a demon-tier piece of armor. This item, along with the Grey Lash leader's personal strength, meant that the old man wasn't too worried about him going out on his own. Against a single person, the elder honestly believed that there was nobody that could defeat the current master of the Grey Lash family, even if it truly turned out to be an original vampire. Flying over to Lucia's house, Xenon immediately spotted the individual he had seen on the screen. He decided to give that person a little test to verify whether that was the truth. However, before he ever got the chance to, that person released such a scary amount of aura that it nearly overwhelmed the Grey Lash leader. What is this feeling? Am I scared of him? Is this the power of an original? How's that possible? They were never described to be this strong. Just who is this person? Could he be the leader of Dampiers? No, they always address her as some queen, so it can't be her. Xenon's mind tried to come up with a reasonable explanation of who Quinn might be. Having felt the pressure, Lucia stormed out of the house. Not just that, but she could somewhat see it around him, like a soft red flame that looked like it was covering his entire body. What happened? Lucia asked. I have no clue, Jessica replied. That guy just appeared out of nowhere, and he seems to have done something to make Nate furious. The two girls looked towards Peter, wondering if he had an answer. Those wings, Peter muttered, starting to recognize them. Are they a demon-tier item? Hearing Peter ask this, it was then that Lucia noticed who the other person was. It's the Grey Lash family leader, Xenon. What is he doing here? Although it didn't answer his question, Peter thought that it might just be a resemblance. After all, with a millennium having passed, it shouldn't come as a surprise that humans would have gathered multiple demon-tier items compared to before. In general, everyone's equipment should have been better. Just because it looked like someone that was dear to them didn't necessarily mean that there was a correlation. However, Quinn seemed to think differently. He took a single step forward, and the tingling feeling they could all feel grew stronger inside their bodies. Tell me, what is it that you are wearing? Quinn demanded to know. He had used his influence skill. However, just like with the other humans, all the Grey Lash members had trained in Ki. Xenon blocked the attempt and had covered his mind just in case. For Quinn, he didn't need to use his inspect skill. Ever since evolving, he had become able to feel the different energies around him. Now that he was at 100%, he could feel all the surrounding energies, and he could tell that the energy of the armor was strong. If you're going to be aggressive like that, then I have no choice, Xenon mumbled. His large wings started to electrify, turning blue, and with a single flap of his wings, several zaps of lighting came out, accompanied by metallic sharp feathers at the end of it. Moving ever so slightly, Quinn was avoiding each one. However, there was far much too lighting for him to block it completely. With his finger held out, the celestial vampire quickly shot out several blood bullets towards each of the lighting strikes. Numerous feathers fell to the ground, yet one of the lightning feathers came straight towards Quinn's forehead. Blood started to cover the vampire's hand. The red glow could be seen on it again as the red power flowed through his veins. Lifting his hand, he caught the lightning feather. It continued to strike him with power, but it didn't seem to have any effect on him. The next second, holding the feather, Quinn threw it back, right towards Xenon. Seeing this, the young man closed his wings, shielding himself. He knew his wings were strong and almost indestructible. However, When Quinn had thrown the projectile back, he had added a blit of his blood aura and started to spiral the back of the feather, giving it a boost towards the person in front of him. When the feather hit, it pierced right through the demon tier wing, going through it and injuring Xynon's shoulder. "Ah!" the Grey Lash leader let out a scream. "How did that get through?" "Nate, you have to stop!" Lucia screamed. "He's the Grey Lash leader!" It was then Quinn moved from one side of the open area and now was directly in front of Xynon, who still had his wings held up. "I missed your head on purpose," Quinn stated. "As for your title and position, I don't care." Opening up the palm of his hand, a red beam could be seen. It looked similar to that of the red blood cannon, and the next second it left his hand, hitting the wings and sending Xynon off his feet. The red beam continued to make contact and pushed the leader through the walls of the house, and continued to go until it had hit the wall of a mountain on the other side, just opposite the house. The young man was seriously hurt, wondering where this monster had come from. "I've never heard or seen anyone who has this strength. No, could he be that Laxmus?" Xynon thought. When he opened his eyes and climbed through the walls, he could see Quinn was already in front of him, and before he could say anything, his fingers were wrapped around Xynon's throat. "Right now, I can feel the blood completely running through your veins. I can make them pop at any second. Now tell me, what did you do to Vorden?" Quinn shouted, tightening his grip. Asking this question, images appeared in his head. The first time he had met his friend at the military academy. Despite having been a prodigy from an important family, he had always stuck up for him and Peter, who had been regarded as nothing but wastrels. Although it had practically been suicide, he had gone through the teleporter without hesitation when Quinn had been pushed through it onto a dangerous planet. The first true friend he had made, and now his body, or at least the body of Tails, the humanoid demon-tier beast he had been in control of, was nothing more than a weapon. Lifting his hands, Xynon was trying to show that he meant no harm. "Please, Nate, stop!" Lucia shouted at the top of her lungs. "I brought you here because I thought I could trust you. Please, you said you were friends with our Grey Lash family, right?" Hearing those words, it had caused Quinn to calm down a little, and he loosened his grip. You said Vorden, right?" Xynon questioned, now that he could breathe a little again. "So you really are someone from back then, someone from the Cursed faction." Hearing those words, Quinn completely let go of Xynon. Since waking up from his deep slumber, Quinn had never heard of anyone who knew what the Cursed faction was. He hadn't spoken to many, but still, to not hear anything about Cursed faction, with even people not remembering about it, he had lost all hope, until now. "Speak," Quinn said, still a bit short and still angry at what the man was currently wearing. You said the name Vorden, correct?" Xynon replied while still adjusting his neck. When the strange vampire had finally let him go, he felt all of the blood in his body rush to his neck, and although he couldn't see, there was a red ring around his neck where Quinn had held him. It was not because of the pressure of the grip, but because of something else. There was one thing that Xynon knew for sure. He needed to tread carefully. "That name, he was one of those from the Cursed faction. I studied them well. If you are an original from back then like you claimed, then perhaps you two were friends," Xynon continued. It was clear he was fishing for answers and confirmations. "Just tell me, what is that armor you are wearing right now? Is it Vorden?" Quinn demanded to know, still frustrated. The others had rushed out of the house, and the two women, a little frightened, had decided to stay back a little, but Peter and Minnie continued forward, while Minnie ran straight up to Quinn's leg and grabbed onto it. Please don't hurt the bird. Please stop fighting," she said, as she continued to sob and cry, which had managed to somewhat cool Quinn's head. Seeing this and the little girl, a young vampire, along with such a man, Xynon decided to take his chances. "This armor was a gift from the Cursed faction to the Grey Lash family. We had a close connection in the past. You must know that, so I ask you to trust me. Please, if you want to know more, then follow me, and we can talk," Xynon suggested. Looking at the others' frightened faces, especially for the woman who had come along with him, Quinn thought he should calm down a little bit. After all, he was a guest, and as the man in front of him stated, this was the Grey Lash faction. They were not the enemy. At least that's what he hoped. Either way, if he found out something he didn't like, it wasn't exactly like there was anyone that could stop him. The group started to follow Xinon up the mountain. There were thousands of stairs to the top level. Before that, he had also informed the others that there was nothing to worry about, at least for now. Since somewhat of a fight had broken out, he was sure they would soon be coming to look. In the end, they had reached the large temple, and standing outside were countless guards, wearing large pieces of armor as Quinn had seen before. They were lined in a row on either side of the temple, and their armor was gold and white compared to the others he had seen. Another thing to note was that these guards also wore a helmet with 2 wings on the top of the head. He also noticed that their choice of weapon was a spear, similar to Lucia. Many elders in white robes rushed towards him when entering the large temple. Unlike the guards outside, they didn't wear any large and heavy armor. "Master, you brought them in. Does that mean—" Before the elder could ask his question, Xinon shook his head. "There is still more we both have to learn. I shall take him to my chambers for now." With that said, the others bowed down, but they did notice the state their master was in. His face was covered with dirt, and blood was flushed on his shoulders. The elders also took note of others with him, and to their surprise, none of them looked like they had fought. "Just in case, get everyone to be on standby," one of the elders whispered to the others. Now in front of the group were 2 large doors. It was the Greylash leader's main room. "Is it okay if the 2 of you waited outside?" Xinon said when looking at Lucia and Jessica. "Are you serious?" Jessica said. "After coming all this way, you 2 are going to talk about the past. I want to know what happened to— who doesn't want to know about the Great War?" "I understand," Xinon said with a smile. "However, there might be some things which, if revealed, must not escape this room. Please understand." The door was then pushed open, and standing immediately out of the room were 2 of the golden guards that Quinn had seen when entering the temple. Peter, Minnie, and Quinn headed inside, while the girls were forced to wait outside, and the guards would make sure of it. Inside the room there was a large bed, but at the same time there were several pieces of paper, computer servers, screens, and more. It wasn't what Quinn was expecting at all, and the number 1 face he could see scattered all over the room was Owen. It seemed like Quinn might have come to the right place after all. "First, if you are who you say you are, one of the originals, then please, could you tell me when you went into a slumber? How long after the Great War? How long after the battle between Graham and Quinn?" It was starting to annoy Quinn. It seemed like everyone he met had their own set of questions before he could even ask his own. Still, for now, he would play along. "I went into slumber right after the battle," Quinn answered, "so I know nothing about what happened after, which is why I wanted to ask my own questions." Xinon gave Quinn a look as if he could tell he was somewhat lying, or at least holding something back. He then swiped his hand up, and a screen appeared on the back wall, which revealed the faces of all the vampires who fought during the war. "These are the faces of the vampires that took part in the war. All of those were caught on camera back then," Xinon said. "Your face matches none of them. I'm not saying you aren't an original. You might have been sleeping. In fact, many don't know this, but the vampires that took part in the war were just regular leaders. They weren't any originals at all. You have to be honest with me. You want to know about the cursed faction, but I have to trust you before I can tell you anything. I need to know who you are. Over the years, we have made countless enemies, and as the leader, I have the responsibility of everyone in the Greylash family. Let me tell you something. When you had my life in your hands, I didn't tell you about the cursed faction because I was scared, but because I thought you might be able to help me. Tell me information that I need to know." When hearing Xinon talk, Quinn could understand. The weight that a leader carries. He had held it for a long time, and now he felt like crap. Crap for leaving them and having this happen to them all. "Fine," Quinn answered. "If you wish to know who I am, then so be it. You said you wanted to trust me? Then this should give you enough trust." Quinn lifted his hand and slightly pressed his face with a finger. A slight crack appeared on his cheek, and it slowly spread throughout his face. Slowly, the parts of the mud began to fall off on the floor, slowly revealing Quinn's real face. His hair suddenly began to grow longer until they reached up to his waist, and within a few moments, Quinn successfully removed the disguise, and his real face was fully revealed. I am Quinn Talon, leader of the cursed faction, and once king of the vampires, he declared. At some point, Quinn knew that he would have to reveal himself, but with him being a legendary figure and still not entirely understanding the current state of the world and how it came to be, he felt it was easier for him to hide for the time being. However, with how things were now, it was quicker to get straight to the point, and just by showing his face to one person, he could gauge the reaction of the others. Now that he had finally revealed himself, he could see the look on Xynon's face was one that was of speechlessness. His mouth was left wide open. His eyes dilated to the point they looked like they would fall out of its sockets. He stood frozen on the spot and didn't say anything for a long moment. Well, it looks like he can recognize me, Quinn thought, a little worried that he might not have. After all of Quinn's statues on the Greylash planet were similar to his look before his final evolution, when he was the leader of the cursed faction, not when he had defeated Graham, which was his current appearance. The latter was revealed only briefly to the world. The next second, and lifting up his hand, Xynon slapped him across the cheek, which resounded through the room, and his face turned red, showing he hadn't held back. The hero, after all this time, has returned and is still alive, Xynon uttered, falling to his knees. The world thought you had died. Why? Why did it take you so long to come back finally? That was an awkward question for the group to answer, one they were trying to figure out themselves. It has been some strange circumstances, but 1,000 years ago, after defeating Graham, I went into a slumber, and these two were also with me. We just woke up, and the world is like it is now. I need to know what happened. I need to know what the cursed faction is like. You said you knew them, by name and their faces, what they looked like. And how did you know how I looked? Quinn asked. There were numerous questions, and knowing that such an important person was asking them, Xynon had to regain his composure. But it was almost impossible, as he kept staring towards Quinn. Soon, though, the screen on the wall of his chamber had changed. It had changed into something Quinn was familiar with. It showed Quinn in the air, tornadoes of blood around him, while Graham was on the ground. This was the footage captured 1,000 years ago of that fight, Xynon explained. The past leaders and I have watched it many, many times over again, and faces of all those that were involved in the war back then, those that had saved our lives, the Greylash leader at the time, Owen Greylash, made sure that at least our family line would remember it. Xynon paused the video right on Quinn's face and looked towards the man in front of him. He turned his head several times, making sure they were the same person, and without a doubt he confirmed that they were the same. Even if the whole world was to forget, no matter what, the Greylash family will remember. These were Owen's words. I'll do my best to explain what has happened since you've been gone. However, I'm afraid I can only explain it from the Greylash family point of view, and you will soon understand why. The video screen started to change, showing a timeline of sorts. A celebration took place in all of the shelters after the war, the planets being taken over, and the statues of Quinn being built. At the time, Owen was the leader of the Greylash family, and after the war, he focused on building up the shelters on each of the planets they owned. Thanks to the cursed faction, relations with the vampires were developing by the day. In the end, the Greylash faction was also able to claim land in the vampire solar system, which is where we are today. It was on the condition that we were to allow the vampires to live here, which Owen, of course, accepted and had planned to do so anyway. The Greylash family chose to stay away from the troubles on Earth, so there was not much known about it or much details about what was happening. All we do know is the cursed faction and the Earthborn group were doing their best to resolve matters, and in the end, it seemed like they had somewhat succeeded. However, the Greylash group didn't feel the need to go back to the Earth's solar system. We had found our own place here, and continued to live our lives away from the others. So far, the story sounded like there was peace after the war. The troubles on Earth might have been related to Pure. Did Leo and Sarah complete their mission? Did they get rid of Pure? Quinn asked. Pure? Xynon paused for a moment before adding, I do not know the people that you spoke of. I only remembered the names of those that were with you in the fight against Graham, which is why I knew of the name Vorden. But yes, Pure is an organization that is currently still rampant on Earth, and in fact, they have the support of half of the humans living in Earth's solar system. Over half came as a big shock, but it was also clear that Xynon didn't know the details, of why this came to be, only the result of what had happened. It also made Quinn wonder if Zero was still alive. It's a worry, as there are also supporters of Pure currently on our own planets. However, many supported the hero's ideals and chose to follow Owen Greylash's wishes above all. Which is why, even now, we accept the vampires, Xenon explained. The cursed faction, though. What happened to the cursed faction? Why has everyone forgotten about them? Quinn asked. Upon hearing this, there was a concerned and pained look on Xenon's face. Do you know, Owen was still alive when I was a child? He was my grandfather. I didn't just know him by name, but I knew him in person. He would tell me countless stories about you, Quinn. You might be wondering how he was able to stay alive. Due to mastering Ki, those who excel at it can slow down the aging process significantly, and he was someone who had managed to excel at it more so than any other Greylash before him. I believe he had reached the age of 800 and over when he passed. He wasn't even a vampire, and it was believed he was the first human of his kind to make that achievement. Then there was my father, and now there is me, at the age of 200 and so, but I won't tell you the full number. That's right. Between my time and yours, only 3 generations of leaders have passed. It was hard to believe the words of the person in front of him, since he looked like a young man. But why would he have a reason to lie? And he had heard the effects of Ki like this before. He just didn't know they would work to this extent. Quinn, your goal and my goals are similar, so you might be able to find out what happened to the cursed faction and why. Pure, although strong, wasn't a significant threat to the cursed faction or the vampire settlement. Everything changed when an influx of Dhampirs started to appear. That all started when Owen Greylash died. No one knows how he died, but it was in this very room that I am in now. His heart had stopped, and the higher-ups told the public that it was due to his old age, but I don't believe that fact at all. You see, Owen continued to make strides in Ki. He had become fascinated with the power. He was still strong and healthy. In fact, he had even learned how to take life force from the things around him. Hearing this reminded Quinn of what he had seen Zero do, all those dry bodies having their lives drained out of them. The life drain skill will allow a human to live indefinitely, Ray answered. If anyone has truly mastered that, they can take the life not just from other humans, but even plants or beasts around them to increase their time here. No wonder humans managed to live for so long. That is why I believe he was murdered. I have more reasons than one for this, but the main reason is that all the chaos in this world was triggered by my grandfather Owen's death. That's when the group of Dhampirs began to come out and reveal themselves. Something strange is happening, Quinn. When I heard that someone was still alive from back then, I hoped that they were close to my grandfather. I was hoping they might know who could have killed him, but I guess not. Still, I will tell you what I know about the cursed faction, and even help you on your quest. As long as you can help me, I request you to please find who killed my grandfather, Owen Greylash. New quest received. Find the murderer of Owen. Quest reward. Oh, it's the first quest of my new system, Quinn thought. But there were still plenty of questions he needed answering, and he still had a lot to hear about. As Quinn advanced through the levels of his old system, the number of quests he would receive decreased in rate, and this also assured him that the system was close to its max level. There wasn't much it could teach him, nor were there as many challenges to help Quinn grow. Yet he had finally received a new quest from the system. Another thing to note is that this one seemed like a chain quest. To find out what happened to Owen? Does this mean that the quest was over if Quinn figured out Owen had died of natural causes instead of being murdered? Also, how did the system know that someone murdered Owen? If that was the case, how would the system even know that in the first place? Either way, these quests were a lot harder than actually surviving a fight or something along those lines. Which was why he was hoping with an upgraded system that the rewards he would receive would be better too. The system is a bit addictive. It's like I am getting a present when I get these rewards. Even though I don't know what it will be, I'm always a bit excited to get them, Quinn thought. Regardless of this, Quinn could see he had completed most of his previous quests, all apart from one, that was. Learn more about the Talon family. Why hasn't this quest been completed? Even when I ask so many questions about the past, this quest just never seems to conclude, Quinn thought. It wasn't an important matter, though. and he had more important questions to ask in front of him. I can't make any promises just yet, and I think that you should be able to understand I need to know what happened to myself and the others. If it's true, like you said, that the two things are linked, then of course I will help. Owen was a really good friend of mine, Quinn answered. Hearing this had put a smile on Xynon's face. The cursed faction's influence started to dwindle when those from Earth seemed to become a blur of one group. To put it simply, the world didn't need someone like the cursed faction anymore, but it seemed like that was very wrong. As I said, after Owen's death, the Dampiers started to appear. I heard that they attempted to hunt the vampires till the very end. The vampire corps did a good job, but as for the rest of them, my theory is the cursed faction were being hunted, as they were the ones who brought the two sides together. Unfortunately, the Greylash group had the vampires here to worry about, Xynon explained. Honestly, at around the same time, when the Dampiers appeared, the cursed faction seemingly went into hiding. Hiding? Quinn quickly repeated. You mean they're not dead? They just have gone into hiding because of the Dampiers? There was hope yet again. Please bear in mind, a lot of this happened when I was not leader, and I only took over not too long ago. I have to add that the hiding factor is my own theory. There's a high probability that Dampiers may have already hunted them. This fact was true, and Quinn wasn't sure if they would even stay alive for that long. Maybe because the cursed faction felt like the world no longer needed them, since there was no existential threat. Many lived out their lives and went to eternal sleep. All for the Dampiers to start their attack then. It could also be something that was just timed too well or a coincidence, though the latter part was quite improbable. I have a reason to believe that theory. After the Dampiers appeared, there was a time when it looked like they would come to the Greylash family planets. However, when those on Earth increased pressure on their forces, they had made a deal with us. They will not bother us, and we must not interfere with the matters of Earth. It might have been a bad decision, but my father and I agreed to the deal, and because of this, our people have been able to live relatively peaceful lives. However, I think the cursed faction is alive due to the armor that was given to me by your friend. The person was named Sam. I believe you should know him, as he played a big part in the cursed faction. He was the one that gifted me the armor. My theory of them being hunted is because of what he said. The world was after more potent weapons, and many knew about the piece of information regarding a place where two humanoid demon-tier beasts were present. It came as a surprise to me that this armor came from him. I'm sorry, I honestly never knew. Sam was the one that gave him the armor. Does that mean Vorden is dead? And it might also mean that Sam is still alive? How long ago was this? When did Sam give you the armor? Quinn asked. It was originally given to my father, just after Owen had passed. This is why I believe this whole mess is linked, and the cursed faction might actually know more about this than the others. If you are asking where they are, I do not know. If Sam had appeared after Owen's death, it meant that it was around 200 years ago. It was still a long time, and a lot could have happened. However, if Sam visited the Greylash family, it also meant Sam was alive for a long time, even after Quinn's fight with Graham. It's a good thing that you kept your face hidden. If the Dampiers were to know that you were alive, Quinn, I'm sure they would destroy every planet you stepped foot on to find you, a force as strong as them, and you still hold the strength you did in the past. If you can, I will suggest that you find them before they can come to you. Honestly, Quinn was already planning on it. He had one more place he wished to visit to see if he could find the cursed faction first, trying to figure out what had occurred, but if he still couldn't get any answers, then it was time for him to be the assailant for once. He would march right into wherever the Dampiers were and ask them what happened to the cursed faction, since they seemed to be the problem at the root of it all. Still, the Dampiers also had to be strong enough for the Greylash family not to make a move, and even those on Earth have yet to get rid of them. If you don't mind me asking, where do you plan to go next? Xynon asked. It didn't take long for Quinn to respond. There is one member of the cursed faction that is still alive. I'm going to see Logan Green on Earth and fill in the gaps of history. I'm sure he will know why the cursed faction went into hiding. When Quinn answered, he could hear Xynon's heart rate change. It made him wonder why. Was it the name? The place he had decided to go? Or was it something else? Quinn, I am thrilled that you are back. I wish I could treat you to any desire you want in the Greylash family. I feel as close a bond with you as my own family, even though I don't know you. even though you nearly killed me as well. This is how much the Greylash family believe they are indebted to you. So when I speak, please know that I am not trying to be rude to you. However, I wish to give you a word of warning. The vampire core is very trustworthy, but as for Logan Green, have you ever thought that if the cursed faction was being hunted or had gone into hiding, why Logan Green hasn't? Not only that, but somehow he has become a public figure, and yet still no Dampiers have attempted to attack him so openly like they had done the others. As I said, something big is going on in this world, and my advice would be not to trust Logan Green. Before leaving the chamber, Quinn had asked as many questions as he could about the current state of the world, the cursed faction, or if there was anything else that he had missed. Unfortunately, it seemed like there wasn't much information. The Greylash planets and the main ship were currently in the vampire's solar system, and they had somewhat made it their base. What used to be known as the Beast solar system was a mixed bag, and Earth's solar system was in the worst state, filled with most of the ongoing conflicts. Quinn did, however, find out more about the vampires. If the 13 families were still alive, or their tombs existed, they would probably be in the current solar system. Nearly all of the 13 family vampires resided in this part of the solar system, rather than the Beast part, even if the Greylash family owned those planers. Quinn felt like he could believe this since he himself was found on one of the Greylash planets. After their conversation came to an end, Peter had gone on to make another mud mask for Quinn. Xenon had promised that he would keep Quinn's identity a secret, and it looked like it was best for Quinn to meet Logan by surprise, rather than alerting the latter beforehand. Logan, I can't believe it. There is no reason for him to change sides. It just makes no sense. But many things haven't made sense since I arrived. As Xenon said, something is going on. Can you do me a favor? Quinn said, as he put on the mask and once again took on the appearance of Chucky. The planet I was on, the location I described. You want me to try to find out who rented the room out, or perhaps who owns the building, correct? Xenon replied with a smile. I will try my best to find out for you. I'm sorry I can't help much further, but whatever you need, as long as it's on one of the Greylash planets, I will be happy to help you. I just can't believe that the world, after so much time has passed, will need to rely on you again. Because of that, I want to give you something before you leave. Pressing the center of his chest, the armor seemed to release some sort of steam as it unbuckled. Quickly, Xenon grabbed it and walked over to Quinn. Take it. This is not mine in the first place, Xenon said. You will possibly be going into dangerous territory. I won't lie, but mostly, fate will put you in situations where you will need to fight once again. I know you're strong. Xenon touched his injured shoulder. I know that more than anyone else. However, the enemy is as well. While you were away, they built up strength with next to no resistance. Ki, crystals, beast gear, all of these things have changed from your time to now. Even our Greylash family, who is proud of their ability, had to resort to using strong beast gear to enhance our powers. Honestly, Quinn initially wanted to reject the idea, but since there was a chance this was a piece of Vorden, someone he cared about, he didn't because he wanted to bring a part of him along with him. When he placed it around his chest, the armor attached itself around the back. Demon tier chest piece acquired. All stats plus 60. Defense 200. Passive skill, endurance restoration. If any part of the armor is damaged in any way, the armor will return to its original state if it is not taken in use for some time. Active skill, flight. When skill is active, the user can fly for as long as the skill is active. Speed is based on the user. So far, for a demon tier piece of equipment, Quinn didn't find it too impressive. However, its defense was undoubtedly high, and there wouldn't be many things that could have broken through its wings. At the same time, the restoration skill was unheard of. Then there was the active skill of flight, which in itself was a skill that was almost as good as an ability. And the last thing was something Quinn had never seen on a piece of armor before. Unique active skill. The armor can adapt any active skill dependent on the user's ability. Unable to process information at this moment. This is a first. Did the special lightning feathers the armor had produced when Xenon tried to attack me come from this skill? I'm interested to see what this thing can do with my shadow, Quinn thought. I'm happy to know you enjoy the gift, Zynon smiled. It belongs to you in the first place. You know, in some ways, I feel like when Sam gave the Greylash family that piece of armor, he might have known it would come back to you. Thinking about what Sam's character was like, Quinn didn't doubt that. You have been a big help. Thank you for looking after the vampires. If you need anything or anything comes up, I will contact you. One last favor, Zynon said, about Lucia. She is interested in knowing how a man in the Greylash family had died, similar to how we pass down stories of you. In her family, they pass down stories of the greatest Greylash member from her family. If you know anything, well, I will let you decide what to do. However, my wish is for her not to get hung up in the past and enjoy her life. I believe that she will have nothing to worry about by your side. I'm not asking you to protect her, but maybe show her more of this life. For once, it was a more normal request, and hearing this, Quinn did feel a little guilty. His actions from 1,000 years ago had affected the poor girl and her family. He could at least help them out. Zynon then gave a small communication device to Quinn. It was a wristwatch of some sort, similar to those they would use in the military. It worked similar to a phone, and the two could contact each other whenever they wished. It was good because many technology devices Quinn had with him were outdated and not functional anymore. As the three of them walked out of the chamber doors, they found the girls talking amongst each other. Quinn had been in the chamber for a long time because there was much to learn and hear. "You're back," Jessica said, somewhat smiling, but then quickly put the smile away. "I mean, I thought that the two of you might have gotten into a fight again, so I was a little worried when you guys were in the room for so long. Anyway, what did you talk about?" "Wait for a second, what is that?" Lucia said, pointing at his chest, at the beast armor Quinn had recently acquired. "Wait, isn't that what we saw on the Greylash leader?" Jessica said, surprised as well. "What did you do to make him let you keep that?" Quinn was thinking about what to say. According to Zynon, not many would recognize it, as Zynon hardly used it outside of the main ship. But of course, these two would know about the armor piece. "It was in return for a request," Peter replied. "The Greylash leader had a task that we needed to do for him that might be dangerous, so he gave us this to make it easier for us." Surprisingly, Peter was the one to save the day. "A task? The Greylash leader gave you a task to do? Something that he can't do himself?" Lucia repeated. "He has several planets to run. He's a busy person," Quinn said, and realized now, with the way he was, with his identity hidden, he was a free person. Most importantly, he was a free person who was no longer a weakling. "So, what did he ask you to do?" Jessica said. We will stick to the plan. Let's head to Earth," Quinn stated. Before leaving, Quinn once again gave the option to the other two women who had been following him so far, whether they wanted to come along or not. He thought it would be handy to have them, since they could help point out things in the world that he didn't know yet. After all, there were certain things that perhaps Zynon had missed. Also, sometimes hearing about things and actually experiencing them himself are two different things. "Of course, I'll come. I said I would introduce you to the Vampire Corps in the first place. Honestly, I also wonder if I made the wrong call coming here. I feel like that attack on the Greylash planet was because of me," Jessica answered. Then there was Lucia. Although Zynon had asked Quinn to take her along with him, Quinn wasn't going to take her against her will. It had to be something that she wanted to do. At the same time, this was her home. Her family house was also here. She clenched her spear as she went to make the decision. "I will come. You are trying to learn the truth of what happened around your time, and my goal is quite the same. Honestly, I had no path I wished to take, so this will give me one." Zynon was extremely helpful, giving the small group everything they needed. He had given them a combat ship to travel to whatever planets they wanted and would come across. It was a perfect vessel for around 10 members in total, so there was plenty of room for them. On top of that, he had given enough money for them to have no troubles, although the correct thing to say was he had given the money to Lucia, who would be holding on to it. After finding out she would be going along with them, Xenon had decided on helping them out with money as well. Currently, the group was on board the ship and headed to the space station that would take them to Earth's solar system. Quinn wanted to explore the other planets here to see the vampires, where the originals were presumed to be, but he would leave that up to the leader, Xenon. From the first impression I have of him, I think I can trust him. I kind of have to find new people to trust now, Quinn thought.
So explain why we can't just go straight to Earth? Peter asked Jessica.
Quinn and the others were quite surprised that they were going to Mars, even though Earth was where they knew Logan to be currently.
Can you just please leave this stuff to us? Don't you trust us?
Jessica complained, with her arms folded.
At the moment, there are 3 or 4 groups that are on Earth, and unless you are a part of one of them, then we can't just go in, not without permission.
Not even I, being a high member of the Greylash family, would be able to set foot on Earth, Lucia added, especially since the agreement between our family and the Dampier, which is why the best option is for Jessica to use her contacts. There was a smug smile on Jessica's face as she heard her name being used, but to be honest, she wasn't sure how much help she could be. After all, she was just a standard member of the Vampire Corps, and she wasn't special in any way, unlike Lucia. This meant, when they got there, it all depended on how convincing Nate and his friends could be.
I'll keep this bit to myself, though. If they find out that I can't really help, is there any point in me being here? It will feel just like it did when I was in the Vampire Corps, Jessica thought, while looking at the others as they made their way to Mars. Going through the space station was an easy task. Also, Quinn didn't know that the wristwatch given to all 3 of them by a Greylash elder before they left the Greylash planet also acted as an ID card for them. And now, Quinn's name engraved in the database was Nate Snell, the same alias that Quinn had used before. Since no one seemed to know the names of the cursed faction, apart from those obsessed with the events like Xenon, he thought using the name Nate Snell was sure to grab the attention of those who remembered the past. If they did know who the real Nate was, this might help Quinn without having to reveal his real identity. Finally, they could see the planet Mars in the distance, which was now wholly terraformed into a planet similar to the Earth, except for the surface, which contained a tinge of redness. In Earth's solar system, they hadn't terraformed the other planets yet, other than the shelters on the different beast planets, which were in a different solar system. So seeing this way, it was quite a surprise.
It doesn't look like there is much fighting on here, Peter said as the ship approached what looked like a megacity of some kind. It looked like a modern city similar to the Greylash planet.
Remember when we used to learn about different nations and countries? Lucia commented. Currently, Mars is similar to that. There are different parts of the planet that individual groups regulate. Pure also owns a part of it, so do Logan Green and the Vampire Corps. However, Logan Green and the Vampire Corps areas overlap each other, since the 2 work with each other. There are fights here and there, but a full war hasn't broken out on these planets. War isn't beneficial to anyone. It's clear to the others that either side is waiting for something. Either the enemy attacks first, or perhaps they are in search of something that will guarantee them victory if there is a war.
Quinn understood this very well. In the past, with the Big Four, it was similar. When there were several big powers, they knew that a war would just wipe them both out, and that wasn't something any of them desired, economically or socially.
What does Pure really want, and what are they waiting for? Quinn wondered.
Landing in the docking bay, the group again had to register themselves. It looked like the planets kept track of who was where and when, something that didn't happen so much in the past because of how unorganized everything was. However, this was mainly due to the countless wars and the groups not working together. So, in theory, all the Dampiers and Pure members should be registered as well, since they are currently normal living citizens? They're no longer hiding like they were before, Quinn realized. I really hope Logan is on our side, because all of this information would be useful in finding out what is going on and getting rid of the real threat. It was late for the group, and Lucia was getting tired, so the group decided that they would rest at a hotel before heading to the vampire core group located in the city. A young man was sitting in a chair in a bright white light room. Several wires were linked to him on the chair itself, cables from all ends leading to several different machines. Screens, more than one could count, were spread all over the room, but the young man's eyes remained closed as if he was in a deep sleep. That was until something flashed in his mind, and his eyes twitched a bit. A group of vampires have just arrived on Mars? Well, that's not the interesting part, but the name. Who would be brave enough to use a name like that? Nate Snell, huh? It seems someone is feeling lucky enough to irritate me today. It couldn't have been them. They would have contacted me beforehand. This pain. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Wait, do I even feel anything anymore? When moving part of the shirt around his chest, a faint glow could be seen sticking through the material. It was a special crystal that was said to have unlimited power, a nest crystal. I have to find the red heart before the others. I can't afford to have people interfere. Since the money that had been gifted to them was apparently quite a lot, the three of them decided to splurge on 2 nice rooms. The hotel rooms were simply delightful, nicer than anything Quinn had seen during his time. Many structures in the past, including the shelters, had to be built quickly, using abilities and more. With war, many knew there would be times when these structures could collapse at any time, so luxury was not something that Quinn was used to till now. After being given their key cards, a small little round robot that looked like a moving trash can was showing each one to their rooms. They were close to being on the top floor, and each of the rooms were also placed next to each other, although next together perhaps wasn't the right word. The doors were so far apart that Quinn wouldn't even be able to hear what was being said in the other rooms. Peter, Quinn, and Minnie would be staying in one room, while the 2 girls would be staying in the other. Lucia, do you mind meeting me in my room for a moment? There were a few questions I would like to ask you, Quinn said. Hey, what are you planning to do, and why do you need just her? I thought you would be talking to me, Jessica complained. Well, do you know how to use Key and how Key works? Quinn asked. Shaking her head, and a little embarrassed at what she had just said, Jessica decided to just storm off instead. When entering the room, Quinn could see a nice glass window that showed the whole city, and the 3 luxury beds that had been requested. When looking around, Quinn also noticed a few things he had never expected to see, and were still hard to get used to. For one, it was a menu, and on the menu there was blood, also human flesh, among other things. It was split into different sections for different people. I thought there weren't many vampires here other than those in the vampire core? Quinn asked, holding the menu. There will be a few vampires, but just most that are here are part of the core. Remember, they still have their families and more. Hotels are also used for meetings and such, so they have to accommodate these things, Lucia explained. At the moment, we are in the green and vampire core area, which means there is still a mix of vampires and humans living here. Although, there is also the specific vampire core area. In the green area, the vampires are still discriminated against. So, there is an area mainly for vampires. There are some living in this area that actually support what the Dampiers and Pure are doing, which is why most vampires chose to move out of here and head to our Greylash planets. Although it wasn't perfect, Quinn could see how things work like that. Pure was just a power-hungry group in the celestial vampire's mind. They just wished to control everything for whatever reason. No matter what, Quinn was never going to be able to get rid of those people. However, the Dampiers, it was in their blood to get rid of the vampires. Perhaps if Aaron had never lived, then the world would have been able to accept all the races. They would still deal with problems, but all of them could have lived together. Crap! Did I really just think that Aaron would have been better off killed? Quinn cautioned himself. Until I know 100% what's going on, I shouldn't be thinking things like that. Besides, wouldn't I be the one at fault for having turned her in that scenario? Sitting on the desk that was by the window, Lucia followed and sat opposite him. I want you to tell me how much the people of your era currently know about Key. During my time, it was rather rare, but nowadays, even random people seem to know enough to be able to prevent vampires from charming them, Quinn requested.
We've been classifying ki into 5 different stages, Lucia answered. The first stage helps us power the cells in our bodies, making them sturdier. The second stage allows us to encompass something external, like a weapon to give it a power boost. The third stage of ki allows us to use ki itself as a means of attack. These 3 stages are known by most, though only around 1 in 100 people are actually able to use the last one. The fourth stage of ki is something that only those that don't have an ability seem capable of learning. Most members of Pure have this, although there are also people who chose to focus on ki rather than learn an ability. Although they exist, you won't be able to find too many, since abilities have just been more useful for finding jobs and such. Then there is the 5th stage of ki. This is something that only members of Pure have reached. It allows them to insert ki into an object, a person, or even a being, and give them a type of command.
Listening to the explanation, Quinn had actually come across all forms of ki. He then went to hold Lucia's hand and could tell now that the ki she was using to cover her brain was the 2nd stage, not enhancing, but forming a wall around the organ, and not for a second had she allowed it to lower around her brain. At first, she felt a little nervous, worried that Nate was attempting something, but soon she realized that he was just checking out the ki in her body.
Is ki something that's taught in school now?
Everyone seems to know the 2nd stage, Quinn asked.
It has become a standard, yes, and even those that haven't learned it at school have chosen to learn it. I believe it was when attacks started to happen from the red vampires. It has scared everyone into learning it. And, of course, Pure was the best at teaching it. This was also one of the reasons how they managed to gain the people's favor.
What about the ki explosion? Is that the 5th stage of ki that the Dampiers are using, since they are working with Pure, or is it something else? Quinn wanted to know.
It's not really confirmed whether the Dampiers are working with Pure or not, but it wouldn't be surprising, seeing that their goals align, Lucia explained. The ki explosion is something not everyone knows, but I believe it's similar to how they activate the 4th stage of ki. We don't really count it as a stage of ki, as there is only one way to use it.
If Quinn wanted to question his attackers, he would have to hold them still and remove the 2nd stage from around the brain first. The problem was that they would surely use the ki explosion, and without knowing how exactly it worked, there wasn't much he could do. He would have to act first to somehow disarm it, otherwise the person would be dead. With no other questions on his mind, Quinn decided to let Lucia go, allowing her to get some rest. Heading back, Lucia couldn't help but be curious about who Nate really was. However, she felt like it was rude to ask, or more like she was somehow afraid to ask. She didn't believe he was just an original vampire. To have Xenon gift him such an important piece of equipment. Upon opening the door, she could see that Jessica seemed to have been practicing something. She was partially sweating, which was strange for a vampire.
"Are you training?" Lucia asked. "Yeah, I kind of stopped after leaving the unit, but after we were attacked the other day, it just—"
A sudden click was picked up by Jessica's ear, causing her to leap back a little. Lucia, seeing this reaction, also quickly pulled out her spear. The next second, and the closet door was blasted off from where it was, and not just one, but 3 of the doors came unhinged, and on the other side they could see something they hadn't expected.
"I thought it would be Dampiers, but why? Why are there battle robots here?" Jessica shouted.
The robots were the same ones they had seen at the assessment, but they didn't have the same level of beast crystal they had at the assessment. These were higher.
"Why would they be here, and why are they attacking us?"
Lucia wondered, since the creator of the robots was none other than Logan Green. Seeing the battle robots from the Traveler Center in a place like this was surprising for the 2 girls, because they were mainly used for 2 things. One was the example used earlier for the testing, and the other for fights and battles when in war and such. Right now, since they weren't exactly in a Traveler Center and ended up in their room, they were pretty sure they were here to hurt them. The AI robots were an improvement upon the manned mechs that used to be common in the past. The mechs themselves needed crystals to power them, Yet no matter what level of crystal was used, the power they could produce was the same. A higher tier crystal would only allow one to use the mech for a more extended period. However, the battle robots didn't need to be manned. They had their own advanced AI programming them, and the crystal inside them powered its whole body. A high-tier crystal made the energy blast stronger, and they also became faster. However, their bodies could not be improved on, but that didn't matter so much as they were made using a strong new material called Tingalt, one of the newly discovered materials on many of the Vampire Solar System and Beast Solar System. With time, they were able to more thoroughly explore different planets and mine for different resources. They were hiding in our wardrobes, which means they had to be in there already, Lucia thought. Were they hiding in there waiting for the next person to rent out this room? Or did they know about us and were coming after us? Then the question would be, why? The three robots immediately moved out in all directions, splitting up. They were also able to use the energy from the crystal embedded into them on their hands, producing small bursts of energy. It gave them fast movement and flight. "You're fast, but you're not as fast as lighting," Lucia shouted as she thrust her spear forward, striking one that was a little above them. The spear bashed into it, slapping it to the ceiling and leaving a black scorch mark. Then, at the one coming close to her, she thrust her spear forward again, but the robot managed to dodge, and the next second it threw out a fist, landing right on her face and sending her crashing into the wall. "Lucia!" Jessica shouted out once again. While she was dealing with two, the vampire was struggling with just the one in front of her. She had sent out several slashes of blood aura against the robot, but they were each met with energy blasts of equal power. Whatever crystal was inside these things, it was clear that it wasn't at the same level as the one at the training center. Seeing how the robot was coming closer towards them, Jessica had no choice but to use her string powers. At that moment, she wrapped it around the incoming punch of the robot. Stepping on the string, she moved the hand downward, and then, with her own blood aura, she formed a sharp blade just outside of her fist. She then used blood hardening to give it a more solid form and punched right towards the robot's head with her whole strength. She quickly punched it, and everyone heard a loud clang. A small hole had gone through, but moving its head back, it looked like it was still active. After all, it was a robot, and hitting in the head wasn't an instant way to destroy it. "Just die!" Jessica shouted in frustration, and she repeatedly hit it again and again. She then saw that the energy blast on its other hand was lighting up. Spinning around the back of the robot, she lifted it with her strings and slammed it into the ground. She saw Lucia still fighting, peering at the latter's state. She had been hit a few times, but she used a substantial amount of ki to protect herself. Rather than try to time when she would crash and then use ki to protect herself, she had chosen to keep it active around her whole body. The only problem with this was, one had to have a large amount of ki or they would run out quickly. "Fighting two of them at once is tough. Can you take that one out quickly?" Lucia shouted, as she finally managed to stab one of them, but it had hit the end of her spear just slightly, unfortunately avoiding the core in its chest, and had hit its stomach, allowing the other one to blast her with energy once again. Seeing that the one on the ground was about to blast her, Jessica had an idea. As it pointed its hand towards her, she quickly pulled on the strings and redirected the blast, so it hit one of the robots. It had successfully blasted the robot, chucking it off to the side, allowing them to deal each with one, at least for a short time. "We're making a lot of noise right now. Shouldn't those other guys have heard us by now?" Jessica thought. In the room that was not too far from where there was a reason why the trio had been unable to help, and that was because there were a couple of intruders in their rooms as well. "I guess this is the reason why they took so long at the reception. They were busy preparing our rooms for us?" Quinn said. The two men just grunted. Rather than robots, they were greeted by two men in strange, dark-colored clothing and beast armor. "You're not Dampiers, I can tell. So tell me, what exactly are you guys?" Quinn asked. However, neither of them seemed to want to reply. They simply pulled out something which Quinn had only seen in history books. "Peter, protect Minnie with your body at all costs," Quinn shouted as soon as he identified the weapons in their hand. The next second, and Quinn's fears were confirmed, as the beast weapon started to fire off what seemed like bullets one after another. Only the bullets were auras of ki. In quick succession, several shots were coming out, straight towards them. Since it was unexpected for Quinn, he had no choice but to try and get rid of all the ki himself. Shadow rose over his body as he used the shadow equip to put on the blue fang armor set he still had. Nitro Accelerate activated. The next second, he used the second stage of ki to cover his hands, and he soon moved in front of all of the bullets coming from the intruders, blocking each and every one of them. "Hey, are you seeing what he's doing right now? How is this possible?" one of the men shouted. "Just keep shooting," the other replied. Perhaps a vampire would have been able to avoid them with their speed, especially if it was just one gun, but this was two, and Quinn wasn't avoiding them. He was moving his hands in such a way that he could use his own ki to move closer to the enemies, and eventually he began moving closer and closer. Finally, reaching the guns, Quinn pulled them out from their hands and threw them behind him, onto the ground. He looked back for a second to see if he had caught them all and whether Peter and Minnie were safe. It was hard for him to tell if the bullets hitting Peter would have seriously affected him or not, and he didn't want to test it out right now. "Those two girls in Xenon should have told me about key guns being a thing at this time." Quinn was annoyed. In that instant, Quinn moved and grabbed onto the two men to try and make sure they couldn't use a key explosion to get away. However, as he looked at the two men right in front of him at that moment, something else was happening to the two bodies in front of him. Their bodies were starting to change. They were growing in size. "What is this?" Quinn thought the energy he could sense was beast energy coming from them, and that's when he noticed an injection in both of their arms. "We never thought we would have to use this for a mere vampire like you, but you left us with no choice," the man shouted, as he turned into a half-man, half-beast of some sort. "These guys, they are turning into those creatures that Pure was creating," Quinn noticed. After injecting the strange liquid, the two men's bodies started to change in front of the celestial vampires group. The transformation was relatively quick, taking less than a second in total, yet with the blue fang armor set, Quinn could have attacked them in the middle of their transformation, most likely killing them on the spot. He was quite confident in that, despite their strange powers. However, that would rob him of an opportunity to learn the extent of his enemy's powers. Someone had purposely sent these guys after them. Whether it was linked to the first attack or not, that remained to be seen. Whatever the case, the first lot they would send towards Quinn wouldn't be their strongest, not unless they had already figured out who he was, but judging from the ki in their bodies, he felt like it was unlikely. While somewhat waiting for them to reply, Quinn took a glance at the guns. A lot really has changed compared to our time. In the past, guns did nothing against the enemy, and with beast gear powers and abilities, a lot of powers had proven stronger than regular guns and more useful against beasts. Finding beast gear that could turn into a gun was rare, but even if that was the case, the main issue was the ammunition. Since regular bullets weren't too strong, one would have to find a crystal that could be used to turn into a beast bullet. The only story or person I ever heard of having such a thing was Oscar, which he used to defeat the demon-tier beast. Regardless of all this, it was clear that the guns they were using weren't regular. It allowed them to fire their ki into bullets similar to Quinn's blood bullets. What he wanted to know was whether anyone could use such a thing, or if the third stage of ki was a requirement for it. The transformation of the two was finally complete. The men had grown to twice their initial size, their upper body gigantic, as thick as a large tree's trunk. 4 horns stuck out of the top of their heads, and their eyes now resembled those of wild beasts. It was clear that they were no longer human. Getting out from a chair, the short man pulled out all the cables from his body. He walked towards the edge of the white room that started to curve, and eventually the wall opened up. Exiting out of the place, it looked like he had left a giant circular ball, and now he was in some lab of sorts, with the giant ball in the middle of the room. Then, the doors to the lab opened themselves. A particular individual with glasses entering. "Do you always keep an eye on everything? It's frightening to imagine that you already knew I was coming," the man commented, wearing a large white overcoat. As he turned to look at some data, on his back one could see that it had the number 4 stitched on. "I hope you didn't wear that overcoat outside," If you are seen, it would cause great trouble." "No worries, Mr. Green, I was very careful," the man replied. "I assume you already know the reason for me coming here as well? Do you mind sharing the reason for you to take the initiative to send out not just high-level AI robots, but pure agents? What's more, it appears that you have given them your serum," Agent 4 asked. Yes, the young man, who had only grown a little larger, was indeed Logan Green, the current world leader of Earth. "I told you," Logan replied. "Creating the serum was not my merit. It was something that used to exist long ago. It had simply been erased from mankind's history. All I did was recreate that serum and improve upon it with the means of our time." "We both should know those are just semantics," Agent 4 let out a sigh. "You do realize that if someone sees them fighting in a public area, or worse yet, they end up defeated, that the Vampire Corps won't be happy? Your action could result in a large confrontation." It was then that Logan started off away from the agent, as if he was in deep thought about something. "You don't have to worry. They received injections from a demigod-tier beast. It would be very surprising if something happened to them." Quickly, Agent 4 turned around from his computer in shock, staring at Logan with his mouth wide open in disbelief. "You did what? Why would you waste something so precious on a bunch of nobodies?" "Didn't you just state the reason for it yourself? I too would like to avoid any conflict with the vampires. However, if those vampires do manage to survive an attack from them, then it just means we have an even bigger problem on our hands," Logan stated. The room was covered in blood from head to toe. Both of Quinn's arms were drenched from his fingertips up a little above his elbow, and in front of him were the two evolved beasts. When using his inspect skill, Quinn had been told that those two had become something on the level of demigod-tier beasts. At the same time, he noticed that unlike those he had seen during his time, these forms also seemed to enhance the level of ki in their body. With the amount of power they had, it was quite possible they could bring the whole hotel down. Not only would that have brought attention to them, but it would have caused others to lose their lives. Quinn was sick of people dying, but what he really didn't want to happen was people dying because of him. Without hesitating, he slashed his hand across one of the members' arms. Following his hand, a red crescent could be seen in the air. It wasn't quite a blood swipe, nor was it blood hardening, but it was something in between. It was one of Quinn's new blood skills he had learned, blood slash. It was a stronger form of the blood swipe. Rather than a claw of red aura, this was more of a permanent form that could be used in a single line. It was sharp, similar to the crescent kick but more powerful as it had condensed blood aura. There were what would be considered downsides to the move. The range was only a few feet after it left one's fingertips, and at the same time, the slash would only be as strong as one's aura, but for Quinn that wasn't a problem. The beast's arm fell to the floor and blood spewed onto the ground. The next second, though, the arm had regrown right where it had come off. The speed at which the large limb had healed looked even more impressive than even Peter's healing. "Ha! You can't kill us! Do you even know what we—" Before the two monsters could finish their sentence, Quinn continued to use the blood slash with the remaining time of his blue fang set. With every cut, blood would spray from their bodies and hit the back wall. Quinn continued to do this until both of them were no more, their bodies just slices of flesh on the floor. I wanted to ask them questions, but with the amount of ki they had, if they had gone for a ki explosion, then we would have been in serious trouble. When turning around, he could see that Peter had covered Minnie's eyes, shielding her from the gruesome sight. A surprising act by him, but it showed he at least understood emotions, even though he himself seemed unfazed by it. "You think they were after us?" Peter asked. "I don't see why else they would have been here," Quinn replied. "We should see if there are others that have been sent towards the girls' room. And besides, we will find out if that attack was meant for us or not. They can take this as a message. Since their people won't come back alive, they'll probably soon send more after us. It just makes our job easier." After finishing up the short battle, Quinn thought that if the girls had an assailant, he could perhaps use them for information instead, as long as they weren't carrying the same type of serum, of course. However, using his ears, he could hear nothing. There was no fighting sound, and he wondered if that was worse. Peter now had Minnie over his shoulders. she held tight on top of his head as the two men ran towards the other room. "Whee! This is so fun!" Minnie shouted, tapping Peter's head like a tambourine. Although it would annoy most, it seemed to do nothing for Peter. When the two finally arrived, they now understood why there was no sound coming from their room. It was because the fight was over. Once again, Lucia seemed quite injured. Her arm was somewhat broken. There were long scratches all over, but no serious wounds other than her broken arm. Then there was Jessica herself. She was standing in the center of the room. The 3 AI robots that had attacked them were long destroyed by large lashes all over their body parts. "Were there any others?" Peter asked. Lucia, holding her arm, looked towards Jessica for a second. The latter's eyes seemed somewhat lost as she stared into space, not even noticing those that had entered. "What she just did, is that why she left the vampire core? It would make sense, but then why is she with us? I guess I shouldn't be the one to judge someone else's situation." "The 3 robots were the only ones that attacked us. Were you guys attacked as well?" Lucia replied. Although they weren't injured, Quinn had blood over his body, which suggested at least something had to have happened, and now she understood why they couldn't help. While Peter explained what exactly happened, Quinn decided to walk forward, heading towards the robots. He used his inspect skill, hoping it wasn't true, but that's when he could see it. The same name had appeared. Those robots were created by Logan Green. Why would Pure and Logan's robots be with each other? Quinn thought. Is it like Xenon warned me about? On the surface, they are against each other, but secretly they are working together. But then why the attack? Was it the name I used? If it is really Logan, then he might have noticed something. And if we're up against Logan Green, he'll be able to find us anywhere, and it makes sense how he knew about us. This is getting dangerous, and maybe I should reconsider the idea of bringing the girls around. I thought the Dampiers were after them, but what if the enemy is actually after me? Quinn started to think. You girls did well. The AI robots, they had king-tier crystals. You definitely would have passed that traveler's exam with flying colors. As he pulled the crystal from the core of the robot's body, Quinn said and threw them towards the 2 girls. It's your reward after all, and I think it's not safe to stay here any longer. Jessica, if we head to the vampire core, do you think they could protect the 2 of you? Quinn asked. When hearing her name, Jessica had finally snapped out of it, noticing the original vampire and the White were in the room. Right. Yes, if anything, the vampire core are loyal and will do anything to protect fellow vampires. But what do you mean by protect the 2 of you? Are you planning on leaving us after we agreed to come with you? Jessica asked. I'll be honest, Quinn said. I think the attack was because of us. I know that sounded illogical, but once we arrive at the vampire core and I feel you girls are safe, let us part ways. Jessica felt miserable about this. Her grand journey with a vampire original was about giving her a spark, a purpose, and being of use. But now once again, she would be tossed to the side, not beneficial for them as well. Gathering their things, the small group was off, leaving the hotel once again, although heading out through the front door wasn't the best idea, so Quinn had another suggestion as he activated his beast armor, grabbing onto the 2 girls, allowing Peter and Minnie to hold on to his wings. The group kicked the glass window, breaking out and holding on as tight as possible. He flew down to the surface, now deciding to travel in the night searching for the vampire core. Actually, now that I think about it, why don't I just fly us there? Quinn suggested, as he was already bending his knees, getting ready for another takeoff. Flying was something he hadn't experienced before, apart from using his shadow wings once. It was surprising how easy it was to use. Honestly, Quinn was a little worried that they might have just gone down and splat right onto the ground. Of course, he wouldn't mention that to any of them, but flying turned out to be easier compared to the many other things he had to learn in the past. Wait, the vampire core base is far, and I'm not sure Lucia can take it anymore, Jessica claimed. Just from the short flight down, her face was already turning green, and any second, it looked like she might hurl up and vomit whatever she had eaten that day. Don't worry, it won't be a sudden drop. It will be a lot smoother, Quinn claimed, and already the whole group was off in the distance. As soon as the group had destroyed the AI robots, a certain individual was, of course, informed about it. The only thing Logan was wondering was whether to be surprised or not.
It looks like the other two aren't answering either.
Logan calmed down as he pulled up the image received from a camera in the hotel. He looked at all of them closely, wondering if he recognized any of them. However, they were all using faces that one couldn't recall, nor did he recognize.
So, what are you going to do now? Send an army after these vampires so they don't start spreading rumors? Agent 4 suggested. And you were worried about me when this issue was caused by you.
Logan glanced at the agent, and the next second he placed his hand on the terminal.
We still have yet to know the extent of their strength. I was hoping the fighting would continue in the hallways. But now, we don't even know if those two were able to use the serums or not, yet until we recover the bodies. However, I do agree, sending in more people would just cause more problems, and it would be a waste of resources. Yes, and real lives of people, not just those of your stupid robot. If you want to, send the whole force of your AIs to go after him. No, Logan replied. That would be too obvious. There are ways to see what type of people we're dealing with. For instance, we can use the public to be our eyes.
Activating his ability, he soon got to work. There were several traveler centers on Mars. After all, they tried their best to operate like other cities, even with everything going on. This also meant there were plenty of traveler factions present here, including many high-ranking ones. What they didn't expect was for them to suddenly get a request in the middle of the night. A unique quest had been received, not just on Mars but also on the other planets in Earth's solar system.
Hey, did you see? One of the travelers said.
You mean about the vampires? Another replied. They have to be strong to have that big a bounty placed on them. It might mean they are in the vampire core territory as well, so it's pointless.
Pointless? How could you say that? This is the biggest bounty that has been put on a group of people ever before, the man shouted as he pointed his arm out to the digital board.
Here, there were the disguised faces of Quinn and Peter as well as the two girls, with far too many zeros for them to count. Without a doubt, if anyone saw them, they would attempt to bring them in because they had just received the world's biggest bounty. As Quinn had stated, flying through the air was a lot calmer than before, and he had even chosen not to go at his full speed, no matter how much he was tempted to test the limits. Still, Minnie was having a great time as she grinned while her small hair waved back. Yet there was one person that wasn't enjoying it at all.
I'm really going to be sick,
Lucia said as she tilted her head towards Jessica, still hanging on.
We really have to land this thing now. Besides, I was part of the Earth's vampire core unit, so I don't really know where the base is.
Jessica had to shout due to the wind's rustling sound, although Quinn could hear well either way. In the end, Quinn noticed that they were entering a suburban area. It looked pretty calming, as the streets were filled with red and orange lights. People were outside, eating at street vendors on the roads, laughing and drinking. It was hard to tell if the little place was having some sort of festival, but one thing was clear, it was peaceful. Seeing a large hill that overlooked the small town, they landed on it. The others stretched and exercised a bit to get the normal feeling back, while Lucia had gone to spill her guts out.
Is it okay for us to enter the town? The humans have those rings, and I'm worried we might cause a panic, Quinn asked.
Jessica glanced at Lucia, wondering if she was going to be okay. The two of them had grown quite close to each other on this trip for more reasons than one. Both of them were outsiders in this group, and somewhat going along with the situation was just one of the many reasons. Seeing that her new friend had finally stopped throwing up, Jessica had peace of mind again.
The current land we are on is meant to be the vampire core's territory, so you should see only vampires and humans here, Jessica answered. As we get closer to the base, there will be more vampires, vampire families that aren't part of the core but live in the current area, so there shouldn't be a problem at all. As for the core's base, it will be easy when we spot it. I thought if we headed into the territory, we might see it, but the area is more hilly and mountainous than I thought. So it will be easier if we just ask one of the people here.
It all sounded well and good, but, of course, Quinn couldn't help but worry. Perhaps he was just over-worrying because of the threat of war that used to be looming over their heads and then being in the war. Not that there was no war. Was he making up imaginary enemies, or were people, including Logan, really after him? When they eventually entered the town, they could see it was just as busy as it was from above, and being here in person, it looked more alive. The people were dressed in some sort of one-piece outfit that covered their whole body as they enjoyed themselves. At the same time, they noticed that there were plenty of travelers in the area as well. This was because every town and city, no matter how small, had a traveler center. In fact, Quinn could even see the locked large wall in the distance. One would have to show their traveler ID to be let out into the open area where beasts roamed. Although, to Quinn's knowledge, there were no beasts on Mars unless they somehow started to appear here or the humans had done something. Regardless, since there were travelers in the street, Quinn had to believe that there would be beasts as well. "The place is so pretty, the lights look so nice, and the drink they are drinking is making the people act like children," Minnie pointed out a few drunken men who were dancing. "Yes, Minnie, that drink makes people into children, so you don't need to drink it. Otherwise it will just make you younger," Peter replied in a serious voice. When walking, they didn't stop at any restaurants or places because they were looking for something, or someone, to be more precise. They had passed a few vampires, but they didn't seem to want to mingle, and that's when they finally saw their first vampire that smiled towards them. It was a female, dressed in the same one-set outfit as the others. She was calmly chatting away to other humans. It was nice to see this, nice to see vampires and humans getting along. "Should we ask her where the core area is?" Jessica wondered. Quinn didn't reply, and she wondered why that was. "Have you noticed?" Quinn replied. "Ever since we came here, although the general people haven't been looking at us so strangely, the travelers, they've been staring at us." It was something that had gone entirely over Jessica's head, and honestly, she didn't see what the big deal was. Travelers would always look at vampires strangely. "Wait, that is a little strange. The people are fine with vampires here. We just saw it. So why are they looking at us? Is it because we are strangers? Do we look so out of place? No, that can't be it." "They're following us as well," Peter mentioned, "which makes me think they may be the extra people you talked about before." The group continued to move, ignoring this fact, and decided not to approach the vampire in front of them. Truthfully, they were just following Quinn's lead, and he decided for now that if they were after him, they quite possibly would think that every vampire they conversed with was helping them. In the end, the others could see it as well. Quinn wasn't just imagining things, and some of the travelers weren't even hiding the fact that they were looking at them strangely, even pointing and speaking to them about it. "If it's only the travelers acting this way, maybe we should head to the traveler center here and see for ourselves," Lucia suggested. The group had entered the traveler center, which wasn't too busy. After all, it was quite late in the night. There wouldn't be many trying to take an assessment or hand in their quest, but the travelers around them reacted with sudden gasps when they noticed the group. Walking around, Quinn and the others were on guard for what could happen at any moment. Some of the travelers inside the center even looked frightened, which confused Quinn a bit until he heard a small voice. "Hey, look! It's the fake you!" Minnie pointed in a direction, still sitting on top of Peter's head. When walking over to see what Minnie was pointing at, they saw a giant digital screen. Each of their images, all apart from Minnie, all with a similar bounty, money enough to allow any of the travelers around them to live several lifetimes over with no worries at all. "What? What is this?" Jessica said, slapping her forehead in disbelief. "Why? Who even has this amount of money?" For a second, she even thought about turning herself in for this amount of money. Either way, it looked like the group figured out why the other travelers were looking this way towards them. "This is troublesome. I can only think of one person who would have the power to do this, but why try so hard for us strangers?" Quinn thought. "Anyway, I'm glad Minnie hasn't been put on this as well. Either way, for Peter and me, we can just change our appearance when we wish, but Peter can only create one mud mask. The girls, now they have been dragged into this whole mess because of us. With this amount of money, high-ranking travelers are sure to make their move. No one has done so far because of the amount of money. They must have assumed that we are either dangerous or strong to have such a huge bounty. And in a town like this, there are unlikely to be many strong fighters." Listening carefully, It was then that Quinn could hear some calls being made. It seems like the travelers were possibly talking to their higher-up friends. "Let's get out of this town quickly. We'll find the core area ourselves," Quinn said, walking towards the exit, but was wondering if that was even a good idea now. As soon as they exited out of the door, Quinn was ready to use his wings. But just then, "Hey, you guys!" a person called out to them. Up ahead, by the Traveler Center's other entrance, they saw the female vampire from earlier. "That bounty, it's on your head because they figured it out, right?" Quietly, she ran over to Quinn's side and whispered, "It's because you're part of the Red Vampires, right? Don't worry, I am too, and I can help you." Pulling up her dress, she revealed part of her thigh, and there was a red marking of a single eye with wings on it. The Red Vampires. Quinn knew little about them from his talks with the others. They are one of the 3 groups of vampires that were around in the current time of the world, and were one of the reasons why vampires had gotten so much hate from humans. It was said that these vampires were known for attacking humans, either to turn or kill them. Quinn didn't know whether these vampires were a branch of the 13 families who believed vampires were a superior race compared to humans and should rule them, or were part of Laxmus's group, maybe even a mix of both. However, seeing the symbol that Quinn had noticed on a few items and others before made him think. This symbol is similar to the one Laxmus had, right? Is this a marking? Is that how Laxmus was able to gain extra strength? It was clear what he had turned that day into something beyond that of a vampire, and I remember what he said was strange. Either this marking is something that these red vampires have just chosen to have on their bodies, or she might have been marked, meaning she has a closer connection towards a celestial being. If that's the case, maybe there is something bigger behind these red vampires. It could just be a god that is tricking them all with a fake goal so that he could get stronger in the process. "Sounds about right to me," Ray replied. "The question is, how strong has this apparent god become during the time you were asleep? Remember, you have just become a celestial being and are only at the first level. Unless you are willing to create some followers and make them follow your condition, the only other way is to kill the other god's dedicated followers and absorb their energy." Looking at the vampire in front of them, Quinn could tell by the aura around her body. She honestly didn't see them as a threat, and even believed that they were their ally. It could only be because of the bounty. What other reason would there be to put such a large bounty on one's head, unless they were part of the Red Vampires? Then begged the other question, shouldn't she do something to confirm Quinn's identity if he was a Red Vampire? Was Quinn now supposed to show his symbol to her to prove that they were a part of the same group, or was it something only high-ranking members had? What I'm more worried about is, what is a Red Vampire doing in this place? Are they planning an attack on this village? If so, it would be in my best interest to stop them. Perhaps it can be as easy as allowing them to take me to their leader and stopping him, putting an end to this Red Vampire mess. Eventually, Quinn decided to answer with the most suitable option to his situation. "We are not Red Vampires," Quinn answered. "Not yet anyway, but we wish to be. We had a small scuffle on one of the Grey Lash planets, and ever since, we have been on the run. We just found out about the large bounties now, and it looks like we messed with someone we shouldn't have." Quinn thought this little excuse or act should be good and vague enough to satisfy her questions. The female vampire looked the group up and down, and there was only one thing that wouldn't quite fit their group. That was Lucia. She was clearly smelt like a human, but also had a bounty on her head for some reason. "I see. If what you say is true, then come join us. Though not all of you can join, but yeah, we are always looking for those that are happy to join our cause. But there are also those that wish to try their best to hamper us. There are too many of you to introduce at once. If all goes well, I promise the Red Vampires will do their best to protect you. We always look after our kind. That's what being part of the Red Vampires is all about," the woman answered. Looking at the others, Quinn wondered what the best choice in front of him was. Who could he bring with him, and how they would split up the group for a short time they would be away. After discovering more about the Red Vampires and their plans, he would reunite with them again. "Jessica," Quinn said, "why don't you come along with me? Peter, make sure Minnie and Lucia are safe at all costs. I am trusting you." With the bounty on their heads, he was a little worried, but for some reason, he felt like Jessica, another vampire that knew more about the situation, would be a better option in this case rather than Peter. Yet he needed someone strong enough to protect the others if anything happened to them. Minnie also had almost blown his cover several times, so bringing her wasn't a good idea. "Very well, follow me, you two, and we can introduce ourselves and talk on the way." As the two groups split from each other, Minnie looked like tears were about to come out from her eyes. She had grown attached to Quinn and saw Peter like an uncle. Peter gave a look as if to say that Quinn didn't have to worry, but of course he would be worried about them. While walking, they had found out a few things. The vampire that they were currently following was named Hannah. She explained that she had been in this town for a while now. Not just her, but a few others were with them as well. They were living here among the humans for years. This made Quinn wonder if certain humans had gone missing. Perhaps these red vampires worked in secret, taking them out slowly. Still, it wasn't something he could straight up ask. Eventually, Hannah went into one of the small shops and pulled out robes that were of the same design as what the others on the street were wearing, except for one thing: these had hoodies as well. "It would be best to cover up now that you are wanted. I can't wait to hear what you guys did to get a bounty of that size on your head," Hannah smiled. They took the robes, covered themselves, and followed Hannah along. Honestly, she didn't talk much about the red vampires, and just went on about how lovely the town was, which was a little confusing for Quinn, but he decided not to rush and take one step at a time. "How many of you are there?" Quinn asked. "In this town there are a total of 5 of us, but more will be coming soon, so you are just in luck," she replied. Although, initially, Quinn actually meant about the whole of the red vampires, thinking he might get a number. The vampire settlements were never large in number, but they could be in a completely different state with no restrictions on their population anymore. Eventually, the 3 of them had arrived at what looked like an entrance to a cave. They were away from the busy parts of town, and could see the lights off in the distance, and no one seemed to have followed them. When heading inside, Quinn could hear the sound of talking that soon stopped. Their footsteps were quiet, so it was apparent that they were approaching. "I have a guest, so please be on your best behavior, you lot," Hannah said. Taking a turn in the cave, they saw a group of 4. All of them were vampires, just as Hannah had said, but that wasn't the shocking thing about them. For Quinn, it was what was on their faces. "Those masks," Quinn said. "Oh, it looks like you already know quite a bit about the red vampires then. We wear these masks whenever for a meeting among the members," Hannah explained, and soon pulled out a mask from under her shirt. It was a red mask with 2 large teeth on the sides. It was half of a red Oni mask. Not just that, but it looked identical to the one that Quinn used to wear when he fought in the past. "This mask is to remind us of who we worship." Hearing those words, Quinn could feel his heart beating faster. It can't be. Many don't know this, but the great hero Quinn Talon used to wear this. Now, Quinn was really starting to scratch his head. Upon seeing and hearing this, the first thing that Quinn thought was that he was glad that he didn't bring Peter. The latter would have straight up laughed, and perhaps offended these vampires, but unlike the humans before, it would have quite possibly caused a head-on argument before they ended up finding out about anything. Still, this was something Quinn wasn't expecting. "The red vampires worship me. Not Laxmus or Bryce, but me? That doesn't make any sense. The humans see me as a hero, and so do the vampires. I fought to save them both. I introduced both of them to each other, so why would the red vampires worship me?" It was beginning to make Quinn's blood boil thinking about it. Someone perhaps used his name to convince these vampires to do something they never wished to do, and he now wanted to get to the bottom of this situation. Thankfully, someone was by his side that looked to be just as shocked as he was, which meant this wasn't public knowledge to them all. "You also worship the hero Quinn? This is the first time I'm hearing something like this," Jessica said out loud, and immediately had stares coming from all the others in the room. It was making her feel a little nervous. "I mean, I never knew. Do you mind telling us why, so we can learn more and become a closer part of the red vampires?" she smiled. Seeing this, Quinn felt like he had made the right choice in bringing her. The group moved closer before they explained, and Quinn carefully looked at all of their faces. He was wondering if he might recognize one of them. It was hard with only the bottom part of their masks, but it seemed like they were all strangers. They all feel as strong as Hannah. There aren't really any special ones among them, Quinn thought. I need to meet someone in a higher position or strength if I want to know more about them, but let's do one thing at a time. Do you really think we can trust these guys? One of the vampires shouted out. I'm not comfortable with you bringing random vampires to our meeting spot, the other shouted. Please, we are meant to be welcoming to any vampires that wish to join our cause, Hannah replied, folding her arms. Besides, here is my reason for trusting and bringing them in. It was then, from her wristwatch, that the image of their bounties had appeared, and reading the amount of money displayed under their name and faces nearly made their eyes pop out. Unlike before, where vampires cared little for the world currency, now that they were involved in the current world, they cared for it quite a bit. They all knew that these vampires had to have done something pretty serious to get a bounty on their heads like that. It cleared up a lot of the suspicions the others had. The group sat down on some logs placed in the circle. Quinn, along with Jessica, sat on the same wooden log on the ground. About your question earlier, since you're going to be a part of our group, I will explain a few things to you. We believe that Quinn Talon had a different goal after saving the humans, Hannah started to explain. There are many that believe that he wanted humans to work alongside vampires, but there is another side to it. What if he didn't? I did, Quinn wanted to say, but kept his mouth shut. The vampire settlement, there was no need for it to be moved back then as he had done so. At the time, Quinn had turned every human close to him, from his friends to those in his group, into a vampire. With this mask, we believe he was trying to hide another side to him. Hearing this, Quinn could somewhat understand how they had come to that conclusion, especially after 1,000 years. But one would seriously have to twist a few things to think this way. If the cursed faction were still publicly involved in the current world, then maybe this wouldn't have happened. This is a belief that all of the red vampires can agree on, Hannah continued. But because of this, there is something that not all of the red vampires agree on, and that splits us into two groups. One side wants to kill humans or rule over them. Then there are those like us who wish to show humans the benefits of being a vampire and then turn them. Some in our group might be a bit forceful. However, I am not like that. Although it could have been easy to disregard and not believe what Hannah was saying, there was a smile on her face when she said the last line. Quinn had seen the same smile when Hannah was talking to the other humans. He wanted to believe what she was saying, and he did believe what she was saying, although he still felt it was wrong to try and turn others into vampires, rather than letting those who wish to be human to let them be humans. At least she wasn't forceful about it. So there are even good vampires in the red vampire group, Quinn thought. The whole situation was certainly complicated, and so he was happy he hadn't decided outright to destroy all the red vampires for causing trouble for the other vampires. Okay, that's great you told them about our view of the hero Quinn, one of the men from earlier interrupted, but should we really talk about our mission before knowing if our leader has accepted them? Well, I think if someone does find out what we plan to do, then we can track them down quite easily. Besides, today is just an update, and I think they might be able to help us, Hannah explained. Sitting upright, Quinn was ready to hear carefully. If they did plan to do something to this town, he would stop them. Perhaps not kill them, but at least stop them. Our goal for the time being is to keep gathering information from the town. Honestly, I think they know nothing, but it's just for a while as we wait for the others to arrive. Once they have arrived, we will head to the Vampire Corps base and join them. Join the Vampire Corps? Jessica repeated. Are you planning on leaving the red vampires to join the Corps? The others laughed at this comment, showing how unlikely that was to be the case, but that only meant they would be joining undercover. What do they have that you need? Quinn asked, getting straight to the point. We need to know how close they are to finding the Red Heart. Now, you might not know about this because it's not general knowledge, but there is another reason we decided to brand ourselves the name Red Vampires. Not just because red is the color of our eyes and the blood we feast on. No, it's because despite the two groups' visions not aligning with each other, we worked together to find one thing, the thing that our hero left us, the Red Heart. When saying hero, it was obviously referring to Quinn, but Red Heart? Quinn didn't remember leaving a red heart anywhere. "What is this red heart that you are looking for, and why are you looking for it?" Quinn asked.
Quinn Talon created the red heart during the fight with the Dalki leader, a condensed form of blood gathered and concentrated to the strongest degree, creating a blood crystal that we call the red heart.
Now Quinn knew exactly what Hannah was talking about, and he did indeed create it, but it looks like the cursed faction didn't have possession of it. Had it gone missing?
The red heart will give us the power to turn everyone into a vampire. We have to get our hands on that before any of the other groups do.
After getting split up from Quinn and the group, the remaining three needed to decide what they would do next, making Lucia and Minnie stare at Peter for answers.
"Well, we don't know when they will come back, so I guess our best bet is just to stay in this town."
After saying those words, standing in the middle of a busy street, Peter folded his arms. The two girls waited for a while and noticed that some of the travelers were still looking towards them, some of them pulling something up on their wristwatch and other devices, perhaps comparing the bounty posters with the faces of the three. In the end, the girls looked at each other and then looked towards Peter like he was meant to do something, but he had yet to move from the same spot. In fact, he didn't even blink. He just stood there with his arms crossed.
"Is he dead?"
Lucia whispered, to which Minnie shrugged her shoulders and started to run up to Peter, climbing on top of his back until she eventually sat on his shoulders. It was quite a thing for a young girl like her to do, but then Lucia realized that she was, after all, a vampire. Tapping Peter's forehead, Minnie was waiting for a reaction but still managed to get nothing out of him at all.
"Okay, I can't take it anymore. All these people staring at us. I need to go into a shop and get some clothes to cover myself up,"
Lucia said as she stormed off towards a clothes store, not bothering whether Peter was coming along or not.
"Hey, Uncle Peter, I think we should follow her and go along with her. Remember what Daddy Quinn said, that we should protect ourselves as best we can. I think that included her as well," Minnie said in her childish voice. "You might be right. She is the one with the money after all."
Following into the clothes shop after Lucia, the two noticed that the clothes were similar to what the people in the town were wearing. It was a single piece of clothing that covered the legs and upper body part, with a piece that tied around one's waist. Although they all looked the same, the design and pattern on each of them were different. Even the colors, among other things, had variations, and there were ones with hoods too, the types which Lucia now had in her hands. On top of that, when she went to the table, she had already picked out two more that looked to be a fit for both Minnie and Peter. After turning around, she paused in surprise to see that Peter had moved from his spot and followed her.
"I thought you were going to stand there even if the world was to end," Lucia joked as she handed him the outfit. "Is this for us? I didn't ask you for one, and you didn't know we were in the shop and bought one for us anyway," Peter replied. "Of course she did," Minnie said, grabbing her clothes as well. "Lucia is a kind auntie." "I think you mean sister, but I'll let it go," Lucia smiled.
It was the first time that Peter had seen her smile, and for him, naturally seeing her face, he had decided to smile back at her as well.
"Oh, the zombie can smile."
Upon hearing those words, Peter's smile quickly disappeared. Although he knew that she meant nothing by those words, as Lucia had no idea what Peter was, it made him realize once again that he was no longer a human. The three of them quickly changed clothes, and Peter still placed his armor and weapons carefully under the arms. Wearing the armor made him look bulkier, but at the same time it did make him stand out too much to a traveler. Coming out from the changing rooms, Peter saw Minnie hustle out in a red-styled dress with golden dragons rising to the top. She didn't wear her mask, as she had recently learned to control her shadow powers and had hidden it in there for the time being, but Peter had to admit that the red dress along with the mask was quite the stylish set. Then Lucia came out. Honestly, the clothes weren't too different from what she usually wore. However, the dress was more tight-fitting around her body. At the same time, it was white with a golden dragon pattern running up both sides. It looked like she had somewhat sorted out her hair as well. Brushing it out, she allowed it to flow down the sides.
"How do I look?" Lucia asked. "You look good," Peter said, and nothing else, which for some reason embarrassed Lucia a bit, as she quickly left the shop, and tracking her closely was Minnie. Peter stared at the exit for a moment, and then he too walked out. Soon the three of them were strolling down the street. They wouldn't leave the town, but now with different clothes, they could still explore a little without the stairs. Peter also wondered where exactly had the clothes from before gone. After asking Lucia,
Peter learned that she was using a storage ring. It had a limited capacity, but it worked similar to Quinn's dimensional space. It allowed one to store items inside a ring, necklace, or more. This had become quite common after the discovery of a new crystal in the vampire solar system. Eventually, while they were walking, they suddenly heard a growl.
"Are you hungry?"
Peter asked. He had forgotten that Lucia was a human. In other words, she could succumb to these things.
"I mean, it wouldn't hurt to grab a bite," she replied.
The three had entered a large restaurant that was 2 floors high. They were around 50 or so round tables, with customers occupying most of them, and it was bustling with food and drinks shared all around. Still, they managed to get a seat quickly, as Peter had run over to one as soon as it was empty before anyone else claiming it. There were a few annoyed looks, but Minnie smiled at them, conveying sorry, which let the other customer ignore the group and mind their own business. After looking at the menu, Lucia ordered food for herself, and the waiter, with a small notebook in his hand, scribbled Lucia's order and then glanced towards the other two.
"I'm okay, thanks. I won't be having anything,"
Peter answered.
"Same for me,"
Minnie said with a smile.
"I didn't realize that the two of you were going to make me eat on my own. It's quite embarrassing," Lucia added. "You know, they do serve blood at this establishment. Times have changed now. They won't look at you strangely for drinking blood."
Although Peter had seen blood on the menu, he couldn't see something that he could eat. At the same time, even if it was on the menu, it wasn't something he would have wanted to eat in front of Lucia, although he didn't know why he thought about this.
"I don't drink blood, and I'm not a vampire," Peter replied. "If I did eat in front of you, it would just make you sick."
"Not a vampire? So what are you?" The second Lucia had finished asking her question, she noticed a large man walking towards their table, towering above them. He had already swung his hammer, which was already above his head, coming towards them too fast for her to react. It was then that she saw the hammer hit right into Peter's side, crushing the bones in his shoulder and arms, and the next second he was gone from her sight. He crashed through several tables and right into the restaurant wall on the other side. As the onlookers looked at Peter, they could see the strike had utterly crushed the right side of his body. There were screams from all around, as they were sure that he was dead, and not just that, but several people whom he had crashed into had died as well. It was clear that the man with that hammer was not an ordinary one, and behind him there were other people as well. Upon raising her head, Lucia noticed red tribal tattoos that ran down his face, and they continued up to his wrist.
"No, it's the AAA rank traveler group, the Behemoths," Lucia said, shaking in fear.
The traveler groups had ranks assigned to them just like before the war, and although they weren't large factions like there used to be in the past, their ranks gave approximate evaluation of their strength.
"That's right,"
the large man with a hammer chuckled.
"We couldn't believe that those with such a large bounty would come to a town like this, and now that you have come, how can we simply waste such an opportunity?"
Lucia looked towards Minnie, who was still at the table. She wondered what to do. Even the original vampire she feared couldn't face such a group if he were here.
"Ah!"
Just then, everyone heard a scream coming from the side of the room. Turning their heads for a split second, they saw the man struck by the hammer was moving from the wall, and at the same time, in front of their eyes, his body was healing. The crushed bones and the torn flesh were getting back to normal, except for the clothes on his body. This led to the robe only covering 3/4 of his body.
"How is that possible? What is he?"
someone whispered, but in the pin-drop silence everyone heard it. Glancing towards the man that just hit him, Peter rushed off from his feet, his fist covered in a strange aura, and before anyone could react, it slammed right into the large man's face, pushing him through several of the tables, chairs, and the wall of the building. They saw a big hole when they looked at where the man had gone. He went through the building and was now lying on the other side of the street.
"Just think of me as a zombie,"
Peter spoke, answering Lucia's earlier question as the last few scratches on his arm healed. Unlike the mud mask that Peter would make using his soul weapon, the disguise that originated from his ability wouldn't go away from being hit. However, he did have to use his ability's MC cells to keep it the way he was before, and that was exactly what he was doing. Some members of the Behemoth gang ran outside to check on their friend, and a few seconds later they loudly lamented his fate. "He's dead!" The whole restaurant turned to look at Peter. Some inside had seen his poster, while others had no clue who he was, but they were sure of one thing: this person was strong. To be able to kill someone from a AAA rank traveler group with one punch was unheard of. What's more, they had been unable to see him move from his position from the wall. Lastly, the strange healing powers that allowed him to heal from even cracked bones.
Damn it! If I had been paying attention to my surroundings, I wouldn't have even let that hammer hit me, and now I've been hurt as well, Peter thought. I really should keep practicing ki like Quinn suggested. That also would have helped me from protecting myself and my body from being crushed, and now she's looking at me like that.
Turning his head towards Lucia, he thought that she would have freaked out given his abnormal healing speed. Many people did when they saw it. However, she was just left with her mouth wide open.
While I don't know all of their members, the behemoths wouldn't just let anyone join their group. Yet he was able to kill one of them with a single hit, Lucia thought. No, I shouldn't be surprised. I have to get used to the fact that I'm not traveling with someone normal. If Nate is an original, does that mean he was also someone from that era? But I don't recognize him.
How dare you kill Rodiro?
Another large, burly man pointed his weapon at Peter. It seemed like the behemoth group were filled with large, bulky people who mostly used large weapons. There were giant axes, hammers, great swords, and more.
You three have officially become enemies of the behemoths. We plan to hunt most of you down alive, but you can now forget about it. Anyone who wishes to help us shall obtain a share of the reward. Everyone else, get out, the man announced.
Hearing this, several people that were inside the restaurant quickly left, scared to get involved in the fighting. However, there were other traveler groups that were interested in the bounty on their heads, and with a strong faction backing them, even after seeing what Peter had done, they weren't afraid. There had been 10 behemoth members in the establishment, but with the other groups, their force numbered around 30. Once the area was cleared, the large man by the name of Edu pulled out a giant axe and swung it towards Lucia, who was closest to him. The two of them were quite a far distance away, so she didn't even think it would hit her. Still, she pulled out her spear just in case, to try to defend herself, and was ready to fight for her life. That's when the axe started to grow in size, becoming gigantic, almost covering half of the restaurant. It looked like the man's ability allowed him to make weapons larger, and she could tell it wasn't just large, but judging by the surrounding wind, the weight of the weapon seemed to have increased as well. All I can do is block this hit with my ki, she thought, getting her spear ready and moving it to the side. However, before the gigantic axe could hit her, it had stopped, and the others saw that one man was responsible for it, holding the sharp edge of the axe with his fingers.
Don't worry, I was told to protect you and Minnie, so as long as you stay with me, I'll make sure that nobody will be able to harm a single hair on your head, Peter stated.
Looking at his fingertips, Lucia could see they were covered in a strange yellow glow.
Is that ki? But then why can I see it? I've never seen ki in such a solid form. Just how much strength does he have to stop that large weapon?
It wasn't just that, as the next second, gripping tightly, the white had broken the head on the axe, which he quickly grabbed with both hands as the others came towards him and pulled it out from Edu's hands. The axe was shrinking by the second, but before the axe had reverted to its normal size, Peter swung it as hard and fast as he could. The handle part of it hit the behemoth members as well as the others in the restaurant. No matter what ability or active armor they had used to try to block the attack, they were swept off her feet and crashed through the restaurant's walls out to the other side of the feet.
Heh, Uncle Peter is so strong,
Minnie called out in excitement as she watched this.
Strong is an understatement. He has abnormal healing, strange ki, and inhuman strength. Any one of those would make him a powerhouse, yet he has all three. That guy could be one of the strongest people in the world, and he's right here by my side, Lucia mumbled to herself. Just how could it be that the world doesn't remember someone like him? Those that had been on the second floor, ready to attack, suddenly reconsidered their approach. Still, as Peter walked out the front of the building, Lucia quickly followed him along with Minnie, and they had only taken a few steps when she had stopped. What is all this? Does everyone on Mars know where we are? She panicked. Lucia was unsure about their exact number, but she was certain they had to number in the hundreds. Travelers everywhere. It wasn't just members of the behemoth group. There were also other prominent traveler groups standing on the rooftops, out from the other buildings, and lining up down the street. Before the others could even act or say anything,
Peter ran straight towards the first man and kneed him in the face, crushing his skull and killing him instantly. The white then let go, causing him to fall on the floor.
"If you plan to stand in my way of protecting those two, I don't care how many of you I will have to kill,"
Peter stated, as he knelt down by the crushed man's face and pressed his hand on him.
"Wake up!"
the white shouted, and the next moment the clearly dead man started to stand up again, completely ignoring the fact that his skull had just been crushed. "Kill them!" a man shouted, and it looked like everyone was ready to attack Peter and the others, not caring whether this town might get destroyed in the process. Inside the cave where Quinn and the others were, it looked like one of the vampires had been informed about what was happening in the town. Quinn could hear it clearly, and so could everyone else. Multiple factions had entered the town in search of a bounty, and they didn't care about the people of the place. "Do you know these people?" the vampire asked. "Yes," Quinn replied. "I'm not too worried about them, but the trouble or fighting it might cause, there might be a bloodbath." The others thought Quinn was exaggerating, or perhaps didn't know what factions exactly had arrived in the place. "These are high-level factions, Hannah. If we get involved in saving these vampires, there's a good chance that our group could get wiped out. We need to stick to the mission." The man next to her cautioned the red vampire. "And what mission is that exactly?" Jessica interrupted. "To search for the Red Heart? I thought you said that your goal was to turn humans into vampires. Well then, why don't you save them from these attackers? Why don't you actually help people? If you showed them your strength and what you're capable of, I'm pretty sure that would be a good way to convince people into turning them into vampires, don't you think?" After saying the words, Jessica was a bit silent, wondering if she had taken it a step too far, but she soon saw a smile on Hannah's face. "The new girl is right. More and more factions will probably come. We need to save who we can from the fighting and move the fighting to somewhere else. We will try our best to help out your friends before it is too late," Hannah stated. Then, out from the inside of her pocket, she passed Jessica something and went over to Quinn, giving him the same item. "Please put it on. We are going to make sure to let them know that the red vampires were the ones that saved them. This mask will soon become a symbol to all those out there." Looking at it, Quinn felt like he was going back to his old days as he grabbed it and placed it on his face. After witnessing the sight in front of her, it would be an understatement to say that Lucia was amazed by everything around her because she watched a single man take on several high-ranking travelers at once. At that moment, Peter had raised 4 people he had killed in the fight so far. He then ordered 2 of them to stay close to Lucia and Minnie to protect them and not let them get involved in the fight. At the same time, the remaining 2 would be supporting Peter during the fight. A strong blast of ice energy came toward him from his right side, but before it could even hit him, one of his lesser whites sacrificed itself, taking the hit. Seeing this, Peter didn't hesitate to smash the ice that contained his white, and forcefully threw the body part towards the ice user, aiming towards him, high up on one of the roofs of the buildings. In the next second, he ran towards another man and kicked him, sending him flying into the building on the opposite side and destroying the wall in the process. It was clear that there was currently no one here who was stronger or faster than Peter. However, with the sheer amount of travelers that were there, and them working together being in the same factions, they had their ways. "Now!" one of them shouted, and immediately, from underneath, the ground had exploded. The explosion chucked up dirt in front of Peter and blocked his view. It was then that those that were using long-ranged weapons fired towards the cloud of dust, and those with ranged abilities also added their attacks in the ensuing assault. It was impossible for anyone to avoid, even if they had his speed. Regardless, when the smoke settled, all they could see was Peter holding up another traveler by their head, only using his finger strength. At the same time, Peter's body was slowly healing from the edges he was hit on. Dropping the body on the ground, Peter proceeded to pull out what looked like a beast bolt that had gone through his arm. "Always protect the head," Peter mumbled to himself. "It's good that I actually listened to that rule. A beast bolt actually managed to pierce quite deep through my arm." "I wondered why someone had put such high bounties on our heads," Lucia frowned. "At first, I thought it was all a mistake or a misunderstanding, but now it looks like that's not the case. The bounty was for him and that vampire. These two. Someone must have known their real strength.
I knew something was up when that other one got Xynon's armor. The attack in the hotel was aimed at them. But why? Why would someone put a bounty on their heads? At that moment, a powerful blast hit the familiar in front of her, causing the lesser white to fall to the ground. Several pillars of earth spikes began to rise from the ground, and Lucia quickly jumped and avoided them all. She could feel the rumbling under her feet and was quick to act. During her jump, though, she had grabbed onto Minnie as well. "I'm sorry," Minnie shouted out, feeling pretty useless, almost on the verge of tears. "It's not your fault. It's these people who are blinded by the greed of money. I mean, look what's happening," Lucia replied. It was then they noticed that even the people that weren't taking part in the fight were now injured. The owners of the restaurants and other buildings were close to pulling out their hair in despair upon witnessing the state of their shops. At the same time, the remaining bystanders were shaking in fear. However, she had no time to worry about that. There were still things she needed to do. Getting her spear ready, she thrust it forward towards the traveler that stood closest to her. A lightning strike left her spear, but an earth wall rose, blocking the attack. Despite this, the lighting midway seemed to get a second surge of strength as it sped up and blasted right through the earth wall. The strike continued and hit the man in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground and convulse uncontrollably. Earth users have always been tough for lighting users to go against, so I had to use some of my ki in that attack. But I can't keep using ki, otherwise I'll be exhausted. In the middle of her thoughts, before she could react, she was pulled up off the ground, and in the next moment, holding her under his arm, was Peter. Minnie, who was now unconscious, was in Lucia's grasp. "My job is to protect the both of you. I almost forgot that, and I'm sorry," Peter explained. "I could probably beat all of these guys myself, but you are my priority." Jumping up from a ledge, Peter made it onto one of the roofs. The best way for the others to not get hurt was to run away from the situation, or get to an area where Peter could fight them more easily. However, there were several travelers on the roof, as if waiting for them. One had a super speed ability, and he ran right towards Peter with 2 daggers and jumped towards the trio. Peter also jumped at the right moment, and still holding the other 2, he kicked the incoming traveler's arm, breaking it in an instant as the dagger fell off of the latter's hands. As soon as Peter's foot hit the ground, he lifted it again and kicked the traveler in the stomach, causing blood to gush out of his mouth. "You should put us down. It will make it easier for you to fight," Lucia asked. "Also, you're going to get tired quicker if you continue like this." "I don't get tired," Peter replied as he continued to run forward, jumping side from side, avoiding a range of different abilities. As they landed on the rooftops, the tiles below their feet would crack and burst in all directions. Sensing some type of invisible wall, an ability from one of the travelers, he didn't stop and ran forward at full speed. Peter smashed the barrier, but he was slowed down in the process, and now they had surrounded him. "I know you're strong, but the number of travelers coming here is countless. There's nothing we can do. You take the child and get out of here," Lucia shouted. "No!" Peter shouted, as he held onto Lucia tighter, now grabbing her with both arms. He was holding her as if she was his bride in his arms. Then, lifting his leg, he stomped on the ground. It destroyed the rooftop, causing them to fall down, but not just with the part of the roof below his feet. Rather, the whole rooftop was going down. Peter collapsed the building structure from a single stomp. The travelers stepped back, waiting for the outcome, but they had seen this zombie of a person come out from a much worse state than this, and they were sure it would be the same again, and they knew they were right when they saw the pile of rubble suddenly move. Covered in blood, Peter stood up with injuries on his head, but had safely protected the 2 girls. "Why?" Lucia shouted. "Why are you doing so much to protect me?" Something like this, she had never had someone in her life do something like this for her. She wondered whether Peter was doing this because "Because my friend told me to, and I will do anything he tells me to do, even if it costs my life," Peter replied. With the travelers still unwilling to give up, it looked like they still had a lot of fights to go through. "Those were some good words, and I would do the same for you, my friend," a familiar voice resounded through the scene. The travelers who stood on the rooftops of nearby buildings weren't quick to act, because now they could see that these 3 weren't alone anymore. Shielding Peter's group from the travelers were 7 people,
all wearing strange red masks over their faces. "We are the Red Vampires," Hannah declared, walking out in front. "Look what you've done to this peaceful town. Because of you outsiders, this place is now destroyed, and we won't let you continue acting like this." From the look in the travelers' eyes, Quinn, who was also in the group of 7, was sure that the travelers wouldn't back down so easily. Recognizing the voice from earlier, Minnie, who had now regained her composure, immediately hopped off from Lucia and ran towards Quinn. They tried to kill us," Minnie started crying as she tugged on his leg. The other vampires, seeing this, wondered what sort of vampire traveled with their daughter like this. What were they doing? It also gave the image that this vampire was quite soft. Rubbing the top of her head, Quinn bent down to her height. "I see. Well, don't worry. I will make sure they never try that again." Upon hearing what Quinn had said, the vampires thought he was just trying to reassure his daughter. It was then, after standing up, Quinn looked at all the travelers and sighed. One of them moved slightly, less than an inch forward, in the next second. Lifting his hand, Quinn shaped it like a gun, and out from his finger, a blood bullet shot out, hitting him right in the knee, making him fall off the roof and onto the floor. It was strange because it had happened so fast that everyone froze, wondering what had just happened. Out of all the travelers, only a few of them were able to comprehend what had happened, or at least saw what had happened, because to most, all they could see was a red-masked vampire with his hand out, pointing at the location where one of them had fallen from a rooftop. Quinn stood somewhat behind Hannah, who was leading the vampire group and standing at the front. She hadn't expected him to make the first move, and she didn't see the blood bullet leave from Quinn's hand. All she could see was the damage that had occurred on the traveler's leg, allowing her to guess what the attack was. Looking over at his hand's position had only confirmed her thoughts. "That has to be the blood bullet. Can he perform something like that? But he smells like a regular vampire. How is that possible? And I've never seen a bullet that fast before," Hannah thought. It was the same for the other vampires. The one move he had made showed that this person was no ordinary vampire. They somewhat understood now why there was a large bounty on this one's head. Trying to make the best out of the current situation, Hannah decided to speak once again. "As you can see, we don't want to hurt you. That is a warning that if you continue to cause trouble for this town and pursue these people, we will get involved," she shouted once again. It seemed like Quinn's little act had somewhat caused them to be hesitant in their movements, and the people that filled the streets were a little confused. They had heard the name Red Vampires, but why did the woman seem so concerned for the people? It was the first for many of them to hear something like this. "It's not so strange," one of the residents said. "I heard that in one of the big Dampier attacks, the Red Vampires came and supported the Vampire Corps in one of the fights." Yeah, I heard that as well. It was one of their leaders, that strong female vampire. They thought that the Red Vampires would request something, some land from the core unit or something else, but they said nothing and just left." Hearing some of the stories behind him made Quinn feel like there were a set of good vampires among the Red Vampires. He needed to know more about this group. "That damn zombie already killed some of our people, and then he raised them from the dead," a traveler shouted. "You said you weren't trying to hurt us. We have lost too much all—" Suddenly, the man who had spoken, his knee exploded, causing him to fall over on one side and hit the floor. When Hannah turned around, she could see that the newly recruited vampire had his hand pointed towards the man's position. "Let's make this really clear. You attacked our vampires. You did so full well trying to kill them. If you are prepared to kill, you should be prepared to die as well," Quinn spoke. "Right now, we're the ones that are giving you a chance." "He used the blood bullet again, but that is a risky move," Hannah thought. "Right now, they are intimidated by his strong attack, but if he uses both hands, he will only be able to use that move a total of 8 more times. Simply put, it's just a bluff." Although this would have been the case for the other vampires, this was not the case for Quinn at all. No longer did Quinn get the drawback from using the blood bullet as he had done in the past. If he wanted to, he could continually fire it at all of the travelers that were here right now. He had chosen to use this move because he realized after using his blood control that other vampires would certainly get suspicious, but a move like this was something that other vampires were capable of doing. On top of that, he was annoyed that these people had attacked those close to him, so he needed to vent some of his anger out. "You—" Bang! Another shot had gone off as soon as one of the travelers opened her mouth. They could see that this was the work of only a single vampire, and seeing the others that were around him, they believed that perhaps all of the vampires were capable of this. Some of them were starting to have second thoughts. At the end of the day, what was the point of money if they wouldn't live to see another day? Good, it looks like we have come to an understanding. As Hannah was ready to finish her sentence, a large force of attack had come from behind. Two of the red blood vampires towards the back had managed to create blood walls just in time to stop the attack somewhat. Jets of what looked like water were too powerful and had crashed through the blood walls. The walls had slowed down the attack somewhat, allowing them to move slightly out of the way, but both of them were still hit on the arm. "It's the Flowing Water faction! Another AAA rank faction!" one of the travelers shouted. Seeing this, the confidence in all of them grew. As time went on, after all, more and more factions, famous bounty hunters and more, would all be coming after the large bounty on their heads. "Damn it, there's more, and these guys aren't weak," the vampire said, holding on to his arm. It wasn't healing, and noticing this, Quinn could tell it was because Ki had been infused with their attacks. Due to the spread of Ki, vampires were no longer so much stronger than humans. "Why are we risking our lives when these guys aren't even members yet?" the vampire shouted. Two more water jet streams had come out. It was fast, and it looked like the vampires would be unable to avoid them. When they felt someone push their heads towards the ground, the jet streams of water had gone completely over their head. Looking at who had saved their lives, they could tell that it was the new vampire, Quinn. "If you are fighting for the lives of those that I care about, then I will protect you as well." Running forward, Quinn went towards the Flowing Water faction that seemed to consist of 5 members. Meanwhile, Hannah, Jessica, and the others were dealing with the members that had come towards the front. Peter continued to stay by the 2 girls' side as he wished to help them out even more. The jet streams of water were fast and consistent, heading towards Quinn, which were pretty annoying. He would run forward as fast as he could while using the flash step at the right time to avoid them, but at times he would have to take a step back to avoid them. This is really annoying. If I had my shadow, they would be easier to deal with. Of course, there were other ways Quinn could deal with them, but he was trying not to show too much to the vampires. Eventually reaching them, Quinn had proceeded to attack with a thigh kick to the one closest. Immediately when making contact, the man's bones had been crushed, putting up no resistance and causing his leg to bend inward, so much so that his leg had actually been torn off from his body, flying off in the distance and hitting another person, knocking them over. Crap, I was trying to hold back. I sensed he was using the second stage of Ki, so I thought he would be able to handle that one. When another member tried to attack Quinn again, crashing water on top of him, he spun around, avoiding the hit, getting behind the other member. Grabbing his arms, Quinn pulled on them towards him, then kicked his back once again, causing both of his arms to be removed from his body, blood gushing everywhere. A pop was heard when they had been released from their shoulder joints. Some of the travelers, people, and other vampires that were seeing this thought one thing, that the new vampire recruit was brutal. Shit, this is meant to be a AAA rank faction member. Why are their bodies so weak? Quinn thought, as he had once again misjudged his own strength and their strength as well. Beep, beep. The sound of the travelers' watches they were wearing continued to go off. Everyone could hear it, so they were wondering what was going on. Those that hadn't been fighting quickly checked to see the message, and their faces had the look of dread on them. "Wait, stop!" a traveler shouted, and not just one but several others as well. "Everyone stop! It's the bounty! The bounty has been dropped!" "I don't understand a thing you're doing," Agent 4 said, while rubbing his forehead with the tip of his fingers. Since Logan seemed interested in these vampires, they also became Agent 4's interest. They were watching the events in the little town unfold. It was impossible not to find an electronic device one could monitor from in this day and age. The wristwatches and the cameras in restaurant buildings, among other things, were there, just to name a few. The two of them were witnessing everything going on, and in the end, Logan had decided to call off the bounty. "Well, do you mind explaining? You usually love to blabber a lot, so I wonder what has gotten your tongue so tied up," Agent 4 asked. Although Agent 4 was teasing his fellow companion, the truth was, something had shocked Logan into his actions, and he didn't know how to reply or what to say at this moment, as his head was beginning to process a few things.
"It didn't quite click at first because they looked nothing alike, but that strength, that speed, the healing powers, and that power. If they are traveling with vampires, all signs point that it was a white," Logan thought. "However, that white managed to raise 4 dead at the same time. That's something unheard of even between whites. I only know one capable of such a feat. Wait, could it be him? Peter. Peter also had the transformation ability. He could easily disguise himself, but I don't recognize any of the ones he is traveling with. Is it really Peter? Has he finally returned after all this time? But why now? After going missing with the tomb for so many years, why now? None of this makes any sense. I have to find out, though. I have to find out for myself."
It was then that Logan looked out of the corner of his eye toward Agent Ford, who was staring directly back at him. "Something is seriously up, isn't there? What did you find out?" Agent 4 asked, as he started walking over towards Logan.
"It's nothing,"
Logan replied, as he brought up images of the two on screen. The destruction caused and injured people running for their lives due to the fighting could easily be seen in the pictures.
"The whole town has been destroyed because of the travelers. Honestly, I never expected them to act like wild beasts because of the bounty, and thought they would have some sense. The chaos is beyond what I expected, so I decided to call off the bounty while I think of another way."
There was a pause, as it looked like Agent 4 was taking in what the other had said.
"Besides, it was clear with their strength and the interference of the red vampires that it has become a matter that is far too big for those travelers to handle."
"I thought you of all people would have considered all this beforehand, no?" Agent 4 asked. This was what Logan was worried about. It was pretty unbelievable for him to think that the bounty wouldn't have this effect, which was why he had added in the last part as well, for 2 reasons.
"I thought since you were more robot than human,
"You wouldn't have emotions towards the others," said Agent 4. "Who cares if the whole town is destroyed? You do understand that if they get their hands on the Red Heart before us, then it won't just be a little town that's going to be destroyed. Rather, everyone will die." "Sacrifice the lives of a few to save the many," Agent 4 shouted, slamming his fist onto a console. The console was instantly destroyed into pieces due to the punch, but his fist didn't have a single scratch on the knuckles.
"Don't destroy my things," Logan said immediately. "If you're going to continue to act like this, then leave."
In an instant, in the lab itself, several pods that were placed around the area opened up, and a few seconds later, AI battle robots had all left, quickly flying over to Logan's side. There were around 12 of them in total, and they had their hands held out, already charging energy to fire towards the agent. "Oh? This is the first time I am seeing you act like this. But do you think those robots that couldn't even help capture those vampires you were after will be able to stop me?" Agent 4 shouted, with what could only be described as rage, as a large vein sticking out from the side of his head. "Do you really think that I wouldn't keep the best and highest-grade crystal robots for myself? And let me reassure you, they aren't made from the same material as the others either," Logan explained. "I will remind you again, I don't want to fight. I only want you to respect my equipment." The two of them stared at each other for a while, and Agent 4 looked back and forth between Logan and the AI robots, as if he was considering whether to fight them. He always wanted to know just how strong Logan Green was. However, he decided to scoff as he turned away and avoided any fighting, for the moment. "I will be back to get an update on matters," Agent 4 said, finally leaving the lab. As he stomped his feet down the hallway, he had a thought in his mind. Something really has him rattled to act like that. There seems to be something that he has noticed that I haven't. Was it those vampires? Do they have a clue to the Red Heart, and he is trying to keep it to himself? Well, even if that isn't the case,
As long as Logan is interested in them, then it is enough for me to be interested in them as well. Back in the lab, Logan went back to the video. He was trying to see if he could spot anything important. He played back all the scenes with his suspected Peter in them. He watched the videos repeatedly, and the more he thought about it, Logan felt like the person in the footage was the same person he thought it was, Peter. Whites can live forever, but Peter, if you were always alive, why did you come out now? Did something happen to Quinn, or did you find out where he is? It was then that Logan went back to the security footage at the hotel, looking at the others who were with the suspected Peter. Whom does he trust enough to even travel with? It can't be him. That's impossible. After 10 years had passed. At that moment, Logan's eyes suddenly moistened a bit as he thought about what had occurred 10 years after that. But suddenly, he heard the door to the lab opening again, and quickly wiped his face with his sleeves, which hurt a bit since his arms were more solid than usual. Oh, your eyes are a bit red. I don't think I've seen that from you since... Well, I don't think I've ever seen you in such a state. The one who had entered the lab was a handsome young man. He had short blonde hair cut to the side and was quite tall at the same time. It was clear he was gifted with quite an excellent set of genes. Hey, what was up with Agent 4's eyes? The young man giggled at himself after coming up with that joke. For a second, I thought steam was coming out from his ears. Walking over, Logan went to the destroyed console and placed all of the AI robots back away into their pods. Ah, I see he destroyed one of your machines, the young man sighed. Actually, can you do me a favor? Logan asked, and the smile on the young man's face receded. I would like you and your mother to head to Mars to check something out for me. This is, of course, not official business, just a personal trip, Logan stated. The young man didn't hesitate as he smiled back. Sure thing. Just let me know if you need anything from me, Dad. Immediately after hearing what some of the other travelers were saying about the bounty, they decided to take a step back. The red vampires were holding on to the wounds that had already been made on their bodies. It was clear that these travelers were indeed no ordinary set of travelers, because the vampires themselves weren't weak by any means, just not strong enough to face such a group like this. Hey, it's true the bounties have been called off. How is that even possible? One of the travelers shouted. There was a specific process for bounties to be put up in the first place. One couldn't just request bounties. One of the reasons for this was that the bounty would have been inputted and checked. Once confirmed, it could be put through. Simply put, bounties were mainly for criminals on the run. However, the travelers weren't stupid, and at times, there were ways to bypass this, allowing personal grudge bounties to be put up. However, for a bounty to be taken down, either the people involved had to have been captured, which clearly wasn't the case here. Otherwise, half of the payment had to be given up to the Travelers Association. The money would go towards improving the Traveler Center, medical centers, and more, but it wouldn't go to any of the bounty hunters involved. What is this bullcrap? People in our faction have died. Some of the travelers were furious and gripped their weapons even harder, while others started to turn away and head out from the scene, which included those from the Flowing Water faction that had just arrived. They picked up their wounded and started to leave. What are you doing? After they did that to your people, you're just going to leave like that, a traveler shouted. One of the members held the one that Quinn had ripped the arms off. Quinn had seen him do something interesting as he moved the broken arms close to the body and activated Ki. The cells were seen coming together. They weren't completely healed, but it had stopped the bleeding somewhat, joining part of the skin here and there. You want us to risk our lives when there isn't even a bounty on the line? That is ridiculous, the man said, turning around with the rest of the group. And to be honest, even if there was still a bounty, we would be doing the same as we are doing right now. The last line from one of the top factions really resonated with a lot of the travelers, and those that felt like they were ready for revenge had decided it was better for them if they were to give up now, or risk losing more than they had already done. Most travelers didn't belong to the town in the first place. They went around to different cities on different planets, frequently with their occupation. It was partly where the name came from, so they didn't care what state they had left the town in.
Only a few travelers that were locals, who only hunted for income now and then, had gone to apologize to the rest. "We should head out of this place. Although they might be welcome to us now, they won't feel that way for a long time, and besides, we weren't planning to stick around anyway," Hannah stated. The others agreed, and soon all of them were on the move, with Peter following along with Quinn and the others. As soon as they got out of the busy buildings and streets of the town, they had entered the forest that would lead to the cave before. "Wait," one of the red vampires said, turning around. Hearing this, the whole group stopped, thinking that something might have happened. "I don't mind the others following us back to our camp, but she's a human." The vampire pointed toward Lucia, who had come along with the others. "The others wish to join the red vampires, okay? But a human has to be turned if we are to trust them." The vampire started to take a step towards Lucia, and looking nervous, she went to grab her spear, but before she could even grab it, another person already had his hands around the vampire's neck. "You touch her, and you're dead," Peter said, gripping tightly, making sure he knew who had the superior strength. Seeing one of their allies being hurt, and by what was a stranger to them no less, they had decided to try to attack him. Each one started to raise the blood aura in their body as they went to attack Peter. "Stop!" Quinn shouted. All four of their bodies had frozen in place. They didn't know why until they could see that the new vampire was looking towards them all with red glowing eyes. "If you dare touch him, I will make you all kill yourselves," Quinn said, making sure they knew why he was angry. "Can the others not move?" Hannah thought. "With the glowing red eyes, is that vampire really using the influence skill on them? And it's working. This is not something a simple vampire can do. I thought something was strange about this person, but could they be a vampire lord? Then why do they smell like regular vampires? Whatever the case, he will be a big help in our goal." "Everyone calm down. At the moment, she is just coming along as a supporter," Hannah explained. "We are just heading to the vampire core area, not the red vampire's base, so there is no need to worry. If our new friend wishes to bring her, we can make an exception this time, and explain the rules to him then when our roads cross again. We will sort it out then, but for now, it would be best if we cooperate. We just got out of a tricky situation after all." Hearing this, Quinn nodded, and Peter soon let go of the vampire in his grasp. He walked back towards the girls, staying by their side, in case the others tried to do anything else. With the little spat over, the group continued to head towards their meeting spot from before, but the vampires who had tried to attack Peter were left with a thought in their mind. "Am I just imagining things, but did his influence still somehow also suppress our blood aura? No, I must be imagining it. It had just to be the fact that we were frightened, but just who is that vampire?" Eventually, after reaching the cave, all of the vampires were resting. However, they had split even inside the cave into two groups, Jessica along with hers that she had come along with, and Hannah and her group as well. To clear the tensions, Quinn had gone over to the other side. He then used his key to remove the traces in their body, which allowed them to heal. "You know how to use key?" Hannah recognized immediately. I'm a human-turned-vampire, and knew how to use key before, so it's still with me," Quinn answered. That seemed like a good enough explanation for her, but for the others in his group who had overheard, now had heard conflicting stories. "Did Nate just lie?" Jessica thought. "He said he was a human-turned-vampire, but he said he was an original as well. Maybe he's just lying to throw them off, but then, how does he know key?" "So what is the plan now?" one of the red vampires asked. "I have already updated the other group of what has happened. They are on their way and should be here in a few hours. Once we meet up with Ticker, we will head together with him to the vampire core to join them, and of course, our newest recruits will be joining us. If all goes well on this mission, we will bring them back with us to the red vampires." Hannah smiled. "Ticker?" One of the vampires sounded surprised. "Does that mean he will be leading us? If that's the case, he might have a bigger problem with humans than others in our group." "Why's that?" Quinn asked immediately. "Because Ticker is a vampire from the other red vampire group, the ones that have a slightly different view from us. He is also what is known as a dedicated follower, so he is a higher rank than me and will be leading our group," Hannah answered. Hearing the word dedicated follower made Quinn think about the system. Was it a coincidence? The system had to get its naming sense from somewhere, and it always seemed to be able to know about current situations, adapting to the world around it. Vincent had often talked about how the system had gone beyond what he, Richard, and the Green family had intended it to be. There were a few theories about why this was happening, but no one could be sure. Either way, he had never heard the term dedicated follower be used by someone until now, which made him more inclined to believe that it wasn't a coincidence at all. Many vampires were still conversing among themselves, mainly about this ticker person. It seemed that many of them had an aversion for this person, and Quinn was listening carefully. So far, he had heard that, similar to the group he was with, another group of 5 red vampires was coming here. The 2 groups were to work together on this special mission to bring them closer together. To the outside and public, the red vampires appeared as one group, and it seemed whoever this leader or the leaders were, they wanted it to appear this way. However, the red vampires were well aware of what was going on in their group, the divide from within that could tear them apart, which was why they had proceeded to do this. Seeing that there was a break between their conversation, Quinn stood up and sat down beside Hannah. She seemed the most approachable out of the lot, and finding out she was the leader of this small group, he knew the others would listen to her, and she had the most information in the first place. "I wanted to ask you a question," Quinn said, being up front. "Well, I thought as much. It looked like you wanted to ask something for a while now, so go ahead, feel free, we're stuck together," she smiled. "It's about what you said earlier about this ticker person being a dedicated follower. Is he different from you, other than being in a higher position and part of the other half? If he is, then what makes the difference?" Quinn asked. Quinn was a little worried that these might have been strange questions to ask, but before approaching Hannah and the rest, he and Jessica had gone away from the cave, far enough so they couldn't eavesdrop, and had asked her all the questions he could about the red vampires, claiming he was just checking if anyone had followed them. It seemed like the rankings or the words they were using weren't general knowledge, so it should have been a safe question for him to ask. "There are no rankings per se, other than the leaders. Dedicated followers and followers. There aren't any rankings between us," Hannah replied. "However, it's more how closely connected you are to those above. There are some groups like us that aren't even led by a follower, which is why I say that there really isn't something like a ranking difference amongst us." Hannah then went to lift her dress once more, showing off the mark from before. Having a closer look, it was definitely what Laxmus looked to have had on him, and the same marking that appeared on Layla's sword. Ray, his ancestor, had also told him that the marking was around during his time. "This is just a tattoo of the markings of the red vampires. It's not an actual marking. All followers like myself have one. We aren't required to have one, but we have to look for those that are more like-minded and the most committed to our goals. Once a person has proven themselves enough, then that person will get a real mark. It's not just a tattoo, but I have seen it, a marking that glows with power, and that is what a dedicated follower is." When speaking, Hannah had a smile on her face. Although she was a nice woman, Quinn thought that she had somehow already been zapped into some cult. "And what does the marking do? Is there any reason you strive for it?" Quinn asked. "I have seen those with markings grow in power as a vampire. Even those that were weak before are now far stronger. It is said that it brings us closer to our hero, Quinn Talon, and the marking allows us to draw energy from him." Hearing his name when he was directly in front of the person was still strange, but Quinn was sure after hearing Hannah speak. These markings were the work of another celestial. Another thing that made him wonder what was this marking, and the one on Layla's sword. Were they the same? "Maybe it has something to do with the levels? The system told me that the higher the celestial level is, the more powers I would unlock. I wonder, what if that's one of the level's powers, to allow it to mark weapons and objects, giving them great power? Although, overall, the sword wasn't as strong as a demon-tier weapon, its special trait of blocking all abilities and keys certainly were. I wonder, if I had those powers, what type of effects on a weapon I can put." It certainly was interesting for Quinn to increase his ranking. Looking around the room, he naturally turned to Peter. Originally, Quinn wanted to test his own marking on Peter. Before he did anything, though, he wanted to explain to Peter what he was trying to do. But he didn't get any opportunity due to the sudden attack in the hotel. Still, there were other ways to gather celestial energy. Standing up and heading over to Minnie, Quinn made sure to block her body away from the others and knelt to her eye level. "Minnie, you were scared back then, but Uncle Peter did good protecting you, right?" Quinn asked. Minnie nodded her head and had a big smile on her face. Even if she was upset, she never was for long. "Good. I want you to stay close to Peter. He will always protect you, and if he's in trouble, do you remember what I told you?" Quinn asked. "Of course," Minnie smiled again. "Good. Now you remember that mask that I let you have? Is it okay if I borrow it for a little while? I promise I'll give it back." She didn't hesitate, as shadows formed around her palm, and quickly the mask appeared. Standing up, Quinn patted her head before heading towards the cave entrance. Seeing this, Jessica wanted to follow but soon saw Quinn returning. "Oh, I thought you were leaving," Jessica said. Quinn didn't respond and just walked to the side of the wall and stood there. The real Quinn was running out in the forest, and he could feel it. He could feel the vampire's energy in the distance. He knew that the other red vampire group was coming. "That shadow clone skill has improved and is certainly useful. Too bad he can't speak, though, but no one should know it's not me, right? It was even able to copy my disguised form of Chucky," Quinn thought. At the moment, he was wearing a mask over his face, and it looked slightly different from what the red vampires wore, which was why it was perfect. After all, he didn't know what was going to happen today, and that, of course, all depended on the person he was going to meet. A few moments later, Quinn decreased his pace and soon came to a halt. There were fewer trees in the area, so he thought it would be an excellent place to fight, if needed. "It looks like they have arrived." Appearing in front of him, as if out of thin air, were 5 vampires, and in the middle was a bald vampire with a large red T in the middle of his head. Quinn's lips curled up as he thought, "I didn't need the T on your head to know you were Ticker, because I can feel it. I can feel the celestial energy coming from you." With the title of Ruler of Blood that Quinn had gained, he now had an infinite amount of blood control. Quinn was able to feel vampires from a far distance. The problem was that it was pretty useless if the vampires were relatively far away, since he could only tell in a vague sense where they were. It also seemed like he couldn't sense them well unless they used their blood aura. In a way, it reminded Quinn of the connection he would have with his subclass vampires. However, he preferred his connection from before because he could know if the others were safe. Now that he is in front of me, I can feel the energy from him. I couldn't feel it from far away. Is it because the celestial energy isn't that strong? Maybe I can use this to my advantage. Quinn had said his words loudly when talking about the celestial energy, thinking that it might provoke a reaction from Ticker in front of him. But there was no such thing other than an odd look as if Quinn was crazy, which meant he most likely didn't even know about the new energy in his body, or at least didn't know what it really was. "You're a vampire, right? And you know about us? Where is Hannah? Are you from her group?" Ticker asked. "I can't believe that wench won't even come and visit me herself. She goes and sends one of her goons. No wonder I was sent to lead this task force. I swear, to join the Vampire Corps." "I am not with them," Quinn answered. "I know of you red vampires, and I could sense your energy, so I came over here. I was wondering something, though. Where exactly were you heading?" Ticker and the other vampires laughed at this comment. Sensing energy, it wasn't really something that many vampires could do. Ticker couldn't. Otherwise, he would have been able to sense the energy inside of Quinn, but there was a reason for Quinn's question. When coming towards him, he was wondering why, of all things, did it seem like the vampires were heading towards the town, rather than the meeting location, the cave that was a little away. "Ha ha ha! What are you, some type of vampire detective?" Ticker laughed. "Hey, you like blood, right? Why don't you come down to the town with us, because you're about to see a bloodbath?" The vampires started to move, which was partly what Quinn was worried about. He was sure that Ticker knew what state the town was in. It was a good opportunity for a full-on attack on humans. Because any deaths they caused, they could play it off as the travelers' fault. "I guess for those that are good, there are also those who are bad," Quinn said, as he looked directly at all of them with his eyes glowing red. "You know, I realized something. My influence skill doesn't seem to work against humans due to the key they have protecting their brain. Usually, the skill is less effective against vampires, but you see, I'm a little different from them, and I'm looking for some of my questions to be answered." "Kneel," Quinn ordered. The knees of the vampires hitting the floor were heard, as something had overcome their body, but one was left standing, and that was Ticker himself. "What are you guys doing? Are you playing some joke on me?" Ticker stated, clearly a bit frightened at what had just happened. "Well, now that's a shame. Why hasn't it worked on you?" Quinn thought, as he walked closer towards Ticker. "You were the one that I had the most questions for." Frightened by the scene, that was when Ticker had covered his hand in red aura, making a large claw. The red aura was shaped similar to his hands, but was twice the size of it. Shoving it forward, he tried to attack Quinn, who was able to quickly move his head away, and grabbed onto Ticker's wrist. Soon the red aura started to fade, and his special red aura had gone away. "He is suppressing my red aura, but how?" Ticker was beyond confused. Never had he seen or heard of someone capable of doing such a thing in his life. "You know, I was actually planning just to ask you some questions, maybe find some things out about what a dedicated follower was, but I had a gut feeling that maybe you were heading to the town. I was hoping it wouldn't be the case, that I could leave you be. Now my influence skill won't work on you. I'm going to have to do things a bit differently." Letting go of his hand, Quinn jumped back. "Everyone, attack the man with the T on his head," Quinn ordered. Immediately, the other vampires that were on the ground had gone towards their leader. Their faces showed that it was clearly against their will to do this, but they fired blood swipes towards him. "What are you guys doing? Why are you listening to him?" Ticker shouted. "He can't have control over you guys. That's impossible." Although the vampires were attacking their leader, it looked quite sloppy. It seemed that his influence skill, even as strong as it was, didn't allow him to have complete control. "If you want me to tell them to stop, then tell me. Who gave you your real marking? Who is the leader of the Red Vamps? What are you planning to use the Red Heart for? Agree to answer the rest of my question. That will be a good start," Quinn demanded. He was hoping that this might convince Ticker. However, soon getting frustrated, Ticker summoned the red aura and stabbed his own ally right through the chest. It was causing blood to fill the vampire's mouth, and he fell to the ground, dead. "If I tell you any of that crap, then I'm dead," Ticker shouted, as he continued to go after the others. "How dare you betray me?" he shouted, slicing towards the neck of another vampire, ripping it out, and blood pouring. Ticker was no longer trying to avoid their attacks, and it looked like he wasn't holding back either, even against his allies. Going after the next red vampire, Ticker was clearly faster and on a different level compared to them. He had even used the red aura to extend the claw he had on his hand. Just before the aura could pierce the eyes of another ally, a single blood swipe had hit him in the body, sending him flying back and through the trees. "I'm sorry, but if he can't answer my questions, then I'm going to need some of you guys alive," Quinn said, looking at the three that had survived. "Stay out of the fight, stand back, and don't die," were the orders Quinn gave. Quinn had somewhat held back in his blood aura attack, but looking in the direction where Ticker was, he could tell that the fight wasn't over yet. No, Quinn didn't want it to be. He needed to figure out just what a dedicated follower was capable of. You! Ticker shouted from the other side as he walked back, looking in perfect condition, not a mark on his body. This Quinn had found strange. Even if he did hold back, it should have done something. "Are you the one that he warned us about? You have to be. Well, if that's the case, then I won't have to worry about tearing you to shreds." Ripping off his shirt with his hands, underneath a red marking could be seen on his chest. It was large, but it was also the same design as the one on Hannah's thigh. Yet Quinn knew this wasn't just a tattoo. A single eye with a pair of bat-like wings on top of its head. Soon it started to glow, lighting up and infusing a power into Ticker. His body began to change. Seeing this whole scene play out reminded Quinn a lot of his fight with Laxmus. Although the transformation reminded Quinn of when he fought against Laxmus, what was standing in front of him didn't quite look like what Laxmus had done or become when he had finished transforming. Ticker's body had grown more significant, like that of a bloodsucker. His muscles also bulged, being tight to his skin. However, the skin was now black, making certain features stand out more. For one, the red eyes against the black skin contrasted quite a bit, and then there was a large red marking that was still visible on its body. There were no wings that had formed, but its mouth looked to have been a melted mess, as there were no longer any lips or edges, but just teeth that would show through gaps here and there. "I really hope when I use my own celestial energy that I don't look that ugly," Quinn commented. "I mean, I didn't, right? But maybe the transformation will get worse the more energy I have." Ticker wasted no time, opening its mouth and gathering his vampire aura. A small red ball of energy grew in size, and soon, throwing his head forward, the energy beam went straight towards Quinn. I can tell that I can't control this blood energy, so it looks like if blood aura has the powers of a celestial, I can't do anything to it. It's the same with the Dampiers as well. It's almost as if I'm a god of the vampires, but nothing else. I would probably have a hard time controlling the aura of subclasses as well. Is it because my own body's constitution is closest to theirs?" While thinking of all of this, Quinn readied one of his hands, opening its palm. The next second, a large energy force came out from it. This was the blood cannon attack, but similarly to his opponent, Quinn's energy beam was consistent. The two of them clashed in the center, and at first it looked like Ticker's energy was winning out, as Quinn's force of blood aura was pushed back. "Ha ha ha ha! Weak!" Ticker shouted. Taking a step forward, though, Quinn soon increased the level of blood aura he was using, and not only that, but decided to empower the attack with ki. His blood aura had a burst of energy, pushing back Ticker's attack. There was no contest between the energies, and Ticker, knowing this, jumped from his position. His movement was fast and robust, and even Ticker was surprised. It seemed like it was his first time having been in this form. However, while in the air, he soon saw Quinn was in front of him with a pair of steel wings, and his other arm pointed towards him. "I have 2 arms I can use," Quinn said, shooting out another blood cannon and hitting Ticker right in the body, sending him crashing right through 3 trees before he fell to the ground and tumbled. "I thought I had used enough aura to beat out that attack, but I had to use more as well as ki. Is this what the system was talking about? Where when fighting celestial energy, it was easier to use celestial energy? But it also means that it's not impossible to kill those with celestial energy, just harder." Flying over to where Ticker had landed, Quinn could get there quickly, as he didn't have to care what his wings touched. The demon tier armor was able to slice through everything it touched without slowing it down. He was then right next to Ticker before he could even get up from the ground. When he eventually did stand up, Quinn could see that there was marking from the attack on his chest. It had gone through his body, and at the same time it was healing, almost like a wound from an ordinary vampire after drinking some blood. "I used ki in that attack as well, and his body is still able to heal. I guess I need to try out a few things." Seeing his enemy in front of him, Ticker leapt, trying to grab onto Quinn, but moving to the side, Quinn then delivered a punch to its large body, one that was filled with ki and nothing else. He felt his hand go through its thick muscles as he did something similar to his regular hammer strike. Ticker's muscles, bones, and internals were breaking down, but while Quinn's fist was still connected, he could feel they were coming together again. Still, Ticker's body was sent flying again in another direction.
blood energy and ki don't work. I would have to either constantly hit him until he died before he healed, or try something else. Luckily, I have the ability to try something else." "This is the last time I'm going to ask you," Quinn said, as he calmly walked over to where Ticker had been sent. "Who gave you that marking? Was it Laxmus or someone else?" Instead of an answer, a red beam came shooting out towards him. Rather than match it in power, Quinn decided to avoid the strike by running toward him in a circle. The aura was hitting the trees and going a great distance, destroying everything. It was sure to gather the attention of others soon. Still, Quinn could eventually see Ticker and jumped up to where he was, and using his hand, he grabbed his mouth and sealed it shut, causing some of his own aura to burn his mouth somewhat. Quinn continued to push him until he slammed his head onto the ground and let go. Now he could clearly see Ticker's teeth, and the skin that had been burnt off from his own attack didn't look to be healing. I guess using one's own energy against it works as well. "So, you can't speak, or you won't say anything?" Quinn asked once more, beginning to lose his patience, but Ticker just stared at Quinn. "Fine." His hand was held out in front of Ticker, but this time he wanted to try something else, and that was gathering the celestial energy in his own body. Quinn tried to focus it on one point on his arm, and as he did, he noticed something. He could feel that the energy that was running through his body was somewhat damaging the beast-tier equipment that was on his body. Quickly, Quinn used the shadow to place it away, and now he could see even the robes that had gathered around his arm started to disintegrate. Now revealing his forearms, the red veins that would be showing on Quinn's body began to glow with power. Seeing this, it looked like Ticker was finally worried. It was a little too late as Quinn grabbed onto Ticker's head. He noticed that he was having problems releasing this new type of energy externally. Still, he could at least power his arm and fingertips with it. While holding on to Ticker's head, Quinn made a slight scratch mark and could tell that the wound wasn't healing. Knowing his life was in danger, Ticker went to punch Quinn from both sides, but Quinn was far quicker. Using his celestial arm, he let go of Ticker's head and made his hand into some type of knife. Slicing downward, both of Ticker's arms were cut off before it even touched Quinn. Now feeling Ticker's head again, Quinn could finally use his other skill. "Celestial Drain activated." A rush of energy could be felt escaping from Ticker, and his body started to grow smaller in size. He was making no such noise, but his body just started to shake. Quinn, Ticker eventually said. Touching his face, that's when Quinn realized that his mud mask had gone as well. Perhaps just like his armor that was being affected by the celestial energy, it was the same for the mask. For some reason, seeing who it was, a smile appeared on the person's face. "I got to see." Letting go of Ticker, Quinn thought that maybe he could have got answers. Perhaps he should have thought of this before. They worshipped him, so if he told them who he really was, then they would likely answer, but it was a little too late, as Ticker was clearly dead. "Celestial energy drained. You have gained 3 points of energy." Why did he look happy? What is wrong with them? Quinn thought to himself, not knowing how to feel. Turning around, the others were still there, those that would give him some answers. When Quinn looked back at the fight he had just had with Ticker, he wondered whether he would be able to beat such a person solely with his normal powers. The celestial vampire had grown leaps and bounds in all his skills, so he ultimately concluded that it should be possible. Ticker had been classified as a dedicated follower by his system, which, from what Quinn could tell, had allowed him to benefit from a lot of energy through the marking, yet he had been far from the same level as Laxmus. In fact, he would put him somewhere between a vampire leader and a vampire knight of his time, though probably closer to the former. The raw power of the energy might have put him above them, yet in a direct fight, he would bet on the leaders whose skills should give them the advantage. I wonder then, how strong would a strong vampire with celestial energy be?
Is that why Laxmus had changed into something completely different to what I saw today? Because his energy was stronger. Suddenly, a dreaded thought crossed Quinn's mind. If Laxmus had survived until this day and age, then it was practically guaranteed that he would have far more celestial energy than the last time they met. At least whoever gave him the marking in the first place would have had time to gather more energy. At first, Quinn thought the Dampiers would be his biggest threat, but now he was starting to reconsider. At the end of the fight, he had gained 3 celestial points, yet he wasn't sure if that amount of points given to a follower could be considered big or small. The celestial vampire could only base it off his own points, which had started at 10, though only the system might be aware how many he needed to level up. Chances are higher that such an amount should be low. After all, why would the celestial give so many points to a weak vampire? It would make more sense to give more points to someone strong like Laxmus. But just what type of god is Laxmus working for? Walking over to the vampires that were still standing where they were, it looked like Quinn's influence skill still hadn't worn off. Looking at his arm, he could see the red glow was also starting to fade. Right now, I could only mix a part of the celestial energy with my blood aura, but I could tell that using it in its raw form would be most effective to fight off dedicated followers and celestials themselves. In other words, as long as I can only infuse the energy with my own body, I'm going to have to be fighting head-on with my fist and legs a lot more. The question was, if he increased his celestial energy, would he be able to use it in a pure form externally from his body? Either way, it wouldn't hurt to find more ways to increase this energy. Covering his body with the shadow, now that the energy had faded, Quinn had decided to merely put on some of the basic armor he had on him, rather than his iconic Blue Fang set. However, he also placed the Demon Tier chest piece underneath it all. Well, seeing as all of you should now be aware of who I am, I hope that you don't decide to do anything stupid and will help me without having to be forced. Quinn addressed the vampires before him. Without Peter, there was no way for him to use the same disguise as he had before. In the first place, since the influence skill would only allow a person to get simple answers, it was always best if they admitted the truth, and the celestial vampire could confirm it with them. Why should we tell you anything? You bastard just forced us to attack our leader, and then you killed him in cold blood. The closest vampire that Quinn had set free spat at him. Quinn naturally sidestepped the saliva, but he was confused at this reaction. How come you don't recognize me? I thought there were statues of me everywhere. Aren't you guys even worshipping me? Quinn raised an eyebrow and removed his mask, while also moving his long hair a bit so more of his face could show, yet none of them seemed to react any more favorably. I'm Quinn Talon, the old vampire king, leader of the cursed faction, the celestial vampire stated, yet all he got in return was the mocking laughter of all those vampires. Do you think we're idiots? Do you really think anyone would fall for that? If you wanted to fool us, you should have at least changed into his actual appearance. Quinn was left speechless. He had been worried that this might be the case, but it still felt bad that people didn't believe him when he told them who he was. Unfortunately, he couldn't really blame them. If he was in their shoes, would he believe that a legendary figure from 1,000 years ago could suddenly return? He had even used the shadow powers, yet they didn't seem to have noticed, which made Quinn wonder how Ticker had recognized him. Come to think of it, can I be sure he did? Maybe he was just projecting since he was about to die. Looking over to the vampire's body, he noticed that it had slowly begun to disintegrate, turning into ashes. It reminded Quinn of how the originals would die. The good thing was that it would leave no trace of his body if someone were to come looking. Even after defeating your group leader, you don't believe me? All right, I guess I'll have to ask the old-fashioned way, Quinn said with his eyes glowing red once more. He told the 3 to kneel down and place the mask back on his face. Who gave Ticker that marking on his body, making him a dedicated follower? Quinn demanded to know. I don't have a name. I never saw the person who does the marking. Each one of them answered, and they were clearly under the influence skill, so they couldn't be lying. What's the method of getting a true marking or being selected as a dedicated follower? Quinn asked. Only those that are selected know, they answered. It was getting frustrating, but it was clear that the red vampires were very secretive about their ways. In the end, Quinn asked what he could, how large the force of red vampires were, and similar questions. However, it seemed like they knew little about that as well, because the red vampires were spread on several planets, all communicating with each other. There wasn't one group as such, and their base seemed to be constantly moving, similar to Pure's way of operating in his time. Only once in a while would they summon the red vampires to come together. Those who could make it would arrive, but that still wasn't the entire amount of red vampires. Whatever the case, the force sounded larger than that of the entire vampire settlement during his time. The most interesting information he had managed to unearth was that they communicated with each other through telepathy. In other words, the ability of the eighth family that Quinn had only somewhat just started to bring back during his time. Each day, they would all receive a message reminding them of their goals, what they believed in, and so on. The ability truly allowed all of them to feel connected. That was then when Quinn started to ask about the two groups of vampires. Once again, though, there wasn't a lot of information. They hadn't even properly seen the apparent real leader of the red vampires. When asked how they were able to trust someone they hadn't seen to this degree, the fervent answer was because of their belief in Quinn. It made him wonder who was using his name so strongly to convince vampires over to their side. Before deciding what to do with them, a memory popped up in Quinn's head. It was about what the townsfolk had said before. "I've heard rumors about the red vampires getting involved in the fight against the Dampiers. Apparently, someone strong helped in the war. Do any of you know anything about that?" Quinn asked, not really hoping for much. "They are one of the leaders," the vampires answered. "What's their name?" "We do not have a name." "What do they look like?" Quinn continued to press. "What did they have on them? What were they wearing? Tell me every little thing you know, even if it was just from rumors." "During the battle, it was the first time we saw them in person. They had long black hair. They looked like a vampire, but were slightly different as two horns stuck out from the top of their head, and they wielded a black sword with our marking," the vampire described. Hearing the descriptions of the said person searching through his memory bank, Quinn only knew of one person that it matched. It has to be Layla. Could it be the person they are describing as her? At first, Quinn was relieved to hear that she was still present after 1,000 years. However, he did wonder if that was naturally possible for a Hanya. Quinn didn't know the answer, and he wished he still had Vincent in his system to ask those sorts of questions. He knew asking Ray would be a lost cause, since vampires were non-existent during his time. However, he quickly realized that it wasn't so joyous that Layla was alive. In the end, she was part of the red vampire group. The horns on her head, and the black sword with the marking. It has to be her, or at least maybe someone who is a relative of hers using the same sword, Quinn thought. Why would she be part of the red vampires? Did someone convince her to go to the other side, or is she part of the good half of the red vampires? Although Quinn referred to them as the good half, the truth was that wasn't really the case at all. Speaking to Jessica, Quinn learned that not all red vampires were like Hannah. It was true that they wished to turn the humans, but some didn't care if it was by force or other means. On top of that, turning all humans into vampires wasn't part of Quinn's ambition, nor did he believe it was Layla's. Still, it was hard to grasp how much could change in so much time. "This leader, what part of the vampire group does she belong to? Do you know her name?" Quinn asked. "She is a leader," the vampires replied. "The leaders are not so clearly split in views. Her name I do not know." The more Quinn learned, the more he needed to know what happened to the cursed faction. What happened to them for them to be split apart so much like this? If they had gone into hiding, fair enough. If they had all joined the same group, Quinn could understand, but for all of them to be apart, no longer working together. Since Quinn had finished asking all of the questions he needed, now it was time for him to decide what to do with the other vampires. He was considering removing their memories of this event, but then he would need to give them a reason why their leader died, a plausible one for them all. Still, if I just make them completely disappear from this area and they never arrive to meet the others, that could be suspicious as well. Maybe they will send more. Quinn was struggling with what to do, but then he realized that perhaps it wasn't a good idea for those guys to meet the other vampires. "When entering the town, what were you planning to do there?" Quinn asked. We were planning to kill some of the humans and feast on their blood, the vampires replied. Quinn already knew the answer to this one, but he had asked twice just to make sure if it was the case, perhaps expecting a different answer. Would you ever work alongside a human? Quinn asked again, and this was for Lucia's sake. No, was the answer they had given. It was clear that these vampires had a clear disliking for the humans, perhaps as much as the humans did back then for the Dalki. He imagined many humans would have answered the same way in that case. I'm sorry, I said I would protect her, and with the way you guys are, I am unable to convince you for now, Quinn said as he swung his hand towards their necks, and a single line of red aura chopped all three of their heads right off. Quinn never liked to kill, but he currently felt no emotion towards the act. In fact, he could tell his emotions weren't really there, in the same way as before since becoming a Celestial. It was why his mind was always in a fog, because he thought he should feel a certain way, yet he didn't. I'm a little worried. If I continue to evolve and grow, my feelings will completely become void. Then what? Do I just become a being trying to complete his condition to grow? Is the rise in energy the only thing that I will feel? Maybe this is what happened to the others as well. Quinn realized that he could also burn their bodies himself, using his red aura like he did before. Such strong blood energy would turn their bodies into ashes. Doing this would mean no one could no longer find them. The only thing he couldn't do anything about was the scene itself. It was clear if they were to investigate the area, they would know fighting had occurred. No one had tried to talk to Quinn's shadow inside the cave itself. It had just gone up against the wall, and for the first time, it had finally moved and approached Peter. It tugged against Peter's shirt without saying anything. Huh? Is there something wrong? Peter asked. The shadow clone simply nodded his head. The two of them then headed outside the cave. The other vampires, seeing this, were a little nervous at the actions taken, and one of them chose to follow the two, wondering what they were up to. When he went out of the cave, he could see the two standing next to each other for some reason. Hey, what are you two doing? The vampire asked. Turning around first was Quinn. We needed some fresh air. No need to worry about us. Do you have any news about the other group of vampires? The vampire hesitated to answer at first, wondering if there was a problem of some sort. No, we are going to stay here tonight. If we don't hear from them, Hannah will report back, and we will get further orders from there. I think I'm going to stay out here and stretch with you guys for a while, the vampire said, still thinking the two were up to something. In truth, it was a close call. Quinn had gotten Peter to come out of the cave with his shadow clone because he needed a new mask to wear his disguise. Then, using the Shadow Link skill, he could connect with his clone and move his whole body to the clone's location, just like he could with other shadow users. It allowed him to travel so fast back to the area the others were. Thankfully, everything had been quickly done, and Peter somewhat understood what was going on. He could tell his soul weapon was ready to use again, yet the Quinn in front of him was still disguised as Chucky, so something had to be up. Thinking about the Shadow Link skill, though, made Quinn worry a little. The fact that he was unable to go to any of the others with the shadow ability made him believe they were all dead, but at the same time, it wasn't like he could travel to Laxmus, who had the shadow powers as well, or at least Quinn thought he would. So perhaps there was something else going on with his Shadow Link. In the end, after doing nothing for a while, the vampire was ready to go inside, and it was at a good time as well since Hannah had called him in. This gave Quinn a chance to do something that he had wished to do before. So, are you going to tell me what happened then? Peter asked. After telling Peter all the details, Peter seemed quite surprised. Quinn, you have gotten a bit more ballsy since you slept. I couldn't imagine you going out to attack them first. And do you really think it's Layla? I mean, I guess it would explain the obsession the red vampires have with you, since you know she was obsessed with you. I just feel like, in the past, a lot of my mistakes came from hesitating or not acting, and I don't want the same to happen again, which is why I have a request. I'm going to make you a dedicated follower, Quinn said with a smile. Please think of the marking you would like to place on your dedicated follower. This marking will be placed on all dedicated followers and cannot be changed. Peter, I'm going to make sure you get so strong that I never lose you as well. Of course, Quinn had somewhat explained to Peter what he was planning to do to him. He wasn't going to leave the latter blind about the situation, but of course, a lot of it went over Peter's head. Even when he wasn't a white, he wasn't exactly the smartest person in the room. However, even though Peter didn't quite understand what was going on, he already had his answer.
Of course, Quinn, you know that I don't understand much, but honestly, I still haven't forgiven myself for what I did to you. I almost killed you, and even after that, you saved me. In my eyes, my life is yours, Peter answered.
One thing was clear. If Quinn were to die, then all those deemed as dedicated followers would die as well. Hearing Peter's words made Quinn a little at ease, but he was still worried. The first step of marking was to decide what exactly his marking would be. He had no clue and was up for choosing almost anything, but when thinking about specific objects, a system screen appeared in front of him. It was a mesh of grid-like material in front of his eyes, and as Quinn thought about something, a flat surface 2D logo that only he could see would appear in front of him. Of course, when thinking of vampires, a bat-shaped logo had come to Quinn's mind. Ever since he had become one, and during the time of his research, he noticed that many fantasy books seemed to link bats with vampires. At the same time, the shape on the screen in front of him changed to that of a bat. However, looking at this made him immediately think of the other markings that he had seen on the weapons, among other things. The last thing he wanted to do was confuse his followers with others. In the end, no matter how hard Quinn tried, he couldn't think of anything unique. "I have a suggestion for you," a voice that had been silent for a long time in his head had finally popped up. It was his ancestor Ray, the great dragon of his time. "With my powers, I was also able to place a marking on others. At the time, we had created a group, naming it the Red Wings. The emblem was of a red-blooded dragon head." As soon as Ray said those words, an image appeared in Quinn's head. "How did you get it exactly right the first time?" There was a slight surprise in Ray's voice this time. The two did share some blood, though, but it still felt strange. "Is this what it looked like? I mean, when you spoke, it just kind of came into my head. Why don't we make a few changes in it and modify it a bit?" When thinking it through, Quinn had come up with one idea. Behind the dragon head itself, Quinn had created a black shield, and then he added chains in a cross-lined fashion around the shield. This was his little remembrance towards Arthur. When using his shadow powers at his strongest, Arthur had condescended it down into a shield. At the same time, he was part of the Punishers, the ones who had the duty to keep order among the vampires. Quinn knew he could no longer hold his previous standings with what he was currently becoming. Positions such as Cursed Leader or the Vampire King. No, being a Celestial meant he was above that. Maybe Arthur was the judge the vampires needed, and perhaps Quinn could become that judge the world needed by becoming the Punisher for not just the vampires, but everyone in the world. "What the hell am I thinking?" Quinn thought to himself, as he shook his head and hit the confirm button on the screen. The next second, Peter suddenly felt a burning sensation on his body. They heard a sizzling sound as if the mark was being branded on his skin using a hot iron. Burning a part of his shirt away, the marking could now be seen right there in the center of his chest. "Wow, it looks exactly like it did on the system," Quinn said, amazed as he almost grazed his finger across it, slowly feeling the indented bits on his skin. Getting closer, Quinn's face was quite close to his chest. "I'm sorry," Jessica said, her face red, as she was standing by the cave exit and quickly turned away to head back inside. That's when Quinn noticed that the scene might have seemed quite odd from the outside, since Peter had ripped his shirt open, and Quinn had not only placed his finger against his chest, but was closely staring at the former's chest. Quickly taking his hand back, Quinn cleared his throat. Checking out the system, he could now see a dedicated tab for his dedicated followers, and there was another pleasant surprise. "One dedicated follower has been gained. For each dedicated follower, you will gain 1 celestial energy point. As long as the dedicated follower is alive, the celestial point will remain." Now Quinn's total had gone up to 14. Gaining followers was easier than gaining dedicated followers, and due to the considerable risk, Quinn thought there was finally something worth the reward amount. Wait, this means that whoever gave the celestial points to Ticker definitely knows that he's no longer alive. I wonder what they will do then. At the same time, it was time for Quinn to decide something else. He could hand over and take points from dedicated followers as he wished, with the help of the system. Since he was still plenty strong, with 14 points, Quinn gave 4 over to Peter. The marking on his chest glowed when he did this. "Do you feel stronger at all, or maybe like you can turn into a monster or something?" Quinn asked.
"I can feel an energy inside me. Maybe my body is a little stronger, but I don't really know how to use it," Peter replied.
Just then, Jessica came out again and cleared her throat.
"If you two are done or not too busy, then we should head inside. There's been an update."
For now, just Peter having the celestial energy would have to be enough. Perhaps through combat, he would figure out how to use it. Heading inside the cave, they saw that all the other vampires had a pulled expression and were standing with their arms crossed, no longer relaxed like before. The room was a little tense, making Quinn wonder if they had found out about what he had done. Either way, it wasn't like they could do anything about it themselves.
"I finally have news," Hannah replied. "It looks like Ticker and the other red vampires won't be joining us after all. The higher-ups have instructed us to go ahead and start the mission on our own."
The others had already heard this, and Quinn realized he needed to make a surprised expression, even though he knew something like this was bound to happen. But there was one thing that he did find interesting. They hadn't informed Hannah or the group of what exactly happened with Ticker, and instead of telling them to wait for reinforcements, they had told this group to continue with the task. When Hannah tapped the ring on her finger, a red portal opened up in front of her. It was the new type of storage room created with more powerful crystals.
"Everyone place your masks or any item that will indicate that you are part of the red vampires in here," Hannah ordered.
One by one, they all followed Hannah's order. Even Quinn placed the mask he had before inside the storage room.
"Now remember, we are going to join the Vampire Corps. This task is not small, and there is no time frame. Our mission is to try and gather as much information about the Red Heart as possible. If not, at least try to obtain a high rank in the Vampire Corps. This way, we can be helpful to the cause. There are other members of the Red Vampires who are already part of the Vampire Corps. If you recognize or encounter them, you are to do nothing and pretend you know nothing about them. They are strangers to you, just like any other member of the Vampire Corps. Any matters to do with the Red Vampires, we shall communicate through the base."
She looked over to Quinn and his group.
"Sorry, although we are bringing you along, you will only be a partial member since you won't be able to contact the base. Once this mission is over, though, I promise we will welcome you into the Red Vampires."
Nodding his head, Quinn gave a slight smile in response. It was time for them to head to the Vampire Corps unit, where most of the string ability users were present, giving Quinn a good idea of just who he might meet or learn about in the base.
"One of my first and my most loyal friends, my blood brother."
In all honesty, the Red Vampires themselves were looking forward to seeing the true strength of their newest members, particularly of the one who introduced himself as Nate. They had seen him use the blood bullet, a strong, powerful skill only known by a few select vampires. However, rather than strong, what they thought Quinn had done at the time was something clever. Although it was a powerful skill, it's common knowledge that one can't use it multiple times consecutively. Perhaps he was betting that his opponents were unaware of the drawback of such a strong skill. But here he was going up against vampires. It would be hard to come across a vampire who didn't know about blood bullet, especially in this place. "Let's see how strong you really are." Derek narrowed his eyes. Hannah, standing by his side, was making sure not to blink for any moment in case she missed a good show. The 4 Examiner Corps members quickly got into a formation. Getting into what looked like an arrowhead, they spread out a little wide apart. One position of the formation didn't quite look right, and that was because the one that Quinn had attacked not too long ago was yet to get up from the ground. "What are you doing? Use your blood canister to get up," one of the members shouted, while carefully keeping an eye on Quinn from the corner of his eye, vigilant against any sudden move from the latter. However, the 5 were surprised because, for some reason, their opponent looked calm while facing them and just stood there with his one hand by his side and his hand pointing his finger towards them, still in a gun-like shape. "I already took my canister. I can't heal. It's like he used ki or something. You have to be careful, he's dangerous," the injured member shouted back. Each member carried a canister of blood along with them. It helped them to heal an injury, to use more blood attacks in an emergency, or to boost their strength during a battle. But a vampire who could use ki with strong blood skills, like the blood bullet, was extremely dangerous, and a canister would most likely be useless in this situation. This was why Mitchell had decided to step up into action as soon as possible. "Strike!" Mitchell commanded. "Blood barrage!" The 4 vampires swung their arms as fast as they could, and releasing from the ends of their fingertips were countless blood strikes all aimed towards Quinn, and at the same time, their formation was on the move too, as their attacks headed straight for Quinn. They moved in such a way that the direction of their attacks was varying, not just coming from one place. "This is bad. Won't we get hurt in the process?" one of the participants shouted. Just then, the other core members who had been watching the assessment so far and weren't part of the ones assessing had come in and stood in front of the other participants, ready to block whatever impact that was coming their way. "I can feel each one of their attacks. The blood swipes are moving so slowly, and if I really wanted to, I could control the red energy and make it so that it would work against them. Although I can't use blood control or shadow, however, there's a lot more I can still use," Quinn thought. Enveloping both his arms in his own blood aura, Quinn swung one arm, fast and strong, and released a single streak of attack. It didn't look big, but the energy itself was condensed and purer than what was being used against him. The second Quinn's blood aura touched a row of the barrage of blood swipes. It smashed right through the swipes and continued breaking through them all until it hit the vampire, cutting through the armor and leaving a deep cut on his skin. For the others, Quinn attacked them as well, swinging his other arms and using both his legs to deliver the blood crescent kicks. Each time, Quinn's blood attack showed no signs of slowing down, irrespective of how many strikes of the blood aura clashed against it. In fact, although Quinn claimed that he wouldn't use his blood aura in the assessment, the truth was he was forced to use it at the last moment to diminish his own attack from killing the core members. This clearly went unnoticed by the others, because they could not tell the sheer power and precision in those single strikes, but it was enough to impress them. But it was not the end, because Mitchell suddenly held out his own hand with his index finger pointed out. "You're not the only one that knows a few advanced blood skills," he said. It looked like what he was about to perform was a blood bullet. It was the red vampire's guess as well. Instead, a quick, sharp blast of red aura started to gather around the finger. A red ball continued to condense and expand in size. "You know, enemies have given me a funny nickname. They call me the Blood Sniper," Mitchell said, before lifting his hand, and a loud, shocking bang echoed through the entire site. The sound was like a sniper rifle going off, and the power behind it was also more substantial. At the same time, Mitchell's entire arm recoiled so hard that no matter the strength in his hand, the sound of his shoulder joints cracking echoed in the background of the explosion. In the next instant, his finger and arm were completely destroyed because of the after effects. "Lieutenant Mitchell really decided to go that far?" one of the core members whispered as the former covered his wound with his other hand. "He won't be able to recover for the entire day using that skill, and he could kill the contestant. If that happens, then all sorts of rumors will spread." Seeing the attack, Quinn was quite impressed but remained unfazed. "I'm happy to know that vampires are evolving. It looks like he's using a blood skill that even I don't know about, but the system has shown me something interesting. Specialized blood bullet attack has been analyzed. User has obtained a new skill. You may now use the skill Rifle Bloodshot." It reminded Quinn of when he had developed his own blood crescent kick, a move that wasn't taught by other vampires, but had allowed him to use his own skills. It looked like the other vampires could do the same, developing their own set of skills. But now that Quinn was the ruler of blood, there wasn't anything he couldn't do. He raised his hand, blood gathered around his finger. Even though Quinn had made this move after Mitchell had already produced the attack, Quinn could do everything faster, from the condensing of the blood and finally the attack itself. Bang! A loud shot went off again when the incoming blood bullet was inches away from Quinn's own finger. It was safe to say the second his blood bullet collided with Mitchell's, the latter shot turned into nothing. He copied my specialized attack? An attack that took me years to make my own, years to develop, and one that allowed me to rise to the position I am at today? This person, he's not just special, he's a monster. The smile never disappeared from his face. While others would be jealous, Mitchell was just proud to know a strong vampire like Quinn would be part of the vampire corps. He was bracing himself for the pain. The attack was aimed towards Quinn's shoulder to give the slightest injury if the latter failed to defend. Since Quinn's bullet had hit his bullet dead on, then he too would be shot in the shoulder. Yet it never hit him, and the blood bullet was so fast that the others could not see anything else. "You will be okay," Quinn stated. Mitchell was now confused. How did the blood bullet not hit his body? No one can divert one of the fastest blood attacks midair. Even with great blood control, one can't change the trajectory of the attack, which was going at lightning speed, not to mention the short distance between the target. "Stop!" Mitchell shouted. "The assessment for this person is over. I guess you were serious when you said you could take on our whole army. Just who are you?" When Quinn was thinking about an answer, and others were inclined to hear what he had to say, everyone heard someone clapping. "That was quite the good performance that you put on. No wonder my father is interested in you. But I don't really care about that. These guys clearly aren't enough to make you go all out. How about you let me have a go?" Everyone turned their attention towards a young man. Perhaps Quinn was far too distracted about the system or focused on suppressing his blood skills to notice that this young man had come through the group of vampire corps and was standing in front of them. But another thing that surprised him was that this person clearly smelled like a human. Who is this person? He can't just be anyone, for the vampire crops to allow them in a place like this, Quinn thought. But in the next moment, before he could get his answers, he noticed a blonde-haired woman standing by the young man's side. It took a second for Quinn to realize, but it clicked in his mind. The woman looked slightly older than when he had met her last time, but not on par with the amount of time that had passed since then. "Isn't that Vicky Blade from the Blade family? She's Vorden's sister. But what is she doing here, and how is she still alive? Also, if she's still alive, does it mean Syl, Vorden, and the others could be alive as well?" With them being vampires, they could travel through the night, and the speed they were traveling at was nothing to be scoffed at either. Quinn could tell that these vampires were just like regular vampires, yet their strength was higher than the vampires from Quinn's time. He didn't know if it was just because they were red vampires, or if vampires had naturally grown stronger in these 1,000 years. Still, it was nothing compared to the vampires a millennia ago. As they ran across a vast land to get to the location of the vampire core base, Quinn and his group were keeping up with all of them quite easily. Quinn was carrying Minnie on his shoulders, who looked peacefully sleeping on top of his head. It was quite an achievement, considering the wind hitting them, and the ride was also not something one would describe as smooth. It seemed like, similar to young humans, the young vampires needed more sleep as well. At the same time, someone else was getting a ride as they continued to run. It was Lucia, and she was getting a piggyback ride from none other than Peter. Currently, her eyes were closed as if she was dozing off. At first, Lucia was pretty reluctant to take a ride with the others. In fact, she even ran alongside everyone for some time. She was able to use a skill called the lightning step, which gave her great speed by amplifying the ki in her steps, and in the end, she was not slower than the vampires. However, it used a great amount of MC cells, and soon she could no longer keep up. Of course, the vampires refused to wait for her, since they did not even want her to accompany them in the first place, and before Quinn could even suggest something, Peter had already volunteered. One of the red vampires, running by Hannah's side, glanced behind. He was the vice captain of the group, and went by the name of Derek. "Hannah, the sun is starting to rise. Maybe we should pick up the pace. We wasted too much time waiting for the other group," Derek suggested. She glanced at the others and noticed that no one looked tired, and she had been holding back due to Quinn and Peter carrying people. Still, Derek was right, and soon she picked up the pace. After a good 15 minutes had passed, Derek turned around expecting to see the others tired or lagging, but they were keeping up just fine. In fact, Quinn was now even holding Jessica like a princess as he continued to run. "Sorry about this. I'm not the best when it comes to running," Jessica explained with a shy red face. "It's okay," Quinn replied with a straight face. "This isn't a problem for me, honestly." Seeing this sight just caused Derek to push himself further. He started to run a little ahead of Hannah this time. She didn't say anything herself, though, and decided just to keep up. Once again, a short while later, and this time, Derek didn't look back, as he was far too focused on running forward. He was practically going as fast as he could, while pacing himself for the long distance. They must be tired by now and far behind me or something, Derek thought. Just then, he heard an odd sound, and when looking up, he felt like his eyes were going to jump out of his sockets. Derek even went to pinch himself as he thought he was sleeping. Not too far ahead was Quinn, running backwards while carrying Jessica and Minnie, and it didn't look like he lost any sweat in all this, while Derek had focused all his strength on running faster. "What are you doing? Do you not care about others?" Quinn asked. "You're exhausting your people too much," Quinn said. "If we run into beasts, the enemy or anything else, they will be too tired to fight." Turning his head, Derek realized that Quinn was right. Keeping up with his speed was simply too much for them, so he immediately decided to slow his pace in the end. "I may have lost this one, but speed isn't everything," Derek thought while looking at Quinn, who was unaware that the former was trying to compete with him. After a few more minutes, the group could see something resembling a city. There were no borders since the area they had been traveling in was considered one big border, with the beast areas being the lesser parts of the planets. Still, as they entered, they began to slow down their stride and were soon walking through streets. For the first time after walking, Quinn and Peter could tell that there were more vampires than humans around them. The humans were only a few, here and there, and they looked content while minding their own business. However, what Quinn liked more were the vampires smiling, relaxed and cheerful expressions. "This is where the families of those in the vampire corps live. They get a free place to live, an allowance, and a few more special benefits for being a part of the corps," Jessica explained. Originally, she was meant to be the one that would introduce the group into the corps, but since joining the Red Vampires, it seemed like it would be best if the others didn't know of their past. However, this did mean that the group would have to join the corps through conventional means. "So, are there any human and vampire relationships too?" Quinn asked, looking at a human and a vampire walking side by side. "Yes," Jessica answered, "although it's still not too common. It takes a lot for a vampire and human to be together, and there is also the problem with conceiving." "You sure do ask a lot of questions," Hannah said, having overheard everything the others were saying. "However, the girl is right. It's actually one of the ways that most humans are turned into vampires. Since humans and vampires can't conceive a child, but two vampires can, the best thing to do is to be turned. Still, the turner and turned can't be together, so they would usually go to the vampire corps to get it more officialized by someone else." Eventually, the group reached the end of the city, and now they had walked into a bit of a wasteland. There were roads and paths leading towards what looked like a large set of barracks in the distance. There were several large buildings, vehicles, and even the racket of vampires undergoing some sort of physical training. "I feel like I should warn you about something, because it seems you still aren't fully aware of what you have gotten yourself into," Hannah started to explain. "All of the vampire core bases are placed on the border of their respective territories. What this means is that they are the first place to be attacked and the first line of defense, so you all need to be aware of this." "Attacked by the Dampiers or something else?" Quinn mumbled, stepping back a bit so Hannah couldn't eavesdrop like she had been doing. "You're correct in some way," Jessica whispered. "Technically, there are only 3 territories, the Vampire Corps, Pure, and Green. However, the Vampire Corps and the Logan Greens region have amicable relations with each other. Also, Pure's territories are officially recognized too, and while everyone knows that they are working with the Dampiers, it's not official." At that moment, a large ship was seen landing in the Vampire Corps area. The vampires on the ground were quickly reorganizing themselves as if they were expecting quite the important guests, and when the ship landed, they all straightened themselves and saluted. A young blonde man and a slightly older middle-aged blonde woman stepped out when the ship's door opened. "Do you remember the plan, right, Mum?" the young man said. "We are just staying here for a little bit while we look for the people on Dad's list." "You told me 100 times. Do you think I have a memory of a goldfish? I know it's dire, considering he wanted me to accompany you. I wonder who these people are." Just then, as they reached the last step, one of the vampires stood in front of the two and greeted them with a bow. "It's an honor to meet you, Master Green and Mrs. Blade." After moving a small distance away from the city they had just passed through, the group entered the vampire barracks. This was the core of the vampire core base. There were countless guards, standing straight and vigilant, guarding the whole base. This wasn't a place one could just walk into with no problems. However, Quinn and his group didn't seem to be the only vampires that were outsiders to the place. Upon walking around the large barracks area, they found a recruitment center that was off to the side. "Those vampires are trying to join the Corps?" Quinn asked. "Yes, a lot of the 13 family vampires have been joining the Corps recently," Jessica replied. "Won't that put them on the front lines of action?" Quinn replied. "Yes, but these days it's better than staying on the Greylash planet." Lucia, who was also walking with the group, attracted the most attention. Although there were humans in the area, not many were nearby the vampire core, mainly because it was rare for humans to show interest in recruitment. "You saw the discrimination they have been getting. Just to not feel like outsiders, they have decided to join this place. That way, no one can blame them for attacks anymore." Originally, the plan was to use Jessica's connections to enter the base. She could help them meet someone higher up, which would then get them close to the information, or a chance to contact Logan Green, and most importantly, they could even find a way to reach Earth. However, now that they were with the Red Vampires, it was time for them to just go along with the flow to see exactly what they had planned. Before joining the long line of prospective recruits, Hannah stopped the group of vampires to give them one last briefing. "Now remember, the recruitment process means they are looking for talented people. Our job is to rise in this organization, so you shouldn't hold back. Show them your full strength and go up the ranks." When saying these words, Hannah looked towards Quinn. "Yes, full power," Minnie said, punching her fist towards the air. Upon entering the recruitment area, each person was given a digital form to fill in. It asked about their current ability and what type of position they were applying for, whether it be a support, worker, front lines, etc. On top of that, the form even presented regular job titles, such as cook and more. It made Quinn quite happy to see this. During his time, they only cared about one thing: how strong one was. Of course, based on what Hannah was saying, most of them seemed like they were trying to become fighters. "What should I put?" Minnie asked. "Don't worry, just put no ability for now, and I doubt we will be at this recruitment stage for long anyway," Quinn smiled back. After filling everything in, their group of about 50 recruits was called in. They were now on an open wasteland that looked quite destroyed, and this reminded Quinn of when he had taken the school's first assessment. Initially, there were more humans in the group, but the groups got split off based on what role they had selected and wished to be a part of. In the end, Lucia was the only person who chose the front lines and was also a human. Standing in front of them were 5 vampires, all of them at the vampire noble rank, and they were wearing a new design of uniform that Quinn was seeing for the first time. It was a light black-looking leather armor that offered a good amount of protection while not restricting their movements. On top of that, Quinn could tell that it was beast gear made at the Emperor level. "It looks like the vampires have given in to the thought that beast gear makes them look weak, but they still are struggling against the Dampiers. This enemy must be quite strong." "My name is Mitchell Sanguinus, and I am happy to see that there are so many new recruits, especially in tough times like these." The leader of the recruitment center spoke. He had a black eye patch covering one of his eyes, which Quinn found weird since if it was a wound, it should have been something that one could have quickly healed. "Every day the Dampiers are moving more and more forward. Pure continues to support them behind the scenes, and the actions of the Red Vampires are driving public opinion against us. This is why we need to stay true to our goals. We will not be the aggressors, but we will train damn well hard enough to protect those that we care about, whether they are human or vampires. That is why the Vampire Corps exists. We are not a group out there to eliminate the Dampier or stop the Red Vampires from doing what they are doing. We are just protectors to protect those we care about. If you joined to eliminate Pure or fight back the Dampiers because they killed your loved ones, or for revenge, then leave now, because we don't want those types of people in the Vampire Corps." Hearing these words put a big smile on Quinn's face. The Vampire Corps' objectives seemed to be the closest to what his thoughts were, and he truly understood them. On top of that, the family name was that of the 13th family. It was as Quinn expected. The Vampire Corps must have been closely related to Fex. "You seem to have a large smile on your face, young man. Is there a reason for that?" Mitchell asked. "I just like what I'm hearing. It seems like this is the perfect place for me," Quinn replied. Some of the people left after what Mitchell had said. It looked like a couple of vampires had the wrong agenda. They had thrown on their faces and spat on the floor before leaving. The core unit did nothing, allowing them to go. "I like the look on your face. I look forward to seeing your performance in the assessment," Mitchell smiled back. The assessment was quite simple. The vampires were to fight against the current members of the Vampire Corps, the 5 in front of them. If they can defeat one of the members successfully, they would face 2 opponents at once in the next round, and the number would keep increasing until they reached the maximum of 5, with Mitchell stepping in the last round. After watching the other participants, Quinn noticed that the other vampires didn't have beast gear or beast weapons, putting them at quite a disadvantage. On top of that, many of the recruits didn't seem like fighters to Quinn. There weren't many that could beat even one of the Vampire Corps members. However, Mitchell said that they would be trained. "These vampires, I feel a little sad for them," Jessica commented. "They had earlier decided to stay away from the fighting, perhaps just wanted to live happy, normal lives, but now have decided to come here." Eventually, the red blood vampires in the group were being assessed, and they were making quite the impression on the recruiters. Most of them could take out 2 of the core members at once, but failed to deal with a trio, all apart from Derek, who managed to beat 3 core members at once. "Stop," Mitchell called before the fighting got out of hand. "What? I can take on 4 of them?" Derek shouted back. "Look at yourself. You should know your limit," Mitchell stated. "You are clearly a strong vampire. Remember, we are not saying you couldn't take on 4 at once, but this test also tests your endurance, as we add more opponents, and the level of their strength varies as well." Not everyone had been assessed yet, including Peter and Hannah, and then the man called out a name. "Nate Snell!" That was when Quinn stepped forward and entered the field. "Don't disappoint me," Mitchell commented, as the first Vampire Corps member stepped forward. Thinking about the situation, Quinn didn't want to waste time. He wasn't planning to gradually rise in the ranks or anything like that. Rather, he was going to make a big bang so that he could meet the person at the top straight away. "You might need your whole army if you want to take me down," Quinn said, holding out his hand like a gun. Bang! Everyone heard a quick blow, and instantly both of the Vampire Corps members in front of him fell on their knees. Mitchell's eyes lit up seeing this, and the grin on his face went wide, almost up to his ears. "You really didn't disappoint me," Mitchell said, as he prepared to step forward and shouted, "All 5 attack!" Ignoring the recruitment rules, he directly went for the main course by increasing the number of opponents to 5, including himself. 5? Didn't you hear me? You will need a whole army to make me serious," Quinn repeated his words, this time his eyes glowing red. Although Quinn hadn't seen Vicky much, he had burned the image of her face in his head because it was one of the few times he had come closest to no longer being in this world. She was one of the members of the Blade family, the family known as the strongest in the world, and with her twin brother, she was able to use abilities at the same level as Syl. If it wasn't for Syl, Vorden and Rayton helping him out at that time, it was possible that Quinn would no longer be alive today. How could Vicky still be alive after 1,000 years? It makes no sense, Quinn thought, his eyes glued to her, ignoring all the vampires and also the young man who was standing next to her. Quinn was so fixated on this fact because Vicky could possibly be the first person he had met who was still alive during his time. Sure, he had heard about Owen from Xynon and knew that Logan Green might also be alive, but this was different from earlier because he saw the other party in the flesh. "I have to ask her. I have to get answers about what happened. I know she wasn't close with the Cursed faction, but the Blade family helped us out during the war, and Vorden and the others had made up with them. It should be okay. They're on our side, right?" Although Quinn was trying to convince himself, he was still worried. He was worried that the Blade family could now be working with the Green faction. In the past, it was so easy to know who was good or bad, but now, Quinn knew nothing of the current state of the world. Should he trust Xynon's words, the past, and now, there was a good chance that perhaps even Layla was part of the Red Vampires. In the end, thinking all of this, Quinn spoke out. "Vicky! Vicky Blade!" He looked up, staring right at her. "Looks like you know my name, congratulations," Vicky said, still with her arms folded, seemingly not caring about anything. Of course, it was no big deal to the others and everyone around them. Vicky Blade was quite a well-known figure due to her position with the Green family and on the Earth. However, for Quinn, it was the confirmation he needed, and to know that he wasn't going crazy. However, some were quite surprised by this, especially the two young ladies. "Wait, Nate is an original, and he said he was in slumber for 1,000 years, right? So how does he know Vicky Blade? That makes no sense. Was she alive back then?" Jessica thought. She tried to remember, but she couldn't recall any mention of the former's name whatsoever. Vicky Blade wasn't a well-known person back then, yet it was clear that the special vampire with her knew about the former's identity. "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you?" the young blonde man shouted. He walked ahead of the others and ordered the vampires to stand back. Mitchell looked at him for a few seconds as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't, and instructed the other core members back as well, while Vicky stood off to the side, not doing anything. "I mean, you recognize her, but you don't recognize me at all? How is that even possible? Me, Jake Green." Jake pulled out a small mirror, looking at himself to see if there was anything wrong with his face, but everything seemed to be normal. Upon hearing these words, there wasn't much reaction apart from a smile from Quinn, and eventually he mumbled a few words. "I'm happy. It looks like you must have had a family of some sort." Realizing that the Green in front of him could be related to Logan Green made Quinn think of something else. What if the current Logan Green wasn't the same one as before? It had been so long, maybe Logan had a family, and his descendants wished to use his name. Either way, thinking of his friend who looked like a middle schooler and showed a lack of emotions, especially when it came to settling down and creating a family, Quinn couldn't help but smile. Even if your family have gone on the wrong side, or have done wrong, I don't think I could ever hurt them knowing that they are your blood, Quinn thought. I wonder, though, who did you end up with? "Hey, so who is this Jake Green even meant to be, that he's acting so confident?" Peter asked, folding his arms, wondering if Quinn might need him as a backup at any moment. Before replying, Jessica looked around for a few seconds to see if there was anyone nearby or if the red blood vampires were paying attention to them, but even their faces had a look of concern while staring at the young man. "That person is probably just as famous as Logan Green. He is currently known as the strongest human in existence," Jessica whispered. For a brief second, hearing this sentence made Peter shiver internally. It was a strange reaction because his body was numb primarily. However, this time it was as if his body acted on its own. The last time he had heard something like this, it was about Hilston Blade, a frightening force of power that they never really managed to see to the full extent. Seeing Vicky, Quinn had almost ignored all those around him. He was getting tunnel vision. It felt like everyone around drowned out, and now only he and Vicky were in the same room. "Vicky, are they still alive? Your family, your brothers and the rest of them, how are they doing?" When Quinn asked this question, his voice was gentle, and Vicky froze in that very instant. Her crossed arms moved and fell to her side as if losing all their strength. Who are you?" She looked at Quinn in surprise. "He's someone who Father is interested in," Jake shouted as he stomped the floor, and immediately after, a large, solid black substance came out from the ground. It seemed this was done using the Earth ability, yet it was also coated with the hardening ability. However, feeling this, Quinn didn't do much apart from ready his fist and lightly punched the ground directly beneath him. Quinn himself was pretty surprised with how strong the substance was. This time, he even had to add a bit of his ki simultaneously, bending the object created by the young man, sending it back into the ground and creating a small crater underneath because of the impact. What was that? It felt like a type of metal, Quinn thought. Nice. I find you quite interesting by the second, but things will soon get harder from here on out, Jake shouted, his eyes now glowing a slight green with a tinge of yellow pupils in them. He spread out his hands, and water appeared around them, spiraling outwards from the tip of his fingers, and slowly 2 water swords appeared in his hands. You know, in the past, the Greylash family claimed that their lightning powers were the strongest ability that the world had ever seen. You know, many of them would have to agree, even after including the Blade family. There was no single ability stronger than lightning, but lately, after encountering me, the Greylash family are quite afraid to make that remark anymore. Just then, sparks began to form around Jake's hand and spiraled around the water swords in his hands he had just created. Like a dragon around a mountain, the lightning enveloped the swords and infused itself with the weapon, becoming lightning water swords. Is he mixing 2 abilities at once? Now I understand what he did with the earth ability, Quinn thought. He mixed the hardening ability with that of the earth ability, and now he did the same with lightning and water. This is something no one from the Blade family could do in the past. How is this even possible? At first, Quinn was a bit taken aback upon learning of this fact, but at the same time he was feeling quite excited. He didn't consider himself one that enjoyed fighting, but lately, ever since he woke up from the 1,000-year-long slumber, he hadn't come across any person who could make him serious in a battle, much less push him back. Maybe the young man in front of him could create some type of challenge worth the excitement. The Blade family was known as the strongest family in existence. Honestly, through all the experiences Quinn had, he would certainly agree. However, Syl, one of the strongest Blades, was on his side. This was because Syl was able to control 6 different abilities, and quite frankly, depending on what abilities Syl held at the time, there stood a chance that even Quinn wouldn't be a match for him. On top of that, Syl had even unlocked his soul weapon. That was something that none of the Blades could do in the past. The soul weapon allowed Syl to use abilities he encountered, even if he faced it just once. He could then select them as he wished. It allowed him to be versatile, changing abilities depending on who they met, and it also got rid of their one weakness. One needed other ability users around them to fight. Still, one person always seemed more frightening than Syl, and that was Hilston Blade himself. Even though he carried fewer abilities, he knew how to use them better, and his fighting skills were also unmatched. Not to mention, his body had more ki than the average person, despite never training in it. This was something which Syl lacked. Regardless of all this, what Quinn was witnessing right now with Jake in front of him was something entirely different from all the other Blades he had fought before. Jake was able to not only hold multiple abilities, but it looked like he was able to combine their powers as well. Syl was somewhat able to do this to a degree, where he could use super speed to rush himself forward and quickly change his ability to super strength and hardening, and then deliver a decisive, deadly blow. Rather than directly combining the powers together, though, Syl used the momentum and effect of the last ability to create a more potent punch. What I'm witnessing now, though, is a completely different thing. He is definitely combining the water with lightning powers, but why can he use multiple abilities? I thought his family name was Green. Wait, Vicky is standing next to him. She's a Blade. Don't tell me, Quinn thought. A slight smirk appeared on Jake's face, and Quinn could sense something was about to ensue. Stepping off from the ground, he disappeared from the spot, and as soon as he did, the dust on the ground below his feet began to swirl around. No one had kept track of Jake's movements, apart from Quinn, that is. Quinn saw the water lightning blade extending right towards his face, and Jake wasn't pulling back any of his strength. Lifting up his hand, Quinn had no choice but to use his blood hardening on his hand and attempt to grab the blade. He's fast, just as fast as me without the blue fang set, Quinn thought, which means he's now using 3 abilities at once. How many abilities can he use at the same time? How many abilities can he hold? And his swing, he's not an amateur with the blade. Seeing this, Quinn had no choice but to expel even more red aura towards his hand, covering his gauntlet even more. As he grabbed the water part of the blade with his hand, he tightened his grip around it. The water was constantly moving up and down like a saw. Without Jake having to move the blade, the flowing water of the blade was continuously cutting through Quinn's red aura. Quinn could feel the water blade break through his ki and blood aura, but as quickly as it was cutting through, the more blood aura Quinn would add into his blood hardening. He wasn't losing out. However, the lightning from the blade started to strike around Quinn's entire body just then. In the next moment, lightning from the blade wrapped Quinn's whole body. "He's done for!" Derek shouted.
Why is Jake Green going so hard against him? Shouldn't this just be an assessment? Honestly, Hannah was concerned. After finding such a great vampire, one who was unknown to the world, she thought she had hit the jackpot for her superiors, but now it looked like he would amount to nothing. "Is Daddy going to be okay?" Minnie shouted out, tugging on Peter, expecting him to do something to help. The two girls were also concerned. To them, even though Quinn was an original vampire and had great healing capabilities, this exchange was on a different level. The title of strongest human wasn't just given to just anybody. Jake was one of the main reasons why the Pure and the Dampiers hadn't started a full-force attack and tried to take over the Green territory. This person alone was deterring one of the most prominent factions in the world. "You should know by now, Minnie," Peter replied. "If I thought he was in trouble, I would have moved already." There was a reason why Peter wasn't worried, and it was due to the mud mask that Quinn was wearing. If the lightning was hitting Quinn's real body, one of that level, and hurting him, then the mud mask would have fallen off already. The fact that it didn't happen means Quinn wasn't getting hurt by the lightning attacks at all. That certainly was the case, and it was because Quinn was using the second stage of Ki to coat his body and block attacks. "I see now. You're a vampire that can use Ki. You really are special, aren't you?" Jake smiled. "I know you guys have great healing capabilities, but if I am not wrong, Ki seems to slow or cease that ability. I didn't really want to hurt you, which is why I didn't use Ki in my own attacks. But do you think this fight would be fair if you were to use Ki and I didn't?" "Fair?" Quinn thought in his head. "Do you know how much I'm holding back? My shadow powers, blood control, and celestial powers? I also have a lot more to show." Quinn wanted to retort, but only smiled, not saying it out loud. It seemed he was right about this. The fight had set a spark in him, wanting him to see how far he could go. Another thing to note was that he didn't feel like the opponent was coming after his life or was trying to injure him. Rather, it was more of a friendly match. The intensity of green pigment in Jake's eyes began to turn dense as they glowed more, and Quinn could sense the Ki rising around and in the latter's body. "This level of Ki is at the same level as Hilston's. What monster am I about to face?" Quinn thought. However, he continued to smile, and the red in his eyes started to glow even more as well. Just then, "Sir, there's an emergency!" A unit of 5 Vampire Corps members ran and landed right where the assessment was taking place. "What's wrong?" Mitchell asked. Before any of the 5 members could respond, a loud explosion went off in the distance. It came not far from the barracks, and upon closer attention, one could even hear the clamor of an ongoing battle. "It's a beast horde," one of the panicked vampires said, and after a moment of pause he added, "It's a level 4 beast horde." Hearing this, Jake immediately stopped his attack and went back by Vicky's side. "Has this camp ever dealt with a level 4 beast horde before?" He turns his attention towards Mitchell. "No," the latter shook his head. "Well, it's a good thing that we are here then. My mother and I will do our best to minimize the damage. Go and alert the general," Jake ordered, being quick to act and on his feet. The next second he turned around and looked towards Quinn and the others. "The rest of you haven't had your assessments yet, right? Well, there is no better chance for you to prove yourself than now. Follow Lieutenant Mitchell onto the field and show him what you can do. He can base your assessment score off of this incident." It didn't take long for Vicky and Jake to disappear as they headed off in the direction of the battle. Quinn for a second thought about chasing them, but instead he decided to stay put with the others. It wasn't like they were running off, and he will get answers from them soon anyway. But what the hell is a beast horde in the first place? Quinn thought. With the help of Jake and his mother Vicky, the Vampire Corps were able to clear the first wave of beasts fairly quickly. At the same time, the damaged part of the wall had been repaired using Jake's Earth ability, along with the outside being hardened. It was a temporary fix, but better than anything the Corps members could come up with on their own. The lieutenant that was located on that section of the wall was very thankful for their help, but he understood that this wasn't the end of the attack, merely the beginning. After receiving their thanks, the 2 members of the Green family ran off along the top of the wall to where the beasts were seemingly headed next. On the wall itself, around the center, there were 3 vampires wearing the official Vampire Corps gear. Unlike others, those 3 had emblems attached onto their uniforms in different colors,
two of them being silver, while the third one was gold. The one wearing a golden emblem had the standard black spiky black hair that seemed to be popular with many of the vampires, but there was one thing that stood out about him, and it was his bushy eyebrows that were also pointed at the end. They curved slightly upward toward the forehead. The three of them soon felt a gust of wind pass their face as they saw Jake and Vicky storming off to the other side of the wall. "It seems we are in luck for a level 4 horde attack to take place when these two happen to be visiting. Right, General Yaddy?" One of the men wearing a silver emblem on his clothes noted with a sigh of relief. These three were the top members of the Vampire Corps on the base on Mars, so they held quite high positions. General Yaddy looked to where the two had disappeared to, and the wave that had already approached the wall. Combat was already taking place, and the force was larger than the first attack, which was expected. A small displeasing grunt came from Yaddy. "A level 4 horde attack has never occurred in these areas, and as soon as they turn up something like this happens, you would be a fool to believe that all of this is merely a coincidence. Those two won't even state why they are here in the first place. The commander may trust the Green family, but I don't. However, I will always follow the commander's wish, so while they are here I will treat them with respect, but I will be keeping an eye on them." General Yaddy stared off in the distance towards them. With Quinn having left the group of vampires, it left Mitchell a little concerned with what was going to happen to them. There were, after all, only 5 trained Corps members, along with 50 new recruits. In fact, the beasts outnumbered the number of vampires that were in the same area. As the wave of beasts got closer, the ground began rumbling even more. There were horse-like creatures with giant hooves out in the front. Flying above them were 2 sets of the large insect-like creature that had attacked during the first wave, and then behind them, countless numbers of different beasts, heading towards the group like they were obsessed for the kill. "If we don't attack now, then they will bulldoze right through us and right through this wall. Everyone, prepare your longest range and most powerful attack. Hold until I say so," Mitchell ordered. The ones that moved immediately were Hannah and her group, while at the same time, Mitchell held out his finger. He gripped his injured arm, cursing at himself for having used it against the new recruit earlier, but either way he had no choice but to use his rifle blood attack one more time. "The signal is the second I fire off my blood rifle," Mitchell shouted to those behind them. The group looked nervous as they readied their blood aura. In a way, a lot of these vampires had joined the Vampire Corps to avoid the fighting, or because they were scared that the Dampiers or the public would come after them. Being in a group meant that they would be protected, yet right now they were experiencing the responsibilities that came with their choice. "My blood rifle is one of the fastest attacks that vampires can do, and it's incredibly powerful. Even if the target is a demigod tier beast, I should be able to take it down, or at least do significant damage to it, as long as I can hit it in the right place." With his unpatched eye, Mitchell aimed carefully towards one of the flying beasts, believing them to be the higher tier beasts, after having confirmed the information with the other group that had attacked. The moment they entered a range of 200 yards, the red beam left Mitchell's finger. The attack was large, powerful, and fast just like before, and the vampire had aimed it perfectly to hit the demigod tier beast. However, suddenly, the beast leapt from their position. They looked to have a large, round body made of a rocky-type substance with small limbs of flesh. They had tucked in their limbs, mostly rolling their way towards the base. When the attack appeared, though, they leapt up right in front of it. The red rifle beam of blood aura smashed through the rock beast, killing it on the spot. But there wasn't just one. They had lined up, sticking together like some type of magnet. The beam continued to go through each beast, and eventually, after it had killed 7 of them, the red aura had diminished to the point that there was nothing left to hit the demigod tier giant insect at the very back. Once the attack was over, the rock beasts landed and continued to roll on their way, heading towards all the others. Watching what had happened came as a surprise to Peter. Different types of beasts, consisting of all tiers, shouldn't work together, but here they clearly were. Something like this would have been thought impossible during his time. Now, with Mitchell having used 2 of his strongest attacks, one from earlier, he wouldn't amount to much in this fight. The vampires started to fire their blood aura attacks, trying to hit the beasts that were now closer than before, but most of their attacks hardly ever reached the beasts. The attacks that did wounded the beasts a little, but hardly slowed them down. "What are we meant to do, Hannah? There is no point staying here if this whole place is going to get destroyed. This is just the second wave," Derek shouted, seeing that the base seemed to be struggling with just the initial waves. "It just means it's the perfect opportunity for us to shine." Hannah's voice trailed off as she saw one man running up ahead towards the groups of beasts that had yet to meet them. Mitchell planned to shout and stop him, but it was too late. "That person is fast," Mitchell realized. "We need to help him. He will be crushed by those things," Lucia shouted. "No," Minnie shouted back. "He said to stay here. He promised he would protect everyone." Lucia had seen Peter fight against the top-class travelers before, but this was different. To go up against so many beasts, she wondered what he was thinking, and worst of all, she was worried as well. Storming out at the front, Peter of course wasn't worried about himself. His fists started to glow as he ran forward. "Quinn, you told me to try my best to protect everyone, and if need be to use the new energy inside me. I can feel it inside me." Peter didn't quite understand how to use ki properly yet, even after spending a lot of time training. The special ki that he covered of his arms, he believed was more of a fluke than anything. He didn't have to think, he could just do it. But when using the same techniques that Quinn had tried to teach him to be able to see ki, now he could feel something else instead. Immediately, Peter hammered his fist right from underneath the horse. Its body exploded on the impact from the powerful fist, and guts went flying. The next second, Peter jumped up towards the demigod-tier beast in the back. While midair, it attempted to grab him with its tentacles, but that was what the white was going for as he grabbed onto the tentacle's ends and swung, pulling it down. Crashing into the ground, Peter's actions, the actions from one person, had caused their advance to stop, and now all the beasts were turned towards him. "Everyone, we have to help our brave comrade. He has risked his life to protect us, and we need to do the same," Mitchell shouted at the top of his lungs, running forward and the rest following behind him. With the demigod-tier beast on the ground, Peter could sense that all the hundreds of beasts' attention was on him, but it didn't matter. "When you get back, Quinn, it looks like I'm going to be able to tell you what this new type of energy can do." The whole Vampire Corps unit appeared to be in a panic mode, and immediately, sirens went off all over the small city they were in. This was happening not just at the barracks, but even in the area they had passed through to get there. "Warning! Warning! A level 4 horde has attacked. Please prepare yourself for combat. Those unable to fight, please immediately head to the shelter areas." A loud announcement was constantly repeating itself. It looked like the recruits were set to follow Mitchell. One could tell by his facial expression he wasn't pleased about it. After all, most of the vampires were inexperienced, but he knew things weren't completely hopeless. "These vampires that came in with that guy, all of them seem to be quite decent. At least they can fight, so if I can use them correctly, they won't get in our way," Mitchell thought. "Nate, bring your group and let them travel out front with me," Mitchell ordered. "If for whatever reason I can't give you orders during the battle, I'm going to trust to lead your group to the best of your abilities." "His group?" Derek annoyingly snapped back, but Hannah grabbed his arm before he could say anything else. She understood, since they had come together, why one would think that Nate was their leader and the one that they had chosen to follow. While Quinn was going along with everything Mitchell was saying and doing, he couldn't get a particular thought out from his head. Did Jake call Vicky his mother? Quinn thought. If Logan really is still alive and Jake is his son, then does that mean Vicky is the person he got together with? The question was repeating in Quinn's mind for a while now, which was why he wasn't so quick to act on the other questions he had on his mind. When and how? How is it possible that those two even got together? I mean, were they even close? And didn't the twins try to kill us? How could you end up with someone that tried to kill you? Following Mitchell, the group soon reached a large wall. It wasn't like the shelter walls of the past, because the wall itself wasn't encasing the city, but went on for miles, encasing large land areas. From what he had learned, this wall split the planet into different zones, including the areas containing beasts and where there wouldn't be any. The core vampires were busy organizing themselves, and at the base of the wall, small doors were opening as units of vampires, ships, and even some mechs began to prepare for the battle. Heading out from one of the large door sections were Mitchell and his group of recruits, consisting of about 50 vampires. Now they had entered what was known as the Beast Zone. This zone turned out to be quite barren, with most of the land in front of them quite like a desert. Factions had terraformed the whole planet to make it habitable, so there were trees and strange plants that Quinn wasn't quite used to seeing, but there were no houses, shops, or anyone settled in the area, which they had seen on their journey so far. Looking around at the base of the wall, Quinn wondered how large a single base of the vampire core unit was. Here alone, in this set of barracks alone, there were about 1,000 of them. These were a considerable number of vampires, nearly as large as a regular vampire settlement, and apparently there were more core units on the other planets, including that of Earth. With his excellent eyesight, he could see that part of the wall was destroyed, and there looked to be a battle taking place. The enemies weren't Dhampir or pure members. Instead, the battle was against beasts. "Shouldn't we go and help them?" Minnie said, now on Quinn's shoulders as she had been before. Minnie's comment did raise an eyebrow from Quinn. He wondered why the other vampires were just staying in their spot, rather than going to help out the others who were under the attack. "From the look on your face, it looks like you didn't have hordes during your time either," Jessica said, approaching Quinn. "On all the planets where the beasts reside, and when a large number of beasts come in waves, attacking the living areas, that is what we call a horde. It doesn't just happen here, but everywhere. These beasts are large in number, and they attack different areas. Also, each wave is more devastating than the last. Right now, that part of the wall is dealing with the first wave. The reason why no one is moving is that they're waiting for the next wave of beasts to attack, which can start at any moment and at any location. On top of that, this is the level 4 horde. The higher the level, the more dangerous the beast horde is. It's based on several things: the number of beasts, the rank of the beasts themselves, and what any area has experienced till now. And so far, a level 5 horde is the largest horde that any planet has experienced so far. Knowing that this was a level 4 meant that this was quite a difficult battle in front of them. Thinking about it, though, Quinn wondered why they had never experienced something like this before or during his time, and he hadn't even heard of something like this, even on the beast planet themselves. Something must have happened, which is causing these beasts to act like this. The beast hordes reminded Quinn of 2 events that had happened like this in the past. One of them was when he faced the demon tier tree, the other when he had obtained the nest crystal. Over at the wall area that was under attack, Jake and Vicky had both arrived. There were about 50 beasts, all of them at least in the king tier level, and there was even one demigod tier beast flying above in the air. The beast looked like a giant insect of some kind, with its 4 wings flapping incredibly fast. The vampires so far had been trying to pierce it with their blood attacks and beast weapons, but it moved too quickly, left and right, easily avoiding each of their strikes. At the same time, it had strange tentacles on its back that allowed it to attack and grab those on the ground without lowering its altitude. It was tough for them to simultaneously deal with the ground beasts and the single powerful aerial beast. Just then, Jake stomped his foot on the ground, spun, and then pushed his arms forward. A wave of solid earth wall appeared in front of the vampires and had pushed back the beasts to a great distance. The beasts regained their composure and tried to attack this earth wall, but they failed to get through. No matter how much the beasts slammed the wall, they could not break it due to the hardening substance that Jake had used. Supporting the rest of the vampires, Jake raised the ground underneath their feet, giving them a platform to attack from. They now had the high ground and could attack the beasts, who were now practically trapped behind another solid wall. Meanwhile, the member of the Blade family, Vicky, was dealing with the annoying demigod tier beast to avoid any complication in the battle on the ground. Although, it would be more accurate to say that the demigod tier beast was already dealt with, as it had already fallen on the ground, and Vicky was standing on top of it. "If this is a level 4 horde, then the worst is yet to come," Vicky explained. "We will need to move and support each area as soon as we know which one will be attacked." While she said this, the next area that was getting attacked turned out to be where Mitchell and his group of new recruits were based. Staring ahead in the beast zone, they could feel the rumbling beneath their feet. These vampires were nervous because they could see the beasts were twice the number that had attacked the other area earlier. Everyone remember, we won't be able to get support from the other sides because just like earlier, they will stay in their position in case of another wave. So you are not to fight in hopes of backup. You are to fight as if your life's on the line, Mitchell shouted. Remember my words from earlier. We are fighting to protect those that we care about. Think of what will happen to the people you love if these beasts get through our walls. It looked like there was still a good minute before the beasts could reach the wall, but that's when Quinn noticed something else peculiar. Peter, do your best, of course. Protecting those close to us is important. If you need to, feel free to test out your new energy and powers that have been given to you, Quinn said. If any changes occur to you, let me know. Anyway, they will think it's some ability that you have. Hearing this, Peter knew that Quinn was about to disappear, and that was exactly what the latter did as he activated the armor chest piece and started to fly off in the distance. This caught Mitchell's eye, but before he could even react, Quinn was already heading off towards the incoming beast horde. Is that vampire stupid? Why is he trying to take on a wave by himself? Mitchell frowned, but he did think that maybe this vampire could do it. However, what came as a surprise to the onlookers was that Quinn didn't clash with the horde. Instead, he flew right over it and went past it, ignoring the beasts on the ground.